I just want to lie flat in the pirate world, but I casually shattered a pirate ship on a small island in the East Seating. Great swordsman awakens. The next second, I recruited a crew member with Conqueror's hockey luck, and Carp rushed to the island overnight asking me to become a Navy admiral. This is even more fierce than my days. Shuangyan Island is located on the edge of the East Sea near the doldrums, and the entire island resembles two flying swallows, facing each other mouth to mouth. There are only two bird beaks on the island where one can land. The other places are all dozens of meters high cliffs. This geographical position is two special pirates rarely come, but not never. The sea is never short of pirates. This island is adjacent to the doldrums, which is very dangerous if one is not careful. Ships can be destroyed and people can perish, and merchant ships only come once every 6 months. However, once pirates do come, they can basically make a fortune. According to the islanders, the last time pirates came was 10 years ago. Listen up, everyone. Up ahead is Shuangyan Island. Rodtown's news says no pirates have set foot on this island for 10 years. Let's land and loot to our heart's content. A pirate ship flying the skull flag sped across the sea. The wind filled the canvas, and the ship split the sea surface, leaving long white traces in its wake. Seagulls followed the ship, waiting to pick up fish that had been killed in the collision. Oh, roar, roar, roar. As soon as the captain's words fell, the pirates raised their swords, guns, and clubs, and the ship erupted in chaos. Captain Gree, with a bounty of 5 million, looked gloomy. He hadn't made a profit in nearly a month, a disgrace. If they didn't start looting soon, all his men would run away. Several had already gotten involved with other pirate crews. Damn traitors. Captain, look at that. A crew member shouted in panic, waking Gree up. Gree turned around and followed his subordinate's terrified gaze. He could vaguely see the coastline of Shuangyan Island, but he felt no joy at all. In his line of sight, a 10-meter-high beam of light was flying towards the pirate ship from the coastline. What the hell is that? How would I know? Quickly steer the ship. Gree shouted angrily. No matter what it was, they absolutely couldn't be hit. The pirates on the ship panicked and scattered, except for a guy named Cardun who stood dumbfounded, staring at the incoming slash. He knew what it was. He had been to the Grand Line before and had seen the flying slash of a great swordsman. He had entered the Grand Line with excitement, only to see something he shouldn't have, and with a casual slash, a ship with 200 people and 20 cannons was completely shattered, and he was the only one who survived. That was a lifelong nightmare. This slash was exactly the same as the last time, just a bit smaller in range. In the desperate gaze of the entire ship, the ship was sliced in half by the slash and slowly drifted apart in the sea. Cardun clung to a piece of wood and desperately swam towards Shuangyan Island, knowing that he had to swim towards the island to survive near the doldrums. And under the stimulus of death, he swam faster and faster, ignoring his companion's shouts. Just then, a sea king discovered the flailing pirates and shipwrecks on the surface thanks to nature's gifts. Cardun watched helplessly as his companions and the ship disappeared, feeling dazed. Am I the only one who survived again? On the shores of Shuangyan Island, at the Bird Beak, under a coconut tree, a young man in beach shorts and bare-chested watched the distant pirate ship. Upon seeing the Sea King swallow the entire ship, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. No need for a second slash. These pirates are too unlucky. He turned around and sheathed his sword, lying back on a beach chair, grabbing a coconut juice from the nearby table and gulping it down. Dappled sunlight filtered through the coconut leaves and shone on his face. He had a resolute face, thick eyebrows, short hair, and a well-proportioned, strong physique. 1 word. Handsome, 2 words. Very handsome, 3 words. Just like the reader. The young man was named Chris Weiss, originally a corporate worker from Blue Star. While cleaning the second-floor toilet, he accidentally ignited some methane while smoking and lost consciousness with a bang. When he opened his eyes again, he was a 6-year-old child with nothing but a shabby thatch hut and a wooden sword with a notched transmigration. He didn't like it. It must be some bastard's doing. Weiss loved Blue Star so much, living a carefree life, renting houses and cars for 9 to 5. After staying on the island for a week and learning that it was a pirate world, he fell into despair in this world. Die means taking a whole ship of people with you. How could a commoner hope to live a stable life? Dream on. He desperately called out to gods and Buddhas, but there was no golden finger. After a month of searching, he found no devil fruit. He cursed the heavens with that broken wooden sword all day long. And even after losing his voice, it was useless. He could only return to the thatched hut. Better to rely on oneself than on God's. At this time, an old man came to him and asked if he wanted to train. Weiss recognized him at a glance and decisively became his disciple. After all, he had nowhere to go and followed the old man to practice swordsmanship and physical skills on Shuangyan Island. 12 years passed in a flash, and Weiss was now 18. He asked the old man why he taught him officially. He was told, "You are a rare talent for swordsmanship, and unofficially, it was your cursing at the heavens is quite impressive. It looks satisfying." After 2 years of training, Shuangyan Island hadn't seen pirates again. The old man accompanied him for the first 3 years, then came once a month on a fixed day. Last year, when he came to check on Weiss' training, he discovered that he had just entered the realm of a great swordsman according to the book's setting elite vice admiral, and, after a long silence, cursed him as a freak and never appeared again. The snail phone also went unanswered. Today was the day the old man was supposed to come, but there was no sign of him. Weiss waited a year. If he didn't come by the time the sea was good, he would have to leave after today. He opened his eyes and picked up a newspaper, thinking, maybe he died somewhere. He squinted and skimmed through the news. Celestial Dragon visits Sabaody for friendly talks. For Emperors Kaido and Big Mom deep in friendship through intense sparring. Alabasta hero Shichibukai crocodile. This sea is too thrilling. I must travel around. Weiss sat up, casually tossed the newspaper aside, and gazed at the sea, wondering where to go. He picked up the coconut juice and inadvertently caught sight of a newspaper headline. North Sea Beauty Pageant concludes. Champion Elvira D. Lilia. First, let's go to the North Sea and find someone to do some business. Definitely not going for that, D. Will. As the sun set and the moon rose, the residents of Shuangyan Island finished their work and returned home to rest. Hey, Weiss is back. Good evening, Uncle Anger. How was the fishing today? Weiss walked through the town, responding to those who greeted him. Little Weiss, I just caught this big fish, take it home to eat. Uncle Anger didn't answer, but directly threw a fish at him. Weiss looked at the tumper-long fish without hesitation, drew his sword, and stabbed it through its mouth halfway, then hoisted it onto his shoulder. Thanks, Uncle Anger, I was just worried about what to eat tonight. Uncle Anger laughed heartily. What for? If it weren't for you these past years, the island would have been plundered by pirates many times. Watching Weiss carry the fish away, he began to pack up. He had been waiting for Weiss to return. The people on the island weren't foolish. They knew that the reason Shuangyan Island had not suffered from pirates over the years was all thanks to Weiss. They had previously wanted to give him money as a reward, but he refused now. They saved all the good food for him. Weiss walked along the main street of the town, smelling the fishy scent of the sea as he headed Homedo, the little villa on the back mountain. It used to be a shabby thatched house, but the villagers worked together to build it in one day while he was training. When he returned, he stared at the house in a daze, thinking he had gone to the wrong place after learning the truth. He killed a sea king and held a feast. The little villa had 2 floors. The first floor was a kitchen and living room, and the second floor was for living. He opened the door, raised an eyebrow, and casually glanced upstairs, seeing the messy kitchen. He casually placed the fish down, took a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, and lounged on the sofa with a glass in hand. All these years of hard work were for a stable life now in the entire East Sea. Besides the occasionally returning carp, dragon, and the unfathomable gongshiro, he was the strongest in the East Sea. No need for anything else. On the second floor, Cardun peeked through the crack of the door at Weiss on the sofa. After a difficult swim to shore, he was afraid of encountering the great swordsman at the port and wanted to enter the island from another place. But the entire island was surrounded by cliffs. The fear of the great swordsman was even worse than the fear of a 100-meter cliff he climbed for an entire afternoon and only reached the top as the sun was setting. After finally finding this house on the back mountain, he indulged in a feast, only for the owner to return. Kato struggled internally. Should he kill this person? He had never killed anyone and didn't want to be a pirate anymore, the first time voluntarily, the second time forced. This person could build such a good house in the back mountain. He must be famous in the town. If he killed him and was discovered, he would have to wander around, and he didn't want to live a life where he couldn't guarantee his next meal. Just as he hesitated, he looked at the sofa and saw that Weiss was gone. Just as he was about to get up, a sword was placed against his neck. Don't move. Kato instinctively raised his hands. I want move. Big brother, you don't move either. If you do, ITLL hurt. He half knelt in front of Weiss, cold sweat pouring down. The blade was icy and carried a hint of the sea's saltiness, sending chills down his spine, making him feel cold even in the summer. If this sword was pressed hard, he would be done for. Pirate? Weiss didn't recognize him. There weren't many people on the island, and they had basically seen each other 2 or 3 times. Thinking of the ship he had just destroyed today, his gaze turned cold, and he pressed the sword slightly harder, cutting through Kato's skin, a drop of blood staining the blade. Big brother, I've turned over a new leaf. I won't be a pirate anymore. I've never harmed anyone, and I have no bounty. I'm just a small fry. Kato felt the sword didn't loosen, knowing he couldn't escape, and sat on the ground, crying loudly. Why am I so unlucky? I set sail from Road Town, entered the Grand Line, and got my whole ship sliced apart by someone with 1 sword. I was the only one who survived the whole ship. I finally escaped back to Rowtown, stayed for a day, and was caught on a pirate ship. I didn't expect that just a week later, I'd be sliced with a sword again. Why am I so unlucky? Cato wailed, and Weiss listened in surprise, sheathing his sword using observation hockey. He sensed he wasn't lying. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and looked up at the ceiling internally complaining. Is this what you call unlucky? 2 ships sank, and you're the only one left alive. You must have some kind of luck like the clown's conqueror's hockey? Weiss frowned. Stop wailing, or he'll kill you. Really? Cato immediately quieted down. Choking on his words, his acting was so good that if it weren't for the snot running down, Weiss would have doubted his observation hockey. Damn this second dimension. Why is everyone crying everywhere? Weiss turned and went downstairs, and Cato hurried to follow. Thank you, big brother, for sparing my life. You are like my parents in this life. Big brother, if you point east, I won't go west. If you tell me to drink, I won't drink water. Then go kill yourself. Weiss tilted his head and said. Cato scratched his head and fell silent, awkwardly laughing as he followed downstairs. Clean up your messy kitchen and get lost. So he was about to catch a big fish when Caldun rushed over, flattering. How can I let big brother do it? I'll do it. Weiss, feeling disgusted, shouted. Get lost. Get the hell out of here. Regretting it now. Previously, when encountering pirates, he would just kill them directly. Why is he toying around this time? If he had known, he would have solved it with one sword. All right, big brother. I'll leave right away. Caldun's eyes lit up, and he ran away, thinking he would build a ship overnight to escape. As a navigator, he wasn't afraid of anything and never wanted to see this hot-tempered guy again. Just as he was about to escape out of sight and embrace freedom, thinking there surely wouldn't be a ruthless person everywhere who would draw their sword at a moment's notice. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound of a sword being drawn. A white light grazed his left arm, ringing in his ears, and a strand of hair fell to the ground in the wind. In the distance, the moonlight illuminated the strike, breathtakingly beautiful, yet carrying an invincible momentum as it soared into the sky. Boom! Even at night, it could be seen. The white clouds in the sky were cleaved and exploded. That patch of cloud was directly obliterated, and the moonlight spilled over the little town at the foot of the mountain. The townsfolk heard the commotion and muttered that Weiss was chopping pirates again, continuing to drink. The wind blew through the mountains and forests, dispelling the heat, the rustling leaves proving they were alive. Caldun turned back with great difficulty, his eyes wide in horror. The great swordsman from the day before was him. Weiss looked at him and pondered. If you go down now, it will disturb the residents. They're quite good to me. Just stay on the mountain for one night, and tomorrow I'll take you out to sea. By the way, handle the fish properly and clean up the kitchen. After saying that, he gripped the sword hilt and went back inside. The next morning, at the dock of Twin Swallow Island, there was a 3-masted sailboat, over 10 meters high and 100 meters long, with Chris written on its massive hull. The money to buy the ship was partly from robbing pirates and partly exchanged from the Navy. He had never been out to sea since coming to the pirate world. The bounty was claimed by his teacher, and the ship was also rowed over. Thinking of the scene of the ship being rowed here, Weiss couldn't help but laugh. Let's just call it rowing. The villagers helped carry the necessities onto the ship and gradually disembarked, with Weiss taking Caldun aboard. Standing on the deck, Weiss bid farewell to the villagers. This was his home in the pirate world, where he had lived for 18 years. Weiss, go out and make a great career. We'll wait to see your news in the newspaper. Be careful. Pay attention to safety at sea. If you can't win, just run. It's not shameful. Life is the most important. Ong shouted at the port. How can you let Weiss escape? He is so strong. It should be the other side that runs. Someone beside him disagreed, feeling it was slandering Weiss. There are always stronger ones at sea. It's better to be careful. The two began to argue, tears shimmering in the corners of their eyes. Weiss shouted to the shore, Goodbye, everyone. I will come back. The ship slowly drifted away, disappearing on the horizon. The people on the shore wiped their tears. Everyone knew he was going to sea today. The rule of Twin Swallow Island is that you can set sail once you turn 18, and Weiss had been waiting for this day for a long time. Chris. Weiss stood at the bow, watching the ship sail forward through the wind and waves. Navy, pirates, Shichibukai. From today on, he would face the strong of this sea. His name would eventually resonate throughout the ocean. Tired of watching seagulls, he lay back on the deck chair, sipping coconut juice from the table he loved to enjoy. If he could be comfortable, he wouldn't toil. This ship was super luxurious, arranged like the Sunny, meaning 1 or 2 people couldn't operate it all. Weiss, can you move a bit? I can't handle this ship by myself. I'm about to die from exhaustion. Caldun poked his head out from the window. Since boarding the ship, Weiss had only raised a sail. Everything else was done by him. Preparing coconut juice, lunch, cleaning the cabin, arranging supplies, and watching the helm. Khaldun secretly complained. What bad luck. Twice escaping death. And I was caught to be a servant, unable to resist, only able to silently endure. This ship is mine, right? Weiss lay in the chair without opening his eyes. Yes. You eat my food, wear my clothes, use my things, and drink my drinks, right? Khaldun hesitated. Yes, but the clothes are my own. Don't mind the details. You eat my food, drink my drinks, and stay in my place. Should you listen to me? I should listen, but there are some things I absolutely want to do. Also, don't forget that your pirate suspicion hasn't been cleared. You are currently a prisoner. Do a good job at the helm. Khaldun fell silent. This was different from what he thought, different from what was said last night, but under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Sigh. What bad luck. Weiss ignored his mumblings. Anyway, when they reach an inhabited island, he would let him go, and then catch a few pirates to sail the ship. The sea isn't short of people. Just need to exploit a few days first. Just thinking about the destination gave him a headache. This pirate world's geography is too bizarre. The red line circles the planet, dividing the world into east and west. The two calm belts in the middle form the Grand Line, dividing the planet into north and south. The intersection of the two rings is the Reverse Mountain and the Holy Land Mary Geos. Between the East Sea and the South Sea is the first half of the Grand Line Paradise. And between the North Sea and the West Sea is the second half New World. Weiss wants to go to the North Sea. Either abandon the ship at Reverse Mountain and go against the rising current, or go down from the Holy Land, or directly cross the Calm Belt from the New World. His current position: north to the Goa Kingdom, south through the Calm Belt to approach the Sabaody Archipelago. He plans to go to the North Sea, first trying Sabaody to find reliable partners. Otherwise, such a big ship can only be a decoration. Must have a navigator, chef, and doctor. As for combat, I'm the fourth strongest in the East Sea, almost third, so as long as I don't encounter a weirdo, it should be fine. First, travel, from here to Lowtown, then to Reverse Mountain, follow the Grand Line to Sabaody, and then find a way to go to the North Sea. To go from Reverse Mountain to the North Sea, he has to abandon the ship and go against the current. Which doesn't fit my character. It would be a shame to throw away such a good ship. Anyway, it just needs to be completed within 4 years. After figuring it out, Weiss tossed the map aside and drank coconut juice. The lower deck and alcohol stored a lot. Drinking one a day could last half a year. Do you want him to practice like Zorro? Catching air? Impossible. He hasn't rested in 12 years. It's time to relax. If he wants to improve, he must fight strong opponents. Weiss is a ship off course. The wind is so weak. We want to drift in a calm belt, right? Weiss felt the wind strength of the sail decrease and shouted up. No response. He jumped up, pressed against the window to look. There was no one inside. The helm was tied to the windowsill with a rope, but how can you fix a straight line at sea? The waves had long changed direction. He flipped into the window, checked the compass, and Weiss turned the helm to steer the ship back on course away from the calm belt. It wasn't he that he was afraid of sea kings. The sea kings he had killed over the years made the villagers sick, but if a sea king turned over, it could destroy the ship. The ship returned to its course, and Weiss learned from Khaldun and entered the cabin, where he indeed found him busy with lunch in the kitchen. The ship almost entered the calm belt. Weiss poured red wine. Really? What to do now? Khaldun was scared and dropped the plate. Who doesn't know the danger of the calm belt? Calm down. It was just almost. Even if we went in, it would be a big deal. Just call me when it's ready. I'll go steer. Weiss held the wine glass, ignoring Khaldun's speechless expression, and went to the helm. But the originally clear sky had already turned gloomy. The Chris was like entering another world. The sea was ravaged by strong winds, and the waves rolled. The 100-meter ship was like a toy on the sea, being ruthlessly trampled. In front, dark clouds pressed against the sea, lightning flashed chaotically. Heavy rain poured down like a heavenly river, and a hurricane pushed the rain clouds toward the ship. This storm was not detected in advance, and there was no way to avoid it. They could only rush through. Only by breaking through would there be a way to survive. Khaldun rushed to Weiss's back. The kitchen utensils were swaying oddly. He threw the plate and rushed over, shocked by the scene. I'm so unlucky. I can encounter this storm even in the East Sea. He had been a navigator for 10 years and had never seen such a scene in the East Sea. Captain, what should we do now? Khaldun panicked. If he had gone to the kitchen and had predicted the course change in advance, they wouldn't have collided directly. What to do? Of course, we rushed through. The sea is so miraculous. 1 second it can be sunny, and the next it can bury people in fish bellies. Weiss's face was filled with excitement, his feet nailed to the ship, not moving an inch, one hand on the helm and the other shaking the wine glass. After finishing it, he smashed the glass hard. Khaldun, you take the helm. I'll go control the sails. Let us charge through this storm. If the sails are full in a storm, they could be blown away, and the mast might break. Weiss leaped from the window and jumped to the main mast to haul in the sails. Normally, he could do it with 1 layer of strength, but now it took 5 layers. Carden is too weak. The wind could blow him away. So he had to go himself. He couldn't fully haul in the sails. There was no power. But he exerted great effort to bring in the main mast and one of the auxiliary masts, firmly holding onto the remaining sails with both hands. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning cracked and rain poured down, soaking him instantly. The tremendous force from the sails was pulling him out, and he relied on the rear posts to steady himself. Captain, hurry and haul in the sails. The wind is too strong. The mast is going to break. Carden shouted desperately from the helm. Raising the sails now would be suicidal. Weiss also felt the ropes in his hands getting tighter, the force almost unbearable. He immediately grabbed the sails and jumped onto the mast to secure himself. Scanning the distance, the Golden Lion was almost killed by the storm. He couldn't afford to be reckless. Lightning split the night sky, illuminating the turbulent waves crashing against the Chris. Carden struggled to steer, the force on the helm almost too much for him to hold. What now? Weiss jumped in through the window, took the helm to steady it, and asked Carden. They could only wait for the storm to end and see how long the ship could hold out. This storm was rare in the East Sea. Carden nervously sat down. He tried his best. The currents were already chaotic, and with his abilities, he couldn't find a way out. Not everyone has Nami's talent. Oh, have you seen many storms? Weiss asked in surprise. It didn't look like much to him. Of course. I've been a navigator for 10 years. What storms haven't I seen? Carden said proudly. No wonder he got caught by pirates. He has this ability? That's right. I went to the entrance of the Grand Line, predicted a major storm in advance, and changed course to avoid sinking to the bottom of the sea. Then how we get out of this storm, my dear navigator? Weiss laughed, thinking he might have been too harsh on him earlier. Maybe he would be better in the future. I don't know. The currents are all mixed up. We have to wait for the wind to die down. Carden awkwardly scratched his head. As a navigator, not being able to find the direction is too embarrassing. Weiss thought, forget what I just said. If you can live, hurry up and leave. The Chris is not a place for useless people. The sky outside had already changed. With the raging wind and rain, the waves were higher than ever, with several waves directly covering the ship. If it weren't for Weiss's fierce maneuvers, the ship would have been destroyed and everyone would have perished. Even so, the ship was precariously balanced. Captain, look ahead, Carden shouted in terror, as Weiss, who had been lost in thought, instinctively looked up and saw an unforgettable scene. As far as the eye could see, waves dozens of meters high surged toward the Chris with a destructive force. Damn, on my first day at sea, I encountered this storm. Is it trying to make me feed the fish? Weiss suspected that the will of the world knew he was a stowaway and wanted to kill him. Carden, steer the ship and charge. But Captain, no buts. Do as I say. Weiss drew his sword and stood on the mast. If Luffy and Zoro could split the waves with their fists and swords, could I? A great swordsman be any worse? Taking a deep breath, he positioned his sword horizontally in front of him, gathering his momentum, and armed haki surged up his arms, instantly covering the entire sword. He wanted to give his sword move a powerful name, but thought it was too flashy. He simply said, basic attack. A beam of cold light shot out. The massive flying slash erupted from the ground, slicing through the rain curtain, cutting the incoming lightning, and directly targeting the giant wave. Nature seemed provoked. The rain poured even heavier, and lightning filled the sky. Boom! The slash struck the giant wave, and a flash of white light exploded like the sun, creating a 100-meter gap. Weiss immediately let go of the sails, the wind pushing the ship toward the gap. Carden, steer the ship through it. Aye, Captain. Carden's eyes were resolute as he gripped the helm. An hour later, the storm subsided, and sunlight shone on the deck. Weiss lay back in a chair, finally made it through this initiation at sea. I survived. I thought I was done for. A voice came from the side of the ship, and Weiss turned his head to see a person climbing over the railing, holding another person in his arms. Rolling onto the deck. Why is it him? Weiss mutat in surprise. A person wearing a cowboy hat with ASL tattooed on his arm laid his companion flat, and both of them spat out water. I survived. I thought I was done for. He lay on the deck looking at the blue sky as Seagull flew by. It's good to be alive. It's very impolite to board someone else's ship without greeting. Weiss sat up drinking coconut juice and said calmly, Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Ace. My ship capsized in the storm, and I swam over when I saw a ship. He raised his hand to greet. The one lying on the deck was indeed Ace, and the person next to him was Dias from the Spade Pirates. Who would have thought they would encounter each other right after setting sail? What a coincidence. Wait, the storm, the shipwreck. Ace just swam over from the sea, which means he hasn't eaten the flame fruit. Could it be nearby? In the original story, they were brought to an island after the shipwreck, and Ace got the fruit there. Now, by some twist of fate, they've ended up on a ship. Doesn't that mean you just boarded the ship like this? Not afraid we are pirates? Weiss leaned against the railing, pretending to chat with Ace, while his observation hockey was already scanning for nearby islands. Even if he didn't have the flame fruit, they could still rest a bit. The ship had been damaged in the storm. You look like a good guy, not a bad person. By the way, I'm also a pirate. Ace touched his hat, subtly blocking Dias, who was still unconscious. Haha, hurry and save your companion. If you don't squeeze the water out of him soon, he really will die. Weiss laukit. Oh no, Ace realized Dias had been unconscious in the sea. If he didn't save him soon, it would be over. Weiss shook his head helplessly. Having searched for a long time without finding an island, he was originally on the pure swordsman path, didn't eat devil fruits, and was just curious to see the fruit. If he ate it, he couldn't go into the sea, losing half the fun. He also wouldn't do anything to Ace. He liked this character in the previous life anime. Now, with no grievances or grudges, he definitely wasn't afraid of Garp. Carden, is the food ready? I'm starving. Weiss shouted into the cabin. It was time for lunch, and after the storm, he was even hungrier. Coming. After surviving the storm, I still have to be a cook. What a stroke of bad luck. Carden muttered as he brought out 2 large plates of food. He was also starving. Seeing 2 strangers on the ship, Carden was momentarily stunned, hiding the plates behind him. Sneaking over to Weiss. Are those 2 pirates? Yeah, they just crawled up from the sea, probably encountered a storm like us. Weiss grabbed a spoon and quickly finished a plate of fried rice in 2 minutes, still eyeing the one in Carden's hand. Carden hurriedly spat a couple of times to protect his plate. There's a big pot in the kitchen. Serve yourself. Weiss shook his head in disappointment. He just didn't want to walk that little distance. Carden's attitude made it clear he wasn't a professional cook. You better think it through. Those 2 are pirates. I'll go get it. But if they have any ill intentions towards you, I can't help you. Carden hesitated after seeing Ace saving his companion and ran to the kitchen, turning back to shout, "Don't touch my food." Cough. Ace woke Dias up and helped him to Weiss's side. Thank you for taking us in. Ace bowed with Dias's head pressed down. He had been mischievous because of his identity when he was younger, but after meeting Sabo and Luffy, he changed. Makino taught him etiquette, which came in handy when eating free meals. It's good that you're awake. Let's go down to the island. Weiss thought this was a routine operation in the pirate world for those who fell overboard. There was no need to be overly friendly. Thank you. Ace didn't say much and leaned Dias against the railing to rest. Carden came over with a big pot. Afraid Weiss would give orders, he simply brought everything here. It's all here, eat up. Saying this, he bragged about the food on his plate. Gurgle. Just as the 2 were eating happily, 2 hungry sounds echoed, and they turned to see Ace and Dias's stomachs growling. If you don't mind, would you like to eat together? Dias looked to Ace. They had been hungry for 2 days since the storm. That would be great. Ace dove straight into the food. Captain, you're too cunning. Dias followed suit. If the captain wasn't afraid, what was there to fear? 1 person is 100,000 berries for a meal, so 2 is 200,000. Weiss calmly eats fried rice. Ace and Dias hear this and bang their heads on the deck, roaring in unison. How can fried rice be so expensive? It's robbery. Don't talk nonsense. Robbery doesn't make money this fast. Weiss waves his hand, knowing they have no money, and Ace can't beat him, so extorting them is fine. Ace's eyes turn, and he says, okay. Carden gets even more energetic. What was originally 2 people's meal is now 4 people fighting to eat. Seeing the 3 of them showing off the food, Weiss stops after finishing his own. Ace is still somewhat restrained now, probably because he can't gauge Weiss's strength. In the original story, this guy would rush up to flaunt during pirate feasts. How could he easily back down? But that was after he became the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. With strength and background, most pirate crews wouldn't take him seriously. Now, he's just a greenhorn who just set sail. After a meal, the 4 of them get to know each other. Dias and Carden clean up the ship's junk, and Ace writes an IOU for 1 million a day for lodging, then lounges on chair with Weiss, who told him he was the captain. 2 people's meal costs 200,000, and a day costs 600,000, plus lodging 6 million. Weiss flips through the newspaper and mutters. Round it off. That's 3 million a day, right? 3 million rounded again. That's 10 million a day, right? Right an IOU. Weiss feels something is off. Turned around to look. Ace is pressing coconut juice against his chest, biting on a straw, with a big snot bubble hanging from his nose, dead asleep. He shakes his head helplessly. You're sleeping, but what you promised still counts. Lilia is back in the newspaper. This will of D is quite powerful. The people of the North Sea really appreciate it. Saying this, he covers his face with a newspaper and drifts off with the coconut juice. Not knowing how long it has been, the two of them, after cleaning up, squat in the lookout tower. Dias keeps watch. While Cardon sleeps like a pig, it's almost night. If he doesn't rest up, the captain will definitely make him keep watch. Thankfully, there's a scapegoat. Otherwise, the first night would be tough. Dias looks at the waves on the sea colored by the sunset, with the sun half swallowed by the ocean in the distance. The ship chases the sun, with seagulls circling ahead. Wait, there are small black dots on the sea under the sun? An island. The captain found an island. Dias shouts at the top of his lungs. He and Ace drifted for half a month without seeing an island. If it weren't for meeting Weiss, they would have fed the fish long ago. How could he not be excited? Cardon wakes up first, also excited to see the island in the distance. Please let it be an inhabited island, finally able to go ashore. A day feels more stimulating than 10 years. Weiss stretches by the ship and looks at the island, thinking it shouldn't be that one. They sailed all afternoon after being in the storm. Those two would have been long gone. Weiss, there's an island ahead. We're getting off the ship. Thanks. Ace squats by the ship's side, one hand supporting his leg, the other touching his hat. It's fine. 10 million a day. We can stay as long as we want, Weiss says calmly. What? Wasn't it 6 million? How did it become 10 million? When did I agree to that? When you were asleep? I asked you, and you hummed. Are pirates going to default? Weiss pretends to be surprised, seeing Ace's jaw almost drop. Of course not. I only acknowledge 6 million. Ace gets anxious. He's only ever had money for buying ship for Sabo. Where would he get 10 million? How can he be scammed so much in a day? By the time it was dark, the ship approached an uninhabited island. If it weren't for the bright moon, they would have almost run aground. Finding a good spot, they fixed a ship by the beach and jumped down. Cardon, aren't you coming with us to explore the island? Weiss turns back to see him standing by the ship's rail, not moving, and shouts loudly. Cardon was just about to respond when suddenly a deafening roar came from the island, scaring all the night owls into flying up into the sky. He shivers. I'm not going. There's no one on the island. I'll stay here and watch the ship and fix it some more. Weiss schwuchs, understanding. Since he is just an ordinary person, a single knife from an East Blue pirate lackey could take him out, then be careful. After saying that, the three of them dive into the dark forest. An hour later, Weiss stands on the corpse of a giant beast, listening to the chirping of insects and the sound of the wind. He's lost track of Ace and the others. It only took a quarter of an hour in the forest before he couldn't see anyone, and later even the sounds disappeared. His observation hockey could only sense 10 kilometers. Beyond that, he couldn't feel anything. This island is surprisingly big. He casually slashes a leopard that was attracted by the smell of blood and jumps up to the treetops. In the distance, a ridge runs across the center of the island, with peaks towering into the clouds. The moon shines like a pearl on the mountaintop, and a giant bird circles around the mountain. Its posture is quite strange, determining the direction. He jumps down and heads toward the peak. Isn't going to see just to see wonders and make friends? This mountain is unique, must see. He needs to get a photo bug for keepsakes in the future, or else there will be no evidence. With his sword at his waist, he hugs his head with both hands, chewing on grass while strolling casually. For him, this island feels like walking in a backyard. Oh, but he doesn't have a backyard. The deeper he goes, the quieter the forest becomes. No insects chirping, no birds singing, only the sound of the wind. Weiss is not worried at all. Even humming a little tune, his observation hockey has already swept 100 meters away, where a tiger over 10 meters long is waiting for him to deliver himself. As he gets closer, the tiger can no longer hide. Over 40 meters long, it's hard to conceal. Roar! It leaps down, crushing the trees into pieces. The flock of birds crazily flies up into the sky. It emits a foul odor from its mouth, with remnants of undigested food hanging from the corners of its mouth. You are the king of this area? It's time to step down. Weiss draws his sword. The double-edged sword shines coldly in the moonlight, as if it wants to devour all enemies. The tiger cannot withstand the pressure and crouches down. This is not submission, but a sign of an impending ambush. Roar! The king of beasts roars in the mountains and forests, causing birds and beasts to flee. Clang! A blinding light flashes, and the roar abruptly stops. Drip! Blood drips from the sword onto the ground, and with a loud crash behind him, the giant tiger falls to the ground. Its head and body are separated, still wearing a confused expression, probably wondering, why so fast? Weiss points his sword at the ground, casually walks to the tiger's corpse, wipes the blood off his sword on the tiger's skin, leaves the body in place, and continues toward the mountain range. Perhaps only that flying beast can pique his interest. As for why he killed the tiger in an instant, 12 years of hard training to become a great swordsman. Is it just to fight evenly with others? He is the fourth in East Blue, infinitely close to the third. If he doesn't take them out instantly, what is the point of training? It's just that this instant kill isn't enough. Except for the moon, no one knows what just happened. The beast will need a moment to realize it. With no one watching, showing off is pointless. Russell. Ouch. Damn bird. Weiss has walked over 10 kilometers when he hears Dias wailing. He sneaks over, considering the 800,000 berries involved. Dias is tangled in branches, hanging upside down. Captain Weiss. Save me. My head is about to explode. Clang. A cold light flashes and Weiss jumps up, flipping in the air and gracefully catches Dias as he lands. Saved. Dias squats on the ground gasping, his face turning red. Thanks for saving my life. No problem. It's 800,000 berries after all. Huh? No. A whole ship's worth of help. Weiss shifts the topic. How did you end up hanging here? Learning to swing like a monkey? I was walking on the ground when suddenly the sky darkened. The eagle grabbed me and threw me up into the air. Thankfully there were trees, otherwise I would have been done for. Dias is scared. Where's the captain? Weiss's heart skips a beat. The captain was also captured. That bird is too fierce, one claw for each. The captain heard it, and that's why it threw me down. I need to save the captain. Dias kneels and bows. Weiss stifles a laugh and helps him up. It's all right. You're my guests. I have to ensure your safety. No wonder that bird flew strangely. It turns out it had someone in its claws. Weiss doesn't shake anymore. It's not that he doesn't trust Ace, but the key is that it's a flying beast. If he fights it, it'll just fly away, and he can't reach it. It's just playing with him. At this moment, the giant eagle throws Ace into its nest, which also has 3 chicks. Ace lies on the dry branches motionless. The eagle scratches him a couple of times, thinking he is dead, and flies away. Not enough to feed the chicks. The chicks come over wanting to tear him apart. And Ace suddenly jumps out from the edge of the nest. He looked into the distance. The eagle was nowhere to be seen. Standing on the cliff, the full moon was particularly bright. He noticed a rock wall about 10 meters away and gathered his strength to jump and land firmly. There was still 50 meters above. It seemed like he could jump up. His stomach growled, and he turned to see a chick. Ace licked his lips. Just in time, dinner was not settled. He jumped back. Dry branches, fire-starting sticks in his arms, and a chick with its feathers intact. Simply perfect. The chick seemed to sense danger, trembling and curling up against the wall. Weiss stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the high peak, and all the beasts that had come to attack were lying down. From a distance, it looked fine, but up close, he realized how massive this mountain was. Ace, I don't ask you to turn the tables. At least try to hide. He was not the one who would later lead the war on top. Birds had a natural advantage over ground prey. If you die, who will I ask for that 10 million berries? Ask Carp? I'd probably get beaten to death. Thinking of this, Weiss opened his observation hockey. Animals within 10 miles all appeared. They say spring brings everything back to life, but summer is even more intense. Not foraging at night, just causing eye-popping scenes. Luckily, he didn't find the eagle's nest, and he quickly closed his observation hockey. Much more comfortable. How stupid. The eagle's nest must be on the cliff or the mountaintop. What are you looking for at the foot of the mountain? Weiss slapped his forehead and headed straight for the mountaintop. It might not be there, but he could see farther. ZZZZ. On the cliff, flames flickered in a dilapidated giant nest. Ace stared at 3 roasting racks, each holding a chick, noticing one that needed to be turned, and hurried up to flip it. This natural gift was rare. When the time was up, the chick was roasted to a crispy yellow, dripping with oil. And even without seasoning, it smelled ridiculously good. The aroma and smoke wafted over the mountain peak. Don't doubt Ace's skills, having grown up in the mountains. He was adept at hunting and building shelters, and his grilling was exceptional. Almost there. Soon he could eat roasted eagle. He rubbed his belly and licked his lips, picking up the roasted chick to smell it. Just as he was about to take a bite, a change occurred. Hey, Ace, eating alone will give you diarrhea. Ace was startled and turned to see Weiss standing at a distance, half smiling, half serious, staring at the meat on the rack. He and T had dinner either. Weiss, you scare me. I thought the eagle had returned. How did you find this? This cliff is sheltered from the wind. You can't discover it without reaching the mountaintop. I saw smoke and smelled meat coming from the mountaintop, so I followed it. You have guts to eat halfway up the mountain? Aren't you afraid of being caught by the eagle? How are you roasting meat in its nest? The eagle threw me in its nest, thinking I was dead, and flew off to find new prey. Just in time for the meat to be done. I came over to eat together. Weiss naturally was not polite and leaped over, sitting in the nest, which he discovered was built on a protruding platform, with dry branches that Ace had used to start the fire. He took the roasted meat, devouring it, In the pirate world, the stronger the power, the larger the appetite. Even if he didn't fight, he could eat a whole cow without issue, finishing the chick in a few bites. The taste is pretty good. Is this food caught by the eagle? No, the food caught was me. These three are its chicks. Pfft. You say these are the eagle's chicks? Yeah, Ace mumbled while eating. Weiss was completely stunned. What the hell is going on? Nature's gifts aren't given like this. Can the identities of prey and predator just switch? High-end predators masquerading as prey? Is this eagle unlucky or just plain unlucky? Is this inviting wolves into the house? You're roasting the eagle's children in its nest. Can't you find another place? Weiss was losing it. These people don't understand that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. With this terrain and Ace's current strength, no one could disturb him, but if the eagle got angry and came to bother him, he would definitely be done for. If it were Luffy doing this, he would understand. It would be strange if he didn't. But Ace shouldn't be like this. The eagle caught me and Dias, and I managed to get him down to hang on a tree midway. The direction the eagle flew off was towards Dias. Fearing he would be caught again, Ace said. Weiss fell silent. This did fit his character. In the original work, he was looked down upon because of his identity. And only after swearing brotherhood with Sabo and Luffy did he change. Before that, he treated Luffy like a passerby, later changing his attitude. He didn't give up on Dias in the storm. And 2 years later, he ignited the war on top due to betrayal from his comrades. Ace probably also longed for comrades. Weiss thought to himself, Dias was saved by me. Now he had either hidden in the forest or returned to the ship. Just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind passed. Ace disappeared. Turning around, he saw Ace jumping towards the mountaintop, still clutching the remaining roasted chick. Weiss, hurry. If the eagle comes back, it's over. I can't fight it. Ace shouted from high up. Damn, I take back what I just said. Weiss cursed silently and jumped towards the mountaintop. 50 meters isn't much in the pirate world. There are people who can fall from 10,000 meters and land without injury. Zoro fell from Sky Island and was fine. Those with strength have outrageous vitality. This height, anyone with a bit of strength can jump. For the two of them, it's a small case. Ace dared to roast meat here. He must have thought of an escape route. Just as Weiss was thinking this, Ace was nearing the mountaintop. Weiss, you're too slow. If the eagle comes, I won't save you. Is that so? Weiss sneered. I'll definitely arrive before you. Moonwalk. Thump, thump, thump. Goodbye. Instantly surpassed Ace and jumped to the mountaintop. Wow. Weiss, what kind of move is that? Ace jumped up, looking exaggerated. This move is so cool. The Navy 6 styles moonwalk. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Upon hearing Navy, Ace immediately distanced himself, on guard. Are you Navy? No. With my identity, would the world government dare to recruit me? If they knew, they'd probably put a bounty on me. Weiss schwuget indifferent. Then how do you know Navy moves? Think simply, know the principle, have enough physical ability, and you can use it. He had never been out to sea. He understood the principles of Soru and moonwalk from reading novels in his past life. Practiced for 12 years, and with a teacher. Learn it easily. Let's go back to the ship and rest. Tomorrow we'll come to the island to search for treasure. They came to the island just to rush to the mountaintop, without properly exploring. Okay. The two walked down the mountain when an angry screech erupted into the sky. A massive body blocking the bright moon, casting a huge shadow over them. This eagle is too big. Ace, you're so bold. Weiss saw sweat on Ace's cheeks. This eagle had wings spread over 50 meters. Flapping them created a strong wind that uprooted several weak trees. The two raised their hands to shield themselves from the wind, their bodies sliding backward. Ace leaned against a tree that 5 people could hug to stabilize himself, while Weiss adapted and stood firm like a mountain, nailed to the slope. This bird might be small compared to sea kings, but among land creatures, it was definitely a giant. The eagle slowly ascended, and the two stared in awe. It grabbed a sea beast over 50 meters long. No wonder the eagle was away from its nest for so long. Weiss searched the island and didn't see it because it had gone out to sea. This island is near a windless zone, and this prey is considered small. The eagle couldn't catch anything larger. Caw! The sharp cry pierced the sky. Weiss slowly pulled out his sword, gathering strength, preparing to counter. Unexpectedly, the eagle released its grip, and the sea beast crashed down the mountainside, then cried out to the sky, full of sadness and anger. Its sharp eyes fixed on Ace, or rather, on the roasted chick in his hand. The eagle angrily flapped its wings, rising high, and dove towards Ace, turning its back to the moon. This mountain had one side as a cliff and the other as a steep slope, covered in vegetation and trees, giving the eagle a full advantage. Weiss gripped the hilt of his sword. This eagle's size and momentum were not weak, but it was far from him. Size does not equate to strength. otherwise. The giant race would have already ruled the world. The eagle dove down, directly bypassing Weiss to charge at Ace. Ace dodged. Ace wouldn't wait to die. Seeing the eagle about to swallow him, he dodged just as its claws were about to grab him. That was close. Taking advantage of the eagle's distraction, he quickly swallowed the roasted chick and hid behind a tree. The eagle missed its strike and ascended with its abnormal vision. It could spot a rabbit from thousands of meters away. It had already seen Ace hiding behind the tree. Filled with rage and disdain, such a small tree, can it block my claws after 20 years? In your dreams, if it had seen Ace swallow the chick, it would have been even more furious. Weiss, witnessing this scene, almost burst out laughing. As expected, he was a bystander. Even at this moment, he could calmly show off his meal. The eagle swooped down again, and Weiss suddenly sheathed his sword, dodging like the wind, thinking it would be a shame to take it out too early. There is no entertainment on the ship. This pre-sleep activity shouldn't end so quickly. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a big tree on the slope suffered. Eagle wings swept across, trees either snapped or uprooted, falling towards the foot of the mountain like a hurricane. No way, no way. Weiss, why did you put your sword away? Ace complained, but his body was honest. He dodged early, but this time was a bit awkward. Nothing else, just felt like your strength was too weak. This bird has some skills. You should practice. As soon as Weiss finished speaking, Ace had no time to respond. The eagle had already entangled him, continuously swooping down. Ace could only awkwardly hide behind a thick tree as the eagle's massive claws destroyed one tree after another. In the end, the eagle even gave up its aerial advantage and landed directly. Ace was overjoyed. If it can't do anything in the sky, can it be dealt with on the ground? Growing up in a mountain bandit's den, doesn't he have a bit of temper? He didn't know where he found a tree trunk, and he and the eagle stared at each other, both eyes full of fire. One treated as food, the other lost its cub. Both wanted to kill each other. Caw! The eagle flapped its wings, bringing a fierce wind, uprooting the tree roots. Ace was caught off guard and was blown away. He steadied himself on the tree trunk in the air, jumped back to the ground, leaving a trail of afterimages rushing towards the eagle. After closing in, he leaped and smashed his stick onto the eagle's claw. Weiss laughed from a distance. This is what they call jumping up to hit the knee. Bang! The stick broke. The eagle's claw felt sharp pain, instinctively lifting its claw to stomp. Ace had already disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, appeared on the eagle's back. Growing up in the Galpo Mountains, what prey hasn't he seen? He knew all the eagle's moves, and if he hadn't seen an eagle, he had seen a chicken. He ran wildly on the eagle's back. It must be a quick battle, or else it'll fly up to the sky, and that's it. Little chicken, take this stick. He leaped to the eagle's head and swung the stick fiercely. The stick drew an arc with a sound of breaking air. Crack. The stick broke. The eagle let out a mournful cry, blood spurting from its head. Ace landed steadily. He threw away the broken stick and found another handy one. The three brothers of the water pipe, all masters with sticks. But this stick is too brittle. One use means replacing it. What a hassle. Still, fists are more reliable. Thinking of this, Ace recalled some happy yet painful experiences. Let us take care of this eagle first. He glanced at Weiss, who was squatting on the slope watching the show. What a sadistic pleasure. Obviously, he could take it down with one sword, but he made me do it. Ace shouted if he couldn't, he do it. It's almost midnight. The pre-sleep activity should end. Weiss shouted from slope. Don't just stand there talking without feeling the pain in your waist. You also have a share of those three birds. Ace roared. This commotion seemed to make the eagle understand something. Its bleeding head turned towards Weiss. Its originally sharp eyes, now even more terrifying with blood. Weiss suddenly realized, this bird isn't stupid, remembering a certain bird in the original work that considered food more important than Zorro, throwing him down. Oh, want to change opponents? All right, just consider it a pre-sleep exercise, but you picked the wrong person. He muttered, not even changing his squatting position. The eagle angrily flapped its wings, and a fierce wind arose again. Ace dodged behind a tree to avoid being blown blind. Looking again, the eagle had already flown high into the sky. Not very smart. Facing a great swordsman, it still flew up, a live target. Weiss chuckled to himself. This bird probably doesn't even know what a great swordsman is. The eagle flew higher and higher, shrinking into a small black dot. It's going all out. The sword was drawn. Just the ordinary goods made by the blacksmiths of Double Swallow Island. He didn't get a famous sword, sentiment. Famous swords are swords, not counted as swords. He practiced dual-blade swordsmanship. The eagle's shadow became clearer. It's using all its power. The strong wind rushed down, blowing the wild grass flat, branches flying everywhere. Weiss's beach pants rustled, and his t-shirt was blown out of shape. Even from afar, one could feel that fierce energy and the tragic determination to perish together. The eagle's claws were like steel bars, shining under the moonlight, ready to tear apart its opponent. Unfortunately, it picked the wrong person. A normal slash. Weiss half-squatted, his gaze like a blade, his momentum like a rainbow, a whirlwind rising beneath his feet. One sword was swung out. The crescent moon slash burst forth. The sword light cutting through the sky to pounce on the eagle. The full moon served as a backdrop. Ace watched in shock. Weiss was ridiculously strong. He could see that light from the mountaintop on the Chris. Weiss was used to using all his strength for a quick battle against prey. Too many people capsized because they underestimated their opponents. And he wouldn't make that mistake again in this life. Since becoming a great swordsman, apart from his teacher, no one could withstand his sword. This eagle was no exception. Blood rained from the sky. The sword light cleaved the eagle in two, its corpse crashing down. The sword returned to its sheath. The family was all together. He didn't care about the eagle's corpse, dragging the sea beast to Ace. Ace, still in shock, asked, "How strong are you? Do you know Vice Admiral Carp?" Weiss asked. Ace's heart skipped a beat. He knows? And he answered, "I know. I can't beat him." Weiss dragged the sea beast away, leaving only his back. "Who asked you if you could beat him?" "I asked how strong you are." Ace roared as he followed. On the Chris. "Captain, how did you drag a 50-meter sea beast from the center of the island?" Cardon was confused. Where did it come from in the middle of the island? Dias looked at the claw marks, seeming to understand, but tossed it aside. "Extra meal tonight." "Forget it." "Cardon, Dias, the sea beast will be dinner. And a feast will be held on the beach to celebrate the first day at sea." "Oh, ow, yes, sir. Watch my cooking skills." Cardon ran to the kitchen to get tools. Big beasts need big tools. "I'll help you." Dias excitedly followed, never eaten such big beast meat before. Weiss lay on a chair looking at the stars, thinking of the next person's island to throw Ace and the others. "Weiss, come to my ship. The first mate is for you." Ace said, "Now you're strong. I will surpass you sooner or later." "Not going." Weiss didn't even lift his head. "Are you kidding? Do you want to be taken in by Whitebeard?" "I don't want to be a pirate. There are adventure pirates like Luffy in this world, but they are too few. Most pirates at sea burn, kill, and plunder, destroying countries and cities, rotten to the core. Of the 11 supernovas, except for a Navy undercover, they are all pure pirates, adventurers. Almost none. So you want to be a Navy?" Ace didn't force it. Strong people all have beliefs, he understands. Who says it's either pirates or Navy at sea? Merchants, adventurers, bounty hunters can't work? Weiss looked confused. "All right, not decided yet. Go help those two. They can't handle so much meat." Saying this, he jumped off the ship, listening to the noise below. Ace didn't ask why he didn't want to be a pirate, afraid of hearing things he didn't want to hear. The next day, Weiss woke up groggily, finally relieved to see he was the only one. On the deck, the other three hadn't woken up yet, drank too much last night. There were piles of alcohol in the ship's hold. The four of them drank a tenth of it, ridiculous. Luckily, his alcohol tolerance is strong, otherwise, it would have been a big embarrassment last night. "Good morning, Weiss. You woke up before me?" After the bonfire party. They weren't so estranged anymore, during the day relying on sentiment and belly. Now, they could be considered to have gone through hardships together. But not a single belly can be less. There's food in the kitchen. Help me bring some. Weiss lay back in his old position. Cardon went to get it. "You're a year older than me and still lazy. How are you so strong?" Ace was confused. He was raised in the mountains by Carp. And still didn't have this strength. Hard work, opportunity, 12 years of dull training. That's it. Weiss didn't care without these. He would have been gone long ago. 12 years. Our time is about the same. Why is the gap so big? Forget talent. Without talent, training is useless. Without talent, a teacher who has high expectations won't teach him. Ace has top-notch talent, and Carp laid the foundation otherwise. He would have charge of the second tier, right after going to sea. "Are we going to the island today?" "Let us go. Yesterday, I only saved you guys. Didn't see what the island looks like at all." Cardon happened to bring the food. After eating, it was as usual. Cardon guarded the ship after last night. He wouldn't get off the ship even if he died. The three of them followed the old path into the forest, to the place where Dias was hung. The tiger was just a skeleton left. Nature's cleaners are quite diligent. "Let us split up here. The island is big. Let us look for wonders or treasures." "All right, I'll go east. I saw the fruit forest while being caught in the sky last night. I'll pick some back." Dias said, "I'll just wander around." Ace told him to be careful. They agreed to return to the ship at dark, and then dispersed. Vis estimated that the tiger and eagle from last night were the fiercest on the island. Dios followed Ace into the new world. It's fine, better than Cardon. The weather changes just like that. The originally clear sky turned overcast, and it looked like it was going to rain. Islands at sea are like this, unpredictable and changing. As Vis walked, he first saw a few apple trees, with fruit on the short trees. He directly picked some to eat, sour and sweet, a bit of vitamin boost. While eating the apple and circling the tree, he didn't find what he wanted and laughed at himself. Devil fruits are not that easy to find. He wandered aimlessly, and before he knew it, a deer was following him from behind. The deer looked at him curiously, as if it had never seen this creature before. And seeing no danger, it kept following. Vis had already noticed, thinking to himself that the deer in this world must be really bold, silly creature. If it weren't for the lack of killing intent, having just eaten breakfast, this creature would have been dead by now. Now, following is just following. It's a distraction for the journey. Dios arrived at the fruit forest he saw yesterday, a peach orchard, and there were dozens of monkeys nearby, screaming. Some agitated ones shaking tree trunks as a threat. He hid nearby and grunted, a big bump forming on his forehead, hit by the guarding monkeys. He thought there was no danger and rashly entered the forest to pick fruit, but ended up getting beaten. Not that he couldn't dodge. But there were too many monkeys. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with this group of monkeys, Ace stood by the lake. There were crocodiles in it. Remembering the time when the three brothers caught crocodiles when they were young, that time Luffy was directly swallowed, and if they hadn't saved him quickly, he would have become fertilizer for the trees long ago. The three were each busy with their own things, while on the other side of the island, a pirate ship was approaching. One mast was broken, with scorch marks, and the hull was full of damage. The people on the ship were on the verge of collapse, lying down, sitting, leaning against the railing. In the middle, on a large seat, sat a giant man over 3 meters tall, bare-chested, covered in scars, wearing a pirate hat, with a fierce and violent gaze. He was Captain Tori, a notorious pirate with an 8 million bounty in the East Sea. Damn Navy! If it weren't for the storm, I would have crushed you all long ago. Tori saw the state of his crew and knew they needed supplies. The ship had run out of provisions and countered the Navy, and faced a storm. If it continued like this, they would all starve to death. Captain, there's an island ahead. The lookout shouted excitedly, where there's an island. There's food. The dead ship suddenly came to life. Everyone ran to the side of the ship to look at the island, excitedly shouting, "Ha! God bless Captain Tori. From dire straits to an island. The captain is the son of destiny, destined to be the pirate king." Dingo was right. Once on the island, you'll be the second to enjoy it. Tori smiled at the person speaking, standing at the ship's railing, his 3-meter frame pressing down on those around him, making it hard for them to breathe. Flatter. The surrounding pirates were both envious and jealous. Dingo had only been on the ship for a month and had become a combat captain. When would they be so eloquent too? It started to rain lightly. You guys, go to the island. Bring back everything that can be eaten or drunk. Then we'll kill our way back. Tori stood at the bow, raising his cutlass high. Wahwa, the captain is mighty, the little brothers echoed. And Tori's mouth curled up, thinking, the Navy is waiting. When we come back, we'll take down your base first. The pirate crew numbered about 60, some guarding the ship while others went ashore. The ship couldn't find a suitable docking point, so they used small rowboats to land. Tori led the way ashore, shouting at the crew, split into 3 teams. 1 team to find food, 1 team to find water, and 1 team with me to see if there are any people on the island. With the orders given, the pirates busily rushed onto the island. This world is so strange. One second they were drooping like they had frostbite, the next they could rush toward the island shouting. Vis had no idea that pirates were landing on the island. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Those guys could settle it with a few swords. Not worth mentioning. He was standing in front of a cave. He had just been drinking water by the stream, and that silly deer accidentally ran into the cave. So he followed. This cave was clearly man-made. Wild grass roots were growing chaotically. The cave entrance was damp, and there was soil erosion around, making it squelchy underfoot. It was probably a place where some pirate or someone hid treasures, and the heavy rain yesterday had washed away the mountain, exposing the entrance. Finding a dry tree branch to light as a torch, he ventured into the cave. The entrance was wet and muddy, mixed with the smell of soil and fresh grass. And Vis wrinkled his nose. This smell is really not great. After walking more than 10 meters, it suddenly opened up, and the ground became dry. Ahead appeared a fork in the path, with 1 path on the left and 1 on the right. Following the principle of sticking to the wall when lost, he chose the left passage to go deeper. As his observation hockey activated, Everything ahead was in his mind. The passage rose and fell, and after an unknown time, his observation hockey informed him. There's an open area just around the corner. Turning the corner, he was still 10 meters away from the open area, but he could already see light, and there were some gold coins scattered at the exit of the passage. Vis stepped onto it. Whoosh, whoosh. Black holes appeared in the walls, shooting out poison arrows. The arrowheads were pitch black, obviously coated with something. He easily dodged all of them. Quite ruthless. Did the one who buried the treasure want to leave everyone who came here? This person's thoughts are really meticulous. The passage ahead was about 100 meters long, dark and featureless. If it were someone else, even holding a torch, they would have to be very careful. If they walked through in fear and didn't encounter any danger, seeing the ground full of gold coins, would they still care about traps? So this last passage was the deadly one. The first brick triggered the arrows. But what about the rest? This passage was 10 meters long. There must be 7 or 8 bricks. TCH, small tricks. Just don't step on them. Shave. In an instant, Vis appeared in the hall. The things inside almost blinded him. There were boxes of all sizes scattered everywhere, some tightly sealed, some open, and the open ones were all filled with gold coins. A circle of fist-sized night pearls on the wall lit up the hall brightly. He didn't see that silly deer, probably dead in the right passage. Headache. So many gold coins can't be taken. He also didn't know the exchange rate of gold coins to berries. Casually picking up a handful of gold coins, they clinked back into the box. That sound was truly pleasant. Who wouldn't he love to hear it? Especially when it all belonged to oneself. Huh, what's this? He found a notebook in one of the boxes, opened it to see. It was a diary. It recorded a pirate named Recto from 80 years ago, with a bounty of 30 million, an animal-type crocodile fruit user. He hid it here because the island was near the doldrums, and passing through would lead to the Grand Line. But after he buried his treasure, he never came back. It was unknown whether he became fertilizer for sea kings or was crushed by the Navy. Back then, 30 million was not like it is now, inflated and worthless. What a pity. Now it's all mine. I'll call Ace and the others to help move it onto the Chris. Reward? What reward? Eating my food and drinking my drink. ISNT helping supposed to be expected? Vis lay happily on the pile of gold coins. Suddenly, disordered footsteps came from the passage, followed by several screams, both sides. You go in front. Tori pushed one of his subordinates forward. There was a dead deer at his feet. The subordinate, scared, stepped into the passage, not reacting. Captain, there are no traps anymore. It was stepped on by the deer. Step on every brick. Walk to the end. Tori was dissatisfied, too crowded, hard to escape if there's danger. The pirate moved slowly with a mournful face for 5 or 6 minutes, a path that usually takes seconds. Seeing nothing happened, Tori rushed over. The pirates went wild shouting, surviving a great disaster, finding treasure on any island. Move everything onto the ship. Tori was ecstatic, a windfall from heaven. A calm voice interrupted. Everyone, this seems to be my treasure, doesn't it? Bang, bang, bang. Vis easily blocked the bullets. Confused, are East Sea pirates this brave? Coming up and firing guns? No threats? This is different from the original story. What's going on? They all hit him, and he was fine. Tori shrank into the pile of his subordinates, a seasoned veteran. Uncertain matters let the subordinates handle. Signaling Dinga to step up, sweet-tongued, able to speak for him. Kid, this belongs to Captain Tori. He has an 8 million bounty. Hurry and roll away. Dinga puffed out his chest, feeling incredibly honored. Thinking to himself, praise the captain, reveal the treasure. I'm really a genius. I found it first. So it should belong to me, right? Why sat on a pile of gold coins? Using a dagger from the treasure to trim his nails. No need to draw his sword to cut bullets. Get lost, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Dinga shouted. Weiss ignored him, leaving him embarrassed. Captain Dinga, he looks down on you. Hide behind the captain. Ha ha ha. Dinga was furious. Shut up. He turned around with a grim expression, looking for death. He swung his knife towards Weiss. Everyone thought blood would splatter across the gold coins, only to hear a clang. The imagined scene did not happen. Instead, they witnessed something they couldn't understand. This is impossible. That tiny dagger. Weiss used a palm-sized dagger to block Dinga's large sword. The blade even had a chip. Sorry, I don't have a smaller knife on hand. Weiss sat still. Blocking the knife was as easy as lifting his hand. The pirates finally realized he had a pitch-black sheath next to him, containing a long sword, waiting for its master to use. Seeing the pirate's jaws drop, Weiss felt satisfied, successfully showing off in front of others. Finally understanding the joy of being like Hawkeye. Dinga quickly retreated behind Tori. Those who mix in the sea aren't stupid. especially someone like him who is sycophantic and good at assessing the situation. He felt that even the captain might not be able to defeat this young man. Tori's expression was serious. He had a reputation in the EC, but there were some people he couldn't provoke. To be honest, he would need 5 knives to deal with Dinga. And this young man made Dinga cower with just 1 knife, ridiculously strong. Kid, there are plenty of treasures at sea. There's no need to fight to the death. Let's take a step back, 1/2 for each, Tori said as he approached. Dinga knew what he was up to and was scared enough to retreat to the side of the passage. Ready to run, this trick wouldn't work on this guy. He had mixed with over 20 pirate crews and relied on his instinct for danger. No way, I found it first. And you want to split it with just 1 sentence? What are you thinking? Weiss was completely unbothered by Tori's approach, speaking casually. You little cheat. In the sea, we are all friends. Leave some room for future encounters. Tori's face darkened, his 3-meter height pressing down on others, making it hard to breathe. I want to meet you again. Weiss looked up, staring into his fierce eyes, unafraid. Ha ha, good job. I'll consider you a friend. We'll meet again, Tori said as he turned to leave. Weiss almost laughed at his reaction. Sure enough, Tori suddenly looked back and swung his 3-meter knife at Weiss. Weiss was dumbfounded. He thought there would be some clever move. Was it just this? A cunning glint flashed in Tori's eyes, seeing Weiss dazed. He felt delighted his scheme succeeded. He had analyzed that he couldn't win in a fair fight, so he planned a sneak attack, first using words to deceive, then getting close to take advantage of the relaxed moment to strike. This trick had taken out many evenly matched opponents and worked best against a rookie. Just as he was fantasizing, Tori felt the world spin. He saw sword marks in the cave, luminous pearls on the walls, the terrified faces of his men, and Dinga fleeing into the passage. Finally, he saw a familiar headless corpse, and everything went black as he lost consciousness. Do you really think I'm stupid? Weiss stood up, using the dagger to push the headless corpse to the ground, speaking with disdain. He hadn't planned to let this pirate go, since he had attempted a sneak attack. It was no loss to take him out first. Now, listen to me. Pack up all the treasure and bring it to my ship. Weiss shouted at the stunned pirates. The pirates, who had intended to plead for mercy, immediately started moving. Throwing Dinga's corpse and head aside, they began gathering the treasure. No need to die. This is great. The captain was taken out in 1 blow. So how could the minions dare to resist? They directly obeyed the new strongman. The sea is so dramatic and cruel. The pirates carried the treasure towards the Chris ship, while 2 unlucky ones entered the passage Weiss had come from, only to be taken out by a trap. Who dared to set off an explosion? Weiss's sword had nearly collapsed the cave. If the pirates moved slowly, they would be buried. Ace stood on a rock, surrounded by grunting pirates, with piles of beast corpses nearby. He bumped into a pirate looking for food, fought a battle, and all the pirates lay flat. 3 waves of pirates, 1 here, 1 with the captain, just hoped that Dias wouldn't run into them. After asking the pirates for the situation, Ace was worried about Dias. Weiss? Don't even think about it. You should be worried about whether the pirates can survive. After determining the direction, Ace rushed towards Dias's fruit grove, just over a mountain. Dias was currently in a battle of wits with a monkey, after failing to negotiate. He tried to go around, but the monkey's defense was too strong. There were lookouts everywhere. If they spotted him stealing peaches, they would shout for help, and the tactic would be useless. He made a dummy, using branches and leaves to bind a human shape, hoping to distract the monkey and steal the peaches himself. It wasn't that he had to eat peaches. He just wanted to confront the monkey, as long as he returned to the ship before dark. Kid, what are you doing? Dias was busy tying up the fake person when he heard a bad voice from behind. Turning around, he saw a knife coming at him. He used the dummy to block it, then backflipped into the peach grove. There were a dozen pirates carrying water buckets. Seeing him enter the grove, the pirates put down their buckets and surrounded him. Where's your ship? How many people? What crew? The leader asked. The one who had just swung the knife was him. Dias didn't say a word. He knew he couldn't win. He spotted a monkey watching him from a tree, and a plan came to mind. Trick them. Our ship is at sea, and we are the Sea King crew, the kings of pirates. He randomly made up a name and acted pitiful. Oh, then you. Captain, help. Dias shouted as he threw stones at the lookout monkey. The monkey went wild, screaming and shaking branches to call for its teammates. The pirates were confused. Seeing Dias rush into the grove, they followed him in, the monkeys in the trees. Ignored. This maneuver cost them dearly. Dias ran wildly in the grove. The peach trees were too short, and the pirates chased closely. After running for 2 or 3 minutes, Dias suddenly stopped. Peach trees were shaking violently ahead, ripe peaches falling all over the ground. He hurriedly ran back. Don't underestimate the monkeys. Over 100 of them, Each one throwing a peach would be unavoidable, and they mixed in stones. But it was already too late. The peaches rained down on him, forcing him to cover his head and flee. "Oh, you dare to come back?" The pirates stopped chasing, laughing like they were playing a game of cat and mouse, and started picking and eating peaches. They were starving. Dias was overjoyed. The monkeys valued the peaches more than their lives. How could they let him pick them? This group of pirates was doomed. Sure enough, all the peaches that were thrown at him switched targets. The pirates hurriedly used their knives to block, some hiding behind their teammates. Unfortunately, fists could not fight against four hands. Over a dozen pirates were divided among more than 100 monkeys' attacks. Each had to endure more than 10. Damn monkeys. Damn little bastards. "Captain, the monkeys are too fierce. We should retreat." "Yeah, that kid will eventually be driven out by the monkeys." "Which bastard threw the stones?" "It hurts like hell." The stones were thrown by Dias. They not only hit the pirates but also the monkeys, which the monkeys didn't see. Sure enough, the monkeys got angry. Several jumped down from the trees and picked up stones to throw at the pirates. The pirates had to deal with attacks from both above and below, exhausting them to the point of collapse. Some pirates simply threw down their knives, hiding behind trees to pick up things to throw back. Bang, bang, pop, ouch. A little monkey saw the big monkeys throwing stones happily and wanted to join in. Seeing a huge fruit on the ground, it dug it up and looked big as a watermelon, with red stripes like flames, thinking it would definitely hurt when thrown at someone. The little monkey tossed it, and a pirate was scared enough to hide behind a tree. The fruit hit a tree, and the pirate picked it up and casually threw it back, thinking it was big and feeling good about throwing it. "Don't throw that. That's a devil fruit." The little captain shouted at the top of his lungs. Too late. The minion had already thrown it. "Damn, get that fiery fruit back. That's a devil fruit." The little captain was frantic. The black market price was at least 100 million berries. Eating it would instantly turn one into a master, dominating the East Sea, and even potentially charging into the Grand Line to seize the throne. The little monkey picked up the devil fruit, saw the pirates all coming at it like ferocious beasts, got scared, threw it into the air, and disappeared into the trees. The squad leader was overjoyed. It's about to be in hand. As he rushed to catch it, a tremendous force suddenly hit his abdomen, and he was sent flying. A hand caught the fruit. So this is the devil fruit. Luffy ate it and became a rubber man. Ace weighed the fruit, intrigued. He only knew that Luffy had eaten the rubber fruit, but had never seen the actual thing. The monkeys seemed to sense something was wrong, stopped throwing stones, and hurriedly climbed up the trees. Dias stood behind Ace, on guard, watching the gathering pirates. The captain shook off the fruit flesh from his body, and someone behind him aimed a gun, while another swung a knife, slowly closing in. "You two brats. Throw the fruit over, and we'll let you live." The squad leader calculated. Once he got it, he would eat it, go back to Smash Tory, take the ship, and rush into the Grand Line. Getting the fruit would be a direct cheat in life. No way. Something that fell into my hands from the sky. Why should I let it go? Ace examined the fruit. Do I want to eat it? Luffy, who eats anything, said it tastes bad. This thing probably has a strong flavor. Then die. The squad leader drew his knife and charged, while the pirates behind him opened fire. Seeing the guns raised, Ace and Dias hid behind a tree, just hearing bang bang. The bullets all hit the tree. The squad leader wanted a quick resolution. Making too much noise would attract attention, especially not letting the captain come. Otherwise the fruit would be his. Watching the charging pirates, Ace swallowed the fruit in one bite. A strange taste shot straight to his head. He leaned against the trunk and gagged, instantly understanding his ability. "Fire! Watch out, Captain!" Dias shouted anxiously as he saw the squad leader swing his knife. The big knife came down, and Ace didn't dodge. At the moment of contact, flames erupted from his body. The long knife passed through him as if it were cutting air. The squad leader stumbled and almost crashed into the tree. Looking up, Ace was engulfed in flames, his freckled face grinning at him. Fire fist. A torrent of flames shot from his fist, engulfing the pirates in front, turning them to charcoal in an instant. The fire pillars surged toward the people behind, and the pirates were terrified. They had never seen someone spit flames. This must be a devil. "Run away. It's a demon. Call the captain. I want to go home." Unfortunately, they couldn't outrun the flames, and more than a dozen pirates were burned to nothing as the flames dissipated. The ground was littered with charred corpses, and the peach trees also caught fire. The fire fist directly destroyed a piece of peach orchard. After brewing for a whole morning, the sky finally started to rain. "Dias, hurry and pick peaches. We need to get back to the ship. It's going to rain heavily." Ace was super excited, eager to share with Vis. "Good. There are water buckets from the pirates outside. We can use them to hold the peaches." Dias snapped back to reality and hurried off, the captain got stronger, and he was excited too. On the pirate ship, Vis noticed the firelight with his observation hockey and murmured, "Got it? A Logia fire fruit. Fire fist ace." Turning around, the deck was filled with the corpses of pirates, and the remaining ones were trembling in fear. A quarter of an hour ago, this boy boarded the ship and demanded they move the supplies and treasures. They refused, and it turned out like this. Remembering his orders, the pirates scrambled to move supplies to the Chris ship. After all the pirates left, Vis swung his sword, and the already dilapidated ship was cut in half, slowly sinking. "Follow me." On the Chris ship, the surviving pirates were trembling on the beach, waiting for their punishment. The deck was piled high with gold coins and treasures, all from caves. The pirate ship had very little, a bunch of poor folks. Cardun stared at the treasures soaked by the rain, stunned. He had sailed the East Blue for 10 years, on merchant ships and pirate ships, and had never seen so much. "Cardun, you've sailed at sea for 10 years? Vis lounged on a chair, a sunshade blocking the rain. "Yes, Captain Vis." Cardun didn't understand why he was asked this. "Then how much do you think the treasure on the deck is worth?" Vis just wanted to know this. Cardun glanced at the pile of gold coins. Just the gold alone is 50 million berries. There are artifacts. Selling them to those who need them could double the value. But just the basics don't amount to much. 50 million? That's not bad. The Chris ship only cost over 40 million. Vis swirled his wine glass and took a sip. 12 years of savings to buy the ship, and I earn it back on the second day at sea. Truly, windfall riches. This speed is incredible. No wonder so many people go to sea. The premise is having strength. Without strength, I would have ended up like those pirates today. Dead on the island, and at their mercy. No ifs. 12 years of hard work determined everything. "Hey, Vis, guess what I got today?" Ace squatted by the ship's side, holding a peach bucket, with Dias following, not even asking how to deal with the pirates below. "What did you get so proud?" Vis asked knowingly. "It's about social niceties." "A devil fruit. Super awesome. I can turn into fire now." Ace shook off the rainwater under the umbrella. Cardun and Dias were moving peaches into the cabin, afraid of getting them wet. "A devil fruit? That's at least worth 100 million berries." Vis feignet surprise. "What? It's worth 100 million? I just ate 100 million? Ace was shocked, more heartbroken. He still owed Vis 3,200,000, and the longer he waited, the more he owed. "And that's not all. What you have there looks like a Logia fire fruit, worth at least 1 billion. "What did you say?" Ace's heart nearly petrified. Vis was puzzled. "You don't know the value of devil fruits?" "I just heard of them. My brother has eaten one, but I didn't know it was worth this much." Ace gulped down some wine to calm himself. 1 billion. Who wouldn't be stunned by that? Except for top bosses. To him, it's an astronomical price. Let me tell you, devil fruits are called the treasures of the sea. Very few people in the East Blue have seen them. Many think they're legends. When people first encounter a user, they often think they've met a demon. If you go to sea, you need to understand these things, otherwise, you'll be a rookie when you reach the Grand Line. Fruits are divided into 3 categories: Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. Once you eat one, the sea will despise you. If you fall into the sea, no one will save you and you'll die. If you're shackled with sea stone, a user becomes as soft as a noodle. Zoan types have strong recovery and tough lives, but aside from ancient types, many are mediocre and not worth much. Mythical Zoan types are legendary creatures like dragons, phoenixes, and Yamada no Orochi. Vis took another sip of wine. "What about the others?" Ace listened very seriously. Understanding these things means you understand. Not understanding means you'll never understand. Paramecia types are diverse. The strong can change the rules. The weak can be easily crushed. Control types, derivative types, rule types. Resurrection, time travel, immortality. Only your imagination limits you. If you encounter an ability you don't understand in the future, just take it out. No need to talk. Vis thought Paramecia types were too absurd, impossible to guard against. Ace listened, dumbfounded. There are such abilities? The Grand Line is too dangerous. I feel like my fruit is a loss. But you might never encounter these abilities, so don't worry. Vis quickly reassured him, seeing his expression. What about Logia? Logia types are natural phenomena. Lightning, light, magma, ice, swamps, and your fire. The 3 admirals of the Navy are all Logia types, strong enough to change the environment. For example, Akainu, the magma fruit user. Vis glanced at Ace. He had no reaction, internally sighing. In the future, the fire fruit would be defeated by the magma fruit. Ace took note. Now everyone thinks the magma fruit is superior to the fire fruit and can suppress you. You must be careful in the future. The fire fruit's development doesn't rely on range, but on temperature. Compression. Got it. I understand. I'll practice hard. Although Ace didn't know why he needed to be cautious. He remembered, in the original, he always focused on large area development, while the Great Flame Emperor could cover a small island. But what was the result? Logia types can elementize. Have you experienced that? Immune to physical attacks. Yeah, that pirate in the Peach Grove was like that. Ace nodded. But it's not invincible. Haki can grab your physical form. What's Haki? Stand up and elementize. Ace instantly turned into a fire person, and Vis wrapped his arm with Haki and grabbed it. Ace thought he could dodge, but the spot that was touched immediately turned back into a physical form. This is armament Haki. Don't think that having a devil fruit makes you invincible. Those who think like that die early. Ace nodded. Thank goodness Weiss said that, or I would have suffered greatly later. Haki is divided into 3 types. Armament Haki, as just demonstrated. Observation Haki, predicting attacks, and Conqueror's Haki, the quality of a king. 1 in a million. Before entering the new world, first master the 2-color Haki. Huff! Ace gasped. There is so much I don't understand. The sea is too exciting. Then let us start from the East Sea. Finally, I'll say this. No matter how strong the ability, it all relies on physical strength. If the physique isn't good, even the strongest fruit is useless. In the new world, the strong rely on physique and Haki. The physique is the foundation. Just like Whitebeard as Tremor fruit. Did the fruit make him? But did he make the fruit? Only the top-tier strong understand. Weiss walked to the edge of the ship, and the pirates below were silent on the beach. They all experienced his terror. Even when it rained on them, they didn't dare to make a sound. Only fear remained, quietly awaiting judgment. Life or death, they leave it to fate. You can just live on this island. The 2 strongest guys on the island have been taken down by me. If you survive, it's your luck. If you don't, then what is the point of being a pirate? After Weiss finished speaking, he called the 3 and set sail, looking at the departing Chris. The pirates on the beach exchanged glances. They actually survived the hands of a killing machine. Unbelievable. In the cabin, Cardon was preparing food. Dias was changing clothes. He got wet from the rain. And Ace was drying his clothes with fire. So Weiss handed over the steering to him. Ace sat in the steering room, looking at the gold on the deck, feeling conflicted. Not that he wanted to steal. He had done it before, but has changed now. He was struggling with whether to borrow money. Ace didn't want to invite Weiss onto the ship anymore. The power gap was too big. They would eventually part ways. But he had no ship. The previous one was destroyed by the storm. Buying a ship costs money, but he was broke. They had only known each other for 2 days, and he was still a lifesaver. How could he bring it up? Ace furrowed his brows, unable to think of a solution. Forget it. I'll talk about it after leaving the island. I'll just rob a pirate ship when I encounter one. After all, there are only 2 of us now. Not mentioning Ace, Weiss was looking at the East Sea map, given by the teacher, very detailed. He was also struggling. Should he head straight to Rogue Town, go over Reverse Mountain to the Grand Line? Or should he first find Yang Shiro to challenge him, and see if he was hiding his strength? Right, finding Yang Shiro can accomplish 2 things. Weiss suddenly realized. Yang Shiro came from Wano country, and the word Hado was created by his father. His father must be a master blacksmith. Even if he is not around, he must know some powerful blacksmiths. Weiss's sword was made by the blacksmith of Double Swallow Island. It was fine for dealing with pirates in the East Sea, but it wouldn't be enough in the Grand Line. A swordsman without a good weapon loses half their strength. With a good weapon, it skyrockets. No wonder everyone wants famous swords. But in this world, swords and knives are not distinguished. Famous swords all look like knives, and Weiss doesn't want them. He does have a double-edged sword, like the cursed 7-star sword, Gold Lion S. Cherry Blossom Kushi, and Brook S. sword, all not to his taste. He doesn't like thin swords, and the 7-star sword is too troublesome. The key is that Weiss likes to cultivate. From forging to breaking in, watching the sword slowly become stronger is what he enjoys. Just like Mihawk said about the black sword, all famous swords were not initially famous. They rely on their masters to nurture them with armament Haki and constant battles to become so. The black sword Yoru and Shoshue are like that. It's settled then. The target is Yang Shiro S. Island. Challenge: find a blacksmith. With the goals set, Weiss put away the map. First go to Varen Island and drop off the 3. Traveling means finding partners, and they need a shipwright too. What kind of people will they meet? Weiss sat on the sofa, daydreaming. Dias finished changing clothes and went to the kitchen to help Cardon. It was tiring to cook for 2 people before. Now, with 4. And 3 of them have big appetites. Cardon can't handle it. Weiss, who is your teacher? Someone who can teach you such explosive skills must be a big shot, right? Ace asked while eating. In his view, someone who could teach such a ruthless person must be a top figure. Just an unnamed old man. Mainly, my talent is too exceptional. Weiss calmly bragged, and Ace felt an urge to punch him. He really wanted to give him a punch. Cardon glanced at Ace, giving him a look. Not just you, I wanted to. Dias was gnawing on a roasted thigh. Cardon, how did you meet the captain? I wanted to go to sea, and he happened to come. It's fate. Cardon hesitated a bit. After all, he was on a ship as a pirate captive. I was originally a pirate, following my boss to the island, and before we could dock, Wise cut our ship apart with one sword. I swam desperately. Luckily, I'm fast, or I would have been done for. Can you guess what happened next? What happened? Ace interjected. A sea king appeared and swallowed the 100-meter ship hole. Can you imagine how big that sea king was? Cardon exaggeratedly gestured, making the story exciting. Not sad about it. Your companions all died. Sad about what? I'm a navigator. I was captured. Cardon continued to eat while talking, completely unconcerned. Dias occasionally gasped in surprise, and Cardon got even more excited. He has seen more than him in 10 years of being a couch potato. Oh, if your captain listened to you and changed the course, maybe you wouldn't have encountered that great swordsman? Cardon thought for a moment, and it seemed like it. If they went straight, they would probably be dead too. 2 days later, they arrived at Varen Island, half the size of Double Swallow Island. Cardon steered the ship to the dock. Dias stood in the lookout tower, and Weiss and Ace were at the bow, imagining a scene where people were crowded. Busy moving goods was nowhere to be seen. The dock was desolate and empty. This island has a problem. Ace shouted to the lookout tower. Dias, do you see anything? Nothing. There's a small hill blocking the view. Can't see clearly. Dias took a look. There really wasn't much. What is the problem? It's normal. Weiss felt there was nothing wrong. The shipping route is along the windless zone, so there are few people and the residents are busy. Little did he know, the dock of Double Swallow Island only sees people once or twice a year. The rest of the time, he was training. Varen, a map that is hard to find, is not normal? Let us go ashore first. Dias will guard the ship. Cardon will come with us. Weiss commanded. Cardon is too weak. If someone really comes to the ship, he can't handle it. Captain, is there anyone on this island? Cardon was super excited, finally able to get off the ship. Being a captive is tough. Yes, bringing you along might be your dream place. Cardon suddenly got nervous. Is he going to kill me? Captain, this island really has a problem. He shouted as he chased after them. What is the problem? The two strongest in the East Sea aren't here. Those who want to destroy the East Sea are floating in the sky. It's impossible to encounter them. Could there be any strange ability users? Impossible. They must have gone to the Grand Line early. Weiss opened his observation hockey to the maximum, and the feedback showed that the town was full of people. It was just because there was a small hill between the dock and the town blocking Dias's view that he couldn't see. The three stood on the hill, and the town at the foot of the hill came into view, surrounded by rice fields, all planted with people. The center of the town had only one street, with houses on both sides, probably where all the islanders live, and people were coming and going on the street as if shopping. Jack, your eyesight is better than mine. Can you see if there are people on the hill towards the dock? A person carrying prey shouted to his companion halfway up the hill. Jack, 20 years old, with extraordinary eyesight. He can see people 3 kilometers away when unobstructed and can see even further with his eyes closed. It's actually observation hockey. But he doesn't understand, looked towards the town, and immediately dropped his prey, rushing down the hill. Too hurried. He tripped and rolled down. They're not people from our island. Jack's voice came up. The companions on the mountain shouted. Oh no, it's pirates. This island has hardly anyone come, self-sufficient. Merchant ships Haven Tea come in 5 years. Now those who land on the island can only be pirates. The townsfolk below heard the shouting and saw a ball rolling down from the mountain, vaguely hearing that pirates were coming. Pirates are coming? Ha ha ha. Jack, that idiot. Our Varen Island hasn't had anyone come for almost 5 years. Where did the pirates come from? Are they delivering vegetables? The vegetable vendor, Uncle Dolink, laughed heartily. Though small, Vala Island is marked on the map. In the past, pirates even landed on nameless islands, let alone this one with a name. No one has come for 5 years because the townspeople are too fierce. The mayor is a retired Navy officer who knows he can't rely on others. After being elected, he specially trained the residents, repelling wave after wave of pirates. And now the already few pirates in the East Sea are completely too afraid to come here. Just after Dorank finished speaking, he found no one responding. He turned to look at the seaside, his expression serious. Dorank, what did you see? Nothing at all. Then why act so serious? The person beside him glared. If the villagers have this expression, wouldn't I look foolish if I don't? At that moment, at the village entrance, Cardon was hiding behind 2 people, frightened by the townspeople's gazes. The 3 had just entered the village, and all eyes instantly focused on them. Those chopping fish threw away the fish heads while keeping their knives. Those with carrying poles switched to hoes. Those with kitchen knives changed to axes. Those without weapons picked up kitchen knives. Those preparing to bleed pigs released their hold on the pigs. Hey, are the people on this island not normal? Cardin's voice trembled. Is this enthusiasm over the top? Weiss rubbed his nose. It's my first time here. I haven't offended anyone. The pig, standing in the middle, grunted and rooted in the dirt. Chaotic footsteps echoed from the town, and the armed people cleared a path. Clack, clack. A row of armed people stood in front, aiming at the three. Jack was among them, aiming at Weiss. His instinct told him this person was the strongest. Pirates, get off Vala Island. You're not welcome here. A white-haired old man with a cane stood at the front of the crowd, with an extraordinary aura. He was the former Navy captain, Mayor Reiser. I'm not a pirate. I'm a pirate. The two stared at each other, and sparks seemed to fly in the air. Weiss shot Ace a glare, meaning, behave on my ship. Old man, I'm not a pirate, just a sea adventurer. We've run out of fresh water, and came to replenish. Weiss stepped forward to explain. There wasn't a shortage of fresh water on the ship. It's all Ace's fault. He experimented with the burning fruit, ruining the water tank. He ate peaches for 2 days, and is about to go crazy. Nearly 2 meters tall with 8-pack abs, a guy who can slice sea kings in half. Eating peaches for 2 days? Can't stand it. Isn't that still a pirate? Leave now or we'll shoot. Reiser's tone was extremely firm. Weiss shook his head and turned to leave. 15 minutes later. Ha. This kid doesn't look like a pirate at all. So handsome. How could he be a pirate? Old Reiser misjudged. In a small tavern, Reiser slapped the table and laughed heartily, while Weiss sat opposite him speechless. If it weren't for the sack of gold coins next to him that should have been mine, I might have almost believed it. Old Reiser, aren't you afraid we really are pirates? Weiss teased, shaking his wine glass. No problem. After being in Navy for so many years, I still have an eye for this. Seeing your sails empty, I knew you weren't pirates. I wanted to call you back at that time, afraid of getting slapped. Who knew you brought a sack of gold coins? So, I just took advantage of the situation. Old Reiser downed a cup of wine. His face flushed. Who wouldn't be happy to get so many gold coins for nothing? Weiss originally wanted to leave, but since there was no fresh water left, he filled a sack of gold coins from the ship, the small kind, about the size of a 10-kilogram rice bag. Unexpectedly, when old Reiser saw the gold coins, his expression changed faster than flipping a book. The flag is the soul of a pirate crew. You can't not have one. If you don't have it, you're not a pirate. Of course, it could also be that you're rookie pirates without a flag, but we don't fear this kind on Vala Island. To quietly say, the armed forces I brought from Vala Island can rival the weakest Navy branch in the seas. All right, if you say you're not pirates, then you're not. If it weren't for some bastard ruining the fresh water, we wouldn't have gotten off the ship at all. Just replenish the water and leave. Weiss understood. The implications were flaunting strength, warning him not to mess around. More than enough to deal with rookie pirates. He also admired the old man. Upon hearing that pirates were coming, everyone armed themselves and prepared. Showing such discipline without a unified organization and long-term training, not scattering in a panic, was already impressive. This was all trained by old Reiser day in and day out. It's likely that this is the only island in the entire pirate world that operates like this. Even Double Swallow Island is far from being maintained by just one person. So, the kid replenished the water and left. Our island can't afford idle people. No problem. Weiss planned to do just that. On the other side, kid, do you need help? It's really pitiful. Moving so much by yourself. Your captain is too cold-hearted, right? Sister help you? Let you leave the island faster. A woman in her 40s, big and strong, looked at Ace with pity in her eyes. No need, big sister. This is nothing for me. Ace looked up in surprise, quickly refusing. God knows how you want to help. At this moment, Ace was struggling to move fresh water. He was the only one carrying the entire ship's fresh water. And Dorse couldn't help at all. But let him be the one who ruined it? The rule on the Chris is, whoever makes a mistake bears the consequences. Next to the Chris, Dorse was in the lookout tower, just saw a black dot swimming across the sea, wanted to see it with binoculars. But the black dot hid behind the island. He brushed it off, seeing Ace jump onto the deck from the hillside, waiting for him. Cardun was wandering in the town. He wanted to see if he could live here. It met his expectations, peaceful, without absolute strong people. But at this moment, he hesitated again. Only 25 years old, going out to sea might stir up some excitement. Moreover, is this island really as peaceful as it seems? The armed forces are strong, and people are at ease, but everyone trades goods without using berries. Even if self-sufficient, why does the old village chief collect so many gold coins? It's really unnecessary. The surrounding fields aren't enough to feed the entire town. He didn't know that while he was wandering, a figure had been quietly following him, and the townspeople saw it, but acted as if they hadn't, remaining quiet, filled with doubts. Cardon walked to the foot of the back mountain, wanting to see how big the island was and if there were other fields. The mountain wasn't high, and he easily climbed up. Standing at the top of the mountain, Cardon looked at the cliff of the back mountain and was directly stunned. Then his head hurt, and he lost consciousness. Behind him, Jack was coldly staring at him with a wooden stick in hand. In the Vala town bar, Weiss and Reiser were drinking without snacks. Reiser was drinking heartily, probably drank a lot during his Navy days. Weiss was savoring it carefully. The two drinks were different, and the way to drink them was also different. The bar door was pushed open, and Jack walked in expressionlessly, whispering something in Reiser's ear while secretly glancing at Weiss. Weiss thought it was just curiosity from a young person and didn't pay attention. After hearing this, Reiser's eyes turned. Glancing at the treasures on the ground, a plan emerged, could still trick them one more time, and the money would be enough. His face then darkened. Young friend, your crew doesn't follow the rules very well. What happened? Weiss instantly spread his observation hockey, taking in the entire outline of the town. His brow furrowed, and he disappeared from his seat. Old Reiser's face changed, and he followed outside, his heart racing. How could it be Shave? The scene shifted to the village entrance. Weiss saw Cardon tied up, with two guards watching, and he sighed with relief. He stood in front of Cardon, glaring at the two guards with a very serious face. He hadn't attacked, not knowing what Cardon had done. The other side just knocked him out without killing him. Old Reiser brought Jack over, his old face sweating, internally roaring. I originally wanted to trick them, but now I just want to send this plague away. Can't beat him. The whole village can't beat him. He had been in the Navy and visited the headquarters. He knew how difficult it was to learn the 6 styles. This kind of person is not something this island can handle. He thought. I initially thought they were rookies, but unexpectedly, they were wolves in sheep's clothing. Old Reiser, this matter might need to be discussed, Weiss said, gripping his sword without drawing it. But its sharpness made people uneasy. Old Reiser looked at him, his eyes like being cut by a knife, and he knew in his heart. He couldn't provoke him. Your companion ran to the back mountain and stumbled upon the island's secret, and was knocked out by Jack. How do you want to handle this? Either he stays and never leaves the island, or, let's go with the first option. He will definitely be happy. VS was taken aback. This fate is incredible. It perfectly aligns with his wishes and Cardon's thoughts. Jack didn't kill him, which means the people on the island aren't that bad. Leaving? It's a sure win. Not listening to the second condition. Old Lacey was confused. Aren't people at sea all about their companions? This kid didn't even think about it. Little did he know, VS had only known Cardon for 10 days, and Cardon was still a captive. Secrets on the island? 90% of the town are women, and the men are probably the secret. If Cardon stays, there might be a marriage fate. Don't want to know the secret? Old Lacey's face turned red like he was constipated. No. VS waved his hand. Pirates. They're all freaking pirates. Cardon woke up, and his wails interrupted him. The townspeople all gathered around, just like when they first landed on the island. Everyone disperse. Little brother, follow me. Lacey waved his hand and sighed. Mayor, Jack was interrupted. This can't go on like this. We can manage this year, but what about next year? The year after? Lacey walked towards the bar, his back looking desolate. VES was sure no one could defeat him, so he followed. Cardon hurriedly followed, looking around in a panic. Inside the bar, old Lacey began to tell a story. This island used to have a lot of pirates. Lacey returned to organize resistance and became famous, and the pirates stopped coming. Later, with fewer people, merchant ships stopped coming, turning it into a deserted island. The town couldn't produce many goods and had to buy them from outside. So they organized a fleet, all members from the town. At first, it was fine. They could bring back goods, and the town started a cycle. Unfortunately, the fleet was spotted by those flying the Mariejois flag. They knew the island had no ownership and demanded annual tribute of heavenly gold. Lacey had been in the Navy and knew about heavenly gold. He wanted to refuse as a non-member nation, but couldn't win, so he could only save up, relying solely on the island's production. How could that be enough? That's how the pirate crew came about. They only robbed pirates and avoided merchant ships. This matter couldn't be spread. Otherwise, the Navy would come to encircle them. The people from the Holy Land only cared about getting heavenly gold, regardless of their lives or deaths. So, this secret must be kept. That's why Cardon's staying is fine. Once he becomes one of the Blue Island people, there's no fear of him leaking secrets. VES rubbed his forehead. What a broken world. A good group of people forced to become pirates. Why didn't you all rob when the captain took so much treasure? Cardon asked. You're not pirates. You haven't done evil. Could I do something so immoral? Lacey glared at him. It's all his fault for running around. Otherwise, I would have sent this group away long ago. So you all just keep doing this? What else can we do? Who can resist those people from the Holy Land? Old Lacey sighed. Cardun, this matter is up to you. You are free now. After VES finished speaking, he walked out of the bar, leaving Cardun in a daze. VES didn't want to meddle. This place has been targeted. Solving it once only leads to another time. If the root isn't removed, no matter how many waves they fight off, it's useless. He wasn't TA's saint. Who would he help? Thinking of heading toward the Chris ship, he vaguely heard Ace's voice at the edge of the town, followed by a tremendous firelight erupting by the sea. VES vanished from his spot, and the next second appeared on a hill. 3 ships on the sea, 2 ordinary ones and 1 luxurious, presumably from Mariewa, were firing cannons at the Chris ship. The cannonballs were still in the air when Ace exploded them with a fiery punch, booming loudly. VES dashed to the deck with Moonwalk, his face freezing. I didn't provoke you. Instead, you came to provoke me? Are you here to collect heavenly gold? Shouldn't the Navy escort you? Why are these sewer rats here? He placed his hand on the sword hilt, ready to slice through the 3 ships. Hey, VES, wait. Let me try my ability. Ace was having a great time and quickly stopped him. It's not every day you encounter an enemy. How can I let you take action? I haven't had enough fun yet. All right, take your time. VES loosened his grip on the sword hilt and leaned against the ship's railing to watch the show, observing Ace's abilities up close. After all, the other side can't escape. Just during this interruption, the Chris ship's deck was already filled with bombs. Divine fire, unknown fire. Ace extended his finger, with a small, candle-like flame shooting up from the tip, continuously pointing into the sky. Small flames shot out like bullets. The small flames collided with bombs, instantly igniting them. Boom, boom, boom. The air exploded into clouds of black smoke, all disappearing. On the opposite ship, someone used a telescope to observe this wave of operations. Their gaze extremely sharp. Relay the order. All 3 ships bombard indiscriminately with full force. Prepare to act as soon as ready. No need to wait for orders. With the order given, all the black-clothed people on the 3 ships moved, and footsteps filled the deck. Following that, cannonballs rained down like a storm. For an ordinary pirate ship, they would have long given up and awaited death. 1 ship can't beat 3, especially in formation. But was Ace an ordinary person? Facing this situation, Ace was calm. His right hand turned entirely to fire. Against a Logia user, group attacks are just free gifts. Fire Fist. Ace shouted explosively, and a fireball shot out from his hand. VES beside him felt a heat wave hit his face, as if being roasted in an oven. Oh. He was already in the fire. The flames could destroy an entire ship, creating a path in the air. The destination was heaven. Anyone blocking the way would turn to ashes in the fire. Boom, boom, boom. The bombs in the air were ignited by the flames, causing waves to rise. Steam floated on the sea. The seawater was evaporated. Ace admired his masterpiece, proudly showing off, with eyes full of battle intent towards VES, but knowing he couldn't win. He suppressed it. I know you're showing off. Just wait for the other side to come over. VES gripped the sword hilt, comfortably staring at the ship, with observation hockey sweeping over. None of the opponents could fight. It's stable. Oh, fire? A devil fruit user. The leader saw the cannonballs being blocked and ordered. Get closer. Prepare for close-quarters combat. Can the 2 on the opposite side fight against 3 ships? Such fierce people definitely wouldn't be in the East Blue. The ships drew closer, and VES jumped onto the most luxurious one, with Ace following. The 2 stood at the bow, looking down at the deck full of black-clad people. They're bored, looking for death. The leader looked at them as if they were dead. How many years has it been since enemies boarded this ship? Tied to the celestial dragons. Even the underworld gives face, and now they're being boarded? Whoever boards this ship is either one of their own or a slave. Capture them. Use Sea Prism Stone. Don't injure the devil fruit user. The leader retreated to the back. Fighting and killing is for brutes. One must be a gentleman. Charge. A few men rushed forward with fishing nets, trying to capture VES alive. Vesleft, leffing cruelly. Without any effort, VES strolled leisurely on the deck, swinging his sword. The black-clad people didn't react before dying. Even before death, they were confused. How did they die? The sword was too fast. So fast it seemed like ENT even made a move. 1 sword for 1. It was even easier than cutting grass. A black-clad person rushed up beside the leader. Bang! The fist collided with the sword, and the airflow exploded. The black-clad person was blown away. The deck cracked, and debris took away another wave. Oh, armament hockey? From the Grand Line? VES stood still. The black-clad person was shocked. Observation hockey. He was attacking from behind, and this person seemed to have eyes on his back. They had knowledge, but it was too late. This person died without pain. Ace, being a fire person, couldn't be touched by the opposite side and would die. Using Sea Prism Stone was useless. Ace disdainfully smashed the cuffs with Sea Prism Stone first. With one black-clad person dead, the leader's expression changed. This was the second strongest in the fleet. He didn't even have confidence to behead him. This young man definitely couldn't win. The Logia users beside him couldn't compare. Gentlemen, perhaps we can discuss this? The leader, who had previously wanted to act gentlemanly, now sought negotiation. Now you want to negotiate? Why didn't you think of that earlier? VS did not stop swinging his sword, and the bodies were piling up behind him. On Ace's side, the bodies turned to carbon, which wasn't so scary after all. Let me introduce myself. My name is Charles Panama, and there may be a misunderstanding between us. After Panama finished speaking, he ordered his subordinates to retreat. Those subordinates could no longer hold on, and as soon as they heard the order, they immediately dispersed, their eyes filled with fear as they stared at Weiss. This person had killed so many. Not a drop of blood on him, not even blinking like a hellish demon. Your name has nothing to do with me. It's not your turn to make decisions now. Weiss thrust his sword in front of him, resting both hands on it. With a pile of corpses behind him and a fiery person standing next to him, his aura overwhelming the entire ship, Panama wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing internally. When did someone return to the East China Sea in the Grand Line? And why did he have to run into this situation? He didn't believe these two had never been to the East China Sea with hockey and observation hockey. They must be experts in the first half of the Grand Line. How could they be hiding in the East China Sea? I am a direct subordinate of St. Moreau Bridge of Mary Geos. Here for a special mission. Can you give me some face? Panama flaunted his background, staring at Weiss. Most people would have fled upon hearing about the celestial dragons. But why was this young man unconcerned? Special mission? What mission? Weiss's heart sank. A special mission from the celestial dragons. Could it be slave trading? 3 ships carrying money? It's unnecessary. It's just introducing careers to talented individuals. Considering the residents of Wallen Island, they don't belong to any country or pirate crew. It's hard for them to survive. The Great St. Moreau Bridge instructed me to introduce careers to them, helping them survive. This is the mercy of the celestial dragons. No one can refuse. Panama thought that mentioning the celestial dragons would scare Weiss, and continued to boast, not noticing Weiss's face growing darker. Career introduction? It sounds nice, but it's actually slave trading, notorious. But with the backing of the celestial dragons, no one dares to provoke them. So, you want to take the residents of Wallen Island away? Yes. Weiss understood instantly. Those from Wallen Island had been deceived by this guy, clearly asking for gold from the heavens, but secretly sending 3 ships to escort them. This broken island was unknown to anyone, and if they went missing, no one would care. Everyone would think they were destroyed by sea kings. In the end, they could take their money for free. Such a sinister scheme. He originally didn't want to get involved, but the human trafficker must die. Moreover, the celestial dragons might not even know collecting gold from the heavens is a source of funding. They wouldn't drain the pond dry. Regardless of whether they knew or not, no one on these 3 ships would be allowed to live. When did human traffickers become so good at pretending? Panama's expression changed at Weiss's words, realizing it wouldn't end well, and ordered, all hands on deck. Life or death, it doesn't matter. After saying this, he retreated, trying to escape. Weiss wouldn't give him the chance. He used Soru to disappear from the deck, and when he reappeared, his sword was almost at Panama's neck. Ace was dealing with the small fry. Without hockey, they were pure targets. Panama felt the chill at his neck, scared to the point of almost wetting himself. Rolling away to dodge this sword, Weiss deliberately held back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge. Some people can't die too easily. As Panama rolled across the deck, a man in black rushed up, leaping to try to cleave Weiss, but was instantly cut down by Weiss's sword. The people behind him didn't dare to move forward. One person under the mast aimed a cannonball at Weiss to fire. Panama ran without looking back. He knew that against such a strong person, numbers and firearms were useless, but it could buy him some time. There was a submarine in the hold that he spent 80% of his wealth on. It was his only way out. Weiss casually slashed out 2 sword energies. One severed the cannonball, and the other rushed towards Panama. Boom! The explosion sounded, and Panama screamed in agony. Everyone looked over. He was lying on the ground, one leg severed, blood gushing out. Weiss, like the Grim Reaper, harvested those black-clad men who tried to save him, scaring everyone into not daring to move. If they couldn't withstand one sword, would they still go to help? The boss was almost dead. Cleverly, they jumped into the sea, swimming towards the other 2 ships, no one running towards the shore. Don't kill me. I have money. There's belly, gold, and treasure maps in my bedroom. Let me go, and I'll give you everything. If you die, it's still mine. Why should I keep you? Weiss pointed his sword at Panama, ready to strike at any moment. I'll introduce you to St. Moreau Bridge. Your status is definitely higher than mine. Panama panicked, desperately searching for a way to survive. Are you begging me? Yes. I'm begging you. I'd even call you dad if it means surviving. Begging me and not saying sir. Answer 2 questions correctly, and I'll let you go. Weiss squatted down, smiling in a way that was unsettling. You say, did you decide this matter on your own? Weiss activated his observation hockey to the fullest. No, it was instructed by St. Moreau Bridge. Panama stubbornly clung to this. What is 1 plus 1? Panama was confused. Is there a trap? Is it hard? It's 2? Panama lost his intuition, and in the end, it seemed he heard. You know too much. Ace, how about I chop wood and you set it on fire? These 3 ships? Right? That might not work. Weiss fell silent. I was ready to show off with you, but you said it wouldn't work? Ace felt awkward. All his bravado was gone. He internally lamented. The target is too big. I can't burn it all even if I die. 3 ships are enormous. For Ace, who just got his powers 2 days ago, it was too difficult. His physical strength was weak, unable to support explosive power. Want to destroy 5 warships later? Not a chance. You see, you can't do it, right? Physical strength and hockey are the fundamentals. The ship in the distance was preparing to slip away. Sigh. Looks like I have to swing my sword a few more times. Weiss had an idea he had tested before that wasn't very ideal, but it was enough to deal with these 3 ships. Weiss jumped onto the ship's railing, unsheathing his sword. The sound of the blade was super cool. The distant ships fled even faster. Ace was super excited. He could see Weiss draw his sword again. Too bad he couldn't invite him onto the ship. Doss was waiting at the lookout, a rare scene. The villagers of Wallentown ran up the hillside and saw a crescent-shaped sword energy slashing out from the kriss. How powerful was that sword energy? Resser thought it could split the entire Wallen Island in half, secretly glad he hadn't gone head-to-head before. The sword energy split into 3 under the astonished gaze of the crowd, rushing towards the 3 slave ships at super speed. Even if it was divided into 3 parts, its power didn't diminish at all. Instead, it exploded even more. The massive sword energy broke through the sea, leaving 3 deep trenches. There were no strong fighters on the slave ships, so they could only watch helplessly as the sword energy approached, unable to defend against it. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 ships were sliced in half and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The surviving black-clad men clung to wooden planks, desperately swimming towards the shore. Not caring that there were demons on the shore, getting to land first was the priority. Ace, can I leave this to you? Weiss looked at his slash, confirming his guess. It could be even stronger. Ace looked at the debris on the sea. No problem. Flames erupted from his body. Just as he was about to unleash a fire punch, Weiss called out to him. Wait. Weiss stared oddly at the sea bottom. Could it be? Such a coincidence. Before Ace could retort, the sea roiled, and a giant sea king emerged. On the shore, Card Shield exclaimed, I'm familiar with this. Thank you for nature's gift. The black-clad men looked at the sea regaining its calm and terror. This was how it was near the calm belt. If there was a disturbance, it would attract deep-sea giants. The people on the shore were stunned by the series of events, their eyes wide and mouths agape, looking at the sea, which was now empty. Just a few minutes ago, there were still 3 fully crewed ships. No one cheered. Weiss walked up the hillside, and the residents of Wallen Island instinctively retreated. Only Jack's eyes were filled with fervor. This is what a strong person looks like. Old Resser sighed and stepped forward. Let's go. If you kill someone from the world government, they won't let it go. It's still possible to leave now. What about you guys? Weiss was surprised, still thinking of others at this time. We'll take it step by step. Resser cursed internally. I can't defeat you. Otherwise, I would have captured you long ago. When the people from Mary Geos arrive, I'll say that the pirates from the Grand Line came from the Calm Belt, killed everyone and stole the gold from the heavens. A perfect plan. I can save some money. I'm truly a genius. They're not from Ariewa, but rather slave traders from Sabaody. Weiss informed Rather, sensing at the last moment that Panama was lying. Seeing Rather's disbelief, Weiss added, You were in the Navy. How could there be no naval escort for collecting heavenly gold? Do those 3 ships have warships? Collecting heavenly gold with just 3 big ships? They are here to fool you. After saying that, he stopped explaining. If it weren't for the old man's kindness, he would have left long ago. Why bother with this? Rather's expression changed. Not stupid. Upon analysis, he remembered the details from the chief. He really had been deceived. So we are still the ungoverned Sabaody? Rather got excited. Who wants to be oppressed for a lifetime? Isn't freedom sweet? That amount of money is not small. All right, I have nothing else to do. I'll leave now, wasting time changing to fresh water. Weiss wanted to leave, but Rather was anxious. If it weren't for this young man, Sabaody would have long become a slave. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Hey, don't go yet. Thank you for saving Sabaody. Old Rather begs you to stay for a meal. Rather lowered his head, and the residents who knew the truth also bowed and pleaded. Okay, Weiss thought for a moment and decided to stay. Finally, no need to eat peaches. Let us hold a feast to celebrate. Old Rather shouted, and everyone cheered, especially Jack, who was particularly excited. The men from the mountain came down, and after learning the truth, they were ecstatic. Who likes to go out to sea and be a pirate? Isn't it better to have a wife and kids and a warm home? The feast began. Weiss didn't like noise, but with Ace around, it couldn't be dull. The three brothers really are alike. Ace, brother, drink. No need to be polite. Someone handed over wine, and Ace accepted it without hesitation. The next person who wanted to challenge him to a drinking contest found he couldn't wake him up. After slapping his head, he directly fell into the wine. Someone's dead. The scream broke the noise. Everyone looked over, thinking Ace was gone, and the feast instantly fell silent. Huh? What happened? Keep drinking and dancing. Ace raised his head and lifted his cup. Cheers. Are you asleep? Who's that strange? A false alarm, and the feast continued. How is the atmosphere here? Weiss asked the silent Carden beside him. Everyone was having fun, but he was dazed. Very good. The residents are kind, suitable for living. Planning to settle down? I don't know. I want to settle down, but I can't bear to let my life end so hastily. After sailing for 10 years, what do I have to show for it? I used to work on a merchant ship, then learned navigation and became a navigator. Then I had status, following a pirate ship wanting to make a name for myself, only to be struck down by someone. Then I got captured. Now, but to settle down, what about those 10 years of hardship? It's up to you. You're free. Do as you wish. If you want to leave, I can take you to the next island. Really, Captain? But you have to pay, just like Ace. Then I'll think about it. Weiss shrugged. Carden isn't inherently bad, hasn't killed anyone, and is timid, an incapable navigator. Anyone with a brain wouldn't let him onto the battlefield. He initially wanted to leave Carden on this island, but captives and free men must be treated differently. Setting Carden aside, Weiss drank with others, not knowing how much he had consumed. You're strong. I can't beat you. Jack came over, refilling Weiss's empty cup. Weiss wanted to say, there are many who can't beat me. Who do you think you are? But seeing Jack's intense fighting spirit, he backed down. This guy is also a battle maniac. Can't provoke him. I want to go out to sea. Jack said seriously. Weiss directly spat out his drink, drenching Ace, who was showing off his fingertip flames. Looking at Ace's resentful eyes, he awkwardly smiled. I want to go out to sea. There's no one on the island who can fight. I am the strongest. I shoot the most accurately, and no matter how big the prey on the island is, I can take it down with one shot. I want to go out to see the world. I don't want to stay on Sabaody. Please take me in. Weiss was taken aback. Could it be that after showing my dominance in the morning, my little brother is now begging me? No way. Weiss thought of himself as carefree, loving enjoyment, and drinking, but never thought he had charm. He thought crew members had to either be hired or picked up. Nobody would voluntarily come on board. Why did you choose me? Weiss asked while drinking. You're strong, younger than me. You can definitely take me to see different scenery. That's enough. Jack was very serious. Tell me your dream. I want to travel all over the world, leaving no regrets. Weiss hesitated. Rather came over, seeing his hesitation. Take this kid in. He is an orphan. It's been tough for him these years. Every year, I found someone to teach him about firearms. I taught him, and now his shooting skills can rival a colonel in the East Blue. He's considered strong there. When you're at sea, you can't be alone, right? You need partners to help. The sea can't be played alone. Look at the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords. Which one doesn't he have a big group of brothers? No one can uphold their name alone. The world's #1 swordsman is just one person. Weiss taught it. Others are the world's #1. You. Rather wanted to say you are nothing, but seeing Weiss's sword beside him, he bit back. 18 years old and already a great swordsman. How far is the world's #1? He suddenly found Weiss's handsome face very annoying. Doesn't understand respect for the old and love for the young. So annoying. I'm going out to sea, not joining the Navy or becoming a pirate. Maybe neither side will accept me. Are you still coming along? Strong enough to surpass everything. So what if neither side accepts? Jack looked up, fire in his eyes. All right, you'll be my ship's sniper. Yes, Captain. The two exchanged a laugh. Captain Weiss, can I continue to stay on the ship? Carden asked beside him, afraid to mention money, quickly adding, as a crew member, my navigation skills are unmatched in the East Blue. He puffed out his chest after 10 years of sailing. He has this much confidence. If it weren't for the captain not listening before, the ship wouldn't have been destroyed and people lost. Weiss thought, Nami would probably want to kill you when she hears this. But hiring someone costs money, so it's better to use Cardin. After all, it's free. All right, yay. The feast lasted from noon until evening, and Weiss didn't leave. Sailing at night is not good. Old Rather warmly kept him, turning it into a bonfire party. Weiss got drunk, holding up his cup and dancing a strange dance, moving to the beat. Although the islanders didn't know him, they followed along. Can't let the guest have fun alone. Sailing is super boring. Half a month after leaving Sabaody, they hadn't seen a single island. Not even a pirate ship. The sea is vast, but looking at it every day gets tiresome. Long voyages boredom. A bunch of big men on the ship. Besides playing cards, it's still playing cards. Captain, I can't do it anymore. A man can't say he can't do it. Weiss didn't even move his lazy eyes. After training, Cardin lay on the deck, and Weiss sat cross-legged helping him count. The Chris doesn't keep waste, and Cardin, as a navigator, must have strength. From the third day of sailing, Cardin entered helm mode, setting a course every day and completing fixed training. The physical quality in the pirate world is really abnormal. Cardin went from weakling to doing 1,000 push-ups in just 12 days. Every day, he was exhausted like a salted fish, but after a good meal and some rest, he was lively again. But he basically couldn't become strong. At 25, he has passed the best training age. Not everyone has the fate of a protagonist. Weiss planned to find Cardin a Zoan fruit. As long as he has the strength of a Navy colonel, it's enough for a navigator to protect himself. Jack, have you seen any ships or islands? Captain, there's nothing within 10 nautical miles. Jack was on the lookout, cleaning his gun without using binoculars. His eyes are clearer. After Jack came on board, he was in charge of the warning, and Weiss didn't expect. He had awakened observation hockey. With gun skills, he could handle enemies in the East Blue. No need for Weiss to worry. Cardin, how long until Frost Moon Village? 3 days. Can we in training today? I want to prepare lunch. No need, these days it's all done by doors. You make it sound like I'm mistreating you. Where's Ace? I haven't seen him all morning. Cardin shook his head, pulled to training right after getting up. No time to care. Weiss pondered. The money Ace owes can't be calculated. Rounding it off to 100 million? That's settled then. He won't know too much to jump into the sea, right? No. Ace values his life. The matter isn't finished yet. Ace will probably shout when he finds out. Don't think too much. Cardin took a break and continued training. Don't think it's just push-ups. You're underestimating Weiss too much. The voyage was dull, and Weiss daydreamed. Recruiting female companions? A bunch of big men is too awkward. Who to recruit? Nami? Forget it. The housekeeper. Robin? Forget it. Calculating. The thief who hangs out with Nami? Not bad. The secretary of Water 7? Sure. Lilia? One of the D clan? Not bad. Beauty pageant champion, eye candy. While Weiss was daydreaming, he saw Ace sitting in front of him, startled. When did you come? A while ago. Saw your silly look, and didn't want to interrupt. Ace was also resting his chin on his hand. Where did you go? Ace was silent. Can't say he was tangled over borrowing money. Weiss, I want to borrow money. Ace spoke, borrowing to stay on the ship. We'll have to get off sooner or later. Want to rob a pirate. Haven't seen him in half a month. This ship is too expensive. 160 a day. Almost 20 days, over 30 million. No bounty in the East Sea exceeds this amount. So you're tangled over this? Huh. Ace, you actually want to borrow money? Not like you. Weiss laughed, the little thunder of borrowing money. First time. When Ace was young, he either raised money by hunting or robbing pirates. Never borrowed before and couldn't borrow this much. Seeing Ace's face turning red, Weiss stopped laughing, a bit too much. All right, you can take half of that treasure. Weiss got up and lay on the chair. Don't ask me what for. What else? Buy a ship. Do you want to retire? Weiss drank coconut juice. I thought you wouldn't lend it. So you trust me this much? What is there to not trust? I believe in you, Ace. Just like you didn't lose those. A captain like that won't break trust. So lend me all the treasure. We'll pay it back together later. Ace said again. Why do you need that much? In the East Sea, 20 million can buy a good ship. Weiss was really surprised. Ace scratched his head. Owe you for lodging. Borrow a bit more to pay it back first. Later, only owe treasure. Good guy. Borrowing money here to pay off debts here? What a move. Weiss rolled his eyes and ignored it. Borrow or not. Just half. Take it or leave it. If you want it back now, how do you round it? Fine. Ace compromised. Enough to buy a ship. Maybe leftover money for furniture. Sighing while calculating. Robbing is still more cost-effective. Captain, a ship is coming ahead. Ace's eyes lit up. No need to borrow money anymore. It's the Navy. Ace was even happier. Navy ships are better than pirate ones. Go meet them. We're not pirates. What is there to be afraid of? Weiss drank coconut juice. Not being pirates is refreshing. No need to run when seeing the Navy. Weiss could chop up the warship, but the Navy is a colossal entity. Causing trouble in the East Sea, isn't it going to be blocked in the Grand Line? Ace, what are you doing? Weiss saw him and Doze standing on the mast, about to jump into the sea. When did they pack? Is there treasure inside? Robbing a Navy ship. It's too expensive here, can't afford it. Thought it through. Robbing a Navy ship has a high bounty. Next time we meet, I won't show mercy. You won't catch me. Ace laughed. Captain, there's a dog's head with a bone in the bow of the warship. Jack shouted. Weiss looked at Ace. Ace looked at Weiss. Still robbing? Not robbing anymore. Can't beat them. Run quickly. In the distance, on the warship, Carp was wearing a justice cape, holding a donut. His nose bubbles varying in size. Vice Admiral Carp, there's a ship ahead. The lieutenant ran over. Pop. The bubble burst. Fell asleep again. Eating donuts, and the record turned yellow again. Did you hear that? The lieutenant roared. Haha, don't mind the details. Carp picked his nose and flicked it away. A ship came over, not flying a flag, just a white sail. Should we check it? Are they pirates? Doesn't T look like it? They didn't T run. If they're not pirates, it doesn't T matter. I'll continue my challenge. Yes. The lieutenant didn't care anymore. Sooner or later we'll meet. Then we'll know. With Carp around, not afraid of encountering the four emperors. No one in the East Sea has challenged him. Generally, it's the vice admirals who go. The lieutenant glanced at the poker-faced swordsman next to him. The warship remained calm, but the Chris was in chaos. Ace kept shouting. Weiss turned around quickly. That's Admiral Carp's ship. It's bad luck to run into him. He doesn't want to be seen by Carp. Otherwise, his head will definitely swell. That iron fist of love, just thinking about it is scary, let alone being hit. Calm down, Ace. We're not pirates. Why should we run when we see the Navy? Weiss was trying hard not to laugh. But I am a pirate. All right, I forgot. You have no bounty. No registration. What is there to be afraid of? But, all right, if you're scared, go hide in the cabin. The Navy shouldn't search the ship. Changing the course now. Isn't it obvious there's something going on? The warship will definitely chase. Ace thought it made sense, pulling Doze to rush to the cabin. Fearing being discovered. Watching Ace's back, Weiss shook his head. One wants to be a pirate. One forces his grandson to be in the Navy if you don't comply. You get beaten. This isn't education. Don't they know there's a rebellious phase? Dragon defected from the Navy to establish an anti-government force. Perhaps it's his own desire to change the world. But Ace and Luffy? Throwing a few-year-old child into a mountain bandit-esque lair to fend for himself. How strange. Ace was told at a young age that his father was the Pirate King. How much pressure was that in an environment where everyone hated the Pirate King? Without Sabo and Luffy, he would probably be distorted. Just look at Doflamingo. He and Ace were both hated by the world when they were young. One met two innocent souls, the other met an ambitious person, and the outcomes were vastly different. Before Luffy was accepted by Ace, how much suffering did he endure to touch his closed heart? Carp's education really has issues. Jack jumped down from the lookout with a long spear. The Navy warship slowly approached. A line of Navy stood at the ship's side, staring at the Chris. Weiss lay still, as if he didn't see the warship. Cardun didn't stop training. He knew the captain would handle it. On the warship, the lieutenant stood next to the poker-faced swordsman. The swordsman's gaze swept over the two, directly staring at Weiss on the reclining chair. Weiss felt it too. Their eyes met. Great swordsman. Very strong. Sparks seemed to explode in the air. Both wanted to fight, yet were holding back. Bogart, Carp's vice admiral. Strength is debated. Some say he is a major. Some say at least a rear admiral. But Weiss felt he was extremely strong. Being able to run around the world with Carp, fighting all kinds of battles, how could he be weak? Carp's former vice admirals were Akiji and Momonosuke, so Bogart must be extraordinary. Weiss set out to sea with a plan. Divide sea power into two types. Those who use swords and those who don't. Those who don't use swords. If they can beat them, fight. If they can't, run, like encountering admirals, just slip away. Those who use swords, like Yaguro and Han swords. Regardless of whether they can beat them or not, fight first and talk later. Survived, but not completely. If you're not on the same path. What is wrong with giving way? Unexpectedly encountered Bogart, this sword master in the East Sea. If you encounter him, you have to fight, regardless of whether he is in the Navy. There are few sword masters in the Navy, and even fewer top great swordsmen. It won't he do any good for his swordsmanship. Want to have a fight? Weisspolka. No, I'm on a mission. Bogart also wanted to fight. Pure swordsmen are too rare. The only one stronger than him in the Navy is Momonosuke. Ha ha ha. Bogart, it's rare to meet an interesting opponent. Go for it. I just came here to take a vacation. You had to follow me to the headquarters. Kapu laughed heartily. With donut crumbs still hanging from his mouth, he understood. It's tough to encounter an evenly matched opponent, especially a pure swordsman. Find an island. You Navy can surely locate one. Weiss tilted his head and said to Jack, let Ace hide well. And for a longer time. Incredible. Weiss had sailed for half a month without seeing an island. But the Navy glanced at the map and found a small island just 2 hours away. The cruise ship and warship changed course and headed over. A cluster of dark reefs about 3 miles wide, constantly battered by the sea. The stones were extremely hard and covered in moss, making it impossible to stand firm. Rather than calling an island, it was more like a pile of rocks. There wasn't a blade of grass on top. The seawater flowed through the cracks, and it was estimated that it wouldn't last long. This is simply a natural battlefield. Kapu looked at the reefs while continuously stuffing donuts into his mouth, purely a spectator. Weiss and Bogart simultaneously stepped onto the reefs. This little problem was nothing to them. They opened up some distance, drew their swords, and focused their gaze. The waves crashed against the reefs. Bogart's righteous cloak billowed, while Weiss wore beach shorts and a t-shirt. Look, the seawater is flowing backwards. The seawater that was originally crashing against the reefs seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, rolling outside and gathering into a circle like liquid in a pipe surrounding the reefs. The two men's momentum soared, and faintly, the sound of swords and blades could be heard. The sword energy cut through the air, and waves of energy clashed, causing things in the air to continuously dissipate. The water circle surrounding the reefs gathered and was shattered by the sword energy. Even the hard reefs began to crack, just relying on the rising momentum. This area had become a world of sword energy. Crack! A piece of reef couldn't withstand it and shattered. The two moved, leaving after images when they met again. They were already fighting. Boom! With just one strike, the reefs couldn't withstand the overwhelming force. The ground cracked open, quickly splitting the entire island in half, accelerating its disappearance. The crack even surged towards the sea, and in an instant, the waves rolled, leaving a long gash that took a long time to close. So fast. Pull the ship back a bit. Too close. The captain quickly ordered. Kapu, why didn't they unleash any flying slashes? The captain's heart raced as he watched. It's not time yet. They're just testing each other's depth. Even just testing is so fierce. The captain was bewildered. He had just been transferred from the Four Seas to the headquarters and was on vacation with Kapu. Never having seen such a scene, the swords trembled, and the momentum surged. The armament color had already covered the sword body. Weiss didn't believe an ordinary sword could withstand the opponent's blade. A double-edged sword. Rare to see. Rare doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The two spoke, almost simultaneously. Both retreated at high speed. Cold Night Bogart slashed out a cold light, with enough sword intent to cut through 90 of the swords in the world. Facing this strike, Weiss felt the world around him turn upside down. What was once a clear sky suddenly turned pitch black, without a hint of light. Only beams of black light devoured his will, trying to drown him in darkness until death. Weiss smiled at the corner of his mouth. This was a worthy opponent. In the past, while watching anime, he often wondered how a sword could produce such flashy strikes. Even tigers and azuras could do it. Only after becoming a great swordsman did Weiss understand. This was the fusion of comprehension and intent. Basic slash, the slash was wild. The light seemed to want to shatter everything. In a flash, the fierce sword energy swept in, slashing forward. In an instant, the sword energy burst forth like light breaking through the horizon. The sword light carrying the judgment against darkness. The night shattered, and light spread across the land. Apart from Kapu, no one could see how the sword was unleashed. That area exuded a terrifying despair. Step in, and you would surely die. The sword energy crisscrossed, and the flying slashes wreaked havoc on the island. The island couldn't withstand the clash of two great swordsmen. It was already fragmented and on the verge of sinking into the sea. But no one cared about that. The two men only had eyes for each other. The sword energy clashed, and their wills collided. The seawater gushed into the broken reef cluster. This scene indicated how intense the battle was. Unfortunately, only one person among the spectators could see clearly. Clang! The armament color collided. Black streaks erupted, and the sword blades clashed, the sound of metal resonating throughout the sea. The sword energy stirred, and the heavens suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning. The armament color tinged with lightning, shimmering with a hint of black. The sword energy and lightning violently struck the reefs. The aura of destruction surged. Weiss's sword suddenly thrust straight at Bogart's face. Bogart instinctively blocked, exploding with sword energy like fireworks, stopping the fatal blow. Very good sword. Likewise, after a long time without encountering an evenly matched opponent in swordsmanship, coming to the East Sea was worth it. Bogart felt extremely pleased. Ding. Another sword. Then why didn't you challenge my hawk? The response was an indestructible sword energy, faster and fiercer than any before. Like a tiger that had found its prey, it unleashed a deadly strike. No direct answer was received, but Weiss understood Bogart couldn't defeat Mihawk. No doubt about it. Basic / Weiss didn't gather energy. He stepped forward, swinging his sword at an outrageous speed. A massive slash erupted from the sword blade. The sword energy surged wildly, shaking the surrounding air. The shattered seawater danced as it spun endlessly. Boom! Two sword energies collided, merging into a massive slash, soaring into the sky under the control of the two. This sword energy rolled in the sky, tearing apart the thunderclouds they had summoned. Look at the sky. People on the warship, not understanding the situation, looked up. There was a huge rift in the sky, created by the two great swordsman strikes. The clouds were torn apart, shattered by the sword energy, and the sky cleared again. Even if the duel couldn't be seen, the consequences were clear. If it weren't for Kapu smashing a few incoming sword energies midway, the ship would have been gone long ago. The Chris didn't have such strong warriors, retreating further back to observe from the lookout tower. The destruction caused by the sword energy was explosive, leaving Jack stunned. This is the battle of the strong? The destruction is so fierce, even from so far away. The sword energy can be felt. He was even more certain, mixing with Weiss, he'd definitely get to see the world. The battle continued for 2 hours. The reef cluster was long gone, leaving only a few scattered rocks floating on the sea, serving as footholds for the two. Weiss frowned. His sword, protected by the armament color, was also nearing its limit. This was made by the old blacksmith of Twin Swallows Island years ago, and it had been used for too long. Without the armament color, it would have broken long ago when he became a great swordsman. In the pirate world of swordsmanship, once you mastered the flying slash, it returns to simplicity, straightforward, without any fluff. Every collision damages the sword. In the later stages, killing was the fundamental. The faster the better. Bogart looked at the wounds on his shoulder. He hadn't been able to defend against Weiss's sword for 2 hours. His sword was too fast. Without the long-term practice of armament color, that last strike was even worse. Swordsman dueling was like this. Either you don't get hurt, or if you do, it's troublesome. Having fought enough, it was time to leave. Weiss gripped his sword, his momentum undiminished. If they continued to fight, there would be no ground left to stand on. Bogart's peak was gone. In terms of sparring, he had already lost. Weiss was at his peak, while he was injured. But Bogart saw an opportunity for progress, and wanted to continue. The two fought again. Bogart's expression suddenly changed. How did he get faster? Has he been hiding his strength? Weiss practiced fast sword techniques, believing that only speed could not be broken. Fast enough that the enemy wouldn't even feel it before dying. Even if it was a hard clash, he had to be faster, leaving the opponent unable to react. This was also the reason for his basic kills at sea. The opponent being weak helps too. Bogart was bombarded by Weiss's fast sword. His sword dance was like water that couldn't enter. Bogart could only defend, having no chance to attack. As if he was being led along. On the sea, Weiss launched a fierce attack, while Bogart defended desperately, leaving black trails on the reefs. Bogart's observation Hockey failed to predict, adding a new wound to his arm. He could only grip his sword with both hands. Just a little more. Bogart panted. The fast sword consumed too much energy. His stamina was plummeting, but he wouldn't give up. Swordsman dueling cannot show fear. This was also panting, outputting for so long. So satisfying. It's been a while since I've met a worthy opponent. Sparring with a teacher? That's just getting beaten up. Both had just become great swordsmen, and this was a real match. Navy, you're strong, but just a bit short. Let's end this. Vis sheathed his sword and stood on a rock. Bogart said nothing, just stared at him. All right, I have one last move, and you might die. Dying in a duel is an honor. No, I'm afraid of being wanted by the Navy. Vis once had an idea. Success on Vern Island, perfected in 15 days, and now it can be used. The idea is simple. Shaving is stepping on the ground dozens of times in an instant, using the recoil at high speed. So why can't I swing dozens of times in an instant? Vis is originally a fast sword. Following this thought, he derived it. Successful first trial on Vern Island. Practice for 15 days to swing 5 times in an instant. What looks like 1 strike to you is actually 5 strikes. This is his current limit. to improve further. His physical condition, or hockey, must become stronger. Come on. Huh. As soon as Bogart finished speaking, Vis's sword was out of its sheath. Unsurprisingly, Bogart lost. He didn't die. But when the Navy pulled him from the sea, he had 5 bleeding wounds. Vis had shown mercy, otherwise, in Bogart's state, he would have been done for. Bogart was taken for treatment, and Vis walked back to the Chris ship, directly lying on a chair, calling Cardon for red wine. That last move required both offense and control, exhausting most of his stamina and energy. Now he felt like a salted fish. What do you feel after watching this battle? Vis asked Jack. Too strong. I couldn't even get close to the battlefield. Follow me. After entering the new world, this kind of battle will be the norm. Are you afraid? Not afraid. I will get stronger. Dying at sea only proves I'm not capable. That's good. But you're a sharpshooter. Just focus on kite output in the back from now on. Who knows? One day, I might rely on you to save my life. Vis thought of something funny and laughed. Jack responded, learning from Cardon to train, who says a sharpshooter can't have a strong physique. Ha ha kid, what's your name? Carp suddenly jumped over from the warship, unceremoniously lying next to Vis, stuffing donuts into his mouth. Vis, tris vis. Vis didn't move, you a Navy, recklessly boarding a civilian ship. Isn't that inappropriate? He emphasized the word civilian. Don't mind the details. Kid, where did you learn that moonwalk? Is it hard? It's not exclusive to the Navy. There are many in the underground world for sale, didn't you know? Vis casually made up. Carp didn't dwell on it. It is indeed possible to buy from the black market. Want to join the Navy? With your strength, becoming a lieutenant colonel is no problem. I'll take charge and let you be a major first, accumulate achievements to be promoted to lieutenant colonel. Not going. What's good about being in the Navy? Carp's conditions are quite generous. Now is not the time of the top war recruitment. If you have the strength, you can directly become a general. Not joining the Navy. Do you want to be a pirate? Carp's eyes became dangerous, his fists cracking. Why is everyone like this? Is there only the Navy or pirates at sea? Can't there be other forces? Vis was speechless. Not a family. Don't enter the same door. Ace thought the same before. Does your family all have such simple logic? So you want to be in the Revolutionary Army? Carp's gaze became even more dangerous. Hey Jack, stop practicing. Go to the cabin and get some ink. Write the words rescuer on the sail. Okay, Captain. Jack responded and ran off. Rescuer? Yes. As long as someone is in distress at sea. If we encounter them, we will rescue them and send them to an inhabited island. No matter who they are? Yes. Navy, pirates, merchants, all are accepted. Just pay 200,000 for a meal, 1,000,000 for a night stay. No cheating. Pay first before staying, no credit. Considering Carp's face. How about a 9 discount? Carp was stunned. After mixing in the sea for decades, he had never seen this profession. Such a bold operation is amazing. Paha, can't you give a bigger discount? I'm a Navy hero. Is my face so small? All right, 20 off. That's enough. You're not a face fruit user. Both treated it as a joke. Who would really encounter distressed Navy? After Carp asked, he left, going back to Windmill Village to see his grandson. Knowing there's a grandson on this ship, his expression must be explosive. Looking at Carp's back, Vis understood why the East Blue is the weakest. Can you destroy towns? Carp is on vacation. Bounty over 30 million? Carp is on vacation. Destroy a branch? Still on vacation. A max-level boss returning to the newbie village to kill indiscriminately. How can it not be weak? Now there are 15 million for the clown, 20 million for Arlong. One is low-key and the other has protection, otherwise they would have been gone long ago. But under high pressure, pirates explode when entering the Grand Line. How fierce are Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji? Oh, forget I said that about the protagonist's halo. The sea breeze was sticky, the seagulls cried, the sun was scorching, and the air was distorted. At Frost Moon Village's port, the Chris ship stopped. The port looked newly repaired. There was an old man's small house at the port. Beside it a giant bell, and a road leading into the island. The old man looked at the rescuer's sail, although strange, not caring since they're not pirates. It felt so good to be on solid ground. After sailing for 3 days, Vis stretched. It was too boring on the ship. You're too fake. It's only been a few days, and you're like this? If you didn't see land for a month, you'd go crazy. Ace complained. That's your bad luck. The Navy can find islands just by looking at the map. If you're weak, don't blame the road being uneven. Let's go. There's another exciting battle ahead. Vis rushed down the road. Ace and Dias followed. The three were busy. Ace was looking for a ship. Vis was kicking the One Heart Dojo. Jack and Carp were becoming training machines, considered guarding the ship. Old man, how do I get to the One Heart Dojo? Vis asked. Local people are reliable. The old man looked at his sword and handsome face. Seems like a good person. Looking for Yangshiro? Just go along the road. If you see a kid swinging a wooden sword, let them take you. Thanks. Ace asked, is there a shipyard? I want to buy a ship. The old man looked at Vis. No, but old Jerry at the end of the village has an old merchant ship for sale. Ace bowed. Vis, I'll take Dias to see the ship. Good. Vis responded, humming a little tune as he walked in. The cicadas chirped in his ears. After more than 10 days of dullness, it actually sounded pleasant. Sunlight spilled onto the road, casting mottled shadows. Not long after, the sound of wooden swords clashing came. No matter how small the sound, a master can hear it. Approaching, he saw a few kids fencing, with a girl watching. He didn't see the green algae head. At his age, he probably stopped playing with kids and went to train alone. Excuse me, how do I get to the One Heart Dojo? Vis showed a friendly smile, considering himself super approachable. The little kids stopped, looking at each other, staring at this sweaty stranger. Hot weather exercise. Are you going to challenge Master Yangshiro? A snotty little kid asked, gripping his sword. Yes. I came to spar with Yangshiro. Vis was particularly patient with the child. All right, Brother Zoro isn't here. You have to defeat me first. The snotty kid's eyes turned, pointing his wooden sword at Vis. Vis looked at the sword, laughing madly inside while putting on a serious face. Have you drawn your sword? Are you prepared to throw away your life, little swordsman? The little kid's expression went blank, then suddenly filled with joy, turned and ran. Master Yangshiro? Someone called me a little swordsman. Quickly give me a real sword. As he ran, the other kids followed in a frenzy. Only Vis stood there dumbfounded, the wind blowing the dry leaves, as if mocking him. I was played. Vis followed with a dark expression, with observation hockey on. He couldn't lose track. As he left, he glanced back. In the grass, a shadow flashed and also ran towards the back mountain. A quarter of an hour later, Weiss saw a large courtyard with a heart-centered dojo at the entrance. Outside, he could hear the sounds of hey-ha. Indeed, they were practicing fencing. Teacher, look, it's him who called me little swordsman. A snot-nosed kid wearing a kimono and glasses approached. It's Gungshiro. Gungshiro squinted and bowed. Excuse me, little apprentice. I have disturbed you. Not at all. Interesting little brat. You have a good talent for swordsmanship. Indeed, he has talent. But he keeps pestering me about using a real sword. And it's quite annoying. Whoever acknowledges him as a swordsman should give him a real sword. Gungshiro smiled helplessly. Weiss was shocked in the original text. Gungshiro was much calmer. This little brat actually got him a compromise by making a fuss. Quite persistent. The swordsmen of Frostmoon Village are all at the dojo. The little brat isn't qualified to challenge anyone. He should always use a wooden sword. It's my fault. Weiss apologized and turned to the little brat. A real sword might hurt your companions. Do you still want it? The little brat thought for a moment. I'll use it for solo training. For sparring, I'll use a wooden sword. I'm not afraid of hurting myself. This little brat has good insight. Gungshiro called his senior apprentice to take him down, keeping his word. The little brat excitedly followed. Gungshiro invited Weiss into the dojo. Inside, there were many apprentices, the youngest around 4 or 5 years old, and the oldest over 10. Everyone was practicing the most basic sword techniques to build a solid foundation. Weiss instantly understood. This is why Zoro became so strong later. Of course, he had Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, guiding him, but even more so because his foundation was solid from childhood, ingrained in his bones. Kneeling in front of the tea table, Gungshiro poured tea. Please. Weiss, who never drinks tea, was moved by the fragrant aroma and took a small sip, wanting to praise it, but lacking culture. Managed to stammer out 2 words. Good tea. What brings you here, little brother? Seeing Gungshiro squinting his eyes, Weiss was clear. Whoever was fooled by his kind demeanor would surely end up unlucky. How could a swordsman with a great saber be a nobody? Plus, he taught Zoro that technique of cutting everything and not cutting anything, which is simply divine. When Weiss broke through to become a great swordsman, he borrowed from that insight. Saying his swordsmanship is lacking? No one would believe it. I have 2 things to consult you about. First, do you know where to find top-notch blacksmiths? Second, sparring. Sparring between swordsmen. Gungshiro fell silent for a long time after hearing this, as if pondering something. Weiss was not in a hurry and quietly waited for a response. After a long while, Gungshiro came back to his senses and glanced at the sword beside Weiss. Excuse me, why do you think I know blacksmiths? I come from a small island in the East Sea, and there are no skilled blacksmiths, nor am I familiar with craftsmen. I thought since you run a dojo, you must know some skilled ones. After all, a dojo needs many swords and ordinary blacksmiths can't handle that. Weiss casually fabricated a reason. He couldn't say he knew his father came from Wano country and that his family made great sabers themselves, right? Although his father has passed away, The family surely knows excellent blacksmiths. Birds of a feather flock together. If he said this, sparring might turn into a life-and-death battle. Who would be on guard against a stranger who knows so much about them? I see. Gung Shiro temporarily believed him. With your strength, knowing where to find a great saber and getting it shouldn't be too hard. The swordsman's intuition told him that this young man was a genuine great swordsman. Just that he hadn't heard of his fame. Weiss didn't explain and drew his sword with a clang. There were cracks on it, left from his last fight with Bogart. It had accompanied Weiss for too long and could no longer keep up with the intensity of battle. Without Haki, it would have broken long ago. A double-edged sword? Understood. Gung Shiro realized immediately great sabers in this world, supreme great sabers, are all single-edged, more like knives. They are not suitable for use with double-edged swords. He didn't ask why Weiss didn't switch to a single-edged sword, which would be pointless. As for the first matter, I can tell you, there is a forging island in the Grand Line, along the route close to the South Sea. I don't know the exact location, but the island is full of blacksmiths and the Navy goes there to make weapons. The quality is definitely good. Look for someone named Fideli. He has forged great sabers. But I don't know if he's still alive. Gung Shiro finished speaking and squinted at Weiss. As for the second matter, sparring between swordsmen, I wouldn't refuse in the past. But now, I haven't touched a sword for over 10 years. Weiss frowned. Gung Shiro had little screen time in the original text, mostly talking about Zoro, and only mentioned that his family escaped from Wano country, with no further information. Not touching a sword for over 10 years is roughly around the time Kuina passed away. Either Frostmoon Village had no rivals, or the East Sea was too peaceful. It could also be that he had truly put down the sword. Really not possible? I have found something more important than the sword path. Looking at the little brats in the dojo, sweating while training, and the snot-nosed kid even more serious about getting a real sword, Weiss understood. Sparring was out of the question, but knowing about the forging island counts as half of his goal. It wasn't a wasted trip. I was the one being rude. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Weiss simply stood up to leave. Please wait a moment. Weiss turned back, puzzled, to see Gung Shiro whispering to an apprentice. I have a double-edged sword here. It was given to me by my master when I bought swords for the dojo last time. It's not up to the level of a great saber, but it's good enough. Your sword can't withstand high-intensity battles. Take it. After a while, the apprentice came in holding the sword and stood in front of Weiss. Why? Since we met for the first time, and I rudely challenged you, it's quite impolite. You are a pure swordsman. How can you not have a good sword? This sword is of no use to me. You must accept it. Thank you very much. Weiss accepted the sword and left without looking back. After returning to the ship, he had Jack send 3 million berries worth of treasure to the Heart Center dojo. Others may owe him, but he doesn't take advantage of people. That's his consistent style. Not seeing Ace, he guessed that he was still busy with the ship, so he practiced with the shield on the ship, thinking the exciting sparring was over. Weiss sat in a chair and drew the sword Gung Shiro had given him. The blade was bright and flawless, reflecting his handsome face, and the double-edged sword exuded a murderous aura. A light flick of his finger produced a delightful sound. When he swung the sword, the aura of a great swordsman erupted, shaking the air with the sword. With a fierce swing, the sword's energy burst forth, slicing the bushes on the distant island in half. Young man, don't disturb the old man reading. Go test your sword in the sea. An old man warned loudly. All right, Grandpa. Good sword. Weiss exclaimed. If a sword that could be compared to a great saber is this powerful, what would it feel like to wield a supreme great saber? Just thinking about it makes him excited. At that time, his strength would absolutely soar, and he would dare to provoke even an admiral. In the distance, a figure lay hidden in the bushes, feeling the slicing strike pass overhead, not daring to breathe, allowing broken branches to fall on him. This person was too terrifying. A single strike made him lose the desire to resist, only hoping not to be discovered. Weiss didn't notice him. He instinctively swung his sword during the test. On the island, how could he always use observation Haki? Putting the new sword back in its sheath and drawing the old sword, Weiss sighed. It's covered in cracks. It had been with him for almost 4 years. The longest so far. Before he learned Haki, he would basically break one every year. The longer it was, the more sentimental it became. This sword now felt like a cursed blade, and it might still have use in the future. Throwing it away was impossible, until it completely shattered. It was a testament to his growth in swordsmanship. For now, he could only keep it well. Jack returned. His long hair made him look like a handsome guy. After practicing for a few days, his muscles had grown wildly, and he had also grown taller, looking ready to surpass Weiss. Seeing him disassembling the precious gun again, Weiss joked, with his habit, you should use 2 guns. Otherwise, when the enemy comes and your gun is in pieces, you'll have no weapon to defend yourself. Jack glanced at him, pulled out a single-shot pistol, and took out a dagger from the treasure, extremely sharp, just a bit bigger than the one Weiss was showing off. He didn't choose it. Do you want a revolver? I'll get you one later. Vis, remember to get a golden one, but a regular one will do too. Okay, Jack replied instantly, clearly invested in the gun. Why so cold toward the captain? Jack, looking like a male god now, was a stark contrast to his previous wild demeanor on the island, making Vis suspect he was being fooled. Who is over there? Jack suddenly shouted, aiming his gun at the bushes. Vis activated his observation hockey. He saw a figure crouching and trembling, and immediately withdrew. Jack's momentum weakened. The old man in the cabin saw the gun being drawn and vanished without a trace. Calmly wielding a sword was one thing, but pulling a gun was really scary. A young man stood up from the grass, hands raised and crying. I'm a villager. I was just taking a dump when a sword aura flew over my head. Big brother, please don't kill me. What awful luck to encounter swords and guns under surveillance. Ha ha. Jack put away his gun, not wanting to accidentally harm him. Vis felt awkward. If that sword had been a bit more off target, it would have been fatal. Next time, I need to sweep with observation hockey before trying to spar. Jack returned the gun to the mast and wiped it down, while the young man took off running. How could you tell it was a person? I thought it was a rabbit. I often hunt, and the sounds of beasts and humans are different. Only I can hear it. All right, little proud one. Vis covered his face with a newspaper to sleep, waiting for Ace to return, then heading to Lowtown to see the execution platform before going to the Grand Line. If I had known we wouldn't be able to fight, I would have just crossed the comm belt directly. The EC has no challenges. Hadn't I encountered Carp before without testing the gap? Ahem. The young man circled the village a few times, heading straight for the back mountain. There were many people hiding in the dense forest at the mountain's peak. With no wind across the island, the trees swayed, dispersing the heat. Among the crowd was a man in a black robe, with black markings on his face. Vis would definitely recognize him. The world's most notorious criminal, the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon. Leader, there are two groups of people. One team is looking for Gung Shiro for a spar. That young man seems to be a great swordsman. The other two are with them, but they don't seem to be from the same ship. They made a deal with old Jerry to buy that merchant ship. They look like pirates. The young man had lost his previous timid demeanor and was now reporting to Dragon. A young great swordsman? Dragon pondered. No problem, as long as we aren't discovered. Set sail. There are too many suffering people in the world waiting for us to save them. Dragon led everyone to disappear into the back mountain. Vis was unaware of all this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. They were from different worlds and had no current intersection. Just as Vis was dozing off, he heard Ace shouting from the seaside. Rubbing his eyes, he saw a ship coming along the coastline, with Ace waving from above. The ship had not only Ace and Dias, but also several other people. They secured the ship at the port and disembarked, waiting on the shore. Ace rushed into the cabin and brought out the packed treasures. He hopped ashore with a large bag, while the group spread the treasures on the ground as if evaluating them. The commotion on the shore suggested they were arguing about something. The group picked up a crown and hat to explain to Ace, then gestured with a scepter, as if saying these weren't worth that much. In the end, the group couldn't persuade Ace, so they left a small portion and took the majority of the treasures. Ace transported the remaining back, not to the Chris, but to the newly purchased ship. There were 3 people waiting over there, Dias and 2 unfamiliar faces, probably new recruits. Moments later, Ace brought Dias and the new companions onto the Chris. Dias was carrying a pile of supplies, naturally entering the cabin. Ace pointed at the 2 new faces. These are the newly recruited crew members, Bailey and Wally, brothers. They came as soon as they heard I was going to sea. Vis smiled and greeted the 2 17 or 18-year-old boys, who awkwardly smiled back. They had heard Dias mention that this person was a great swordsman who could cut the sea, although they didn't understand much about great swordsmen. The idea of cutting the sea was intimidating. They hadn't expected the captain to know someone so formidable. Dias put away the supplies and tidied up the living items, came with nothing, leaving with bags and bundles. After saying goodbye to Caldon and Jack, he came to Vis. Captain Vis, I'm off. Be careful. Your captain is now a land duck. Don't let him fall into the sea and drown, or he'll be the first natural type to drown in the East Sea. Rest assured, I won't let him die without paying you back. Dias took the 2 little brothers away. It was too awkward here. Ace wanted to cover Dias's mouth. What nonsense. What impression would he leave on the new companions? He was so embarrassed he felt like he could scrape 3 rooms and a hall out of the soles of his feet, although he didn't understand the term. He had learned it from Vis. Not sailing together? With your current build, I can teach you hockey. Learn it before you leave. After all, we all have to pass through Reverse Mountain. No, I'm leaving now. Ace jumped onto the railing. This ship is pretty good. It's almost catching up to the Chris. Vis walked over and leaned on the railing. The blazing sun hung high, and the salty sea breeze blew through their clothes. That's right. This ship used to run merchant ships. The original price was $20 million, and I got it for $1.2 million. Pretty fair, right? The rest of the money should be paid back to me. Thanks for taking care of me these days. Anyway, you want to use it all. So hurry up and return it. I've kept track of our expenses. Hurry up and pay me back. I have my own path. It's time to go. Just pay for the lodging, okay? Goodbye, Vis. Ace transformed into flames and flew toward the new ship, sweating cold bullets. Thank goodness he managed to bluff his way through. If he really had to pay back, selling him wouldn't be enough. Ace, remember, for natural types, physique and hockey are key. Flames should surge with temperature. Don't mess with range. Continue. Ace caught the book, opening it to find hockey training methods ideas for developing the flame fruit. Why did Vis give it to him? Simply put, it was sentiment. And Ace, Vis pointed to the words on the flag, if you get rescued again, I'll need full payment. Just ask, it's a debt of 100 million. Ace looked at those 3 words, his eyes a bit misty. Not many friends, and Vis counted as one. He knew it was advice, but it felt more like a debt reminder. Without turning around, he raised his arm, gesturing, and shouted, Boys, the Spade Pirates are established. Set sail. Watching Ace's back, seeing his gestures, Vis knew this kid was taking it to heart. He murmured to himself, don't make the same mistakes as the original work. Fully develop the flame fruit. Without fruit abilities, your physique must be strong enough. See, men, separation is this simple. There will always be a reunion in the future. All right, Caldun, Jack, set sail. Destination, Lobetown. Depart. After Ace left, the Chris felt emptier, and conversations diminished. Caldun was 25. If he didn't fight hard in this life, it was over. He practiced fiercely every day, with no time for idle chatter. Jack was very aloof. There were only 3 things on the ship: exercise, eat, and clean guns. Vis asked and got answers, trying to get him to speak up voluntarily. Difficult. Vis, having lived 2 lives, understood how to adjust the atmosphere, but it seemed useless facing these 2 stoic kings. Bang! No need to think. It was Jack shooting at floating objects in the sea. Previously, Vis had compared with him, but after seeing him slice the sea with a sword, he rolled his eyes and never compared again, letting him play by himself. Captain, the airflow ahead is off. There's a small storm. Change direction to avoid the center. Understood, Captain. Vis initially thought Caldun boasting about being the best navigator in the EC was just talk. But after nearly 20 days of sailing, it was genuinely impressive. Although they hadn't perfectly avoided all storms. At least they hadn't encountered the kind they had just after setting sail. Several warnings had been accurate. Truly, geniuses are everywhere. It just depends on how they are discovered. Caldun was a bit timid, his strength lacking, but he wasn't useless. Vis looked at the weather. The Chris had clear skies. While in the distance, the sea was already covered with dark clouds, lightning flashing. The sky gradually darkened, and raindrops began to fall. The ship brushed along the edge of the storm, causing some bumps, but it was not dangerous. However, some weren't so lucky. In the storm's center, a pirate ship was on the verge of falling apart. The captain, a lewd big man, shouted from the bow, Where the hell is that navigator? Find a way out. Quick! A small henchman clinging to something shouted, Captain, the navigator was killed by your blade long ago. What? Damn it! Did he dare to die without my permission? The small henchman cursed inwardly. Crazy. You're the navigator now. Quickly find a way out. The captain pointed a knife at him, and the little henchman was stunned. Okay. He turned and slipped into the cabin. Who cares about navigation skills? Escaping is the priority. In the cabin, a girl in a tight purple outfit was moving boxes, muttering, A pirate with a bounty of 500? So broke. Is this all the treasure? She didn't care about the storm. Her eyes were only on the boxes. Sneaking up to the deck, she saw the pirates panicking like dogs. Secretly delighted, this environment is a thief's paradise. She moved the boxes onto the lifeboat and quietly lowered the boat into the sea. The lifeboat was like a leaf in the storm, easily smashed by the waves. But she had to go. She had just discovered that the ship's keel was cracked. If she didn't leave, she would sink with it. The girl didn't row, just went with the flow and left it to fate. Not long after she left, the pirate ship snapped in 2, and the pirates didn't see a trace of the lifeboat. After the storm passed, the Chris was steady as a rock. The rainwater on the deck was the only witness. Captain, How about hiring a female crew member? I've known you for so long, and I've never seen a woman. Just as Cardon finished speaking, Jack paused while cleaning his gun. It does seem pretty dull. TSK. Two upright gentlemen. What are you thinking? Weiss laughed, Jack. Stop pretending. That reaction just now, aloof handsome guy. Clearly just shy. Captain, you're slandering me. I'm not. Jack's face turned bright red instantly as he hurriedly retorted. Still saying you're not? Your face is as red as a monkey's, but... Weiss took a sip of coconut juice, some supplies from an uninhabited island. Exactly. Jack, you're 20. You haven't held a girl's hand before, have you? Cardon grinned, leaning closer, hand on his shoulder. Let me take you off the island, that feeling. TSK? Who said I haven't? I've hunted so many female animals. Doesn't that count? Ahem. Weiss spat out a mouthful of coconut juice. Cardon's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, suddenly stepping back and frantically wiping his hands on the deck. What dirty thing did he just touch? Jack understood at a glance. I meant carrying them on my shoulder to hunt. What are you thinking? Got it, shy guy. Not even letting animals go. Cardon muttered quietly. Cardon, you're asking for it. Jack, embarrassed and angry, grabbed his neck, and Cardon cried for help. Weiss watched with amusement. These two clowns are just playing around. Jack, at 20, probably hasn't even stepped into society in his past life. There are plenty of beautiful women on Blue Island, yet he really hasn't held hands with anyone. I beg for mercy. Jack the hero. Sharpshooter. I surrender. Cardon, who couldn't fight back, quickly admitted defeat. Weakling. Jack jumped onto the lookout tower, scanned the surroundings, and suddenly shouted, Captain, there's an overturned wooden boat to the southeast. It looks like someone is lying on it. Oh, are we about to welcome our first customer? How unusual. Weiss also jumped onto the lookout tower, looking in that direction. Rescuer. Weiss's current identity. As long as you have money, we can fish out anything for you. Wow. Is this the halo of the destined child? Just as he was about to recruit a female member, one came knocking. Looking at the girl they pulled from the water, about 14 or 15 years old, with wet purple hair, spitting out seawater. Weiss recognized her at a glance. The little thief who hung out with Nami. But why is she still in the EC? Shouldn't she be in the Grand Line? This extraordinary girl, a little thief from the EC, a great thief in the Grand Line, even dared to steal from the Golden Emperor's entertainment city. Weiss jumped onto the overturned wooden boat. The ship was sinking, and he could barely hold on. Thieves never return empty-handed. How could this little girl not bring treasure? Crouching down, he plunged his arm into the water, swiped along the side of the boat. And sure enough, he felt a taut rope, stretched tight. There must be something underneath. With a strong pull, he dragged a wooden box out of the water. It was sticky on top, probably soaked for a long time. Weiss shook his hand in disgust, tossed the box onto the ship, stomped on the little wooden boat, and jumped back. Seeing the little thief looking like she was asleep, the two shy guys just stared, not doing any first aid. Chest compression. Drain the water. Mouth to mouth. Don't know how. If we don't act soon, she'll really be gone. We don't know. Cardon squatted on the ground, spreading his hands, waiting for you to say it. You've been at sea for 10 years and don't know first aid? There's a doctor on board. I've seen it, but never tried it. I'm afraid I'll accidentally hurt her. Don't look at me. I've never been to sea. I guard the island. Jack waved his hands quickly. Fine, then I'll just hang her up. Let nature take its course. Whether she lives or dies depends on fate. You can't do that either. The two yelled. No, I just find it troublesome. Karina cursed in her heart. So unlucky. It's one thing to encounter a storm, but the person saving me actually wants to hang me up? Feeling someone dragging her, she hurriedly pretended to wake up, coughing and spitting out seawater. Slowly opening her eyes. Where is this? She saw a short-haired, handsome guy holding her ankle with a rope in his hand. Is he really going to hang me? Oh, you're awake? Then this thing is useless. Weiss tossed the rope aside, picked up the treasure chest, and sat down. Karina stared at the treasure chest. Her heart bleeding. I risked my life to get this, and it's just taken away. She slumped back against the railing, pretending to be weak. Are you pirates? Don't kill me. My family is super rich. My dad can give you a lot of berries. No one paid her any attention. Cardon went to stabilize the course while Jack coldly cleaned his gun. Is he not afraid of misfiring? She looked at Weiss, who pointed at the sail. Rescuer. What kind of weird person is this? Is there really someone like this at sea? Karina roared inside. Then she saw Weiss toss her a piece of paper. Confused, she opened it and instantly turned green. This is robbery. How can it be this expensive? The paper read, rescue fee for distressed persons, 100,000 berries per day, for lodging, 200,000 for a meal, regardless of whether you eat or not. The line below in small print. Final interpretation, rights belong to Weiss. Think it's too expensive? If you think it's too expensive, then go. No one will stop you. Weiss read the newspaper, not even looking up. Go then. Who's afraid of who? Karina didn't team mention the treasure chest under someone else's roof. First ensure her own life. She was familiar with this sea. With a small boat, what was there to fear? But when she got to the side of the ship, her face fell. Her small boat was gone, sunk or drifted away in pursuit of poetry in the horizon. Karina's face changed several times, and finally, she walked over to Weiss, holding up the paper. Is this for real? No deception. I'm an honest businessman. Fine, let me off the island. There's still a 3-day journey. Karina thought, since I have to pay anyway, I might as well find an island with people. Okay, but you pay first, no credit. You took my treasure chest. The treasure inside is enough to pay. Karina shouted at Weiss's infuriating face. Yours? Call it, and see if it responds. You. I fished this from the sea. How do you prove it's yours? The sea's rule. Floating objects are unowned. Whoever picks them up owns them. Don't be sad. What's your name? Since you're a girl, I'll give you a discount on the rescue fee. Karina. What discount? When Karina heard there was a discount, her eyes lit up with a look of money. Say where you can. 99% discount. Fair enough? Weiss said seriously. But that was originally mine. Karina refused. Weiss ignored her and continued reading the newspaper. At that moment, a gloomy voice came from the side of the ship, sending chills down one's spine. That seems to be my treasure. Karina instantly hid behind the mast, scared out of her wits. This treasure was stolen from a ship. You charge so much money. You'll protect your customers, right? Her voice trembled, hoping for a positive answer. Of course. My ship's rule. Customers cannot fight each other, and no one can harm my customers. Ha ha ha. Little brat, do you know who I am? A pirate with a bounty of 5 million. Hand over that girl. Leave the treasure and ship behind. Considering you left the ship and treasure, I'll spare your life. Jump into the sea and roll away. The pirate laughed wildly. I thought I was doomed, but I unexpectedly encountered a luxurious ship with few people, and it's just a kid, a chance to turn things around. Are you sure? This is a chance for your life. The pirate looked at Weiss with disdain, mysteriously disliked him. Oh, because he is too handsome. Kid, you must die. The pirate's face was twisted, even uglier. Understood. Jack, crush him. As you command, Captain. Weiss was reading the newspaper the whole time, not even glancing at the pirate. Paying for trouble? Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out. Jack blew the smoke from the gun muzzle, elegantly holstered his weapon, and without even looking at the pirate, gracefully jumped onto the lookout tower. A blood hole appeared in the pirate's forehead, and he collapsed into a pool of blood, his gaze dazed, devoid of light. The gunman's battle was that simple and brutal. 7 steps away, the gun was fast. Within 7 steps, the gun was both fast and accurate. Moreover, Jack, who had awakened his observation hockey, was a bug-level existence in the East Sea. Dealing with ordinary pirates was simply effortless. All right, he said his bounty was 5 million. Go to the naval base to exchange the bounty. You keep 70%, the remaining 30% as activity funds on the ship. From now on, it will be like this, for pirates taken down alone and treasures found. Keep 70% for yourself, and the rest goes to the ship. Weiss wasn't short on money. Setting this rule was symbolic, proving whose ship it was. Okay, Captain. Jack had no objections. Even if the captain took everything, it would be normal. Weiss was an exception. Karina was stunned. A 5 million bounty pirate. An existence she couldn't afford to provoke. Yet he died on this nameless ship. Died so decisively, without causing any damage. The crew was so fierce. How explosive must the captain be? She swallowed hard. What kind of ship have I boarded? The thought of stealing treasure was completely dismissed. Captain, there's a pirate ship ahead, and the pirate flag looks like a clown's. Jack shouted from the lookout tower. Karina's face changed dramatically as she rushed over to shake Weiss's hand. Run. It's the clown buggy with a 15 million bounty. Not the same level as the little lackey from earlier. Even if Jack could take down the 5 million one in seconds, she didn't believe Weiss could handle this seasoned pirate. Oh, clown buggy? The great man whose name cannot be read backwards. With the luck of conqueror's hockey. I actually want to meet this swordsman's nemesis in the original story. Mihawk sliced him into countless pieces and still didn't kill him. The chop fruit can split apart. The swordsman's slashes are severing. Aren't they naturally destined to be enemies? Buggy also noticed the Chris ship. Captain Buggy, there's a ship ahead. It doesn't look like a pirate ship. The lookout shouted to the people below like a circus crowd. Beast tamers will riders, clowns. This is a circus, right? A guy wearing a clown hat with blue hair hanging over the edge of the hat, dressed in red and white long sleeves, wearing a purple scarf and clown shoes, was boasting with the crew, hands on his hips. Upon hearing the lookout's words, Without a second thought, he ordered, "Sail closer. Charge! Charge! Follow Captain Buggy." Yes, the great Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy is famous all over the East Sea. "Who call me Red Nose?" Buggy roared in anger. He hated it most when people mentioned this. Back on the Pirate King's ship, Whitebeard dared to call him Red Nose. "Captain, I didn't say that. I said you're resounding across the sea." A pirate quickly changed his words to avoid trouble. Bang! A shot was fired. Buggy was no longer the comedic character from the Marineford War. He was a fierce character in the East Sea. He took pleasure in tormenting the weak. And before meeting Luffy, he had even blown up towns and used his companions to shield against rebounding cannonballs. If someone mentioned his taboo, Red Nose, he would go insane. Fortunately, that pirate was lucky, only getting his shoulder injured. However, Buggy was all right with his own crew. Later, when his companions were defeated, he even sought revenge. But among the entire pirate crew, he didn't recognize many. Buggy went to sea to search for treasures everywhere. Upon seeing our ship, he would definitely come to rob. Weiss pulled back his hand. This enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming. "Cardon, don't change course, charge straight in. He must have a lot of treasures on board. It's a gift delivered to our doorstep. We shouldn't let it go to waste." Karina initially wanted to run, but upon hearing there were treasures, she hesitated. Should we wait and see before leaving? Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs flew from the opposite side, all blown up by Jack using bullets. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Buggy's pirate crew was not disheartened, continuing to bombard with cannonballs. "Captain, why don't we have cannons on our ship?" Jack had been on the ship for over 20 days and only just realized there were no cannons. "It's fine. Those cannons on the opposite side are like little brothers to you." The Chris ship was not equipped with cannons. Weiss thought his combat power was enough. If he couldn't win, cannons would be useless too. The result was that Jack had to aim and blow up the bombs. Fortunately, he claimed to be the best marksman in the East Sea, and it wasn't just talk. Jack stood at the bow of the ship, continuously aiming, his gaze shifting, bullets firing crazily. All the bombs in the air exploded. None of them could touch the Chris ship. Clearing the bombs in the air, Jack quickly reloaded. This gun had been modified by him, much faster than an ordinary flintlock. The speed of the cannonballs from the opposite side was easily manageable. One person was enough to match the firepower of a whole ship. Absolutely incredible. As the two ships got closer, Buggy's pirate crew stopped bombarding, knowing it was useless. At this moment, Weiss moved, jumping on a Buggy ship first. With Jack following, he didn't want to put the battlefield on the Chris ship. Cleaning up would be too troublesome. Standing on Buggy's ship, Weiss saw familiar faces: the red-nosed clown, the beast tamer riding a tiger, and the self-proclaimed swordsman who was instantly killed by Zoro, Buggy, Machi, Kabeji. These three were the main force. "Don't move. Robbery." Weiss pulled out a mini knife, pointing the blade at the pirates. The sword given by Yang Shiro was left on the ship. This small scene didn't deserve it. The ship fell into instant silence, then erupted into wild laughter. All the pirates raised their weapons, pointing them at Weiss and Jack. "What did you say, kid? You want to rob me, the great Buggy?" The pirates stepped aside, and Buggy walked over with a gloomy expression. In the EC, he was the only one who robbed others. Today, it was unprecedented to be robbed. "Clown Buggy, your nose is really red." Weiss poked at the sore spot. The pirates recoiled in horror, collectively stepping back, including Machi and Kabeji. Usually, Buggy would explode with rage at the mention of Red Nose, saying it face to face. "Wouldn't he go crazy? Kid, let me show you what cruelty is." Buggy was so furious that his upper body flew into the air, and his wrist holding the dagger detached from his body, stabbing straight at Weiss. Weiss grabbed the flying hand. No matter how hard Buggy tried, he couldn't pull it back. Weiss suddenly became curious. "Buggy, does your split hand hurt?" Buggy was taken aback. How could the great Buggy's fruit ability hurt? Let go. It hurts, don't squeeze." Weiss exerted force, rubbing Buggy's arm where his hand used to be, causing him to kneel in pain. How explosive was Weiss's strength? He could kill sea kings with a single punch without a sword. This rubbing method hurt even more. The chop fruit could only separate the body. It wasn't devoid of pain. "Quick, everyone charge." Buggy, in pain, yelled at his stunned subordinates. "Charge! Everyone get in there!" Machi charged in on his lion, and Kabeji followed on his unicycle. "Ricky, why aren't you moving? Hurry up!" Machi urged for a long time, but the lion only took a few steps before retreating, covering its eyes out of fear, just because Weiss looked at it for a moment. Weiss had killed countless beasts while practicing swordsmanship and had slaughtered many sea kings. The murderous aura on him was a nightmare for beasts. Buggy was still kneeling in pain, secretly reaching for something behind him. Weiss saw it and exerted force. It hurts. Buggy subconsciously grabbed that hand again. Kabeji charged in on his unicycle, first throwing something, and smoke instantly enveloped everyone, trying to sneak attack. Unfortunately, Jack, with his observation hockey, saw through it early. Just as Kabeji was about to ride over the railing, Jack fired a shot. The unicycle was directly scrapped, falling apart on the deck. And one wheel rolled right in front of Buggy. Kabeji was also thrown off, and just as he was about to launch another sneak attack, he heard his comrade scream. Smoke couldn't block the bullets and ended up backfiring on them. He grabbed his knife and hid behind his comrade, fearing being singled out by Jack. Weiss frowned. This is what pirates are like. They will do anything to survive, even using their comrades as shields against bullets. As the smoke cleared, the deck was littered with corpses, and there were still cries of anguish. Buggy was still in pain, and every time he moved, Weiss would pinch his hand, making it impossible for him to gain strength. Bastard, what do you want? Buggy's head floated high in the air, and when he saw Weiss pinching his hand, he immediately pulled back. I want treasure. Weiss shook hands friendly, causing Buggy to bare his teeth in pain. Impossible. Who doesn't know that Buggy is superstitious about red noses and obsessed with treasure? He went crazy for treasure on Roger's ship, and even said that if he set sail without treasure, he wouldn't be a pirate. 3 years later, he would be captured by the Navy for digging for treasure at a Navy base. Weiss released his hand, and Buggy quickly retracted it, blowing on his palm vigorously, trying to ease the pain. Go to hell. Buggy angrily kicked. Did you think it was a storm kick? Wrong. It was a Buggy cannonball hidden in his foot. A black ball shot out. This thing is more powerful than a regular bomb, catching them off guard. The funny thing is, it was originally made to blow up mines for treasure. Buggy was hit both physically and mentally. He had never suffered like this at sea. In the past on Roger's ship, he had strong allies to deal with enemies. He was only responsible for shouting 666. Seeing the black bomb flying, Weiss didn't move. Jack raised his gun, aimed, and fired in one go. Boom! The intense flames surged like a furious sea, scorching the air. The explosion directly shattered the deck, igniting a raging fire. This is why Weiss didn't want to fight on the Kree's ship. The damage from pirate battles to ships is too severe, and a careless move could require major repairs. The explosive black smoke made the pirates cough violently. Buggy stood up again. He didn't believe anyone in the East Blue could survive this explosion. Ha ha ha. Opposing the great Captain Buggy, this is the consequence. The humiliation from earlier was all gone, and he felt refreshed. Captain is mighty. Buggy the Great, YYDS. Captain is domineering. The East Blue must bow down. Captain is awesome. All the treasures of the East Blue belong to you. Machi rushed forward, but found the lion still buried its head, looking towards the flames. There was only black smoke left. The black smoke dissipated, and there was no one. Ricky, what are you afraid of? Get up. The lion whined, pointing with its paw upwards. Machi looked up, his eyes wide as saucers, and directly hid behind Buggy. Captain, Captain, Machi, what are you doing? You should be happy to have defeated the enemy. Hurry up and take people to grab the treasure from the other side. Buggy was super excited. Treasure is coming again. No, Captain, look up. What's up there? Buggy looked at the lookout and saw figures, so excited he almost split. Up there were Weiss and Jack. Just before the explosion, Weiss had grabbed Jack and jumped onto the lookout. That little explosion was nothing to him. It couldn't even break his hockey. He just didn't want to look too embarrassed. Weiss jumped down, pulled out a short sword from his pocket, unsheathed it, and fell into the crowd of pirates. The pirates were scared and retreated. Kabeji backing to the edge. Is this safer? Hand over the treasure. Buggy, with your experience, you should know the gap between us. Weiss pointed at him with the sword tip. Don't let down on people. Buggy looked at the sword, which was barely bigger than a palm. Feeling insulted. A sword this small, are you kidding me? Oh, you mean this? Sorry, I couldn't find a smaller one. Weiss suddenly understood the joy of Mihawk. Huh, why does this feel like a villain? Looking around at the pirates who were chatting and laughing, with a big boss demeanor, it didn't seem right. Don't get too proud. Buggy dared not split anymore, and with his gloved hand, he thrust the dagger straight at Weiss. Weiss lightly deflected the short sword, making a clink as he blocked it. Both were using daggers, but you couldn't tell who was stronger. As expected, when showing off in front of people, the opponent doesn't need to be too strong. But the weapon has to be big. Only then can it show its might. Weiss's strength surged, quickly retracting the dagger. Buggy didn't expect this, staggered, and almost knelt down again. Swish, swish, swish. Weiss danced with the dagger at lightning speed, and the pirates only saw after images, unable to catch the movements at all. Everyone thought, the captain is done for. Who can withstand this speed? He's doomed. Surrender. Split the treasure. Choose a new captain. Weiss stopped. In just a few seconds, he had swung his sword over 100 times. In front of him, Buggy's upper body had turned into thin sheets of paper, floating in the air. What are you doing? Damn swordsman. Buggy quickly recombined in Weiss's disappointed gaze, returning to his original form. So the swordsman's moves don't work on you? Weiss muttered. Buggy heard. Of course, you little brat. Lord Buggy is the user of the chop-chop fruit. Your sword swings are useless. Surrender. Now surrender. Hand over the treasures on your ship, and I'll let you on board. Even make you the vice captain. Buggy recognized Weiss's strength with this subordinate. He could walk sideways in the East Blue. Wouldn't the treasures roll in? He had already fallen into a treasure dream. Completely oblivious to Machi and Kabeji's murderous gazes, the two had been fighting for the vice captain position for a long time. Since swords are useless, then let's use other methods. This world is not only swordsmen who can kill. What did you say? Bang. The swordsman can't do anything, but fists always can, right? Weiss punched Buggy in the abdomen, making his eyes bulge out as he bent over, unable to speak. Now hand over all the treasures on the ship. Otherwise, I will kill your captain. Weiss was being gentle. The methods Buggy used against Luffy and the others were truly unspeakable. Pure pirates. He only cleaned up after the Summit War. Moreover, Weiss didn't want to kill Buggy. He couldn't beat Shanks. Who understands the love-hate relationship between these childhood friends? What if Shanks comes back from the New World to take revenge? That would be terrifying. Right now, he couldn't even take on the 4 Emperors. Shanks had just lost an arm, and he had almost no weaknesses. Besides, Buggy's luck was off the charts. And he might even rob him one day. Making a living at sea, robbing pirates is very normal. He thought the pirates would go for the treasure. But they didn't move, all glaring at Weiss with murderous intent. Go, someone shouted, and all the pirates surrounded him. The ones with guns acted first, bang bang. They opened fire, but to Weiss, the bullets were as slow as molasses. Dodging them was as easy as pie. The short sword stood in front of him, and the bullets were split in half like cotton candy. To the pirates, it seemed like the bullets were deliberately aiming at the short sword. Bang, bang, bang. Jack called out names from the lookout, and all those with guns were shot in the head. Kabeji hit last. He knew he couldn't win, so he consumed a wave. And the captain would eventually agree to hand over the treasure. Why fight if you can't win? It seems they won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Weiss's face darkened, ready to take action. No, we're going to get it now. Kabeji hurriedly shouted, and the pirates scattered in a panic, afraid of being taken as examples. No, you can't do this. Buggy was bent over, clutching his stomach on the ground. Weiss had used hockey, and the pain would last for a while. Buggy, why don't you come on my ship? With my strength, whatever treasure you want, I can provide. Even Raftel is possible. Weiss certainly wouldn't actually take him in. He dared to refuse the invitation from the 4 Emperors. How could he come to this nameless ship? Who would want to follow a bastard like you? Weiss noticed that when Buggy heard Raftel, his eyes didn't even move. It seems he still needs to rely on the 4 road signs. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Back then, when they landed on the island, Buggy was sick, and Shanks stayed behind to take care of him. If those two know anything, the group above definitely won't let them go. If the old one can't handle it, can the young one not handle it? Then I'll gladly accept your treasure. The pirates, in order to save their lives, packed up their good fortune on the deck in less than a quarter of an hour. Jack carried one bag, and Weiss carried another bag to the ship. The Buggy pirates watched helplessly as the ship disappeared, and Buggy recovered in order to chase, only to see that there was hardly any treasure left, which made him furious. The sunset spilled over the sea, with fiery clouds hanging in the sky, warm and cozy. At night, Cardin learned navigation while Weiss read the news. Jack was cleaning his guns in the cabin. He would rely on them for the tough fight today. And if the gunpowder wasn't cleaned, it could blow up. This battle was a test for him, whether it was a small fry or someone with a bounty of millions. He could easily handle them. Karina was cooking. She originally wanted to run away as soon as Weiss returned, but couldn't find the lifeboat and was afraid to knock Cardin out because of Jack and Weiss, so she could only wait. But this bastard actually made the guest cook. Karina said she was the guest and should be taken care of, and Weiss pointed to the line of words. Final interpretation, rights belong to Weiss. She could only pout and go into the kitchen. She couldn't beat him, otherwise she would have turned against him long ago. However, Karina smiled. There's too much treasure on this ship. She was shocked to see what Weiss and the others had snatched from Buggy. She had never been to the Grand Line and hadn't seen much treasure. The most she had seen was with Nami, and she was captured by treasure hunters. What she saw today was the first time. Just now, Weiss took her small box to the treasury, and she secretly followed, almost being blinded when the door opened. She made up her mind to steal all the treasure on this ship. She wouldn't leave without getting it. In fact, everything she saw was intentionally shown to her by Weiss. Otherwise, with her observation hockey activated, how could she hide? He wanted to lure her in. 20 years ago, Pirate King Roger sailed around the world, landed on Raftel, and was executed here in the end. His last words ignited the sea. Ambitious people set sail, creating the era of great pirates. Rogtown became a holy place for pirates. Pirates from the East Blue come to pay their respects before entering the Grand Line. At the execution platform in the center of the town, it seemed as if Roger's final figure lingered. Pirates set sail with dreams of becoming the Pirate King, only to end up buried in the sea. Here lies the largest naval base in the East Blue, with merchant ships, navy, and pirates gathering every day. The cruise ship sailed for 10 days and finally arrived. Guided by the port staff, they docked. They weren't pirates, so they could enter the port openly. Pirates could also come if they weren't afraid of the navy. Jack stayed to guard the ship. There's too much chaos among the pirates in Rogtown. Carden can't handle it. I'm afraid he'll be beaten to death. If you need anything, just make a list, and I'll have Carden bring it to you. He's a local and knows it well. No problem, Captain, I prepared early. Carden looked resentful. I know I'm weak, but don't say it so directly. After taking Jack's list, he exaggerated. So much? Do you want to empty the gunpowder store in Rogtown? Is it too much? I'm just doing some experiments. You wouldn't complain it's too heavy to carry, would you, weakling? Jack mocked. After seeing Buggy's bomb, he wanted to improve the bullets to increase their power, and had prepared materials for this. What did you say, brooding man? Carden retorted. The two exchanged glances, sparks flying. All right, can you two not argue for a single day? Weiss felt these two were natural enemies. If they didn't train, they wouldn't be satisfied without bickering every day. Carden, aren't you going home? If you keep arguing, we won't have enough time. We're only staying for one day. Carden hurriedly took his suitcase into town. Inside was the belly exchanged by pirates before. Weiss turned to Karina. The cost for 10 days is 16 million. Rounding it up, it'll be 20 million, cash or treasure. Why does it suddenly become 20 million? Karina exploded. Oh, you accept 16 million now? Pay up. I don't have any money. Karina's momentum instantly weakened. No money? Trying to default on the debt? Weiss's gaze became dangerous, and his aura frightened those around him to retreat. No. Karina trembled. Seeing Weiss reach for his sword, she hurriedly shouted, I'll work. I'll stay on a ship. I was going to have you write an IOU, with a monthly salary of 200,000. Weiss pulled out a piece of white paper. I believe you're evil. On purpose. After Weiss left, a man and a woman stared at their departing figures. Rogtown was filled with bars, bustling with people. The Navy searched for wanted criminals, ignoring the fierce-looking pirates. There were too many to catch, and their strength was too weak to send to the big prison. As long as they didn't cause trouble, they wouldn't be managed. Carden returned home. Weiss was responsible for supplies, letting the merchants send the ship while Jack settled the bill. Karina followed weakly, watching Weiss spend money painfully. Why didn't he hold on earlier? Who would recognize an IOU without him? A skewer of grilled meat brushed past her nose, and Weiss ate heartily. Karina snatched it and devoured it. Weiss was stunned. Is this appetite a disaster? Pirates, still pirates. Rogtown's characteristic. Most of the buyers beside the street shops were pirates. Weiss brushed past a group of Navy soldiers. The team leader glanced at him, then immediately left the team and ran towards the base. Weiss didn't pay any attention. Even if he noticed, he wouldn't care, since he wasn't a pirate. Inside the Navy base, Colonel Endres was handling documents. He had been in this position for 5 years, soon to leave, possibly to take a civilian position at the headquarters, as he was no longer suitable for charging forward at his age. He had heard that the person taking over was a hothead. Knock, knock, knock. Report. Kumin. The Navy officer entered and saluted. Colonel, the person of interest from headquarters has been found in Rogtown. Is it that wandering swordsman from the East Blue? Yes. They previously exchanged a 5 million bounty at branch 198. You may leave. Yes. After the messenger left, Endres pinched his nose and looked at the information on the table. Chris Weiss. Chris Weiss, 18 years old, great swordsman, has lived on Schwangen Island since childhood. Protecting the island from pirate invasions, set sail a month ago. Purpose, unknown master. Formed a rescue ship to save those in distress, but doesn't do it for free. The East Blue is considered the weakest sea by pirates, but a symbol of peace in the eyes of the Navy, thanks to the Navy's efforts. Suddenly, a young and absurdly powerful great swordsman comparable to elite vice admirals appears, making the Navy cautious, worried he might cause big trouble in the East Blue. After Garp separated from Weiss, he reported the news to the headquarters for investigation, feeling that Weiss's sword had a familiar aura, like that damn lion. Later, He thought it was just because both of them used twin swords, being great swordsmen, and dismissed it. The Navy's intelligence department is not to be underestimated. It didn't take long to uncover Weiss's background. Indrez looked at the intelligence. If this person came from the Grand Line, he might be considered too young. But in the East Blue, I just hope you don't do anything against justice. Saying this, he picked up the transponder snail to call the headquarters. Weiss was completely unaware of all this, dealing with a funny situation. He and Karina entered a bar, ordered 2 glasses of red wine, and had nothing to do. A young man in his 20s approached, taking a liking to Karina and flirting with her. When ignored, he became angry and said to Weiss, "Is this your companion?" "Just a weakling, good-looking but useless." Weiss thought it was just a thug teasing a beauty, ready for a heroic rescue scene. But then things took a turn. "I don't know her. Feel free." Weiss watched the show, wanting to see how Karina would handle it. Karina shot him a glance, but still ignored the young man. "Beautiful girl, accept my love. I fell in love with you at first sight." Seeing Weiss not stepping in, the young man bit a flower, thinking of himself as very handsome. Is it lust? Karina had been in the sea for so long. What kind of people hadn't she seen? Seeing the young man still harassing her, Karina's eyes spun, and she hugged Weiss's arm. "Hubby, don't be angry. Someone is bothering me." Puffed. Weiss sprayed wine, and the waiter across from him was covered in wine stains, staring at him in confusion. A soft touch came from his arm, and Weiss was bewildered. "What is going on? Didn't I already take it off?" "Kid, you can't handle this woman. Let go." The young man approached fiercely, his eyes like daggers. Weiss swirled his wine glass, calculating in his mind how to make a big entrance. Being too wild with a knife, cursing is too low. Gotta do something cool. The young man saw Karina hugging Weiss's arm, swallowed hard and shouted, "Let go quickly." Weiss just gave him a faint glance. "Watch closely. Here comes the high-energy moment." Poison in his eyes. The young man looked as if struck by lightning, clutching his chest and flying backward, crashing through 3 tables. Lying on the ground with blood trickling from his mouth, he pointed at Weiss and trembled. "You're ruthless." Then he lay still, as if dead. Weiss was baffled. When did my eyes become critical hits? And with a poison buff? This was totally unexpected. Murder. The bar was in an uproar. The pirates and thugs banging the tables and cheering. Someone died? Perfect for drinking. We need to pop a few more bottles tonight. A girl with twin ponytails rushed in, throwing herself onto the young man, crying, "Brother, what'll I do if you die? You're only in your 20s and haven't even married." Her cries made the young man cough up more blood, staining half his face red. If it weren't for seeing her secretly dabbing ginger water into her eyes, Weiss would have almost believed her acting. Is this a new kind of scam? Karina was shocked, having been in the underworld for so long. She had seen plenty of robberies and scams, but this operation was amazing. "Honey, your eye kill is too powerful. Just a glance, and you poison someone." Karina cooed, her starry eyes nearly overflowing. Hearing this, the girl stiffened, looked around at the spectators, and caught sight of Karina hugging Weiss's arm. Thinking to herself, "This is too juicy. It's you who killed my brother." "Murderer." The girl cried even harder. "My brother is a living bodhisattva, helping old ladies cross the street, giving lollipops to hungry children. How could you lay a hand on him? Everyone, let us judge." Seeing no one respond, she panicked. In the village, someone would have jumped in by now. A pirate whistled. "Little brother, this girl is crying so tragically. Just take her." A girl like her, venturing alone at this age, 1 tea lasts 3 days. "Ha ha ha. Little brother, you're quite lucky. If you don't take her, we'll take over." "Girl, come with uncle to sail the seas." The old-timers in the bar were quite shrewd. Isn't it common to die at sea? Who cares? Ahem. The young man suddenly coughed, spitting out more blood. Seems like he has a personal blood bank. "Sis, I'm fine. Just a small injury." The young man struggled to get up, and the girl quickly helped him. "Brother, you're hurt like this, and still being tough." The girl cried, but this matter wasn't over. She turned to glare at Weiss, her eyes nearly turning into coins. "This big brother, you're so handsome. You must be reasonable." The girl propped her brother up and stood at the bar. "You hurt my brother like this. You have to give an explanation. Look, so many people are watching, but you hurt someone. Murder for murder, debts for debts. You hurt someone, so you should at least pay some medical fees. Right, everyone? Right? Little brother, it's fine to kill someone, but now that the other person isn't dead, you should compensate a bit. If you don't want to pay, just kill him outright. How about you come to my ship later? I'll save you a spot." Ha ha, the onlookers enjoyed the drama. And the girl noticed how the crowd-esque discussion had shifted. How did compensation turn to killing someone? What kind of place is this? A few days ago, the 2 sibling ship encountered a storm and woke up on the beach of Roguetown. Of course, they didn't know this was Road Town. They found all their berries and treasures gone, so they had to go back to their old ways and see if they could scam some money. Weiss was their target. The siblings had seen him walk off a luxurious ship. He must be wealthy, thus the current situation. They just didn't expect their foolproof plan to backfire. Never mind. Hurry up and pay. My brother has lost so much blood. You should compensate something. Even just 1,000,000 berries will do. The girl spread her hands, looking like she was demanding money. So small, Weiss muttered, referring to her age. 1,000,000 berries, is that too much? I see your brother just coughed up some blood. It shouldn't require that much. Weiss pretended to ponder, as if bargaining. The girl's eyes lit up. As long as they were negotiating, there was hope. No way. Look at how badly my brother is hurt, and his lips are all black and blue. He must be poisoned. That's medical expenses too. She peeled back her brother's bruised lips like heat was an exhibit, as if proving what she said was true. Poisoned? Impossible. I didn't bring any poison with me. How could he be poisoned? Could it be that he accidentally did it himself? I just saw him bite a flower with his mouth. As far as I know, that kind of flower is highly toxic. At first, there's no feeling, just a slight pain in the back, very mild. After Weiss finished speaking, he noticed the young man was shifting uncomfortably, as if feeling a bit of pain. Well, of course, he crashed right onto the table. How could it not hurt? It's just that no one mentioned it. Once someone brings it up, you naturally focus and feel it more clearly. Then your ears have a feeling of being blocked, which means the toxin is already starting to take effect, and soon the thighs will start to hurt intensely. As Weiss spoke, his finger moved, flicking something out. Because the visibility in the bar wasn't great, and the speed was too fast, no one noticed. The young man suddenly clutched his thigh, sweating from the pain, washing away some of the blood on his face. Luckily this toxin 1T caused too much harm to the body. Weiss intentionally paused here. Just what? The young man bent over, clutching his thigh, feeling like the bones inside had broken. Big brother, don't be fooled, he's lying. He just wants to avoid pain. The girl turned her back on the young man, not seeing his condition. Weiss glanced at the ponytail girl, just a man's impotence. The young man's face changed dramatically. How do I detox this poison? Well, if the poisoning isn't deep, drinking 2 buckets of clear oil will do. It can expel the toxin. As soon as Weiss finished speaking, the young man hobbled away like he was flying, no matter how much the girl called after him. He didn't stop. You stay right there. Don't move. I'll be back. The girl saw her brother disappear, left a sentence, and ran after him. Weiss touched his nose, feeling like he had been taken advantage of, and he couldn't refute it. Because in this world, there's no such thing as I only eat 2 cloves, leaving the rest for you. How do you know that flour is poisonous? Karina looked at the flower on the bar with excitement, as if she would need it in the future. No poison, just tricking him. Weiss asked the waiter to settle the bill. After the ruckus with the siblings, he didn't feel like drinking anymore. But why does he look like he's really poisoned? Karina was puzzled. That young man didn't seem to be faking it. It's quite simple. Guided words and his own mental suggestion, plus some of my little tricks, gave him the signs of poisoning. The truth of the matter is often very simple. Many things are self-fabricated, and coupled with others' constant guidance, it deepens psychological suggestion, making one feel poisoned even without actual poisoning. Hello, sir. It's a total of 100,000 berries. How can it be so expensive? Weiss thought he had encountered a scam. It's like this, sir. Both you and the lady next to you ordered the most expensive red wine in our store. 2 glasses for 100,000 berries is already quite rare, not to mention the seat that was damaged. All right, Weiss said, taking out a stack of money and placing it on the bar before leaving. After the commotion, he didn't want to continue drinking. After the two exited the bar, a table of people exchanged glances and followed them out. By the sea, a pirate ship flying the clown flag was sailing on the ocean. It was Buggy's ship. After being robbed by Weiss last time, Buggy had gathered some treasure on another pirate ship and followed him. Captain, ahead is Logtown. Do we need a dock? A henchman on the lookout tower used a telescope to see the coastline of Logtown. Find a place to land and stay hidden. After we land, you all go find that damn guy who stole my treasure. I want to kill him. Yes, Captain. Machi and Kabeji looked at the busy new recruits with worry in their eyes. Can they really win? Last time, so many people with cannonballs and smoke. Even the captain didn't put in much effort and was taken down by others. Can such a person really be fought by this small group of henchmen? Worrying was useless. They didn't dare to dissuade Buggy. Weiss not only insulted Buggy's red nose, but also stole his treasure. This hatred had clouded Buggy's mind. He had to kill Weiss. The two only hoped Weiss had already left Logtown, so they wouldn't have to confront him directly and could continue to enjoy themselves in the East Blue. After shaking off the tail behind him, Weiss led Karina out of a small alley. These people foolishly chose Weiss as their robbery target, and the latter half of their lives could only be spent in bed. The two walked towards the execution platform in the center of Lowtown, the place that ended the life of the Pirate King. Weiss stood in a spot where he could easily see the execution platform. It had now become a tourist attraction in Lowtown, with many visitors every day. Perhaps only locals would scoff at it. After all, looking at the same platform every day, even with a deep background, could become boring. Some people even witnessed the moment Roger was executed. It was not like in the future when Smoker became a colonel, and all pirates could only sneak around to resupply. So even if there were pirates here paying their respects, no one would drive them away. They will pass down through generations, the tide of the times, the dreams of people. These are all unstoppable. No one knows what Roger discovered on the final island that made him willing to end his life in a grand banquet-like manner. Was it to stir up this tide of the era? Perhaps it really is, as Weiss understands, a group of traitors occupying high positions and ruling the world. But what does that matter? Ultimately, if the so-called secret were to be revealed, it would only lead to the prying of ambitious people. Since you can, then I can too. The world will be engulfed in a tide even more violent than the great pirate era, a tide capable of destroying those who consider themselves gods. Perhaps this was Roger's true objective. What are you looking at? Karina asked Weiss, who seemed lost in thought while staring at the execution platform. To her, it didn't seem particularly special. Nothing, I'm just wondering why the Navy doesn't destroy this execution platform. Is it to flaunt their achievements? Or to warn the pirates of the world that even the Pirate King can be executed? What's the difference? Karina didn't understand. It seemed the same either way. Flaunting their achievements is understandable. After all, they executed the Pirate King, the king among pirates. This is a glory unique to the Navy, which can attract more people to join. If it's a warning, it seems ineffective. It instead feels like a pirate's glory. Look at the world's gaze. Being executed as a king makes everyone go crazy for you. How does that feel? It should be a... Karina didn't know how to respond. You don't know, right? I don't know either. After all, we're not Roger. We don't know what he was thinking. Like I said, for many pirates, this is an honor. You see, more people are stepping into the tide of the era. Look at the people around. Some can't hide the fervor in their eyes when looking at this execution platform. This platform is like a lighthouse guiding pirates, making them understand why they set sail. So do you think it should be destroyed? A person stood beside Weiss and casually asked. Whether to destroy it or not doesn't make a difference. After all, only the pirates of the East Blue can see this. And the East Blue is known as the weakest sea region. Even if they see it, it doesn't matter. Weiss had already known someone was standing beside him and ignored them as long as they didn't disturb him. Why say so much? I thought you wanted to be a pirate, the person said, nervously staring at Weiss, seemingly trying to read something from his eyes. Pirate? Who would want to be that kind of scum, right? Navy. The person was none other than Colonel Endress of Lowtown. He was originally patrolling Lowtown and immediately recognized Weiss, who was a subject of Navy interest. Seeing him staring at the execution platform, he wanted to witness this young swordsman praised by Garp. Endress nodded and continued his casual patrol. The two had no further interaction. Now that he had seen it, if Weiss wasn't a pirate, there was nothing more to say. Let's go, Karina. We've seen enough of this. Let's head back to the ship and rest, waiting for Cato to return so we can set sail again. By the way, don't you need to buy something? It seems like you've been wearing the same clothes for days. Speaking of which, it had seemed like Karina hadn't changed clothes. You just realized? Do you know how I've been living these days? When it came to this, Karina suddenly burst into anger. The Chris was very big. Big enough for 4 people to have individual rooms, and there was still extra space. But there was only one bathing area on the entire ship, and it was occupied by 3 big men. Karina, even if alone, didn't dare to go in. Looking at Weiss, who was rather handsome, she thought, what if? Oh, saying that makes it seem like there's a problem. All right, I'll get you a new set of clothes. After all, it's better for girls to change outfits. However, thinking about it, the protagonists in the original story rarely changed clothes. Luffy wore the same outfit from setting sail to Onigashima. Not to mention Weiss and Karina's banter. On the edge of Lowtown, Buggy successfully landed on the island, but he was now wearing a black cloak, hiding his whole self inside. Buggy was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries, already considered top tier in the East Blue. If he rashly landed in Lowtown and got discovered, the entire navy of Lowtown might mobilize. He was a big fish. Because there were too many pirates, Kabeji stayed behind to guard the ship, while Buggy led Machi and others to disperse into Lowtown, searching for Weiss's whereabouts. Bucky had always hidden under his cloak, walking through deserted alleys. He was a familiar figure in Lowtown, so there was no way he could get lost. At some point, Bucky found himself in an alley beside the execution platform, staring blankly at the tall platform, lost in thought. In the original story, Bucky had followed Luffy, who had stolen his treasure all the way to Logtown and ultimately captured him on the execution platform. Just as he was about to execute Luffy, he was struck by lightning, destroying the platform and saving Luffy. The reason for executing Luffy on the platform might be because of that hat. As a crew member of the Roger Pirates and a friend of Shanks, he couldn't possibly not recognize that iconic red hat. Perhaps it was precisely because he recognized it that Bucky wanted to test whether this person chosen by Shanks had Roger's kind of charisma. Bucky, did I think that much? I just wanted to kill him and get my treasure back. Don't drag me into your word count. While Bucky was lost in thought, someone approached him from behind. Captain, we found that kid who stole our treasure. He's over there buying clothes. Hearing his subordinate's words, Bucky cracked a comical grin, revealing a cruel smile, and disappeared into the shadows. Damn bastard, he stole my treasure and is going after women. How can women compare treasure? He couldn't believe that someone who had taken so much treasure wouldn't buy equipment, but instead went to rob more treasure. It was utterly shameful. The more Bucky thought about it, the angrier he became, and when he saw Vis, he could no longer suppress the rage inside him. However, thinking that he might not be able to defeat Vis, he managed to suppress his anger again. This outfit is nice, this one is great, oh. This is the latest style. Boss, wrap up these 3 outfits. Everything else, pack it all. Do you have that much money? Vis couldn't help but ask as he watched Karina shopping extravagantly. Aren't you treating me? Don't you have any money? No way, no way. A great swordsman would actually go back on his word? Karina's eyes widened, as if she had seen something unbelievable. I'm treating you. But I didn't say to wrap up all the clothes, just 3 sets. Take it or leave it. Don't forget, you still owe me 16 million berries. Vis shot her a glance. What, 3 sets? Is that how you treat me? Karina screamed. Vis shrugged, as if to say, call it what you want. See if I care. After all, there was only that much. If she wanted more, there wasn't any. Can I advance my salary? Karina, seeing Vis's demeanor, immediately conceded and thought of a roundabout way. She secretly vowed, one day, I'll take all your treasures, not leaving you even a pair of shorts. Are you sure? I'm sure. All right. After successfully advancing 200,000 berries, Karina successfully got the clothes she liked, and with the 3 sets Vis gifted her, she had a total of 7 sets, enough to change every day of the week without repetition. At this moment, an old man hunched over and walked over, wearing a black cloak and carrying a basket full of apples. As he walked, he called out, apples, fresh apples from my home. A young couple seemed to have heard about the fresh apples and approached to buy some. Bucky secretly laughed, thinking, poor kids. This is treasure I bought from the fruit stand. They'll believe anything I say. They're so gullible. Holding the money in his hand, Bucky suddenly felt that this might be a faster way to make money. That's right, this is the great Bucky the Clown. Since he thought he couldn't do what Vis could, he came up with a roundabout way. He bought a basket of apples, planning to get close to Vis. The good apples were on top, while each apple below was stuffed with a Bucky bomb. At this moment, after selling some apples, Bucky's mind was already fantasizing about Vis eating the apples and the bombs exploding. Ha ha ha, I'm a genius. Hey Bucky, what are you doing here? Have you turned to selling apples? Vis saw Bucky holding a basket that seemed to contain apples. He was just puzzled. Had this pirate changed his ways and fallen in love with apples instead of treasure? I'm not. Don't say nonsense. I'm not that great pirate, Bucky. Bucky, realizing he had exposed himself due to excitement, quickly covered himself with his cloak and explained. Hey, didn't Bucky just steal your treasure? Why suddenly want to turn over a new leaf? It's all your fault, you damn bastard. Bucky snapped, his cloak bursting open, revealing his body, and his face was seen by others. That's Bucky, the one with a bounty of 15 million. Run. The once lively crowd fell silent for a moment before scattering in all directions. The couple that had bought apples from Bucky immediately threw them away and fled. It could be said that as soon as Bucky showed up, half the street was cleared. It seems I still don't know your name. Bucky suddenly returned to normal, rubbing his chin and speaking seriously. Oh, my apologies. Let me introduce myself. My name is Vis, Chris Vis. You Vis, you damn bastard, stole my treasure. Do you know how serious my loss is? Bucky was furious, his dismembered body flying into the air, throwing all the apples away. Seeing the ordinary apples, Vis had no idea what Bucky was doing, but the warning in his heart made him jump onto the roof with Karina. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The flame soared, and the massive explosion shook the air, sending thick smoke spreading down the street. Due to the high temperature, the smoke ignited. The heat rolled in like waves, and Karina instinctively used her hands to shield herself from the oncoming heat wave. The street was already in ruins. a deep black pit created by the bomb, and the surrounding houses were shattered. The wooden houses were now engulfed in flames. Once the smoke cleared, it was discovered that there were two gaps of about 10 meters on either side of the street, emitting black smoke and a burnt smell. The street had been horizontally blasted through by Bucky's bombs, affecting both sides. Fortunately, because of Bucky's strange actions just now, after a minute of fermentation, the panic escalated from scaring away half the street to scaring away the entire street. Otherwise, the casualties here would have been severe. At this moment, the Navy had also heard the commotion and, upon learning that Bucky was here, dispatched more Navy personnel from the base. Quick, disperse the crowd. We are facing the extremely dangerous pirate, Captain Bucky. An officer directed the Navy to continue dispersing the crowd. Seeing that the crowd had thinned out somewhat, he led a team of Navy personnel forward. In the face of such a pirate, even a colonel wouldn't dare to be careless, let alone a lieutenant like him. However, he was a Navy officer and couldn't just turn tail and run, knowing a pirate was right in front of him. Viz stood on the rooftop, spreading his observation hockey, and saw Bucky hiding in a well-preserved house. He was covered in dirt from the explosion and seemed to be covering his mouth, as if he was laughing. Ha! Such a powerful explosion. That sword-wielding guy must have perished in the flames. Bucky the Clown's treasure is about to be mine, ha! Seeing Bucky's expression, Viz drew his sword from his waist, twisting his wrist, and casually slashed, sending a sword chi that dispersed the lingering black gas in the air, striking the house where Bucky was hiding. Gah! Bucky's laughter abruptly stopped as a flash of sword light sliced through his body, naturally splitting him in two. Hearing the cracking sound from the wall, Bucky, with snot running down his face, instinctively exclaimed, "It's over," with a neat sword mark appearing. The building collapsed with a loud crash. Bucky, now in two halves, walked out from the rubble, his hands separated from his wrist, pointing at that bastard Weiss. "Don't you know how to kill someone? Look, I'm still alive, just cut in half, so it doesn't matter." Weiss sheathed his sword as he noticed a squad of Navy soldiers approaching from a distance. "Explain to me what you mean by cut in half doesn't matter. If it were anyone else, they would have died under your sword by now." Bucky roared. At this moment, the footsteps of the Navy could be heard approaching from afar. "Pirate Clown Bucky, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately and come with me to the deep-sea prison to spend the rest of your life." The Navy captain led a squad of soldiers, raising their guns aimed at Bucky, blocking the street and sealing off the exit. Simultaneously, the other three exits were also blocked by soldiers, trapping Bucky in the middle. With Weiss's observation hockey, it was clear that more Navy soldiers were converging on Log Town, one of whom had a slightly stronger presence, presumably the colonel. Bucky maintained his pose, as if he didn't take these Navy soldiers seriously at all. Seeing that Bucky remained motionless, the Navy captain was sweating profusely, not daring to be careless. This was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 million. If he made any dangerous moves, it would be a huge loss for Log Town. Looking at the destruction around and the smell in the air, was this the kind of damage a great pirate could cause? It was truly unbelievable. Just wait until Colonel Indress arrives, then Bucky will have nowhere to run. At this moment, Bucky was doing nothing, seemingly competing in momentum with Weiss, but in reality, he was panicking inside. What to do? How to escape? So many Navy soldiers? How did it come to this? Damn Weiss, it's all his fault for putting me in this situation. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have lost so many treasures. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have come to this cursed place, Log Town. Bucky was contemplating how to escape the encirclement, with more and more Navy soldiers arriving. Navy, the battle between strong men is not something you can interfere with. Step back. That guy over there is a ruthless demon who kills without blinking. He killed half my crew and stole my treasure. I came to Log Town to pursue him. Bucky pointed at Weiss, his voice low and magnetic, as if he were a hero ridding the world of evil, while Weiss was the unequivocal, devilish pirate. The Navy soldiers looked at each other in confusion. Is that person on the roof really that powerful, forcing Bucky into such a state? What a great hero! Thank you for your outstanding contribution to the peace of the East Sea. We will report your deeds to Colonel Indress. He is a just man and will surely reward you. The captain saluted Weiss, surprised that this nameless person had accomplished so much. I sincerely ask you to help us capture this vicious pirate, Clown Bucky. The captain earnestly requested Weiss. Hey, what are you doing? That guy over there killed my men and stole my treasure. Bucky jumped up and down in frustration. Is there anything wrong with that? The captain looked puzzled. Is there a problem with assisting the Navy in eliminating pirates? Bucky slapped his hand, suddenly realizing, oh, right? By normal logic, I should be the villain. I'm the evil pirate. Damn Weiss, watch out. Bucky leaped up, kicking out. Weiss thought he was about to fire a Baki cannonball and prepare to block, but unexpectedly, Baki spun in midair and kicked toward an opening, launching 2 Baki cannonballs. The Navy soldiers couldn't block them. They thought these 2 things, not much bigger than bullets, wouldn't have much power. Weiss, seeing this, had no time to warn them. With 2 loud explosions, screams from the Navy echoed from the breach. As thick smoke billowed and flames surged, Baki seized the opportunity to flee, his voice echoing in the air. Navy and Weiss, enjoy this from me. Quick chase. We can't let this ruthless pirate escape. The captain hurriedly followed, not even checking on the injured soldiers. Just then, Colonel Indress arrived. After learning what had happened, he shot a glance at Weiss and followed, determined to capture Clown Baki today. Justice cannot be desecrated. You take the things onto the ship. I'll go check it out first, Weiss said, turning his back to Karina before jumping down from the roof. Watching Weiss leave, Karina stomped her foot in anger. If it were before, she would have been thinking about how to escape by now. But now, she wouldn't leave until she had plundered all of Weiss's treasures. Just wait. There will come a day when you all disembark, and I won't leave you even a splinter. Karina clenched her fists, setting a small goal. At this moment, Baki was running. There were too many Navy soldiers in Logtown. Even if Baki hid in an alley, he would still be spotted by passing Navy soldiers. In the original story, when Baki arrived in Logtown, it wasn't just a few small fry, with Alrita and the Straw Hat crew attracting attention. The Navy had to send out countless men. Moreover, at that time, Smoker's focus was on the Straw Hats, leaving him free to wreak havoc. Now it was different. There was no one in Logtown with a higher bounty than him, and the Navy could exert all their power to capture him. Navy. Baki is not a soft target. Baki ran wildly through the crowd, believing the Navy hesitated to shoot for fear of hitting civilians, forcing them to continuously compress the encirclement. Baki took advantage of this, running towards the more crowded areas. The encircling Navy soldiers grew increasingly numerous, and, as Baki ran frantically, he felt the Navy closing in on him, dropping several black cannonballs in the process. Boom! The cannonballs exploded, fireballs rolling through the air, and a group of Navy soldiers, unaware, perished in the explosion, while several nearby civilians caught in the blast lost their lives. Colonel Indress, rushing over, happened to witness this scene, his eyes turning red. Baki, you bastard! He then abandoned the Navy behind him and chased after Baki alone, quickly catching up. Ha! Navy, you can't blame me. Blame these people for blocking my way. Baki's body flew in the air, his feet running on the ground. Just as Indress was about to grab him, he split himself in 2, dodging the grasping hand. Can't catch me, stupid Navy, ha! Meanwhile, Baki was unaware that his subordinates were also being captured, and his pirate ship had been located by the Navy, set to be seized. Fortunately, Kabaji was relatively clever. Upon seeing the Navy gathering, he ordered the ship to leave the port, leaving only a lonely small boat behind. I just hope the captain has enough ability to successfully escape from the Navy's encirclement. Saying this, he started to circle around Rogtown. He didn't dare to run away. He was scared. After causing a few disturbances, Buggy successfully hid in a small alley. At this moment, he had very few buggy bombs left, and staying any longer posed the risk of being captured. Buggy roamed among various dark alleys, avoiding the Navy that was everywhere, too afraid to show his face. Once his whereabouts were discovered, the Navy could arrive in no time. What Buggy had just done had completely infuriated Colonel Indress, and the Navy on the island had blocked all ports. No ships were allowed to set sail until Buggy was captured. The pirates in Rogtown were unfortunate. The crazed Navy captured any pirate they saw, raiding various bars and hotels. Some unfortunate gangs and mafias were also mistaken for pirates and captured, as they had been bullying others. Chaos erupted on the island, and under the high pressure, the pirates were in complete turmoil, with gunfire ringing out and smoke billowing everywhere. Some pirates took advantage of the chaos to plunder and, after gathering enough people, broke through the Navy's defenses and charged towards the sea. Let this feast establish my reputation as red-haired. An exaggerated-looking pirate, wielding a massive 9-ring knife, stood before a pair of sisters embracing each other, their faces filled with fear as they looked at him. Red-haired raised his large knife, and the sisters, filled with despair, embraced tightly, closing their eyes and awaiting death. However, after waiting for a long time, the anticipated death did not come. Instead, they heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. When they opened their eyes, they saw that the pirate's head had been severed, and his body lay on the ground. In the distance, a young man held a very small knife, which seemed to have a mind of its own, dancing between his fingers. With each spin, a pirate silently fell to the ground. The two girls quickly turned to see that the street from which the young man had come was already covered in pirate corpses. This scene was deeply imprinted in their minds. Vis walked down the street, and even he did not know how many pirates he had killed. They were all small fry. If it weren't for Vis's inability to use a sword, a single glance could take these people away. Indeed, very few people in this world set sail for freedom and dreams. More were seeking to vent their pent-up rage. These people might have been bullied, oppressed by superiors, or seduced. The moment they became pirates, their desires were fully unleashed. The vast majority of pirates are evil. At this moment, Vis regretted not awakening his conqueror's haki. A powerful aura would have solved most of the pirates. However, with the strength of everyone in Rogtown, they would likely all fall under the sway of conqueror's haki. Half an hour later, the gunfire in Rogtown gradually weakened. The navy on the island was not to be underestimated. After encountering the initial violent backlash from the pirates, they quickly adjusted their tactics. They opened one port, slowly squeezing the pirates' living space from the innermost part, step by step forcing them towards the sea. With a path to survival, these pirates lost their determination to resist and began to think about escaping. "Captain, should we let these pirates set sail? Isn't that too easy on them?" A Navy soldier asked reluctantly. "Do you think Colonel Indres will let them go?" Don't underestimate his sense of justice. Haven't you noticed that there isn't a single warship left in the base? "Captain, are you saying?" The Navy soldier's eyes lit up. "Let's go back to Rogtown. There are still pirates active there. Drive them out to sea and let the brothers bury them in the ocean. Those damned scum." The captain led the group of Navy soldiers forward towards the pirates. What was the instigator of all this chaos, Buggy, doing? He was hiding in a dark alley inside a box hanging on the wall, peeking outside through a small crack. At this moment, a squad of Navy stood at the alley's entrance, seemingly discussing something, but Buggy couldn't hear clearly. "How strange, there's a pair of feet over there. An abandoned doll's foot? What's so strange about that? Don't let your guard down. We're dealing with the great pirate Buggy." As the Navy left, Buggy sighed in relief. In just 5 minutes, he had seen at least 3 squads of Navy pass by outside the alley. He didn't dare to go out. He wasn't afraid of the Navy soldiers, but he feared encountering Colonel Indres and Vis. That would be the end for him. "Captain, is that you? Are you in there?" An unexpected voice startled Buggy, making him think he had been discovered. After recognizing the voice, he realized it was Machi. "Machi, how did you find me?" "Captain, your feet are on the ground." Buggy popped out of the box and saw a pair of bare feet below him. Machi was riding Ricky, whose massive body blocked the alley's entrance. Buggy was hiding in an empty honey box. Don't ask how he managed to fit in there. Just chalk it up to the two-dimensional world. When he hid in there, he subconsciously used his fruit's ability. Although he was hidden, his feet were still outside. Those who didn't know about Buggy's fruit abilities would only think it was a pair of discarded doll's feet. Buggy jumped out of the box. "Machi, so far, you're the only one who came to rescue this captain. You truly deserve to be my crew. When we go back, you'll be the vice captain." If Machi had heard this on any other day, he would have jumped for joy, as he had always been vying with Kabeji for the position of vice captain. But with no results. "No, Captain, I came to the seaside to find someone to rescue you. But that bastard Kabeji took the ship away. He's a traitor," Machi said, almost in tears. "If it weren't for that bastard taking the ship, I wouldn't have come back. Rogtown is so dangerous with Navy everywhere. A few times, I pretended to be a circus animal trainer just to escape. What? That damn Kabeji. I treated him so well, yet he abandoned the great Captain Buggy and ran away." Buggy was so angry he nearly split apart, his body swaying in the air. Clearly, he was very upset. "Captain, why don't you just surrender? Rogtown is crawling with Navy. They have already let all the pirates go and are preparing to hunt you down with all their might." "It's fine, Captain. With your strength and qualifications, you'll just be imprisoned in the deep-sea prison. If Golden Lion can escape, there's no reason Captain Buggy can't." Machi urged Buggy to surrender, thinking he could escape that way too. "Of course, in the deep-sea prison, with my methods, I can definitely escape," Buggy said, hands on his hips, looking proud. In the original story, because he did not reveal his identity as a fruit user, the Navy treated Buggy as an ordinary pirate, allowing him to escape and encounter Luffy. "Who'll want to get captured? Why don't you go to the deep-sea prison?" Realizing this, Buggy roared at Machi, not noticing Machi's terrified expression as he looked behind him. "Buggy, you're under arrest." A cold sword pressed against his neck, and the chilling words from behind left Buggy frozen. Sniffling from the shock, Buggy slowly turned his head and saw the smiling face of Vis. "Vis." Buggy was so scared that he raised his hands, and his whole body split into 3 parts. "Run, run, run. We're going to die. We're going to die." Buggy anxiously spun around, only to find that he couldn't escape at all, as the only exit was blocked by Ricky's massive body. At the moment when Liji appeared, he covered his eyes with his claws, and is large but was sticking out of the alley, remaining motionless despite Machi's attempts to drive him away. It's quite funny, really. Originally, Weiss hadn't found Buggy. He just happened to see a giant lion's butt sticking out while wandering around, and remembered that Machi had one too. Thinking it might be a stroke of luck, he was surprised to hear Machi advising Buggy to surrender. So, is it true that pirates are like this? It's the first time I've seen a pirate trying to persuade his captain to surrender. Weiss then placed his sword at Buggy's neck, leading to this scene. Since you can't escape at sea anyway, you might as well surrender. I could get a bounty of 15 million berries. What a bargain. At this point, Weiss thought about how Buggy could be exchanged for the bounty. How dare you mention the bounty to me? If it weren't for you robbing my treasure, would I be chasing you to Roga Town? Buggy's dark expression was almost pressed against Weiss. Don't get so close. We're not that familiar. If you hadn't fired on my ship, I wouldn't have robbed you. If you hadn't thought of robbing me, I definitely wouldn't have robbed you. After all, I'm not that unreasonable, Weiss said, stepping back slightly and looking at Buggy with disdain. I'm a pirate. Of course, I have to rob if I see a ship. Then I'm stronger than you. It's only right that you were robbed by me. Buggy fell silent because Weiss was speaking the truth. It seems that next time I must prepare more Buggy bombs. I didn't prepare enough this time. Otherwise, I could have just blown my way out to sea and seen who could stop me. Since there's nothing more to say, let's go. Little Lion, clear the way. I need to take your captain to serve his sentence. The lion, hearing Weiss's words, peeked at him through the gaps in his claws and then dashed off, leaving its owner behind. Machi was left unsure whether to follow or stay, not knowing what Weiss thought of him. Don't even think about escaping, Buggy. You know my fists are hard too. At the moment Liji disappeared, Buggy indeed thought about escaping, recalling the punch he received back then. Damn, swordsman, why are your fists so hard? With a sword resting on his neck, Buggy seemed to have given up resistance, but no one knew what he was really thinking. Hey, Lieutenant, where's your colonel? I want to claim the bounty. Weiss called out to a group of Navy soldiers. When the soldiers saw Buggy, they became alert. But fortunately, the leader was the lieutenant he had met once before. Has Buggy been captured? Thanks for your efforts. Looking at the sword on Buggy's neck and his lifeless expression, along with the previous conversation between the two, the lieutenant naturally believed Weiss's words and took him to the Navy base. A squad of Navy soldiers came forward and handcuffed Buggy, and the lieutenant led Weiss to Indress's office. As they left, Weiss seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of joy in Buggy's eyes, stirring something in his heart. Lieutenant, this Buggy is a devil fruit user. If you have sea stone handcuffs, use those. Damn Weiss, you bastard. The Navy, except for Indress, who knew he was a devil fruit user during the capture, had no idea otherwise. Moreover, after Weiss mentioned it, Buggy pretended to want to escape. You can't escape. A voice came from outside the base, and Colonel Indress suddenly appeared in front of Buggy, placing a handcuff on him. Click! Buggy immediately weakened and slumped to the ground, completely powerless. His strength wasn't enough to resist the sea stone suppression. Unlike the warlords, even if they were handcuffed, they could still move freely. Buggy was down, allowing the Navy to drag him into prison. If he hadn't been handcuffed with sea stone, Buggy could have used his powers to break out, but now everything was over. In fact, even if Weiss hadn't said those words, Buggy couldn't escape. Indress had known he was a devil fruit user the first time he encountered him. Seeing him return from outside the base with sea stone handcuffs confirmed it. After the Navy cleared the pirates in Roga Town, they returned to the base one after another, and the fleeing pirates at sea were blocked by the Navy at the exit, leaving behind wreckage that sank to the bottom of the sea. Only a few lucky ones evaded the naval bombardment and escaped to the sea, not knowing if they could successfully pass through Reverse Mountain. At the Navy base, in Indress's office, regarding the bounty on Buggy the Clown, I've instructed my men to retrieve it. It may take a bit of time. He handed a cup of tea to Weiss and sat down on the sofa. Thank you for your contributions to Roga Town. No need, we each get what we need. Weiss replied, not drinking the tea. If it had been a glass of wine, he might have had some, as he was still young and didn't feel the need for health preservation. No, as far as I know, you didn't intend to arrest Buggy when you first encountered him. You only made that decision after he caused chaos. While the chaos was certainly due to Buggy the Clown, I also bear some responsibility for poor command. I suspect I might retire early after reporting this to headquarters. But it cannot be denied that you are a person of justice. I hope you can join the Navy and uphold justice at sea. Indress looked at Weiss with firm eyes. He had just received information from his subordinates that Weiss had saved many people and killed many pirates. Such a person is naturally meant for the Navy. No, you're overthinking it. I just can't stand their actions, burning, killing, and looting under the guise of freedom. Even if one day your navy crosses the red line in my heart, I will not hesitate to kill, regardless of factions. As for joining the navy, forget it. Even your Vice Admiral Karp has talked to me about it, but I refused. Indres fell silent and stopped trying to persuade him. A quarter of an hour later, a Navy soldier came over with 2 boxes containing 15 million berries. Weiss took the boxes and was about to leave, but as he walked out, he said to Indres, "If you truly belong to justice, you can visit the jurisdiction of Colonel Mouse in the East Sea as a civilian. Remember, as a civilian." After speaking, Weiss left the Navy base through the alley. "Captain, we can already see Reverse Mountain ahead. Should we rest for a bit or just charge straight in?" Cato came out of the cockpit, holding a map for comparison. Weiss pondered for a moment. "Let's rest first. A moment's inattention at Reverse Mountain can lead to shipwreck and loss of life. So it's better to prepare. Find the upward current first, and let me know when you find it. How long will it take?" "Okay, Captain, if we get close to Reverse Mountain, it should take about a minute. I've been through Reverse Mountain before, so I'm quite familiar with it," Cato confidently assured. Weiss walked to the bow of the ship and could see a red continent sinking in the ocean from afar. A continent that circled the world and divided it in half. Pirates from the 4 seas wanting to enter the New World must either go through the doldrums or through Reverse Mountain. Reverse Mountain has 4 upward currents that can propel ships, but the waters there are very turbulent. A slightly inferior ship could easily be destroyed and shattered. Most pirates would take a moment to rest and inspect their ships when facing Reverse Mountain to avoid making an irredeemable mistake. The Chris didn't need to worry so much. Since setting sail, the entire ship hadn't experienced any fierce battles, just some wear and tear from storms that had been repaired. Saying they needed to rest was more about observing how other pirates navigated this current. Even though Cardon had crossed it once, Weiss hoped to be more cautious. As they slowly approached Reverse Mountain, there were still several pirate ships anchored on the sea, despite the purging of Rogue Town and the naval ships chasing them down. All the ships remained on the surface. Some didn't know how to cross, while others wanted to watch others go first. Everyone knew that besides guarding against storms and tsunamis, the most important thing was to guard against people. No one could guarantee that while riding the upward current, someone wouldn't fire at you, leading to shipwreck and loss of life. Even if it didn't hit, the speed of the upward current was incredibly fast. A slight deviation in course could send you crashing into a cliff. "Captain, I found a suitable current. We just need to sail the ship through it. Should we take out those pirate ships outside?" "No need. Those people won't affect us. Jack, when you see the ship enter the upward current, lower the sails immediately. As for Karina, just be a mascot for now. Brothers, let us head towards the Grand Line." Weiss gave the order. "Awoo, at your command, Captain." Cardon howled. This was his 2nd time entering the Grand Line. "Yes, Captain," Jack replied, still maintaining his cool demeanor. On the sea, another pirate ship spotted the movements of the Chris. "Captain, one ship over there is moving. What should we do?" "What should we do about the scarred captain?" "Of course we follow them. If they're confident enough to charge in, let us go together. Captain is mighty. Captain is powerful. Captain, give us a monkeys." With a chorus of cheers from the pirates, the captain coughed a few times. "What pirate crew is that?" "It's not a pirate ship. It just has the words rescuers written on the flag." The pirate on the lookout squinted. "Oh, let us wait. They're not a pirate crew. Let them explore the route." Weiss was unaware of what was happening on those pirate ships. As the Chris was about to ride the upward current and charge towards Reverse Mountain. "Cardon, I'll steer the ship. You give the direction. Jack, keep an eye on the surroundings. If any pirates come to cause trouble, just kill them." "What about me?" Karina asked, feeling anxious since it seemed she hadn't been assigned a task. Everyone on the ship had their role, but she felt useless. "You." Weiss hadn't intended to assign Karina a role, but seeing her excited expression, he didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. "Stay with Jack. Let him give you a gun, and if there are enemies, fight together." The ship was going faster and faster, even without the sails. It was moving at an incredible speed. The upward current was pulling the Chris with increasing force, as if trying to drag it into the abyss of the sea. The waves were crashing, and the white foam splashed together, creating a suffocating feeling. The water was being attracted to the top of Reverse Mountain. After a violent rocking, the Chris finally landed on the upward-flowing sea route. The ship's speed suddenly increased. Karina lost her balance and almost fell on the deck. Weiss didn't have the energy to pay attention to this. He was fully focused on controlling the helm. At this moment, if they weren't careful and crashed into the cliff, it would be a joke. The pull on the helm was growing stronger, and the Chris seemed to be veering off course. "Weiss, how are you controlling the helm?" "We're about to crash," Karina screamed, seeing they were about to collide with Red Soil Continent. Jack, although not screaming, had a pale grip on his gun, his expression tense as he watched ahead. Fortunately, Weiss had enough strength to regain control of the helm, steering it back to the right course, and successfully charging towards Reverse Mountain. Boom! The ship was successfully carried to the mountain top by the current. Now, they just needed to control the helm well. As long as they avoided the wreckage of the ships above and any potential cannonballs behind them, there wouldn't be a problem. Cardon swaggered over to Jack. I just saw your embarrassing face. Your face went pale, didn't it? Ha ha ha. You weakling. If you weren't standing next to the captain, knowing he would save you at the first moment, you'd probably be too scared to wet your pants. Jack shot back defiantly. Cardon awkwardly laughed, unaware that the first time he crossed Reverse Mountain, he almost wet himself. He was just an ordinary person back then, and even though he still was, who could blame him for having a strong captain? No way. No way. You didn't really wet yourself last time, did you? How could that be? Last time, I was in charge of everything, Cardon replied, noticing Jack's exaggerated expression, but anyone could tell he was bragging. All right, you two stop arguing. The most dangerous part hasn't passed yet. Jack, keep an eye out for pirate ships coming from other seas. If you spot any, just kill them. Weiss knew that the most dangerous ships near Reverse Mountain were those coming from the other 3 seas. 4 currents ultimately converged into one, leading to the Grand Line. If 2 ships reached this convergence point at the same time, they would inevitably collide, leading to shipwreck and loss of life. Weiss had even drawn his sword. If he spotted any ships, no matter what type, he would take them out to ensure his safety. It seemed like a blessing from heaven. The 4 currents converged to one side, and the Chris also entered the descending current without encountering any ships from the 4 seas. Boom, boom, boom. As the Chris plunged down the descending current, the strong wind hit their faces, splashing giant waves that drenched the entire Chris. Weiss and his crew officially entered the Grand Line. The sun was slightly tipsy, the sunlight just right, and the sea sparkled with light. Every wave glimmered with translucent brilliance. In the East Sea, it was still the hot summer, but entering the Grand Line seemed unaffected by the East Sea's weather. A single mountain range could create different climates. This was also a feature of the Grand Line. Every island was unaffected by the ocean. Islands like Spring Island and Winter Island, where there was only one season all year round, were countless. In contrast, islands with distinct seasons were the most unusual in the Grand Line. Am I still alive? Karina slid down from the mast, clutching it, when they just descended. She had closed her eyes out of fear while holding onto the mast. It was her first time stepping into the Grand Line. Goodbye, Nami. Goodbye, friends. Goodbye, East Sea. The 3 stood at the bow of the ship, Jack filled with emotion, realizing they had entered the Grand Line, a gathering place for the world as strong. Could such unique terrain like Reverse Mountain be seen on Wallen Island or in the East Sea? It turned out one had to go to sea to see it. Cardon had mixed feelings. This was his second time entering the Grand Line. The first time, he encountered the world's greatest swordsman while evading a storm and was cut down in one strike. After enduring hardships and returning to the East China Sea, he never expected that there would be a day when he would step foot here again. Weiss's thoughts were simpler. First, he would forge a sword. Then he would achieve the initial goal of setting sail, which was to find Hawkeye and have a duel. If he won, he would return to Swan Island to retire. As for overthrowing those so-called gods, he would leave that to Luffy, the destined child. Anyway, according to the timeline, it would take about 5 or 6 years. And if delayed a bit more, it would be 7 or 8 years. By then, Weiss would probably already be on Swan Island, watching the news of Luffy's victory. Cardon, do you know the location of Gemini Cape? I do, Captain. Then let's head over there. We'll get a log pose, and then choose a suitable route to set sail. Weiss remembered there was an interesting old man there, the ship's doctor on Roger's ship, who maintained Roger's life for the last 3 years while also searching for Laboon's companion. Speaking of which, that old man seemed to live inside Laboon's stomach. What a strange world we live in. Before long, Weiss saw a lighthouse, but did not see the interesting old man or Laboon. He only found a neatly arranged log pose inside the lighthouse. A note was placed on top. Out for business, a fated person will know. A fated person? What does that mean? Of course, it refers to someone who knows that the Grand Line requires a log pose. Picking one up, Weiss returned to the ship. Cardon had it ready. This would ensure we wouldn't get lost on the Grand Line. Really? That's great, Captain. The last time we came, we chose the wrong route because our compass lost its ability to determine direction when entering the Grand Line, and we ended up in a storm. Cardon took the log pose, looking at it curiously. Karina, having recovered after some rest, approached like a curious child, asking what it was, looking fascinated. It's a log pose. Because of the Grand Line's uniqueness, there are special magnetic fields between the islands that can damage compasses. So, we need this to record the position of the next island to avoid getting lost. Once recorded, the pointer will always point to the direction of the recorded island. So, Cardon, You can throw away the compass you have. Car done. Go store the magnetic force of the farthest right route, and once you're done, set sail. Jack, see if there are any pirates coming down from Reverse Mountain. The two silently went about their tasks, while Weiss lounged in a chair, sipping coconut juice and enjoying the rare peace. Or perhaps he had always been at ease, as he hadn't encountered anything interesting since going to sea. Is it really that magical? There must be a lot of treasures on the Grand Line, Karina said, her eyes sparkling with greed, as if she had collected all the treasures in her mind. It all depends on which route we choose. There are 7 routes here, just pick one, and the final destination will be the Sabeti Archipelago, an island built on a gigantic tree. 7. Karina's eyes turned into dollar signs. One route has many treasures. What about 7? Unlike Nami, Karina was greedy, but she wasn't timid. From the original story, she dared to enter the new world alone as a singer on the Golden Emperor's ship, ultimately stealing the entire ship. Yeah, I remember there was an island on one of the routes that was covered in gold. Weiss thought Karina would urge him to take that route after hearing this. But to his surprise, she didn't care at all. After all, she was an official crew member, but a debtor working off her debts. Hearing about treasure, she should have rushed to it without hesitation. You must be reading fairy tale scripts about the great Roland, something to scare children. You, the big captain, actually believe that? Karina moved a chair over and lay down next to him. Who said that was fake? Have you heard of Sky Island? It's getting more and more absurd. Even Sky Island is coming up. Karina rolled her eyes at Weiss. All right, Weiss might have overestimated the openness of the pirate world. What is common knowledge in the New World is treated as a legend in the Four Seas. After all, this is what those gods want to see. The more you know, the less favorable it is for their rule. Just think about it. The Navy can create advanced precision machines, like peacekeeping machines, yet they still sail the seas on 3-masted sailing ships. Clearly, Tom had already built a sea train connecting islands. Yet they still have to implement the Great Bridge Project in the East Sea. Isn't that time-consuming and laborious? Entering the Grand Line will overturn your understanding. Many legends you can only read about might just be real. Like you said, the tall tales for scaring children are just that. I can tell you for sure. They are all true. On one of the routes, there's a place called Deviltown, a half-island. The other half is an island rich in gold. You can imagine, all the gold spread across the ground, covering half the island. And that island was washed up to a height of 10,000 meters by a massive upward current, forming a sky island with land. So it's not a legend. It all depends on whether you encounter it. Weiss finished explaining and turned to see that Karina had already fallen asleep. He shook his head. Forget it. It didn't matter if she heard or not. Anyway, I've finished speaking. Doesn't it look like water from the Grand Line? Captain, the log pose has been recorded. Shall we set sail now? Carden's voice came from the cockpit. Then let's set sail, heading for the Grand Line. The sea, it's all water. In just 10 days, the Chris encountered 7 storms. 4 hailstorms and 2 thunderstorms. The weather here is truly unpredictable. One moment it could be sunny, and the next, you might be struck by a huge lightning bolt from the sky. If it weren't for Weiss's quick reflexes, it was highly likely that everyone would have already met their demise. Not only was the weather unpredictable, but the number of pirates seemed to have increased as well. And their quality was much higher than those in the East Sea, leaving the 3 on board exhausted. During these times, when encountering pirates, Weiss would only occasionally intervene, treating it as training for them. On the Grand Line, Weiss couldn't always look out for them. From now on, they must possess the strength to protect themselves. In the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise, Weiss's strength was such that as long as he wasn't rash enough to charge into the Navy headquarters in Mariewa, he could be said to be walking with ease. A year ago, he had already become a great swordsman, and after a year of accumulation, plus being in a rapidly growing phase, Weiss's strength was not much different from the level of people like Marco and Katakuri. Captain, we're running low on food. Karina popped out from the cabin. She was now the ship's cook. Low? How is that possible? Didn't we prepare food for nearly 20 days? We've only gone through half of it. Weiss was puzzled. Could it be that everyone's appetite had increased recently? My good captain, how many storms have we encountered? And how many pirates? Doesn't that require physical stamina? Even though you didn't fight, the other 2 need to eat a lot after every battle. Weiss awkwardly scratched his head. I hadn't noticed that point. Is there enough fresh water on the ship? I'll handle the food issue. A person who has been practicing swordsmanship at the bottom of the sea wouldn't be unable to find food in the ocean. The Grand Line may not have any giant sea kings, but there are plenty of sea beasts and various fish. So, my dear captain, what we can eat for lunch today depends on how you handle it. Karina squinted her eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in her gaze. Looking at her like that, Vis felt goosebumps rise on his back. The This little girl was getting bolder, and he needed to find someone to keep her in check. Those two straight men were useless. Without female crew members, they were always shouting. With female crew members, they acted like perfect gentlemen, some aloof, some overly submissive. Everyone knew what kind of people they were, yet they pretended. This was not one to hold back either. He picked up a sword that was lying nearby, dove gracefully into the water, and submerged perfectly without a splash. Excellent. Jack, drop anchor. This is going to catch fish. Otherwise, we'll be drinking water for the next few days. Karina shouted towards the lookout. Jack paused while cleaning his gun, covering his face with one hand, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Who knew his appetite had increased recently? Eating a bit too much had resulted in a boost in strength. He even wondered if it was because he had eaten too little on Blue Island that his strength hadn't improved until now. And then he had jumped anchor. The Chris stood tall on the sea, waiting for Vis's return. They had been sailing for so long without eating deep-sea fish. Captain, there seems to be a ship ahead that has dropped anchor. It's not moving on the surface. A pirate ship was swaying on the sea not far from the Chris. Oh, let's go over and rob it of its treasure and women, huh? The pirate captain didn't even bother to ask what kind of ship it was and laughed wildly as he gave the order. This pirate crew had been chased by the Navy for 3 days. Finally shaking them off, they could breathe easy, only to encounter a merchant ship. In the first half of this paradise, they would only run into small fries just coming in from all corners of the sea. What was there to be afraid of? Captain, that ship has no flag. Only the words rescue. Such a strange flag is rare on the sea. A crew member resembling an officer advised his captain, urging him not to capsize in a ditch. Ha ha ha. Root, did you lose your guts in a woman's belly? Who am I? I'm a captain. Oh, the captain has a bounty of 80 million berries and is known as the Beast Doran. Doran, a muscular man over 3 meters tall, with messy hair and a scar running through his eye, his well-defined muscles on display, was bare-chested wearing a pirate cloak, with a spiked club ready at hand. Captain, if you say that, I'm getting excited. Let us see if your fighting captain has lost his guts. Root licked his lips, steadying the big knife in his hand, eyes gleaming with bloodlust as he stared at the immobile Chris in the distance. Boys, say hello first. Yes. Fire. Fire. Jack, who had just dropped anchor, was about to return to the lookout when his expression suddenly changed. In his line of sight, a pirate ship was heading straight for the Chris. Cadden, come out quickly. A pirate ship is coming. Cadden popped his head out of the cockpit, still holding a book about navigation. He was now studying maritime knowledge about the Grand Line daily, realizing that many common-sense things from the EC were useless here. There are pirates coming. What are you still looking at? Jack, gun in hand, rushed to the bow, and Karina, hearing the noise, rushed to follow him. Cadden jumped out of the cockpit. He was no longer the timid person he had been when they first met. At least he could participate in the fight now. The three stood at the bow, and the pirate ship had its sails fully raised, clearly not taking them seriously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing this, Jack calmly raised his gun, aimed, and fired 3 shots. 3 explosions echoed across the sea. His marksmanship was becoming increasingly skilled. Cadden, you and Karina load the cannonballs. We can't just take hits without fighting back. Cadden, hearing this, took Karina and ran to the cannonballs, skillfully loading them up. In this situation, the two of them couldn't help much anyway. This was something Jack had strongly insisted on keeping after defeating a group of pirates. They couldn't always live under Vis's wing. Their current strength was still too weak, so they needed something like cannons. Vis thought for a moment and decided to keep them. After all, these 2 cannons had wheels and didn't take up much space. So they were placed at the bow and happened to come in handy today. Have you guys loaded them up? Jack asked. Loaded, both are loaded. Hearing this, Jack put away his gun. Being hit without fighting back made him feel a bit frustrated. Moreover, the Chris was currently stationary, making it easy to be attacked. Jack aimed steadily. The cannonballs fired from the other side were dealt with by Cadden. Those that missed fell into the sea. In the pirate world, the hit rate of cannonballs relied entirely on luck. But for a sharpshooter like Jack, cannonballs and guns were no different. After some adjustments, Jack lit the fuse. Captain, we're going to make a fortune. The ship opposite seems to be an unarmed cruise ship. A pirate exclaimed after looking through the telescope and seeing that the Chris seemed to have only a few guns, even just 2 cannons. To them, it was like having no armed forces at all. Ha ha ha, boys, stop firing. Don't injure our big customer. When we board later, all of you pay attention. Don't hurt anyone. After we rob the treasure, you can do as you please. Doran grinned savagely, his face very cruel. Having been chased by the Navy for several days, he was quite irritated. With Doran's command, the pirate ship ceased fire. At this moment, Jack fired the first shot. which landed not far from the pirate ship and splashed into the water. The ship erupted in harsh laughter. Is the enemy's gunner trying to kill me with laughter? Can't hit from such a close distance. They probably saw our captain and got scared, haha, on the Chris. The two on board saw the cannonball land in the water and didn't even furrow their brows. They believed that Jack couldn't possibly miss hitting the pirates. They believed in his skills even more than he did himself. Watching the Chris, which had only fired one shot, and the pirate ship looming over the sea, now wanting to charge in for a boarding battle, Jack revealed a cruel smile. Pirates, come and accept the baptism of cannon fire. Captain, let us bet. I can take down their pirate ship with one shot, believe it or not. The wager is that the loser washes the winner's socks for a month. Jack grinned wickedly at Cadden. Cadden calculated in his mind. He believed Jack could hit the pirate ship. However, taking down the pirate ship with one shot was another matter unless Jack increased the cannon's power. According to Cadden's knowledge, Jack's developed bombs had not yet succeeded. So, the chances of winning this bet were as high as 90%, so, not betting, Jack, I believe in you. TCH, weakling, Jack sneered dismissively. All right, what time is it? You two still have a mind to joke around? That pirate ship is almost finished adjusting its course. Karina could no longer stand the two who were dragging their feet. Calm down, Miss Karina. My marksmanship is very accurate. One shot guarantees to send the pirate ship flying. Jack raised an eyebrow. He adjusted the cannon on the ship again, intently watching the movements on the sea, seemingly calculating the wind speed. 10 seconds later, Jack muttered, now's the time. He brought the torch close to the fuse, which ignited with a sizzling sound, bursting into brilliant sparks, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Whoosh! The cannonball created a sharp, piercing sound as it sliced through the air, propelled by the wind. The cannonball arced through the air, seemingly about to fall into the water. The pirates on the ship laughed recklessly, convinced by their experience that this cannonball would definitely land in the sea. It was a cannonball that couldn't possibly hit the pirate ship, and the opposing resistance was too weak, having only fired 2 shots from the beginning until now. However, the captain looked at the cannonball with an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if something dangerous was about to happen. His expression changed, turning quite ugly. Not good, but it was too late. The pirates watched helplessly as the cannonball struck below, hitting the second level of the pirate ship, where countless cannons and bombs were stored. Run. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! 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 The series of explosions erupted as Jack's cannonball ignited all the bombs on the pirate ship. Instantly, the distant sea was lit up with flames, a massive fireball erupting above the ocean. The pirates on the second level hadn't reacted in time and were engulfed in flames. The pirate ship was in tatters. Fortunately, still being on the ocean, some of the flames were instantly doused by the erupting seawater, preventing it from breaking apart immediately. One could clearly see the ripples created by the explosion spreading in circles across the sea, the splashes crashing against the nearby Chris. Wood shavings flew everywhere, and the shattered debris, shaken by the explosive waves, caused severe destruction. Those pirates who did not perish in the flames were cut down by the sharp wood shavings. At this moment, the pirate ship was creaking, with half of its structure not burned but already on the brink of collapse. The surviving pirates flailed on the surface of the sea, using some charred planks to stay afloat. The ship had sunk halfway, with the remaining half still floating on the water, burning fiercely, the flames spreading upwards. The surviving pirates above could not withstand the high temperatures and jumped into the sea one after another. The crew on the Chris watched the scene in silence. Jack remained quiet, admiring the masterpiece he had created. So what if the range was insufficient? So what if the firepower was lacking? In battle, it's all about brains. After all, one shot took down a pirate ship. Carden watched Jack's show-off demeanor, relieved that he hadn't bet against Jack, who had a 90 chance of winning. After all, this reserved man, would he risk such a bet without confidence? Noticing movements on the sea, it seemed that some pirates were swimming over. Should we take them out? Karina looked at the surviving pirates in the water, who seemed to be swimming toward the Chris. It looked like one person was dragging another, moving very quickly. Jack, there's someone fast over there. Take them out. Jack didn't respond, directly grabbing his gun and aiming at the surface of the sea. Firing a shot, that person erupted with blood and vanished, seemingly sinking to the bottom. With each gunshot, pools of blood surfaced on the water, as pirates fell one by one to Jack's hands. The principle of kicking a man when he's down was prevalent in that world. There was no burden on his conscience. How many lives did these pirates have on their hands? Karina observed the surface of the sea, not believing that someone with such speed could be taken down by Jack's shot. This wasn't to say Jack was weak. Having a cautious heart when facing pirates on the sea could never go wrong. Among the few pirates who had miraculously survived the explosion under Jack's gunfire, the sea saw more pirate corpses and fewer scum left in the world. With the last gunshot, there were no living pirates left in front of the Chris. Perhaps some pirates, seeing their imminent death, had swum away to other places. Not feeling assured, Jack used his observation hockey to sense the surface of the sea ahead and confirmed that there were indeed no living pirates left, allowing him to finally lower his gun. He looked sadly at the two beside him, who seemed unfazed, as if they understood some of Weiss's feelings. At the rear of the Chris, a small figure was struggling to climb while carrying a large man on his back, blood continuously flowing from his shoulder. The sea returned to calm, swallowing all traces of the explosion as waves rolled in one after another. If it weren't for their personal experience, no one would believe that a pirate ship had just sunk to the seabed in an explosion. The three were somewhat pleased. This was their first true eradication of an entire pirate ship, albeit achieved somewhat cunningly. I wonder if Weiss will believe what we say when he comes back, Karina said, squinting with a smile. Who knows? He might still be in some deep-sea trench. It's only been 10 minutes, and he probably hasn't found suitable prey yet. Carden gazed at the sea, his expression deep and particularly captivating. You're not suited for that kind of expression. It looks too lewd. Jack seemed unable to tolerate Carden's pretentious demeanor and deliberately criticized him. What did you say, reserve man? I'm talking about you. What's the matter, weakling? Karina, seeing this, slapped her forehead and turned to return to the cabin to prepare the remaining ingredients. But the moment she turned, she froze in place. Stop arguing for now. It seems we've encountered big trouble, Karina stuttered, tugging at the two behind her, trying to grab hold of them, her hands feeling weak and unable to do so. The two, still bickering, turned their heads and saw two figures on the deck. These two were standing at the cabin's position, one wielding a large knife with blood on his shoulder, bandaging himself. The other was drenched, bare-chested, holding a giant spiked mace. They were staring intently at the three, their calm faces hiding eyes ablaze with fury. Even from a distance, one could feel the intensity, as if they wanted to burn them to ashes. Karina quickly ran behind the two, turning the cannons towards them, as this was the only weapon she could use at the moment. Jack unhesitatingly raised his gun, his observation hockey instantly enveloping the entire Chris. Bang! Bang! A few gunshots rang out, smoke billowing from the gun muzzle, bullets slicing through the air, spinning as they flew at high speed, creating rippling waves in the air. Clang! Doran raised his spiked mace, and the bullets seemed to have eyes, colliding with it, sparks flying as they transformed into two iron balls that rolled onto the deck. Is it you little brats who flipped my ship? Doran's face darkened, an almost tangible killing intent emanating from him, crashing against the three. Oh no! Jack, standing at the forefront, was the first to feel the surge of murderous intent. His thoughts seemed to sink into a quagmire, completely frozen, and his body trembled under the stimulation of the killing aura. Now Jack understood why they had dealt with pirates so easily before. It was partly because they had just stepped from the four seas into the Grand Line. Most importantly, Weiss had been standing behind him, always taking out some strong opponents first, never allowing them to experience such raw killing intent. The two of them hunched over, bending their legs, seemingly exhausting all their strength to stand up. Don't think Jack is weak. The gap between them was too vast. One was a professional sniper, while the other was a strong fighter who engaged in close combat at sea all day. There was already a disparity, and now the shooter was being approached by a tank. How could he fight back? At that moment, a cannon barrel extended between the two of them. Jack and Carden were blocking in front, while Karina did not feel the overwhelming force. Looking at the cannon barrel, Doran's murderous intent intensified. Such a small thing had ruined his years of accumulation at sea. He looked at the spike club, ready to step forward and take out these three little brats. Captain, how could I trouble you to step forward for these three little things? Let me take care of it. Doran paused, turning around, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Ludier, seemingly wanting to crush this person blocking his way under the spike club. Seeing Ludier's determined eyes, along with the blood streaming from his shoulder, Doran's gaze softened. Ludier, don't kill them easily. Oh, right, be careful not to damage our ship. At this moment, Doran already regarded the Chris as his own property. Rest assured, my captain, I will make them wish they were dead. Ludier tightened the bandage around his wounded shoulder, swinging the large knife in his hand in a circle. The knife spun rapidly like a windmill, generating strong winds that rustled the newspapers Weiss had placed on the table. Karina, fire the cannon. Carden leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath. He hated his own weakness, thinking he could feel proud after taking out a few small pirates, only to find he couldn't even withstand the simplest aura in front of true strong opponents. Whoosh! The cannonball shot out with a piercing friction sound, flying past the two in front, seemingly aiming to obliterate the enemies ahead. Ludier continued to advance with an easygoing posture, as if he hadn't seen the bomb flying towards him, his eyes seemingly fixed only on the three little brats who had destroyed the ship. Bang! This was not the sound of a bomb exploding. It was Ludier kicking the fast-moving cannonball into the air, where it burst into a cloud of black smoke. He himself was completely unharmed. How is this possible? Cardon was astonished. At such a close distance, how could he kick away such a fast cannonball? What kind of speed and reaction ability is this? Jack knew how fast a cannonball could be fired, and the opponent was despairingly strong. Little brats. Is this all you can do? As he spoke, Ludier's figure had already vanished from sight. Oh no! Seeing Ludier disappear, Jack hurriedly reached out and pushed Karina away. At that moment, Ludier appeared right in front of the two of them. Sizzle. The sound of a knife slicing through flesh could be clearly felt by the two. It was both full and swift, torturing them with two different sensations. Puff! Blood gushed from their chests, steaming as it splattered onto Ludier's face. At this moment, he stuck out his tongue to lick it. What warm blood! It drives me insane. Ludier seemed to have transformed, his pupils reduced to mere dots, with the whites of his eyes taking up most of his gaze. But this isn't enough. You destroyed my ship. How could you possibly withstand this so easily? Saying this, he slashed down again, wanting to torment these two little brats in front of him. No! Karina cried out in despair. At that moment, she wished Weiss would appear before her, regret consuming her entire being. For the first time, Karina felt her strength shouldn't be so weak when her companions were in danger. She could only watch helplessly, and just as Karina shouted, Jack and Cardon's bodies were once again covered in wounds. Doran, holding the spike club, looked at Ludier's handiwork with satisfaction, revealing a cruel smile. Just like this, ha-ha. This damned swarm of ants actually destroyed the ship of the great beast. That little girl, don't kill her yet. I want to torment her to death. Looking at the weeping Karina, Ludier revealed an even more sinister smile. Why aren't you two falling down? Is this the posture you should have when facing a strong opponent? You two damned ants. After just a few slashes, Ludier realized that with a couple more cuts, the opponents would likely be dead. So he switched from a knife to his fists, unleashing a storm-like barrage on the two. Jack drew his gun, intending to shoot at Ludier, but as soon as he raised the gun, it was crushed into a lump by the opponent's hand. Cardon tried to fight back, but his swinging arm was rendered limp by a single punch. Fists rained down on them like raindrops, the excruciating pain enveloping their entire bodies. There wasn't a single part of them that didn't hurt. Now, they could still stand only by sheer willpower. They couldn't fall. They couldn't let the enemy look down on them. Fall down, ants, two ants. You seem to be enjoying yourself. A chilling voice came from behind Karina, like something crawling up from the depths of hell, bringing all living beings towards doom. Weiss, hurry and save Jack and the others. Karina shouted excitedly. Stop crying. It's all right. They'll be fine too. Weiss gently stroked Karina's hair, his voice now completely different from before. Seeing Weiss, Ludier felt a sense of danger, shivering involuntarily as a chill swept through him. His hand, ready to swing again, ended up missing. Upon closer inspection, the two figures like sandbags had been rescued by Weiss. He laid them flat on the deck, and through his observation hockey, he sensed that they were not in mortal danger. They had just lost too much blood and had a few broken bones. Whether to be relieved or unfortunate, it seemed that because they were too weak, the opponent had to hold back their strength if they wanted to torment them. Otherwise, a single punch could kill them. Whether to be relieved or sorrowful. Since you enjoy tormenting others so much, let me try it too. Seeing that the two were not in danger, Weiss instructed Karina to bandage them up and slowly stood up, a powerful aura erupting forth. The entire ship was shrouded in a scarlet killing intent, like mist enveloping the whole Chris. Just as Jack and Cardon had been in that situation, Ludier was now in the same predicament. But the fear in his heart was even stronger. That killing aura was like an abyss with no end in sight. This overwhelming killing intent eroded Ludier's nerves, rendering him unable to resist. Ugh! In this scarlet killing aura, Ludier howled like a wolf, barely managing to stand upright. A red mist wrapped around him, as if trying to pull him down to hell. Oh, are you standing up? You could die there. After saying this, Weiss grasped the sword at his waist, and the murderous intent on the ship exploded to its peak in an instant, with red threads wrapping around the long sword, painting it crimson. Rudy Eye struggled to grip the large knife in his hand, half squatting in a defensive posture. He knew that he could only endure if he could withstand it. He could live a little longer. Normal attack, 1,000 strikes in an instant. Weiss suddenly vanished from sight, and at that moment, Rudy Eye's face changed drastically. He waved his knife wildly in the air, as if this could ward off Weiss's attack. Thud! Sizzle! In that instant, countless blood-red sword lights flashed across Rudy Eye's body. The sound of blades slicing through flesh ringing incessantly. These sword lights cut through his flesh like serrated teeth. Ah! A chilling scream echoed across the sea. A whirlwind swept by, and Weiss appeared behind Rudy Eye, slowly sheathing his sword back into its scabbard 1,000 times. Not more, not less. Thud, thud, thud. As Weiss's voice fell, blood gushed from Rudy Eye like a fountain, splattering recklessly on the deck, his throat gurgling as if he wanted to say something. His gaze lost its light. In his last moment, he saw Karina bandaging Jack and Cardon. Now it's your turn. Weiss looked up at the towering figure before him. A man over 3 meters tall, his murderous intent unmasked. A hint of madness flashed in Dolan's eyes. He had already known he couldn't win when he saw Weiss brutally kill Rudy Eye. But what could he do? This was the sea. He was a devil fruit user. Where could he escape? He could only fight. To tear apart the enemy in battle was the only way to survive. Roar! Dolan let out a long howl, gradually transforming his human voice into a beast's roar. His body slowly swelled, muscles coiling tightly, and his scarred body sprouted thick fur, quickly covering him entirely. Finally, his head completed the transformation into a beast. A black bear over 7 meters tall stood on the deck of the Chris ship, wielding a wolf-fang club more than 3 meters long. This was the origin of Dolan's title, the Beast of Madness, the animal-type black bear fruit. After consuming it, one gained immense strength, tough skin, and increased vitality, but it also made one prone to falling into a frenzied state. With a massive body topped with a huge bear head, a pair of blood-red eyes gazed at Weiss, seemingly hesitating. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted, as if to rally himself, raising the wolf-fang club to strike down at Weiss. Damn it, my deck, I don't have a shipwright. Weiss's already furious mindset exploded completely. How dare you damage my deck? With every step Dolan took, the deck shattered further. By the time he reached Weiss, his momentum had peaked. As he got close, he bent his legs and leaped onto Weiss's head, swinging the thick wolf-fang club down toward Weiss's head. Using a wolf-fang club? Do you think you're Kaido? Weiss remained expressionless, stepping forward, bending one knee. The dark, armed, color hockey erupted from within him, instantly spreading to the blade. It's not that I can't defeat him. Even without hockey, someone like him could be dealt with easily. I'm just afraid of breaking my sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed where the two resisted each other. Weiss remained firm, while Dolan, landing on the deck, continuously increased his strength, trying to push Weiss down. A bear? You're too weak. Weiss controlled his strength, trying not to destroy the Chris ship. Otherwise, he wouldn't even find someone to repair it. If they hadn't injured Jack and Cardon so severely, Weiss would have dealt with this big bear in one move long ago. In the bloodthirsty gaze of Dolan, 2 pairs of bear-like arms continuously exerted pressure, as if that would truly be enough to take down Weiss. However, no matter how hard Dolan tried, Weiss's hands remained as immovable as Mount Tai, and even the deck beneath them did not crack. This made Dolan deeply question his life. How could the gap be so large? At this moment, completely transformed into a beast, Dolan's mind was somewhat muddled, and a trace of anxiety began to emerge. Weiss's observation hockey could sense even the slightest changes in emotions, and naturally picked up on this trace of anxiety. You're anxious, are you? Just this? Just this? For some reason, upon hearing these words, an inexplicable anger surged within Dolan. Unable to suppress Weiss any longer, he felt an overwhelming brutality rise within him. Smash! Smash! Smash this amp before me. Bang! Bang! Ding! Ding! Dolan continued to swing the wolf-fang club in his hand, relentlessly hammering at Weiss, as if forging iron. In contrast, Weiss's feet did not move an inch. He simply wielded his sword and effortlessly blocked the seemingly ferocious wolf-fang club. After quite a while, it seemed that Dolan was unable to move Weiss, and he gasped, finally stopping his relentless attacks. Had you had enough? Then it's my turn. With that, Weiss's aura suddenly changed. A glint of red light appeared in his eyes, and the killing intent in his heart was released, crashing into Dolan's mind. Already transformed into a beast, Dolan's mind dulled, and when Weiss's killing intent struck, he completely lost his rationality. In his eyes, there was only destruction. Destruction of everything in sight. Seeing the now rampaging giant beast, Weiss remained unfazed, swinging his sword forward, a red light coalescing into a line that slashed towards Dolan. Dolan seemed to sense the danger and instinctively raised the wolf fawn club to block in front of his chest. Unfortunately, the blow infused with Weiss's killing intent was not something a mere wolf fawn club could withstand. Swoosh! The red light touched the black wolf fawn club, slicing through without any obstruction. It was as if winter snow met the gentle sun, dissipating without a trace. The 3-meter-long wolf fawn club broke in half. The breakage as smooth as a mirror, reflecting Dolan's entire face. After severing the wolf fawn club, the red slash continued unabated, heading straight for Dolan's chest. Thud! A 2-meter-long wound slashed diagonally from Dolan's left shoulder to his abdomen. The dark fur was cut away, clinging to the wound, allowing blood to seep through. Roar! The intense pain made Dolan howl to the heavens. He couldn't understand why such a seemingly ordinary slash could be so painful. And how could the most common regenerative ability of a Zoan user be lost here? Dolan felt his wound not healing. If Weiss knew this, he would only snort in disdain. With this level of development, you want to heal? Dream on. Realizing the pain? Realizing the howling? Don't rush. This is just the beginning. Who knows how Weiss felt when he saw Jack and Cardin's injuries? So, he quickly took out the one responsible for all this root. And the real culprit needed to be dealt with slowly. Another slash was unleashed, and Dolan received another wound, a fork-shaped injury appearing on his chest. At this moment, enveloped in Weiss's killing intent, it seemed he could no longer control his muscles, unable to move, and could only allow Weiss to unleash his attacks at will. Think about what you've done before. Why are you being cowardly? Don't. Our great pirate Weiss's eyes sparkled with a chilling light. Don't look at this bear's miserable state now. He was able to be rewarded 80 million berries in the first half of paradise, which shows what he had done. Such a person must have taken at least 800 lives. With the way his subordinates fought, who knows how many people he had tortured. If Weiss was weaker than them today, it's likely that it would be Weiss lying on the ground howling in misery. The victor takes all. There's nothing more to say. Dolan, awakened by the intense pain, spoke hoarsely. His wolf fawn club had been severed, and his spirit and will were suppressed by Weiss, leaving him unable to move. We're all heroes of the sea. Give me a quick death. Dolan seemed to have prepared himself for a generous death. Heroes? Quick death. Ha! That is the funniest joke I've heard on the Grand Line. What kind of hero are you? Just a piece of trash at sea. Quick death. Have you ever given those you robbed a quick death? Just look at yourself. Still calling yourself a great pirate? Weiss scoffed. With every word Weiss spoke, his sword would swing once, and in just a moment, several more wounds appeared on Dolan's body. What do you want? Anger could no longer express his emotions. He just wanted to tear apart the little brat in front of him who treated him like a monkey. It seemed that the intense emotional turmoil wanted to break through Weiss's killing intense suppression on his thoughts, and Dolan's bear-like body could be seen trembling violently. Boom! Dolan finally regained control of his arms. It seemed he had broken free from Weiss's killing intense suppression and was ready to use his fist to smash Weiss to death. Ha ha! Little brat, your killing intent has no effect on me anymore. Now it's my turn. Looking at the wildly laughing Dolan, Weiss's lips curled into a mocking smile. Ignorant. What is the greatest despair for a person? It's when you see hope, only to realize in the end that it was merely the enemy giving you false hope, which is true despair. Dolan roared as he charged at Weiss, his massive body smashing the deck, excitedly aiming to crush Weiss's head. I've had enough fun, and I still need to treat the two of them. Weiss whispered softly, seemingly oblivious to the bare fist about to land on his head. Dolan, thrilled, was about to smash his fists into the head of the person in front of him. Victory would ultimately belong to him. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the expression on his face froze. 1,000 strikes in an instant. Red light appeared again, and slashes transformed into relentless maggots, continuously sizzling on Dolan's body. The red slashes bloomed like flowers, enveloping Dolan, allowing him to appreciate the most brilliant moments of life in his final moments. Weiss reappeared, sheathing his sword, as the ship was filled with a tide of red, killing intent, returning to its original color. Dolan fell to the ground with a series of splattering sounds, his body reverting to its original form, covered in sword wounds. What happened to them? Weiss quickly ran to Jack and Cardin's side. They had bled too much and were already bandaged, but I can't set broken bones. We need to find a doctor quickly. Karina looked at Weiss anxiously, as if she expected him to come up with a solution. Just as Weiss furrowed his brows and was about to say something, a voice came from the surface of the sea. The ships ahead were listening. "We are the Navy. Have you seen the pirate ship of the rampaging beast Dolan? The Navy pursuing Dolan has arrived." Navy headquarters, Marine Fort. A massive fortress standing on the Grand Line, occupying the entire island, exerting pressure across the seas, suppressing countless pirates, upholding absolute justice to maintain peace on the seas. At this moment, countless warships are entering and leaving the huge crescent-shaped bay, either returning from missions or about to set out to carry them out. Massive fortress cannons rest heavily on the high walls of the harbor, resembling fierce beasts. However, their symbolic significance outweighs their practical use. Small pirates can't utilize them, and strong pirates don't need them. A towering skyscraper stands in the center of the fortress, with the grand words Navy emblazoned on its facade. Every floor is bustling with Navy personnel rushing about, as any matter that reaches headquarters is urgent and requires immediate attention. The people here are constantly dealing with important tasks and dare not rest. On the top floor is the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. However, instead of a solemn atmosphere, there are sounds of discord emanating from the office. "Ha ha, Sengoku, I found your donuts again. Trying to hide them from me. How stingy. Kapu, that was my last bag of snacks. How did you find them?" Sengoku's frustrated voice came from inside the office. Meanwhile, the soldiers guarding outside have long grown accustomed to this and stand steadily at their posts. "Oh, come on, Sengoku, don't be so stingy. It's just a bag of snacks," Kapu said as he sat on the sofa, unceremoniously munching on the donuts. Opposite him, Sengoku sat beneath the plaque of justice, helplessly sighing as he continued to handle the documents in front of him. "Ah, Kapu, you're still so carefree," Akiji, the Marine Admiral, said while sitting nearby. Today, there were no emergencies requiring an admiral's attention, so he was rare to be seen resting at headquarters. He usually rides around on a bicycle with a penguin. "You're the most relaxed one here, aren't you?" Kapu said, eating a donut. Akiji, with an eye patch on his head, looked somewhat lazy, as if he wanted to lie down on the sofa. "Knock, knock, knock. Report, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. There is intelligence coming in." A messenger knocked on the door. "Kumin," Sengoku replied without lifting his head. There were too many matters he needed to deal with every day. A Navy soldier walked in from outside, saluted, and placed several documents on Sengoku's desk. "This is intel sent up regarding Major General Riggins' pursuit of the beastly pirate Dolan." "Dolan? ISNT, he the one with the animal-type black bear fruit ability? A pirate with an 80 million bounty. How did this information end up here?" Sengoku furrowed his brows, a bit incredulous. When did an 80 million bounty pirate require the Fleet Admiral's attention? Are the people below so careless now? He had heard of these too. They particularly enjoyed torturing captured prisoners. The Navy had also been tortured before. Otherwise, Sengoku wouldn't have had any impression of them. However, upon seeing the two photos attached to the intel, his brows tightened even more. These are Dolan and his sadistic subordinate. The two men in the photos were wrapped in blood, with some areas already unrecognizable, having been slashed thousands of times by Weiss. What kind of people did they offend to end up so miserable? Sengoku raised his head and asked the soldier. "Even if it's too tragic, it shouldn't be reported. There are scarier people on the sea than them." "No, these two were killed by Weiss, the great swordsman from the East Blue, whom we were advised to keep an eye on some time ago." At that moment, Kapu's head popped up from behind Sengoku, chewing something as he said, "Whoa, how did these two provoke that kid to die so tragically? I didn't see him have such murderous intent when he sparred with Bogart last time." "You're too close, Kapu. Donut crumbs are stuck to my face." Sengoku leaned away in disgust, seemingly afraid Kapu would come closer and threw the photos at him. The specific situation was that it seemed Weiss had run out of food on his ship, so he anchored and went hunting, coincidentally encountering Dolan's pirate crew. Since there weren't many people on the Chris ship, the sniper named Jack managed to hit Dolan's explosive storage with a single shot, leaving only him and his officer alive. "Ha ha ha, what bad luck." Kapu spat out the donut he was chewing, and Sengoku was caught off guard and got sprayed in the face. "Kapu, stop messing around and get out," Sengoku shouted angrily. The messenger also felt a bit speechless and continued. Then the two boarded the Chris ship and tortured two of the crew members. Finally, Weiss came up from the sea and brutally killed them both. At that moment, the Navy we were pursuing encountered them, and now his two injured crew members are receiving treatment on the warship, because there had been previous orders that any news of this person needed to be reported and archived. The Major General sent over his information. After listening, Sengoku waved his hand to dismiss the messenger. This was an order from Sengoku since Kapu had once mentioned seeing a familiar shadow on Weiss's sword. At that time, they only thought it might be a double-edged sword and dismissed it. However, Sengoku did not give up. After all, if he really was the heir of the Golden Lion, it might lead to finding the Golden Lion's whereabouts. After all, a notorious pirate who had disappeared for nearly 20 years with his ambition must be plotting a shocking grand conspiracy. In the end, based on the direction Weiss was sailing, it took them over half a month to find Twin Swallow Island. Through merchant ships and secret investigations, they found no useful information. The only news they got was that Weiss liked to train alone by the sea and often practiced swordsmanship underwater, never having seen anyone teach him. Such talent seemed to be recruitable into the Navy. It could enhance the Navy's combat power. He was too young, an 18-year-old great swordsman. A talent like that was terrifying, and who knows how far he could grow. Despite having a fleet admiral in charge, 3 admirals suppressing the sea, and a Navy hero intimidating foes, it still couldn't change the fact that the Navy's legacy had already fractured. There was no one in the new generation who could carry the banner. Secondly, they could monitor him. No matter how skilled his swordsmanship was, being under their noses, even if he truly was the heir of the Golden Lion, what could he do? Could he really cause a stir in the Navy headquarters? Realizing the key point, Sengoku quickly issued an order to contact the Major General and give it a try. After all, it wouldn't cost them anything. In the first half of the Grand Line, the Chris ship was docked next to the Navy warship. Weiss stood on the deck of the warship, waiting for the Navy to treat Jack and Cardon's injuries. This was the outcome he had achieved by trading the bounties of the 2 men after seeing the Navy. The Major General certainly allowed it. This was a person the higher-ups had instructed to pay attention to, and being able to sell him off was quite nice. Moreover, this could be considered an extra income. Since they had already reported Weiss's killing of Dolan in the intel, the Navy would need to pay the bounty. But now, the bounty became the payment for Weiss to have the Navy treat his 2 crew members. Dolan's bounty was 80 million, and Lydia's was 38 million, totaling over 100 million in bounties. Everyone on the warship could share a bit and still have a lot left. Such a good deal. The Major General certainly wooed T. Refuse. All right, Kalina, the Navy's medical officer, may not be the best in the world, but they are definitely not incompetent. They've dealt with injuries like Jack's countless times, so there is no need to worry. Weiss called out to the constantly moving Kalina, who one might think was in labor with her husband inside. Oh, I misspoke. Men can't have children. That's basically the idea, right? Sigh. Karina didn't speak, just sighed silently. All right, stop sighing. Once they recover this time, I will give them some rigorous training. It seems their laxity this time has harmed them. I was too lenient with them before. They couldn't even handle 80 million small pirates. It's too pathetic and embarrassing. The soldiers on guard nearby couldn't help but twitch their mouths at Weiss's words. They thought to themselves, brother, this is the first half of the Grand Line. The paradise that pirates talk about. 80 million is already quite a lot here. Not to mention here, even in paradise, it would still be impressive. After all, before becoming a warlord, Crocodile's bounty was just under 100 million. How could it turn into a dog in your eyes? Mr. Weiss, our marshal wishes to speak with you. The Navy saw the arrival of the Major and put away their thoughts, standing tall to show their best side to their leader. The Major waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to leave this area. He also didn't know what to say, in case it was some secret. Why does Marshal Sengoku want to talk to me? Weiss was puzzled. Killing a small pirate shouldn't warrant alarming the highest commander of the Navy, right? Could this pirate have some special identity? A fallen noble, a prince of a certain country, or a member of the celestial dragons lost in the world? With a look of doubt, Weiss took the transponder snail from the Major's hand. Weiss had one, but it had never rung when he called others. They wouldn't even pick up. Hello, Sawadee Ka, this is Weiss. The originally calm transponder snail suddenly turned into a goofy face. Huh, Weiss the brat. Do you remember me? I am Garp. Then there was a loud bang, as if something heavy had fallen. The transponder snail then changed to a frog-eyed state. Hello, I'm Navy Marshal Sengoku. Knowing that you were the Marshal doesn't need to be emphasized, of course. Weiss couldn't really say that. Hello, Marshal Sengoku, what guidance do you have? Regarding the Marshal who bears the pressure of the world government and maintains the justice of the sea, Weiss still has great respect. He could be considered a scapegoat caught between the Navy and the Gorosei, taking over the chaotic sea due to Roger's words from Steelbone Kong, and ultimately reaching the warlord agreement under the oppression of the Gorosei. Now, it was just a superficial maintenance of stability between the Navy, the warlords, and the 4 emperors. It was only after a certain destined child set sail that changes occurred. That year's supernovas stirred the sea into chaos. I'm calling you today to invite you to join the Navy. If you can come to the Navy, I can directly make you a rear admiral. Sengoku wasted no time and got straight to the point. Weiss was taken aback by such a direct statement. The Navy thinks so highly of me. Counting Sengoku's invitation, this was already the third time, and this time, the rank offered was the highest. Once from Garp, once during the Rogertown incident from Colonel Indress. Weiss didn't believe that was his own decision. Could it be that he was so sought after? If Weiss knew that Sengoku wanted to place him under close watch, he wouldn't know what to think. The major beside him was already too shocked to speak. This was not the major recruitment from behind. The Navy's combat power was very strong, and they directly promised a rear admiral rank. Little did he know that Sengoku wouldn't give up any information related to the Golden Lion, even if it was just Garp's intuition. But who is Garp? A top powerhouse on the sea. Such intuition is already a form of evidence. Moreover, there are very few users of dual-bladed swords, and even fewer can teach such a young great swordsman. If Weiss could clear his suspicions in the end, Sengoku wouldn't mind cultivating him as the next generation of a navy. Marshal Sengoku, I want to ask you a question. If you answer me, I'll agree. Weiss needed to clarify this time to prevent the Navy from harboring thoughts of recruiting him again. You speak. Are you executing the Navy's justice, the Celestial Dragon's justice, or the Gorosei's justice? If the Navy's justice conflicts with the Gorosei's justice, what will you do? Sengoku fell silent, and Weiss waited for his answer. The major beside him had already broken out in a cold sweat, thinking, why do I have to hear such words? In his mind, the Navy should absolutely obey the Gorosei's orders. After a moment of silence, Sengoku suddenly said, I understand. The transponder snail was hung up. Weiss returned the transponder snail to the major, shrugged his shoulders, and looked at the awkward major without saying a word, walking over to Karina. How are Jack and the others? Almost done. The military doctor is doing the final bandaging. They gave us some medicine, saying it would be used later. The military doctor also received a little extra, so he's particularly attentive. Back at the Navy headquarters, after hanging up the phone, Sengoku was left alone in his office, which became exceptionally quiet. He thought about some of the things the Navy had done over the years. Was it really justice? Moreover, there are also some matters handled secretly by CP. As the marshal, Sengoku couldn't possibly be unaware. But what could be done? If the Navy were to separate from the world government, that enormous military expense would instantly cause the Navy to fall apart. After Weiss asked that question, Sengoku realized that Weiss would never join the Navy. Those questions he couldn't answer, nor could he. After tidying up his emotions, Sengoku returned to a working state. Weiss's question might have caused him to reminisce for a few minutes, but it absolutely wouldn't affect him. After working for a while, Sengoku suddenly picked up that photo again. Some sword wounds were very clear. He felt familiar with them. Was it because of Garp's prior statement, or because they both used dual-bladed swords? He summoned a Navy messenger and said to him, Go tell Mihawk that an 18-year-old great swordsman has appeared in the Grand Line. Although the messenger didn't know why there was such an order, he still went to do it. With the messenger's departure, the office fell into silence, with only the sound of a pen scratching across the documents. The warship slowly left the Chris with 2 corpses. Since the 2 were injured, Weiss didn't want to rush the journey. They replenished some fresh water and food on the warship plus what Weiss caught, so there was no hurry. The Chris slowly drifted toward their destination. By night, the 2 unconscious individuals finally woke up. To facilitate care, they were placed in the same room. Karina was currently changing their bandages, but her technique seemed a bit rough. Hiss! The 2 people who had their bandages changed winced in pain, glancing at Karina's back and exchanging looks. Almost simultaneously, they said, Did you offend her? I didn't. The 2 lay silently on the bed, the pain in their bodies insufficient to dispel the doubts in their hearts, both wondering where they had offended this woman. How could a worker be so rude to official crew members? It was simply unreasonable. Weiss walked in, carrying 2 portions of food and placing them in front of them. It was impossible to feed them. They had to eat by themselves. The 2 didn't hesitate. The moment they saw the food, they threw their previous doubts aside. After all, eating was more important than anything else. Seeing the 2 people devouring their food, Weiss couldn't help but marvel at their astonishing vitality once again. For someone from Blue Star to survive such serious injuries was already impressive. How could they possibly eat by themselves after just bandaging up and taking a nap? Even Cardon, that weakling, was the same. Watching the 2 eat, Weiss remarked, You are too weak, so weak it's almost indescribable. I thought you could at least defend yourselves, but I didn't expect you to be bullied instead. Do you know how much the bounty is on the person who bullied you? It's just over 30 million berries. You can't even handle someone like that. Your training in the EC has gone to the dogs. The 2, who were eating heartily, slowed down their movements upon hearing Weiss's words, their eyes flickering. Eventually, they couldn't eat anymore and awkwardly looked at Weiss. What Weiss said was true. Even though they had taken out an entire pirate ship with 1 shot, Jack knew there was an element of luck involved. If the opposing crew had been a bit more cautious, they would have easily dealt with that cannonball. And yet, they had been bullied by the surviving captain and crew to the point where they had no strength to fight back. At this moment, the two felt extremely ashamed, realizing they were up against seasoned and powerful pirates. In terms of experience and strength, there was a significant gap between them and those pirates. Look at you, Jack. You're still the East Sea's #1 sharpshooter, and you feel proud for sinking a pirate ship? You didn't even notice when someone boarded your ship. Is your observation hockey just for show? Weiss continued. And Cardon, look at you, claiming to be the East Sea's #1 navigator. Navigators also need combat capability. In the New World, some exceptionally powerful pirate crews have navigators who can dominate all pirates in paradise. Don't tell me you got ambushed or that navigators don't need to fight. Seeing the two with their heads bowed, Weiss softened his tone. The most important thing on this sea is to survive. If you can't survive, then all the titles are meaningless. A dead champion is not a champion. To survive, the most important thing is to have strength, the strength to crush all enemies. Once your injuries heal, I will put you through devilish training. If you can't handle it, then it just shows you're not worth much. After finishing, Weiss left the cabin, leaving the two with their heads down. As if sensing Weiss had left, the two slowly lifted their heads. Cardon was the first to speak. Mysterious guy, don't die under training, otherwise I won't collect your body. That should be something I say to you, weakling. Your strong point is definitely not in combat. Who says navigators can't fight? Didn't you hear the captain say some navigators in the New World are very impressive? Cardon retorted, unwilling to back down. Well, maybe he's afraid of hurting your feelings. That's probably why he said that. Jack pondered for a moment. Mysterious guy, you're asking for it. Weakling, you're the one asking for it. And so, the two injured men started fighting again. As a result, they ended up bleeding from their wounds and were severely reprimanded by Karina. That night, the moon seemed to hide its tracks, and the stars sparkled like water, shining brightly in the sky. Weiss went to the deck, put away the sunshade, and lay down on a chair. Such a scene was rare in his past life, aside from being able to see the dazzling Milky Way as a child. It had disappeared as he grew up, along with the little fish in the ditches. Tap, tap, tap. Karina's footsteps approached, and she lay down on a nearby chair, mimicking Weiss as she admired the starry sky. Such a scene was also hard to come by at sea. Every day was either fighting pirates or battling storms. Where was the leisure time? Have they rebandaged themselves? Weiss asked. Yeah, I don't know why their energy is so abundant. You'd think they were young, but they seem to be over 20, especially Cardon, who is already 25. Karina seemed to be in a good mood. For this sea, we are all quite young. Ugh. Ugh, ugh. Karina started to gag. What, are you pregnant? When did those two get so quick? No way. You've only been on the ship for a month. It can't be that fast. Don't pin this on us. Weiss looked at Karina warily. None of them wanted to be the scapegoat. Just then, a fist came flying toward Weiss's eye, but he cleverly dodged it. What are you thinking? I'm only 17. How could I be pregnant? Do you think I'm that easy? Karina retorted, offended by his words. You're only 18, of course, you're still young. As she spoke, Karina looked at Weiss suspiciously. You don't have any bad intentions toward me, do you? She covered her chest, but found it wasn't enough. Weiss was stunned by Karina's actions. What kind of divine operation was this? Impossible, you're not my type. Even if I jumped off this ship, or if Kaido descended from the sky right now, I still wouldn't like you. That's good. Karina gave Weiss a knowing look and lay back down to continue enjoying the breeze and stars. Weiss didn't say anything, his mind occupied with how to train Jack and Cardon. His expectations for Jack weren't high. As long as he could beat another Jack, that would be enough since their ages weren't too far apart. Now, it had been nearly 3 years since Luffy set sail, and there were still 2 years until he met Jack. By then, Jack would only be 28. Surprising, right? According to the timeline, he was only 23 now, just 3 years older than this Jack. In 5 years, there was no reason he couldn't surpass him. As for Cardon, forget it. Let's first build up his physique, and later give him a devil fruit. He didn't expect much in terms of achievements in battle. As long as he didn't hold them back and could escape, that would be enough. 5 days later, Jack and Cardon had already removed their bandages and could move about freely. After 2 more days, aside from the scars on their bodies, there were no signs of injury left. Weiss, who initially thought he could rest for a few days, found himself standing on the deck, not saying a word as he kicked them straight into the sea, making them swim alongside the ship, continuing toward their goal. Weiss moved the lounge chair to the back of the ship, watching the two floundering in the sea. Normally, swimming shouldn't require constant monitoring, but he was worried that some sudden sea beast would come and swallow them whole, leaving him unable to do anything. This was just the first phase of training. After they had swum enough in the sea, There would be various types of training on the ship. This time, Weiss planned to train them as hard as he could as long as they didn't die. Karina, dressed in cool attire, brought a glass of juice to Weiss. This juice was taken from the Navy's warship, along with many green vegetables. Weiss, I think our ship is way too monotonous. We should have some decorative items. Karina leaned against the railing, looking at the two below. I think it's fine. What's so monotonous about it? Isn't this how a ship should be? On the deck of the Chris, aside from Weiss's lounge chair and sunshade, there were only the two cannonballs that Jack brought aboard later. For such a large deck, it was almost empty. Compared to the original Straw Hat pirate ship, it did feel a bit bare. There were no lawns, no orange trees, and even the training equipment was stored inside the cabin. That won't do. Since we don't plan to change ships in the future, we should decorate the Chris properly. When people are in a monotonous environment, their mentality will gradually change, eventually becoming reclusive, Karina said seriously. Then do you see any signs of mental change in the two below? Weiss pointed at the two. They are different. One plays with his gun every day, while the other reads navigation books daily. How could it be boring? Not everyone is as twisted as you guys. Well, that has settled then. The change in mindset is just them wasting their limited energy thinking about nothing. Looking at Karina, Viz continued, forget it. Let us see your arrangements. Anyway, there are plenty of open spaces. Karina responded with a yeah. It was too boring on the ship. Everyone could find their own things to do, while she seemed to have nothing to do except cook. It was tea like other pirate crews where they could scheme to seize treasures on board. On the Chris, they could only leave once everyone disembarked, taking the ship with them. But thinking about Viz's strength made Karina feel sad, wondering if there would even be an opportunity. The two people on the sea had been swaying for a long time, and the splashes they made were much smaller now. This wasn't diving. The more perfect the movements, the less splash meant a higher score. On the surface of the sea, if you were splashing less, it meant you were losing strength, and without strength, you should sink. The first to give in was Cardun. After all, he wasn't a full-time fighter. Even after training in the East Blue, he couldn't compare to Jack. Oh, Cardun, can't hold on anymore? Do you need my help? Just say the word, and I'll pull you up, Viz called from the ship. Cardun, don't listen to the captain. You're reaching your limit. Just keep going, and you can break through. Jack was genuinely worried that Cardun wouldn't last. How could that be? Jack, am I someone who gives up so easily? I'm a man who survived 2 complete annihilations of my crew. Cardun gritted his teeth, gulping down some water and ignoring Viz's words. After being tormented by pirates before, he swore to train hard. Not just in navigation knowledge, but also in combat skills. He never wanted to feel that sense of helplessness again. 15 minutes later, after continuous swimming, it seemed he had exhausted all his strength. He no longer had the energy to speak to Jack. Now, he was swimming purely on willpower. Just when Cardun thought he couldn't hold on any longer, a new strength seemed to surge within him, a warmth enveloping his body, revitalizing him. Cardun felt he could go on. At that moment, Viz threw down a rope from above, telling Cardun to grab hold, pulling him up, leaving Jack alone in the water. Cardun crawled onto the deck, unable to move like a dead fish. The newfound strength seemed like an illusion. His chest was heaving like a bellows. Good. Breaking through your limits on your first swim proves that you still have room for growth. And it also proves one thing. What is it, Captain? Cardun was curious about what could be proven. That you're really weak. I suspect you didn't train at all in the East Blue. You were just hiding and learning navigation. Captain, how can you slander my innocence? I was just reading while training. Cardun panicked. Did this deny his efforts? All right. I know you've been training, just not the right way. Rest for 15 minutes, then 3,000 push-ups. After saying that, Viz handed Cardun a cup of water, as he needed to replenish fluids after extensive exercise. Half an hour later, Jack was pulled up by Viz, and after resting, they began new training. From now on, you two will swim around the ship 50 laps every morning, then do push-ups. You must use all the training equipment before you can rest. After that, it's combat training. You will endure 10 minutes under my sword. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. At this point, a smile appeared on Viz's face. That smile made both of the still training men shiver. Finally, I'll put you on a small island, and your task is to break through that island with your own strength. This is the plan I set for you. It didn't matter whether the two training or not listened. Karina, who overheard, cast a sympathetic glance at them. Meeting such a captain was their luck. Among the pirates Karina had encountered, only Viz would find ways to enhance his crew's combat power. The rest of the pirates were just, you die, and I'll replenish. After all, there's no shortage of pirates in the world. It was also their misfortune. In such devilish training, they would not know how much torment they would have to endure. Whether physically or mentally, they would have to bear it. Viz thought differently. Suffering a bit now was better than losing their lives later. Logically, after 6 months, their strength should significantly increase. What would Kobe be like when he met Luffy 3 years later after training in the Navy for a few months? There's no reason these two would team match him in physique. Moreover, Jack was still in a phase of rapid growth and strength. Half a year later, the Chris was docked at a port, preparing to go ashore. This island was very strange. Every street was filled with all kinds of trees, golden leaves, white peach blossoms, red flowers, and a riot of colors that were beautiful to behold. Rather than saying the trees adorned the houses, it was more accurate to say the houses were built within the forest, with rows of villa-like houses nestled among the beautiful mountains. Some houses were even built atop towering trees. Jack and Cardon had completed all their training, including survival on a deserted island, and their demeanor had changed. They looked more spirited. Jack had grown taller, and his overall vitality had noticeably improved. Cardon was no longer the weak-looking one. Even from a distance, one could sense he was a master. The island before them was the first inhabited island they encountered after entering the Grand Line. The Chris did not follow the recorded pointer's direction, drifting with the waves, going wherever. Whenever they found an island, they would replenish fresh water when food ran low. This would dive to fish. At that moment, Cardon and Jack were playing rock, paper, scissors. The loser had to stay on a ship to guard it. Meanwhile, Karina had already disappeared in a flash. Half a year. Do you know how I spent these 6 months? Everyone had split up to take action. Jack went straight to the weapons shop. After half a year's use, his ammunition was almost depleted and needed replenishing. Cardon asked Vis to buy some navigation books, since he had basically finished reading all the ones on the ship. As Vis walked down the street, looking at the bustling crowd and the lively scene with various vendors calling out, he suddenly felt as if he had come back to life. Indeed, staying in a specific environment for too long can affect a person's spirit. Looking at this colorful world, Vis suddenly wondered why he had brought these two weaklings onto his ship. Shaking off this ridiculous thought, Vis smiled. There was no need to worry now. After Vis left the port, a dock worker quickly departed, heading deep into the island. This island was called Canopy Island, home to a kingdom called Canopy, which was actually just an organization managed by the island's inhabitants. The island was very large and was rich in a type of wood used for shipbuilding, making it very prosperous. It seemed like he could find a shipwright to board. Vis thought. Weiss walked down the tree-lined street, where the trees had been specially pruned, ensuring that sunlight reached the road. The air was filled with natural scents, a mix of various flowers and trees. He held a specialty skewer in one hand and a newspaper in the other, which contained information that greatly interested him. Fire Fist, Ace challenges the 4 Emperors red-haired. 5 Zoan-type devil fruit users mysteriously disappear. It turned out that Ace had already reached the New World. After all, he wasn't as casual as Weiss, and his goals were very clear. Seeing such impressive headlines, Weiss knew that Ace was just going to catch up with red-haired and thank him for taking care of Luffy. After reading the news, another piece caught his eye. The Celestial Dragons were about to visit Crown Island to investigate the local customs. Weiss glanced at the date and realized it was tomorrow, but he didn't mind, as long as they kept their distance and didn't provoke him. There was no need to approach them proactively. As for leaving the island now, that was impossible. They had already been at sea for too long. Walking down the street, Weiss admired the unique local customs. Everyone here seemed very happy. There were vendors selling fish, newspapers, and various fruits and vegetables everywhere. Although it was a small island, it had everything one could need. Following his usual routine, after purchasing all the necessary supplies for the ship, Weiss went looking for nautical books. But it seemed that not many people on the island enjoyed reading. After asking a few people, no one knew. "Are you looking for a bookstore, sir?" Weiss turned to the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in a suit, leaning on a cane, seemingly having some difficulty walking. A little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a pure white dress, timidly held the man's hand. She had a bit of baby fat on her face and 2 small dimples, making her look very cute. "Yes, I wonder if there's a bookstore nearby." Weiss replied with a smile, his politeness enhanced by his handsome appearance. People tend to like polite individuals, and being good-looking made him even more popular. There were no bookstores on this island. The people born here had only been exposed to various types of wood, and the knowledge passed down through generations was enough for them to use throughout their lives. "What a pity," Weiss said politely, preparing to take his leave. "If you need books about sailing, I do have some at home. I wonder if I could invite you over," the middle-aged man said with a grin, as if inviting an old friend rather than a stranger. Weiss thought for a moment, activating his observation hockey to cover a radius of 10 miles. A massive amount of information flooded into his mind, but there were a few people hiding in the shadows, seemingly protecting this man. After confirming that there was no danger around, Weiss replied to the middle-aged man, "How could I trouble you?" "It's no trouble at all. My name is Gru," the man said, extending his somewhat plump hand. Weiss hesitated for a moment before shaking his hand. "This way, please," Gru said, still smiling. His chubby figure made it difficult for anyone to feel defensive. But from that moment on, Weiss kept his observation hockey activated. The two walked side by side, and the little girl occasionally glanced at Weiss. When he looked over, she quickly averted her gaze, pretending nothing was happening. Little did she know, her actions were clearly visible to Weiss through his observation hockey, and he could even sense her curiosity. As they walked down the street, Gru began to introduce some history about Crown Island. 300 years ago, Crown Island was still a desolate place. It was only when a navigator discovered that the wood here was ideal for shipbuilding that people began to settle. After generations of development, the islanders made a name for Crown Island. More people came in search of it, and some even settled down because they loved the environment. The best shipbuilding material from the sea was atom wood, but hardly anyone could obtain it. If the best shipbuilding technology was in Water 7, then the most shipbuilding materials were found on Crown Island. Gru was a merchant who had lived on Crown Island for generations. But instead of selling the various shipbuilding materials available on the island, he sold everyday items that couldn't be produced there. 50% of the daily necessities on the island were supplied by him, although these items were not worth much. His large volume and sustainable practices ensured they never went unsold. Slowly, Gru led Weiss to a cluster of buildings hidden among the trees. Seeing the bustling people inside, Weiss asked, "Mr. Gru, which one of these is your residence?" "All of what you see belongs to me." Weiss fell silent, wishing he could slap himself. Why do you have to say that? When our ancestors arrived on this island, it was already well developed. If we continued to deal in those materials, we would inevitably clash with others. Our strength is very weak, so we chose these seemingly low-profit items. The pioneers saw that we weren't trying to seize those materials, but were only dealing in everyday items. Not only did they not stop us, but they also provided a lot of help. The initial goal of our ancestors was simply to establish a foothold on Crown Island with these items, but eventually, they would still be involved with materials. After all, that is the big business that can earn as much in a month as others do in a year. However, what they didn't expect was that these seemingly low-profit products would yield such astonishing returns. Later, many material merchants went bankrupt for various reasons. At that time, our ancestors extinguished their desire to push into the materials industry and focused on selling these everyday items. As they walked, Gru continued to share stories about his family. Weiss couldn't understand why he was sharing such things with a stranger. Gru wiped the sweat from his face with a handkerchief. Having walked so much, these aren't really secrets. Anyone who stays on Crown Island for a while will know some information about our family. I remember when those material merchants were envious of our profits and tried to resist us, but they ultimately failed. Gru continued to talk to Weiss. More often than not, he was the one talking while Weiss listened. Now, Weiss had a bad premonition. It seemed that coming here to buy books was a mistake. Walking along the path between the trees, everyone they encountered greeted Gru. They were the servants here. In Weiss's perception, the people here were quite powerful, stronger than those secretly protecting Gru. A couple of them had very strong auras, and from the moment they entered the estate, their gazes had never left Weiss. Weiss pretended not to notice. After all, they were all together, and he wouldn't be killed. For now, being able to hear Gru talk about the past and the estate was a bit daring. Failed. Logically speaking, even if you have established a foothold here, your foundation should be inferior to those deeply rooted material merchants, right? Weiss casually asked. Indeed, we can't compare. If we talk about the scale of business and connections, we certainly fall short. However, our top-tier strength is something they cannot match. I believe someone like you understands that in this sea, numbers mean nothing to certain people. Gru said here, casting a meaningful glance at Weiss. Sir, which room will we be staying in today? A butler-like man approached Gru and inquired. Let's stay in the central building today. There's a complete library there with the things this young friend needs, Gru said, squinting his eyes and smiling warmly, without any airs of a big boss. The butler glanced at Weiss and walked towards the center of the estate. Please forgive the young friend. I manage 50% of the daily necessities on this island, which makes many ambitious people envious. So I encounter assassination attempts every month. Building so many houses is to confuse the assassin's sight. I also never rest in the same room for 2 consecutive days. Sometimes, I even change rooms in the middle of the night. As Gru continued his introductions, Weiss became even more puzzled. Although Crown Island is not small and 90% of the island is planted with various trees, the places where people are present are still very few. Even if he occupies the supply channels of daily necessities on Crown Island, he shouldn't be this cautious. Furthermore, their top combat power back then could single-handedly defeat a nation. It shouldn't have weakened to this extent now. Please, young friend. Gru maintained his characteristic smile, as if it could bring goodwill. Unfortunately, Weiss always understood one principle. Those who squint are monsters. Before him stood a large castle resembling medieval Europe, and at this moment, the castle's main door was open. Rows of servants streamed out from the door, lining up on both sides and gesturing for them to enter. Two people stood beside Gru, one a muscular man, 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, exuding a reckless aura. The other was less than 2 meters tall, thin, dressed in sportswear, giving off a neighborly big brother vibe. However, in Weiss's eyes, he appeared even more formidable than the muscular man. At this moment, Weiss still couldn't see any problems. If he couldn't, then his intelligence could be rubbed on the ground. Mr. Gru, I'm just looking to buy some sailing books. It shouldn't require such formality, Weiss said, a dangerous glint flashing in his squinted eyes. At that moment, the two men stood in front of Gru, positioning themselves between the two, their eyes fixed on Weiss, as if they would unleash a thunderous attack at the slightest hint of wrongdoing from him. Matt, Emma, step back. Young friend Weiss is my guest. With Gru's words, the two immediately retreated behind Gru without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Weiss sighed inwardly, realizing the strong control Gru held. These powerful individuals were surprisingly obedient to a mere ordinary person like Gru. I believe with young friend Weiss's strength, you shouldn't fear this situation, right? Gru said confidently. I am indeed a bit afraid, Weiss replied before walking away, leaving behind a carefree silhouette. Even Gru, who had seen much, was confused by Weiss's actions. What kind of routine is this? Shouldn't he be laughing confidently and walking in without a care? This was unlike the powerful individuals he knew, truly deserving of being a suspected heir of the Golden Lion, achieving such greatness at a young age. Such a peculiar personality. Young friend, please wait. Gru saw Weiss's figure becoming increasingly distant and could no longer maintain a smile. Weiss was the strongest individual he could currently interact with. If he couldn't find a way to keep him, then the Gru family would be in real danger. Weiss heard the shout behind him, but did not stop. Do you think I'm some kind of dog? You think you can just stop me whenever you want? You underestimate me, Weiss. Mr. Weiss, I just want to ask you for a favor. Seeing Weiss showing no signs of stopping, Gru quickly stated his purpose. Weiss still did not stop, even considering using a shave technique to leave. Right now, he just wanted to quickly leave this estate and enjoy the most beautiful scenery the island had to offer. Isn't going to sea for these experiences? Mr. Weiss, if you help me, I can offer you a devil fruit as a reward. Upon hearing this, Weiss, who had been about to use the shave technique, stopped in his tracks and stood still. It seemed that just hearing the request wasn't out of the question. In the castle's reception room, the tall walls were filled with various European and American-style oil paintings, and various classical items were available. Weiss sat on the wide sofa, which was especially soft, making him sink into it. Gru seemed to have figured out Weiss's habits and had a maid bring in a tray with red wine. Weiss held the decanted red wine up to his nose and took a sniff. It had a wonderful aroma, and he couldn't find the words to describe it. But it was the best red wine he had ever tasted. After sniffing, he placed it back in its position. He wasn't invulnerable and didn't dare to drink such red wine. Seeing Weiss's actions, Gru shook his head with a wry smile, knowing that the seemingly relaxed great swordsman hadn't dismissed his guard against them. Young friend Weiss, don't address me so warmly just yet. If you were just a nice guy wanting to sell books, that would be fine. But right now, before I understand your intentions, you need to tell me where you got my information from. At this point, Weiss's lazy demeanor immediately turned serious, as if he would flip the table if Gru's answer didn't satisfy him. Gru, seeing this, called a servant to take the little girl out. In a large reception room, only Weiss and Gru remained. Only Weiss knew that two presences were always lurking in the shadows. Mr. Weiss, it seems you don't know. Your information isn't a secret among a few limited people. Even in this sea, anyone who has reached the top of their industry knows about you. You could be considered an invisible celebrity. This was not difficult to understand. Weiss's reputation didn't stand out on the sea. However, almost everyone noteworthy knew Weiss's information. How so? Weiss frowned. He had only truly engaged in combat twice on this journey, with Bogart and those two sadists, which wasn't particularly noteworthy. How could so many people know? Gru seemed to have mastered his rhythm, turning back into that squinting middle-aged man. This is due to the Navy's interest. They suspected you had connections with a certain great pirate, so they specifically checked your information. You can see the Navy's data? Do you take me for a fool? Or do you think the Navy is too stupid? No, Mr. Weiss. Initially, the Navy only thought a young great swordsman had appeared in the EC. They just asked their subordinates to pay attention to you. They didn't want someone like you to become a criminal. So, during that period, your information was almost transparent to those with means. The Navy wouldn't pay particular attention to the information of a great swordsman, even a young one. And this was an opportunity for ambitious people on the sea. If they could recruit this swordsman, it would be a significant boost to their own strength. The higher-ups in the Navy were aware of this matter and did not stop it, considering it a benefit for their side, allowing them to sell some useless information to the Navy. Until this matter was thoroughly noticed by Admiral Sengoku, your information became a Navy secret. Now, all that could be seen is a young great swordsman. As for the fact that this great swordsman is a descendant of a legendary pirate, it has been kept under wraps. After all, if the heir of the pirate admiral, Gold Lion, were to appear on the seas, no one knows what kind of consequences it would bring, what motives this heir has for going out to sea, and what thoughts the legendary pirate behind him has, are worth contemplating. He was once a figure who was on par with the Pirate King, and if it weren't for that storm, too many ambitious people would know and might contact Gold Lion through Weiss. This matter had already caught a hint of Sengoku-'s attention from Carp's intuition. However, after Weiss completely rejected the Navy, Sengoku not only relayed Weiss's information to Hawkeye, but also classified his information as top secret. After hearing this, Weiss wondered if it was really necessary. That great pirate has been missing from the seas for nearly 20 years. Is he still worth so much attention? Such speculation is truly a bit absurd. After all, he is the one who is going to take the helm from Gold Lion. So what do you want to invite me for now? There are many stronger people than me on the sea. Weiss sat on the sofa, expressionless, looking at Gru. Gru secretly thought to himself, should I tell you that there was already a more detailed plan before inviting you? And you are just an addition? Mr. Weiss, you are joking. There are indeed not many people on this sea who can surpass you. Inviting you is not a particularly difficult task. You mentioned a devil fruit as a reward, and you say it's not difficult. Do you really think I don't know the value of this thing? By the way, what kind of fruit is yours? Weiss suddenly became curious. Paramecia type, coordinate fruit. As long as someone eats it, they can instantly reach a place they have been before. Goodbye, I'm leaving. Weiss directly took his leave. Damn, such a fruit could attract strong fighters to the Navy. Paramecia type, space-related fruit. Any fruit related to space is definitely overpowered. And using this fruit as a reward, how difficult must the task be? By the way, why doesn't Gru eat the fruit himself? Not to mention anything else, escaping would definitely be top-notch. Wait, Mr. Weiss. Seeing Weiss about to leave, Gru hurriedly shouted, you can listen first. If you think it's not worth it, I want to insist. Weiss really wanted to leave directly, but his curiosity forced him to stay. Curiosity kills. To kill a person. Who to kill? Weiss asked instinctively. The celestial dragon. Goodbye. Before Gru could finish, Weiss directly used shave and disappeared. The butler. Gru stood there in a daze, not moving, even finishing the words unconsciously. At this moment, Matt and Emma walked out from the shadows, standing beside Gru. Matt, did I speak too slowly? The young man in sportswear frowned as he looked in the direction Weiss vanished, then replied, it's not that you're too slow. It's that Weiss is too fast. Gru shook his head with a bitter smile. He shouldn't have mentioned the celestial dragons. Just saying the butler would have been enough. Don't think that the position of a celestial dragoness butler is very high in their eyes. The only difference from a slave is the lack of the celestial dragon's mark on their back and the ability to move freely. Losing one doesn't affect them at all. Why does Gru want to kill this butler? Because this butler has set his sights on the Gru family's business. Their business not only occupies 50% of Crown Island, but spans the entire Grand Line. Why choose Weiss? Firstly, he is easy to approach. Secondly, he is young and suspected to be the heir of Gold Lion. Someone like him is impulsive, a hot-headed youth, reckless, and easy to deceive. If Weiss accepts such a condition, then his plan 1T need to be activated. All the dangers will be borne by Weiss alone. Moreover, since he is already suspected to be the heir of Gold Lion, this burden can be said to be negligible. Gru had prepared all his arguments, with years of experience. He was confident he could trick Weiss. Although the process was somewhat unexpected, it was all under control. He just didn't expect Weiss to be so fast that he vanished upon hearing about the celestial dragons. This punch felt like hitting cotton. The prepared arguments were completely useless. My lord, do you think he will? Emma's heavy voice suddenly sounded. No, he is a strong person, not a petty informer. Gru said firmly, Matt, go see Weiss again. I really don't want to use that plan. The risk is too great, Gru instructed. Okay, my lord. Am I going to report him or not? Someone wants to assassinate a celestial dragon, and I don't know if Sengoku will believe what I say. By the way, a native actually wants to assassinate a celestial dragon. What a bold idea. Weiss lay on a huge tree crown, the sun shining unabashedly on his face. Below was a bustling street, and no one noticed someone sunbathing on the tree. He casually picked a fruit from the tree, but didn't dare to eat it. It was something he had never seen before, just smelling quite fragrant. Smelling the aroma of the fruit in his hand, and looking at the bedroom on the opposite floor. The items placed there seemed to belong to a lady, and he drifted off in thought. Wait, I can see the opposite bedroom. Damn. Realizing this, Weiss shivered. Fortunately, there was no one inside. Otherwise, it would have been a big embarrassment. If he were misunderstood as a peeping Tom, he would really have no tears left to cry. Weiss jumped down from a hidden corner, ensuring no one saw him before walking out of the alley. He just jumped down from the tree. A small voice sounded from behind Weiss. Feeling guilty, he turned around and saw a child and quickly said, I didn't Don't talk nonsense. You saw wrong. I saw it. Many people have climbed this tree to peek at Sister Sophia. Don't argue. The boy looked about 4 or 5 years old, with a delicate face. A chubby round face, and dressed very neatly. But the only flaw was that his clothes were patched everywhere. Seeing the boy's serious expression, Weiss felt a bit dumbfounded. He couldn't believe he encountered such a situation, just trying to find a place to sunbathe. Little friend, you saw wrong. Big brother was just picking this fruit. Weiss calmly picked up the fruit in his hand, finding a perfect excuse. You're talking nonsense. The people of Crown Island all know this fruit smells good, but even dogs want to eat it. The boy pointed at the fruit and said, I'm really innocent. Weiss explained. Do you have money? I'll help you keep a secret. I only need 100 berries, the boy said skillfully. Seeing the boy's demeanor, Weiss knew this kid must be a habitual offender. Lowering his head to meet the boy's eyes, he asked, Little friend, do you know me? Don't know? Have you seen me before? Never seen? Do you know where I live? The boy hesitated for a moment, but still replied, I don't know. Then goodbye. After saying that, Weiss vanished, leaving the boy in a daze, followed by a scream of fear. There's a ghost. At this moment, a beautiful voice appeared behind the little boy. Willis, where is the ghost? Although the voice sounded gentle, Willis's expression changed drastically upon hearing it, and he trembled as he turned around. He saw a slender woman with flowing long hair standing behind him, holding a wooden stick as thick as an arm. Upon seeing the stick, Willis swallowed hard. Sister Sophie, you have to listen to my defense. Let me explain. I was seriously extorting, not that I was monitoring a peeper. You really have to believe me. Is that so? Sister, I paid you to monitor the peepers, but I didn't expect you to use that to extort me. Truly a business genius. Sophie ominously tapped the stick as she approached Willis. No, please don't. Willis tried to escape, but his small arms couldn't outrun her long legs, and he was caught in just a few steps. Don't slap my face. A piercing wail echoed through the alley. What was Weiss doing at that moment? Nothing at all. Just wandering around the street. He saw a woman followed by a group of people, each carrying large and small bundles. People around pointed at them, thinking about how wasteful they were and why they didn't come to spend money with him. When they saw Weiss, their eyes lit up. Weiss, you're here. The person was Karina, who had spent too long on the ship. After disembarking, she unleashed her nature and, attracted by the beautiful clothes here, began to buy them in large quantities. In the end, she had to hire islanders to carry the bundles. The money was her salary from the Chris ship. What? You say pay back? Pay back what? The whole ship is mine. Why would I need to pay back? You spent your 6-month salary on all these things? Weiss's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, so what? It's all just clothes, not much. What about the decorations? The decorations on the ship. He thought Karina was buying daily necessities for the ship. My goodness, you wouldn't exploit your employees like this, would you? Shouldn't those things be bought by you as the captain? Are you still thinking about my salary? Upon hearing this, Karina immediately took a step back, warily looking at Weiss. No, I'll buy them myself. You just be careful, Weiss advised, then walked toward the inner street. He wasn't worried about Karina's safety on the island. At sea, it wasn't just about fighting and killing. On such a commercially prosperous island, pirates wouldn't dare to cause trouble unless provoked. Once these merchants were angered, they would directly issue bounty notices, and bounty hunters would rush over like hunting dogs smelling blood. This was even more effective than the Navy's bounty notices, because the money offered by these merchants usually exceeded the pirates' own strength. The bounties were substantial, so trouble wouldn't find Weiss unless he himself was a troublemaker, meddling in everything he saw. Hey, handsome, since you look so good, I have a newspaper I want to show you. Suddenly, Weiss was grabbed by a woman from an alley, pulling him inside. Thanks, but I don't read newspapers. Not my hobby. Weiss hurriedly escaped, thinking, Are all the people on this island so fierce? The woman watched Weiss leave with a look of inexplicable meaning, then slipped into a pink house and disappeared. Are all the people here so bold, pulling people in broad daylight like this? Really, how could a fine young man like me, raised under a new century education, withstand such temptation? Ridiculous. They really underestimate my character. I am sworn enemies with gambling and drugs. After silently shouting this in his heart, he continued munching on snacks he bought from the street. This commercial island was truly incomparable to Double Swan Island or Road Town. Here, Weiss could always discover some delightful surprises. As night fell, the full moon hung high in the sky. After tirelessly moving all the decorations onto the ship, the exhausted Master Weiss seemed finally ready to rest. The streets at night were even more bustling than during the day, with some shops that were closed during the day lighting up red lanterns at night to attract passing pedestrians. In Weiss's observation, in just one afternoon, it seemed that there were many more people in black suits on the Crown Island. Combined with what he saw in the newspaper today, their identities were clear. The CP organization, their master was coming to the island for a visit tomorrow, so they had to scope out the situation on the island first. It wasn't that they were afraid someone would harm the celestial dragons. They didn't have the guts for that. Their purpose for being here was to figure out what was the most entertaining and attractive. Otherwise, if the celestial dragons asked and they couldn't answer, it would be a matter of life and death. Weiss ignored the tall, cloaked, and masked figures who were probing around. They were so conspicuous that it was laughable for them to claim to be gathering intelligence. Upon reaching a bar, Weiss walked in. Bars are always the places with the most up-to-date information. Did you hear? The celestial dragons are coming to the island tomorrow. Yeah, looks like we should stay indoors. If we encounter them and they decide to shoot someone they dislike, we wouldn't have anywhere to complain. Hide your daughters and wives too. I heard this celestial dragon particularly likes to collect beautiful women. Weiss overheard 3 people's conversation, and it seemed that many in the bar were discussing the matter. He also noticed that some people quietly left upon hearing their conversation. Mr. Weiss, hello. Matt walked in from outside the bar and approached Weiss directly. I told you, I want to go. You should feel lucky I'm not reporting you. Why are you still bothering me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Weiss was getting angry, his gaze fixed on Matt, a fleeting murderous intent flashing in his heart. These people are looking for death and want to drag me down with them? Are they out of their minds? When Matt saw the intensity in Weiss's eyes, his hair stood on end. He felt as if he were in a sea of flames, surrounded by corpses of beasts, some as tall as mountains and others as small as young rabbits. And he could become one of them with just one wrong move. Mr. Weiss, you misunderstood. Our master might have spoken too slowly. We only want to deal with their steward. Matt quickly stated his purpose, his handsome face already drenched in sweat. Get out. Weiss remained unmoved. Seeing this, Matt wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat, and he could only helplessly sigh and leave the bar. At that moment, the bar door was kicked open, revealing 3 masked individuals. It's very bad to discuss the celestial dragons here. So, please, those discussing should step forward voluntarily. Or it won't look good if we have to take action. The crowd looked at each other, seemingly unsure why the notorious CP would appear in the bar. Given the situation, it seemed they wanted to capture someone. The 3 who had been discussing the celestial dragons were now filled with fear. They never expected that merely discussing the celestial dragons would lead to such trouble. Normally, CP might not care, but now that the celestial dragons were about to arrive at Crown Island, there shouldn't be a hint of slander against them. These people must be dealt with. In the quiet bar, no one spoke, the merchant's face full of worry, and the pirates had their knives ready, prepared to strike at any moment. Will the pirates be afraid of you? Even if you are CP? Seeing that no one came forward, CP walked over to the 3 men. Those 3 were natives of Canopy Island. With nowhere to escape, they could only quietly hide behind a group of pirates. The pirates felt a pang of unease as CP approached, for they had just been discussing the celestial dragons. Break out. The leading pirate, unwilling to surrender, shouted and charged forward. Brothers, we can't escape alone. We must unite. Some silly fellow thought and rushed forward. The first pirate who charged was sent flying after receiving a kick, landing at the bar's entrance, and then ran away, disappearing outside. The scene descended into chaos, and the natives fled. All the pirates were attacking the 3 CP agents, but sometimes numbers alone do not matter. When CP entered, Matt had automatically retreated to Viss's side, who had not glanced at CP even once, enjoying his red wine. 3 minutes later, only 5 people remained standing, and the bartender trembled behind the counter. The leader glanced at the 2, his gaze lingering on Viss for a long time, before retreating. It seemed that the arrival of the celestial dragon was not so simple. Viss thought to himself, Mr. Viss, get lost. This time, Vis's murderous intent was released without restraint, a scarlet killing aura enveloping the entire bar, overwhelming the bartender, who fainted instantly. Matt was terrified, his arm frozen in midair, constantly warning himself that if he continued speaking, he would truly die. Oof. Vis snorted coldly. Do you really think I'm easy to talk to? Time and again, being disturbed. Chris's ship. Boom. A massive fountain erupted on the sea, accompanied by Jack's joyful voice. I've finally succeeded, haha. After purchasing all the materials on the island, Jack hurried back to the ship to conduct experiments without delay. After an afternoon of preparation, he finally succeeded in his experiment. Prior to this, he had been experimenting for half a year, continuously improving during his training, which led to the current result. Ha, Cardon. With this, my strength will greatly increase. Ha. Jack, being a sniper, understood that the power of his weapons determined how formidable he could be. Congratulations, Jack. Cardon was also very happy. Despite their usual banter, they wouldn't let each other down in critical moments. However, don't forget the captain's words in the latter part. Even a sniper's observation hockey and armament hockey are crucial. A top sniper can coat their bullets with armament hockey, which is essential for standing firm in the new world, Cardon reminded appropriately. This is a true friend, reminding you not to get carried away when you're happy and encouraging you when you're down. After hearing this, Jack nodded secretly. I know I will train hard. I've already grasped a hint of it. I think I'm close to mastering armament hockey. I will definitely protect the weak navigator. At first, it sounded fine, but when he heard the latter part, Cardon's face darkened. What did you say, you brooding guy? Who needs you to protect me, huh? The scene became chaotic. Vis returned to the ship, where the two were engaged in a fierce battle. After learning the details from the onlooker Karina, another onlooker joined on the deck. Jack, aim for the eyes. Look at this great opportunity. Cardon quickly. Pull his ears, poke his nose. Too late. Seeing that his moves seemed ineffective, Vis disappointingly took a sip of coconut juice and then started making a ruckus again. Karina covered her face nearby, as if she did not recognize this captain. After some commotion, the fighting stopped. You weakling, look at how weak you are. How can you survive at sea? Brooding guy, look at how brooding you are. How can you find a girlfriend? Do you want me to introduce someone? All right. How long are you two going to argue? Are you going to eat or not? Karina quickly intervened when she saw the signs of another argument starting. At Groom Manor, Matt walked up to a villa, pushed the door open, went upstairs, and stopped at the corner, knocking on the wall. Hearing the sound of machinery, an invisible door emerged from the wall. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the hidden door and plunged into darkness. In the narrow passage, only Matt's footsteps could be heard, and a dim light only illuminated an indistinct human silhouette. Suddenly, the scene brightened, revealing a grand hall. Inside, it was resplendent, with lights shining brightly, illuminating the underground hall as if it were daytime. Gru was sitting on the sofa. This was his resting palace underground. They had lied to Vis before. His residence was not any of the visible villas. His residence had always been this one, known only to two people. Even the people who built this palace were secretly dealt with. On the table in front of Gru lay a box, and when Matt saw it, his pupils contracted in surprise that he would display this item. A paramecia type, the coordinate fruit, as a reward for Vis. Matt took a deep breath. He refused. I know. Gru seemed to have anticipated this outcome and was not surprised. Then let's directly start that plan, Gru said calmly. But Matt's expression changed drastically. Do we really have to do that? If it gets exposed afterward, we won't have the slightest chance of survival, and our large family will collapse in an instant. I can go assassinate him. I can guarantee it will be foolproof. Matt thought, but did we really need to cause such a serious riot just to eliminate a celestial dragon steward? No, you're my most valued subordinate. I can't let you take that risk. And if you get exposed, he will let the celestial dragons intervene directly, and then it won't be as simple as destruction. Even if 300 years of accumulation were to collapse overnight, would you still be willing? Matt truly did not understand. There was no way. What that person coveted, he would obtain by any means necessary. Do you think he could elevate his family to this level in just 30 years by merely being a steward? From the moment I met him, I knew he was not someone who would be content with the status quo. I just didn't expect him to connect with the celestial dragons. He was even willing to become a steward for the celestial dragons to maintain that advantage. Such ambition is not common. You must understand that even as a steward, he could die at any time, and he's been doing this for 20 years. Such high risk has also yielded high rewards, leveraging the power of the celestial dragons to accomplish things that ordinary people could hardly achieve. His family developed rapidly during this period. Over the years, how many long-standing families on the sea have been eliminated or absorbed by him through various means? Now he has set his sights on the Gru family's business. Do you think he will let it go? What he covets has never failed. We can only proceed like this. He must die, even if it costs the entire Canopy Island. Why do you think the celestial dragons suddenly came to this island? This is not a famous tourist attraction, just a material production island. It's just that the butler knows our headquarters is here and somehow managed to trick that pig into coming. Do you believe that tomorrow, as soon as the celestial dragon disembarks, he will come straight to our territory? Hearing this, Matt asked what we have here that would attract the celestial dragons. If the celestial dragon is not satisfied, then the one who tricked him into coming, the butler, will be the one to die. We don't have anything. And that's exactly what he hopes for, because at that time he will deceive the celestial dragon into thinking we are unwilling to offer him anything of interest. What do you think will happen then? Such a simple and utterly foolish lie. Would anyone believe it? Matt couldn't help but ask. Haha, you overestimate the intelligence of those pigs. It's that simple a lie that he would believe. When the time comes, a grand fireworks display could also extinguish the celestial dragon's anger. If we are dead, that damned butler will be able to smoothly take over all our assets. At this point, Gru still had his eyes squinted, as if he were calmly discussing a matter of life and death. Therefore, we need to create chaos. A chaos that involves the entire Crown Island, to impact the celestial dragons with disorder. As long as we achieve this goal, no matter what happens in the end, he is doomed. But no one has the guts to. Lack of guts is just about insufficient profit. Go and pull open the third row of books on the bookshelf and take out the box behind it, Gru suddenly said. Matt was puzzled, but did as instructed. After opening the books, there was a hidden compartment behind them, and upon opening it, his pupils contracted and he exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Before his eyes, 5 devil fruits were quietly placed in the hidden compartment. They were so striking, so tempting. For a moment, Matt even thought about taking them all, but then he remembered something and instantly wiped that thought away. He took out the 5 devil fruits, all of the Zoan type, and laid them one by one on the table. The impact was indescribable. You should know that a devil fruit has a minimum value of 100 million berries, and that's just the low end. From what Matt understood, there isn't a single devil fruit being auctioned now that is less than 300 million. That is equivalent to 5 billion berries here. Adding in a paramecia-type devil fruit of space category, the total value exceeds 5 billion. But that is not enough. Still not enough. The influence of the celestial dragons is too strong. I know, so we need a lie that can rob the devil fruits. And these 6 devil fruits are the evidence. By then, not only Crown Island, but even the entire Grand Line will boil over. What can a celestial dragon represent here? One of the calamities of the beast pirates is already on the way. When he sees his devil fruits being fought over by such people, what kind of mood will he be in? He will definitely be furious. This situation, a chaotic pirate impact, the arrival of the calamity, plus a young great swordsman. Such power is enough to attract the arrival of a marine admiral. By then, that butler will be doomed, and it will be our time to devour their assets. Gru finished laying out the entire plan. Matt was already so shocked he couldn't speak. He thought it was just about using a knife to kill someone. To kill that butler. He didn't expect Gru was thinking so far ahead, already planning to take over that butler's power. The next day, the number of black-clad people on Crown Island increased, and their figures could be seen on every street. As their numbers grew, the people on the streets decreased. The expressions of the CP agents became more serious. The rumor spread wider among pirates and merchants. 6 devil fruits, and their SA technique to rob devil fruits. The celestial dragons have already arrived at the port. Amidst the grand welcoming ceremony, the ugly celestial dragon with a soap bubble-shaped hood stepped ashore. The people waiting to greet him all knelt down in unison. Behind him was a man around 50, dressed decently, who seemed to be saying something to the celestial dragon. Those who knew of the celestial dragon's brutality had long hidden away, fearing they would be affected. And those seeing the celestial dragons for the first time were likely feeling heartbroken. This is the god who supposedly lives in Mariewa. He looks really ugly and has a runny nose. Many merchant ships had already left the dock the night before, and Weiss and the others had also moved their ships to a guarded port for this reason. Here, you don't need to leave anyone to watch your ship. They will help you keep an eye on it and prevent anyone from boarding. At that time, it was not even necessary for Weiss to leave proactively. People came to guide and disperse them. Nothing could obstruct the path of the celestial dragons. Unlike the festive atmosphere at the dock, there were turbulent undercurrents within Crown Island. In the morning, news came from somewhere that there were 5 Zoan-type devil fruits on Crown Island. Some even said that one of the calamities of the beast pirates, Jin, was already on his way to collect these 5 devil fruits. Kaido has been assembling a troop composed entirely of Zoan-type users. If he knew there were 5 Zoan-type devil fruits here, he would definitely send someone. What was unexpected was Jin. The timid ones had already begun to set sail one after another, while the bold ones were searching for all information about the devil fruits. 5 devil fruits are enough to create a powerful pirate crew. If they are ancient or mythical types, then there's a chance to reach the pinnacle of the world. This place is originally rich in shipbuilding materials, so there are countless merchants and pirates. Now, maintaining the appearance of calm is because the devil fruits have not been discovered. Once discovered, it will completely explode. Gru stood in the central castle, with 6 devil fruits placed before him. Now the entire castle was armed. The former servants were now holding knives and guns, their faces full of ferocity. His daughter had already been sent away overnight on a ship. A father does not wish for his daughter to be involved in a grand disaster, even if it is a disaster instigated by the father himself. Emma, arrange for 2 of the devil fruits first. These people really don't act until they see the rabbit. A hint of mockery flashed in Gru's eyes. All right, sir. Matt, where are the celestial dragons now? They have already disembarked. The news ahead indicates they are coming towards us. Then let us release the news. Matt hesitated for a moment, but still replied, yes. He then contacted the snail phone. In a certain street, in a certain restaurant, Weiss and 3 others were enjoying this rare delicacy. Since the 4 of them were not very good at cooking, the meals they usually had could only be described as edible, not delicious. Captain, shouldn't we recruit a chef? At this rate, I might starve. Jack wolfed down his food. In front of acquaintances, he was not the aloof image. Are you saying my cooking is bad? Karina looked at Jack with a flat expression, her gaze making him feel uneasy. That's not true, Jack quickly denied, and after finishing his words, he continued to dig into the food in his bowl. It was hard to come across such delicious food, so he had to eat his fill. The waiter had already brought several tables of dishes, and the boss couldn't help but smile as he saw the steady flow of food being served. These pirates and adventurers really could bring immense wealth, each one of them looking like they had been starving for ages. Just then, another wave of people arrived. They looked fierce and menacing, with the leader carrying a box and striding aggressively towards an empty table. Boss, bring me your best dishes. The boss's eyes lit up. Here was another fat sheep, a group of customers. He went up to serve them, but when he saw the box, his expression turned ugly. He didn't dare to speak and could only call the waiter to serve the dishes while he hid in the back. This glanced at the box, his lips twitching. Can be played like this? Now, almost everyone's attention in a restaurant was on that box. The pirates had fierce looks in their eyes, while the merchants were filled with greed, as if they wanted to swallow it whole and claim it for themselves. Captain, could be fake? Cardon reluctantly shifted his gaze from the box and asked Vis. Vis remained silent, and Karina rolled her eyes at Cardon. How can you, as a navigator and an intellectual, not see such a simple scam? Didn't I feel something was off since we landed on the island today? Plus, there's so many rumors, of course. I would believe it, Cardon retorted. At that moment, someone finally couldn't hold back and asked the pirates, is there a devil fruit inside the box? The fierce pirate, Dragon Set 2, paused his eating and pointed at the box. Can't you see what's written on it? The box clearly had contains devil fruit written on it. So that means it's real, right? Dragon Set 1 asked again. Stop talking nonsense. Just open it and we'll find out. A pirate, Dragon Set 3, seemed irritated by his companion's rambling and stepped forward. Seeing that Dragon Set 1 didn't stop him, he reached out to open the box. Inside lay a fruit shaped like a banana with patterns on it, catching the attention of the pirates. They swallowed, moistening their dry throats. To check if it's real, I'll take a bite first. If it's real, I'll share it with everyone. Dragon Set 1 picked up the devil fruit, and everyone saw it. Do you take us for fools? The pirates all charged at him, and in an instant, Dragon Set 1 was engulfed in a cloud of mist. Meeting his demise on the spot, completing his mission, the appearance of the devil fruit shattered the calm surface of the lake. Anyone with some power rushed forward, not wanting anyone else to get the fruit. In an instant, the sounds of knives slicing through flesh, tragic cries, and blood flowing filled the air. The chaotic battle spiraled out of control. Some fought to seize the devil fruit, others for treasure, and some simply to kill, blindly wanting to kill Vis and his group. Before they could even get close, they were shot down by bullets falling to the ground. The chaos in the restaurant spilled onto the streets, and this scene was simultaneously happening elsewhere. All the pirates and merchants rushed toward these 2 locations. However, the pirates scrambling for the devil fruit seemed to be heading toward a specific direction, which happened to be where the celestial dragons were moving. The CP agent's expressions turned grim. On the street, Rival pirates immediately clashed, completely disregarding the presence of the devil fruit. This was exactly the effect Gru desired. Explosions erupted everywhere, and the sounds of bombs resounded. At this moment, the devil fruit didn't remain in anyone's hands for more than 5 seconds. There were too many people fighting for it. Countless houses collapsed, smoke billowed, and the chaos claimed lives. Cries for help and wails filled the air. Watching the incoming reports, Gru was very satisfied with this outcome. The clash between the pirate crews and the celestial dragons was inevitable, and now he needed even greater chaos. As for how many would die, what did it matter? This sea was always filled with deaths. Matt, throw out the remaining 3 devil fruits. This chaos needs some additives. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Gru's eyes. As long as he succeeded, the Gru family could continue to survive and even rise to a higher level. What did the headquarters matter? As long as I, Gru, am alive, no matter where I am, it is the headquarters. This devil fruit is mine, Rysat. I'm a pirate with a bounty of 70 million. Who dares come near? Rysat, covered in blood and standing on a corpse, raised the devil fruit high, surveying his surroundings with a commanding presence. At this moment, he was the king. The scene seemed to quiet down at this moment. Everyone staring at the man who looked as if he had crawled out of hell, momentarily stunned. The next moment, bang, boom, crack. What he thought would intimidate the group of desperate outlaws backfired as bullets, cannonballs, and various attacks surged toward him. The 70 million bounty pirate was killed by a group of people firing at him. Among them were not a few pirates with bounties like his, and some even higher. Together, they easily overwhelmed and slaughtered him. The devil fruit once again became a thing without an owner, quietly lying atop a sea of corpses. Now, no pirate dared to step forward. Doing so would make them the target of everyone's attacks. Without the ability to wipe out all the pirates, obtaining it would be futile. This was not the result Gru wanted. Among these pirates were still those he had arranged. A small figure, taking advantage of the distraction, stealthily approached the devil fruit. Seeing the devil fruit within reach, the person felt joy and was about to reach out to grab it. At that moment, a slash broke through the crowd, beheading him in an instant. I'm fighting for my life in front, and you think you can steal? Do you really think I don't exist? A giant over 4 meters tall, wielding a long knife, spat blood onto the ground. The surrounding people gasped. That was the legendary swordsman with a bounty of 90 million, the Blade Master. Master, are you distracted while fighting me? Do you not take me seriously? A pirate angrily threw a punch at him. Clang! The giant quickly countered, his fists packed with destructive power, landing blow after blow on the Blade Master's sword. Are you an idiot, Lofto? Didn't you see that rat trying to steal the devil fruit just now? The Blade Master's sword left trails of afterimages in the air. With every swing, he managed to block the incoming punches. Lofter performed a backflip, retracting his fists, and swiped at the devil fruit, which looked like a boiled egg. What is that for? A man should fight with his fists, not rely on some devil fruit. Aren't you the Blade Master? Don't you need a devil fruit to boost your strength? The Blade Master angrily replied, I'm using it to enhance my subordinate strength. What is wrong with that? Unlike you, a lone wolf, who would die and no one would know. With that, he delivered a slash that cut through the pirates in front of him. Some unlucky souls couldn't dodge in time and were cleaved in half, while the slash continued its momentum, with Lofter dodging to the side and disappearing after cutting down a massive tree. The broken giant tree crashed to the ground, burying some pirates in the thicket. Such battles became commonplace as Gru threw out the remaining 3 animal-type devil fruits, with some powerful individuals recklessly unleashing their strength. The weak were obliterated in the chaos of the strong, yet no one retreated. The greed in their hearts had overcome their fear of the strong, who in this world would willingly submit to others. Every person who set sail harbored hopes for that one throne atop the sea, praying that one day they could ascend to that position above all others. Yet without the corresponding strength, they could only remain hidden among the crowd, waiting for their chance. Now that opportunity had arrived. 5 devil fruits. The forces at sea, upon obtaining devil fruits, would find their own to consume them, with very few making it to the auction house, ultimately sold at high prices. The lower-tier pirates couldn't obtain them at all. They didn't need to get them all. Just one would suffice. What if they were lucky enough to acquire an ancient or mythical type? Such opportunities were rare. Vis and Karina lingered outside the chaotic melee of pirates, while Jack and Cardon joined the fray. This battle was a perfect opportunity to test the results of their 6 months of training. It was a trial for themselves. If they could obtain a devil fruit in this melee, all the better, whether for personal use or for sale, it would be a gain. However, Vis didn't want them consuming these unknown animal types. If they were tough-skinned and meaty, that would be fine. At least they could take a beating. But what use was a joke-like animal-type devil fruit in the form of sausage dog? Cardon blended in among the pirates. Having fought for quite some time now, his breath a bit ragged, wielding a large knife he had picked up from somewhere, reaping the lives of pirates. While quietly attracting hatred, he stealthily made his way toward the central clearing where all the pirates were vying for a devil fruit. The knife in his hand had visibly dulled. Cardon specifically targeted the slightly weaker pirates for sneak attacks. Facing them head-on was not his style. Self-preservation was his main priority. If it weren't for wanting to prove himself in this battle, he wouldn't have gotten involved at all. His actions finally provoked the pirates' anger. "You young punk. No honor in battle. Always sneaking up on people. I almost got stabbed in the back," one pirate said, green with anger. "Damn it, when you're fighting, suddenly someone sneaks up from behind. If it weren't for my partner acting fast and kicking me, my backside would be toast. It's disgusting. Yeah, this kid seems to love sneak attacks. Several of my companions have been ambushed by him. Brothers, let's team up and take him down," they shouted. However, not a single person moved, because this kid wasn't just good at sneak attacks. He was also very skilled at killing. If they weren't cautious, it would be them lying on the ground now. "Come on, let's go. A bunch of weaklings. You scum of the sea just know how to bully the weak. Can't handle being treated the same way. Huh? A bunch of cowards still want to grab the devil fruits? You might as well go home and drink your milk." Cardon taunted. The arrogant pirates, who were used to being defiant, couldn't handle such provocation and charged at him. Seeing this, Cardon dropped his weapon, spreading his arms wide. "I won't even need to lift a finger to take you down." The pirates surrounding him felt a rush of excitement. This foolish kid had actually dropped his weapon. Was he seeking death? Some, however, were sharp enough to stop in their tracks and silently retreat. As expected, bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out in succession, and a group of pirates attacking Cardon fell to the ground, blood pooling beneath them. "It's a sniper. Quickly find his position," one pirate screamed. Without hockey to sense or defend against it, they were sitting ducks in front of the sniper. This was, of course, Jack's doing. Cardon had lured them into the open, and Jack took down one with a shot, also hoping to snag a devil fruit. Unlike the constant loss of life in the chaos, the celestial dragons remained surprisingly quiet. The explosions and shouts from over there seemed to have no impact here. "Rattless, what's happening over there?" asked the celestial dragon, sitting on a slave's back. He was the one Gru wanted to kill. St. Joralud, according to CP's reports. "Some pirates are fighting over devil fruits, causing some chaos. However, they will not disturb the great St. Joralud," Rattless respectfully replied. "Oh, how fun. A bunch of lowly peasants actually fighting over food meant for slaves. Take me over there to watch." The celestial dragon cheered like a child, flailing his arms. He had seen battles in the Colosseum and tortured slaves, directly feeding devil fruits to them for his amusement. But he had never witnessed a group fighting over devil fruits. "St. Joralud, these pirates are not worth watching. Their filthy bodies will sully your eyes. There are much more entertaining toys in the Gru family's castle," Rattless warned. "Are you trying to stop me, you damn peasant? I want to go see. It should be quite entertaining. If it weren't for my father telling me not to treat you like other slaves, you'd be dead by now. Hurry and take me." The large body of the celestial dragon squirmed on the slave's back, and seeing that the slave didn't move, he kicked him hard. "You damn slave, why aren't you moving? Hurry up." Joralud seemed to grow impatient and pulled out a gun, aiming it at the slave's head and firing. With a bang, the slave lost his life. But for a brief moment, a glimmer of awareness seemed to return to his eyes. CP seemed unfazed at the moment of the slave's death. They quickly supported him down and brought another slave forward to replace him. This time, Rattless dared not interfere. He had never contradicted a celestial dragon's orders before. But this time he was anxious, eager to secure all of Gru's family's assets. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he quickly followed, reminding himself not to make the same mistake again. As the celestial dragon changed direction, the CP agents on the island sprang into action. Ensuring the safety of the celestial dragon, they approached the battlefield. Gru sat calmly in the castle, just receiving news that his arranged spies had been eliminated. He had underestimated the pirates' strength and the allure of the devil fruits to them. If the devil fruits lay on the ground, the pirates would fight among themselves. But once someone got close or picked one up, they would undoubtedly become the target of everyone else's attacks. At that moment, the chaos on the island had divided into 5 battlefields, each with a devil fruit present. The situation was no longer under his control. In the original plan, he had arranged for people to hold the 5 devil fruits, leading the bloodthirsty pirates to charge at the celestial dragon's carriage. This way, Rattless, who guided the celestial dragon here, would undoubtedly meet his end, even if the celestial dragon remained unharmed. But now, it seemed those pirates were close to deciding the fate of the devil fruits, while the celestial dragon was already nearing the castle. A mere merchant underestimated the pirates. Have those messages been sent out? Gru asked, his expression unchanged, as if nothing could affect him. They have been sent out, but we don't know how many people will come. Once the abilities of those 5 animal-type devil fruits are revealed, they won't dare to doubt us. Gru seemed to have made a decision. Knock knock. A person walked in. Sir, the celestial dragons are heading towards the pirates. What? Is there such good news? Gru's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly. However, Matt sensed an inexplicable meaning in this. It seemed a bit too much to kill a steward. The celestial dragons had arrived at one of the battlefields. Countless CP agents surrounded the area, and the pirates were still unaware of the situation, continuing their fight in the arena. Seeing the chaos and the bodies scattered everywhere, the celestial dragons clapped their hands in excitement. This is interesting. It's much more entertaining than the gladiatorial arena. I must go back and tell my brother to do the same in the arena, betting on which hundreds of pirates can ultimately obtain the devil fruit. It's so interesting. Andrea Saint would definitely agree with your perspective. Rately's flattered from the side. Having already created a bad impression near the celestial dragon and needing to redeem himself. Really? I think so too, haha. The pirates on the street seemed to slowly sense that something was changing. After all, groups of men in black appeared on the trees and rooftops surrounding them. If they still didn't feel something was wrong, they would truly be foolish. Jack was hiding in a nearby building. The people here had long since fled due to the chaos. The view was open, making it a good place for a sniper. Cardon moved nimbly among the pirates, but noticed that their movements seemed to be slowing down, eventually standing still. Finally, he focused his gaze and saw a person sitting on a slave, wearing the signature glass dome, gesturing excitedly while speaking to those around him. The celestial dragon. This person who appeared here, he didn't know how long he had been watching or what his purpose was for coming here. No matter what, no one at sea had a good impression of them. Arrogant and domineering could be considered kind descriptions. Those who proclaimed themselves as gods were doing things that only beasts would do, and to call them beasts would be an insult to beasts. Look at the slave beneath him, with a vacant stare and a stiff body, existing like a walking corpse. Just like this, you still can't hit him. Because it's a hornet's nest, hitting him would provoke the marine admirals. Why have they stopped? These damned lowlifes. Don't they know to please me, the great god? Wasn't it to seize the devil fruit? Who got it? No, great Jorlud Saint. They're afraid of you as a descendant of the gods, and have stopped automatically, waiting for your command. Rately's casually lied to stabilize the celestial dragon's mood. No problem, let them continue to fight. Whoever successfully seizes the devil fruit will be given the supreme honor of becoming my slave. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. Rately's elegantly maintained his composure as he walked in front of the pirates. The great Jorlud Saint has said that whoever obtains this devil fruit will be honored as a slave. Hearing this, all the pirates looked at the quiet devil fruit lying on the ground and took a step back in unison. Damn it, this is an honor for you. But for the pirates, it's hell. If you need it, just take it. Cardon hid behind and slowly approached the building, ready to escape at any moment. Just as he was about to succeed, a man in black appeared in front of him. My partner is leaving. Do you dare to stop him? The man in black, standing in front of Cardon, felt like he was in an icy tundra after hearing Weiss's voice, coldness sweeping over him, not daring to turn his head. A sharp double-edged sword was placed against his neck, making it feel as uncomfortable as a cold wind blowing in his face. I have such a good captain, do you? Seeing the motionless man in black, Cardon strutted past him like a proud rooster, walking with a devil swagger. The frozen man in black could only watch helplessly as Cardon walked away. At that moment, more men in black surrounded from outside, not saying a word, seemingly wanting to keep Weiss and the others here. The reason was that the celestial dragon was furious. Why haven't these damned lowlifes started fighting? Don't they want to be slaves to the gods? Tell them all to kneel. A group of pirates looked at each other, unsure of what to do. However, under the oppressive gaze of the CP agents, they could only bend their knees silently and kneel in humiliation, looking at the crowd that knelt down. The celestial dragon nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, these lowlifes should submit at the feet of the gods. After scanning his gaze around, he saw an incomprehensible scene. All the pirates knelt, except for 2 people standing confidently in a corner, surrounded by a group, as if they hadn't seen this god at all. In an instant, all eyes turned to them. Pirates, CP agents, and celestial dragons. Everyone was surprised to find that someone dared to stand without kneeling in front of a celestial dragon. It should be known that in the original story, a certain supernova had to kneel on the roadside in front of a celestial dragon because he couldn't avoid it. No other reason. The admiral was too terrifying. The celestial dragon Joralud Saint felt that his authority was being challenged. Why aren't those two damned lowlifes kneeling? Saying this, he drew his pistol and fired several shots at Weiss. Weiss's sword didn't even make a move. Those bullets were redirected in midair. It was Jack, hidden in the shadows, shooting at the bullets in the air. For him, who had mastered observation hockey, this was no difficulty at all. The difficulty lay in taking action against the celestial dragon. But he still shot without hesitation. He blocked the bullets aimed at his captain. Damn it, kill him. Kill him. Kill those lowlifes. Seeing his bullets blocked, the celestial dragon was completely enraged. Under the celestial dragon's fury, the CP agents had no choice but to attack the pirates inside. One masked man beside the celestial dragon rushed out upon hearing the command, targeting Weiss, who appeared to be the strongest in the arena. Damn it, fight back. That damn celestial dragon wants to leave us all here. Seeing the actions of the CP agents, the pirates didn't want to sit still either. They had survived through blood and fire. Would they just let themselves be killed? The scene descended into chaos once again. A gun-wielding pirate was cut down by a man in black. In his final moments, he saw the celestial dragon not far away. A strange thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, lingering. Since he was going to die anyway, how about giving a shot at the celestial dragon? With that thought, his dazed mind controlled the gun in his hand, aiming at the celestial dragon. Bang! A gunshot rang out, followed by the celestial dragon's scream. Silence. A deathly silence fell. Everyone forgot to look at the screaming celestial dragon. Their gazes focused on the pirate who fired the shot. That pirate never expected a hit, because there were still protectors around the celestial dragon. It was truly unexpected. Then everything went dark and he died. He died very decisively. But now the Crown Island is in chaos. Several CP agents seemed stunned. They never expected that someone would dare to attack a celestial dragon, and as a result, they let their guard down. In pain, the celestial dragon shot dead a few people who were preparing to bandage him, and the remaining CP agents dared not approach. Now that the celestial dragon was injured, they were undoubtedly doomed. Even those who came here could become tools for his father to vent his anger. Rallis, witnessing this unbelievable scene, was left with a blank mind and temporarily malfunctioned. When he came to his senses, he knew he was done for and shouted to quickly call the admiral. Someone has injured the celestial dragon. Run, get out of here. The admiral is coming. It was becoming unsafe here. The pirates fled in a frenzy towards the outside, and the black-clad man blocking Weiss no longer paid attention to him. He returned to the celestial dragon's side when he was injured. The celestial dragon clutched his arm, wailing in agony, rolling on the ground from the pain. Having been pampered since childhood, he had never suffered a single injury. Even if he only scraped a finger, someone would die for it, let alone in such a situation now. He swore to kill everyone on the island. The masked man quickly picked up the celestial dragon and rushed towards the port, where there were better medical facilities. They could quickly extract the bullet from Jalilud's shoulder. After that, it would be the Navy's job to clean up the pirates on the island. He needed to ensure the celestial dragon did not die. Weiss found Jack with card shield. Let's go. We need to get back to the ship immediately. The Navy admiral is coming. We need to leave this place of chaos. The news of the celestial dragon's injury spread slowly on the island, and the remaining pirates fled for their lives, trying to set sail as quickly as possible. Once the admiral arrives, they would truly be unable to escape. At the Navy headquarters, in Admiral Sengoku's office. Hello, this is Sengoku. Sengoku, quickly send someone to Crown Island. Someone has injured a celestial dragon. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Sengoku frowned. 2 hours ago, some news came for the Grand Line, saying that there was a technique for plundering devil fruits on Crown Island. Accompanying the news were 5 photos of devil fruits. It was later confirmed that these were the fruits owned by 5 missing Zoan-type devil fruit users. This news caused a stir in the sea. Everyone rushed to Crown Island to seize that technology. The Navy dispatched Kizaru. On the Navy warship, Kizaru stood on the deck, wearing a yellow and white striped suit, his justice cloak billowing in the wind. Hello. Why is no one speaking? This is really frustrating. Kizaru spoke to the black transponder snail on his wrist. Old man, you have a bug that prevents eavesdropping. Bartolomeo shouted from the side. What a hassle. Who switched the location of my transponder snail? He then took out another transponder snail for his pocket. Hello, Kizaru. Did you mess up the transponder snail again? The transponder snail mimicked a person with frog eyes. Admiral Sengoku, I remember putting it in my pocket. Kizaru, you need to get to Crown Island as fast as you can. A celestial dragon has been injured. And find out who orchestrated this scheme. How scary. Someone actually injured a celestial dragon. This old man is going to be worn out. After that, Kizaru transformed into light and sped towards Crown Island. The pirates on the run detonated the bombs in their hands, creating a grand fireworks display on Crown Island. But it was at the cost of lives. After learning that the celestial dragon was injured, the island descended into madness. The previously restrained pirates unleashed their true nature. Anyone who tried to stop them from seizing the devil fruits had to die. They naively thought that once they ate the devil fruits, they could defeat the Navy Admiral. There were also smart ones who knew just how terrifying the Navy Admiral was. The moment they heard the news, they rushed to the port to set sail as quickly as possible. However, they did not expect that there were even more ships heading toward Crown Island, as if something was attracting them there. Gree only released information about the technology to the Grand Line, and the people on Crown Island had no idea about this news. They only knew there were 5 Zoan-type devil fruits. Willis, where are you? Hurry and leave this island with me. Sophie searched for the little boy in an alley. The island was too chaotic now. The only way to avoid the storm was to get off the island. But she was also worried about Willis, so she ran back. Willis! Willis! Sister Sophie, I'm here, come quickly. Willis peeked his head around the corner, waving from a tree hole. Sophie quickly ran over and saw him hiding in a tree hole. Willis, we need to go. This island is very dangerous now. Sister Sophie, hiding in this tree hole is the safest right now. The pirates outside have gone mad. I've seen them red-eyed with greed for the devil fruits, killing anyone they see. Sister, you should come hide with me. Once the danger passes, we can go out. We've dug it deep with my friends. It's our secret base. Sophie hesitated. When she returned, she also saw the chaos on the streets. The main town of Crown Island had been destroyed, and most of the colorful trees had fallen. Most places had turned into ruins. Just as Sophie was hesitating, a lewd voice came from outside the alley. I also want to go into the hole. I wonder if this beautiful lady would allow me. Hurry, sister, don't let them catch you. It was too late. Sophie had already been grabbed by a pirate and couldn't break free. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Sophie shouted loudly, hoping someone would hear her and come to save her. Ha! Keep calling. It won't do you any good, no matter how loud you scream. The pirate, seeing such a beautiful girl amidst the chaos, thought that even dying on this island would be worth it. The pirate's hand slid from her arm to her neck. She was just an ordinary girl. How could she struggle against a pirate? Then you can die. The pirate's vision blurred, dying inexplicably. Wise stood at the alley's entrance, a small knife skillfully rolling on his fingertips, followed by Jack and Card Shield. Card Shield was holding a box in his hand. Don't be confused. That was the devil fruit. They had originally been heading towards the Chris ship, taking care of some clueless pirates along the way, ensuring no one dared to confront them. However, as they passed a certain alley, a devil fruit fell from the sky and landed in Weiss's hand. Following closely were a group of pirates with blood-red eyes. For the devil fruit that was delivered to them, they wouldn't refuse it. With just one slash, the pirate was buried in the endless ruins. Everyone saw Weiss's terrifying strength and dared not approach. As they were passing through here, Weiss heard a pirate attempting to do something inappropriate, and the cries for help happened to reach his ears. In such a bizarre request, it should be fulfilled, so I casually gave it a stab. Thank you for saving my life. Sophie kept repeating this phrase. If it weren't for Weiss's appearance, she might have been violated by the pirates. It's nothing. Just a casual act. Any person with a conscience would lend a helping hand. Weiss waved his hand and was ready to leave. Sister Sophie, it was him who peeked at you earlier, which led to me getting beaten up by you. Having already walked past the alley, Weiss heard this and saw the contemptuous gaze from Jack and Cardon, so he directly stepped back and walked up to Willis. Kid, I've already told you. I was just sunbathing up there, not peeking, understand? Weiss took a deep breath. This matter had to be clarified, or his reputation would be ruined. I don't believe you. Your excuses are all the same. Sophie anxiously covered Willis's mouth, hoping he wouldn't say anything else. If they angered this powerful person, they would really be doomed. You little brat, how can you talk nonsense? Did you see me peeking with your own eyes? Weiss's tone suddenly rose by several decibels, scaring Sophie and Willis to step back a few paces. Jack and Cardon quickly stepped forward to hold Captain Weiss back, saying it's not necessary to kill him to silence him just for a peek. Who doesn't have a little quirk on the sea? Exactly. Look, he's angry now. Willis murmured with his mouth covered. Sophie heard this from a distance and awkwardly looked at Weiss. The 3 people across from her were all powerful, and the 2 had awakened observation hockey, making it even clearer. Let's go. Knowing that this matter couldn't be explained clearly, Wise took a deep breath to calm his fluctuating emotions and left without looking back, taking Jack and Cardon with him. Wait a minute, sir. My name is Sophie. I wonder if I could ask you to escort me to the port. I can offer a reward of 30 million berries. Weiss, who originally didn't want to bother, stopped when he heard 30 million berries. He wasn't short on money. On the Chris ship, there were many treasures, most of which were seized from other pirate ships over the past 6 months. The flag hanging on the Chris was marked with the words Savior. It's not impossible to help a client on the shore. Can you produce it? Weiss asked with suspicion, and he didn't seem to be a wealthy person. Although tall and good-looking, he could rival Nami. 2 years later, there were no signs of wealth. Sister Sophie is the daughter of the richest man on the island, Willis said, hugging Sophie's thigh and pouting. Seeing this scene, Weiss couldn't help but recall a detestable little brat, one he wanted to tear apart. Fine, I'll follow. Ha ha, I got it. This devil fruit is mine. On a battlefield somewhere, a pirate stood on a pile of corpses, laughing maniacally with blood on his face while holding a devil fruit. The pirates below had lost their courage and dared not rush up because everyone who charged forward had fallen at his feet. Someone recognized him. He was the notorious pirate Telly, with a bounty of 110 million berries, having made a name for himself in just 5 years. It was said that he wanted to challenge the New World. Why he appeared here was unknown. Now it's mine. Does anyone have a problem? Telly arrogantly declared. Really? I feel like this devil fruit is mine. Telly's laughter abruptly stopped. Who? Seeing the pirates looking up at the sky, Telly opened his mouth wide. How can you be here? The person arriving was none other than Jack from the Beast Pirates. A pterosaur soared through the sky, engulfed in flames, its massive body blocking the sunlight and casting a shadow on the ground. Telly looked solemnly at the figure in the sky. He didn't think he was much different from the person above, just that the latter had been famous longer. Ha ha, this is mine, Tellys. Who do you think you are? Kaido, a frog at the bottom of a well. Jack said flatly. In the eyes of the crowd, Jack vanished, and when he reappeared, he was holding a devil fruit. His footsteps on the ground shocked the hearts of the pirates. Looking at Telly, he was already gone, and on top of the pile of corpses, there was only a charred shell left. One move, just one move to take down a pirate with a bounty of 110 million? Is this the strength of the New World? Is this the power of the 3 calamities? This is truly too strong. Jack ignored the nearby pirates. He had seen this kind of scene many times in his career and was already used to it. Taking out a transponder snail from his chest, he made a call, and a voice came from the transponder snail. Have you arrived? Yes, but there is only one devil fruit here. It doesn't match the 5 we agreed upon. Moreover, it seems many pirates are fighting for it. Shouldn't you explain? This was my mistake, but I have perfectly tracked the whereabouts of the 5 devil fruits. With your strength, it should be no problem to retrieve them. As a gesture of goodwill, I can give you these 5 devil fruits for free. The previous deal is considered void. After learning about the other 4 devil fruits, Jack hung up the transponder snail, flapped his wings, and disappeared into the sky. In a huge castle, Gru hung up Jack's call, and a hint of a smile flashed across his calm face. Although things hadn't gone according to his plan, the final result was the same. He never expected that a pirate would dare to shoot at a celestial dragon just before dying. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Rattress is doomed, Gru said. Even Jesus wouldn't help. Furthermore, 1 devil fruit was obtained by Weiss. This is truly. Let's see whether this young swordsman is more impressive or the long-famous 3 calamities are stronger, and the incoming Navy Admiral and that group of ambitious ones. Rattress? You're not worth my effort. How many people will die this time? How many positions will be vacated on the sea? Gru held a wrinkled piece of paper in his hand, on which the words devil fruit plundering technique were written. On the Crown Island, with Jack's arrival, the bloodthirsty pirates calmed down. Knowing that he had instantaneously killed a pirate with a bounty of 110 million made them even more sober. However, a box unexpectedly appeared on the island. The first passerby who picked it up thought he had found a devil fruit, but upon opening it, there was only a piece of paper inside. Seeing the note, he felt very disappointed and even wanted to curse. Isn't this harmful? He hurriedly threw the box away, and the note fell out. A second passerby, taking advantage of the chaos, picked up the note, and upon seeing the text, exclaimed, "How is this possible? This isn't real." This exclamation was heard by other pirates, who asked what was written on it. The second passerby certainly wouldn't say anything. He directly stuffed the note into his pocket and fled. A group of pirates thought it was something particularly important and rushed over. Knowing that the devil fruit was unattainable now that Jack had arrived, they were determined to obtain this treasure. The second passerby died, and the note was passed on, followed by another exclamation, and the third passerby died again. Everyone who received the note gasped. only to be slaughtered in an instant. A marvelous scene was unfolding on the island, as all the pirates fought over a piece of paper with an unknown message. What it contained was a mystery to everyone, but it was clear that each person who received it was profoundly shocked, indicating that it must be a tremendous treasure. Finally, after a passerby named Ding got the note, he revealed its contents. At that moment, some pirates began to hesitate about the technique of stealing devil fruits, wondering how such a thing could even exist. The 5 animal-type devil fruits that appeared on the island today were the fruits of the 5 previously vanished animal-type users. I have seen them. A voice from an unknown location rang out, igniting the remaining pirates. Meanwhile, at the port, luxurious ships approached, avoiding docking next to the celestial dragons, with groups of people disembarking from each vessel. Even from a distance, one could feel their formidable aura. These people had no reputation on the seas. They moved through the ruins as if they were on solid ground, rushing toward the center of the island. After about a quarter of an hour of running, they heard the pirates' cries of alarm. In an instant, these figures left behind only an afterimage and vanished. This was all orchestrated by Gru, who released just the right information at the perfect moment to achieve the best effect. Now, the key figures had arrived, and those pirates meant to be cannon fodder should disappear. The last devil fruit is in your hands, right? Looking at the towering figure of Jean, who stood over 6 meters tall, Weiss never expected to encounter such a character in the first half of Paradise. It seemed he wanted to seize the devil fruit in his hand. Hand over the devil fruit to me. You and Jack take these 2 to the ship, and tell Karina to head in the direction of the log pose. I will follow soon. Yes, Captain. Cardon handed the box containing the devil fruit to Weiss, and the 4 of them ran toward the Klee ship. They knew staying here would be a burden, as Weiss would not be able to unleash his full potential. Jean did not care about the 4 who had run away. In his eyes, there was only the devil fruit in Weiss's hand. Weiss took out the devil fruit from the box and weighed it in his hand, seemingly curious about the incredible powers it possessed. Jean wasn't worried that Weiss would suddenly eat the fruit. He believed Weiss was just an ordinary pirate who habitually concealed his aura. Such a pirate, he felt confident. He could kill the moment Weiss bit into the fruit. Come and take it. I will spare your life. Jean was in a good mood, having obtained 5 animal-type devil fruits, and the other party even gifted it to him for free, equivalent to getting it without spending a dime. How could his mood be bad? In this good mood, if Weiss was smart, he could spare his life. Spare my life? Come and take it then. Are you joking? You think I would just give you what I have because of your words? Do you think you're Shanks? With that, Weiss unleashed his killing intent. A crimson aura sweeping over the area like a tidal wave, the invisible killing intent creating ripples that struck Jin's form. The scarlet hue enveloped the entire space, and it seemed even the clouds above were affected. At that moment, the sun became dim, darkness shrouding the land, and the oppressive killing intent erupted freely. Under this pressure, Jean realized he had underestimated his opponent. He had not expected to encounter such a strong person in the Grand Line, which was truly exhilarating. Just as he was about to strike at Weiss, a somewhat lewd voice came from above. How terrifying, this level of killing intent. The 2 looked up. It was the Marine Admiral, Kizaru. Kizaru descended from the sky, the shattered building debris mixed with branches littering the ground, creating a colorful but now somewhat dim scene. Jean, one of the calamities. How terrifying. The fleet admiral did not mention you would be here, Kizaru said, with his hands in his pockets, creating a moment of silence. So, you 2 are the ones who dare to strike at the celestial dragons? Kizaru continued. Only those with great power and no regard for the law could dare to attack the celestial dragons. The other pirates lacked the courage and the ability. Well, you might not believe this, but we didn't strike first. A certain pirate had a sudden whim at the moment of death and fired a shot. I was about to leave, you know. Weiss, for now, did not want to confront the world government, so he explained. If the other side did not believe him and sought trouble, he would not be easy to bully. Who shot that pig is not important. What matters is, you should give me the devil fruit. For Jean, whether Kizaru came or not did not matter. What was important was obtaining that devil fruit for later dealings with Kaido. In the original work, those who dared to directly attack a Yonko's ship possessed that level of strength. Hey, Admiral Kizaru, there are pirates here threatening a peaceful civilian. Aren't you going to take action? Weiss drew the sword at his waist, ready for battle. The kid isn't some weakling. He shouldn't need an old man like me to save him, Kizaru said slowly, without changing his posture for the entire conversation. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, the 2 had already engaged in battle, a fierce wind erupting from the center of their clash, directly causing a change in the weather. As a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. The ground could not withstand the pressure of their powers, and the once solid ruins began to crack everywhere, with crevices rapidly extending outward. Stones flew, propelled by their powers, producing sounds that pierced the eardrums. Blocks of stone flew towards Kizaru, splashing bits of yellow light as they struck him. Claws clashed against Weiss's sword, the blade striking against the dark claws. Not bad, little brat, Jean praised from behind his mask. As expected of one of the calamities, after the initial exchanges, Weiss realized the two were evenly matched. Clang! Weiss withdrew his sword from Jin's claws, sparks flying as the blade scraped through. Both were testing each other's strength, not daring to use their full power with Kizaru nearby. Jean was a pirate, and Weiss was suspected to be the heir of the Golden Lion. How about we both take a step back? I won't take the devil fruit from you, and you won't take it from me. Let's call it even. How about that? Weiss twirled his sword, seemingly suggesting to back off. Jean fell silent. After their brief contact, he realized he could not gain the upper hand in a short time. With the general watching closely, if a battle broke out, he would be the one in trouble. All right, Jean was not a reckless type like Jack, who would dare to charge in without consideration of the opponent. After weighing the pros and cons, he agreed to Weiss's proposal. After all, he had already gained 4 fruits, so he wouldn't be a loss. With that, Jean transformed into his pteranodon form, engulfed in flames, preparing to fly away from this place. That won't do. If this continues, I won't be able to explain to Mr. Sengoku, especially since a celestial dragon was injured, Kizaru said. Transforming into a yellow light point and soaring into the sky, the light pouring down like rain. The dense light rain looked beautiful like shooting stars, but each one had the power to send a person to hell. Damn it, Kizaru, did you get overtime pay? Upon seeing this, Weiss shouted angrily, as this attack also included him. The armed color hockey surged rapidly from his arm, the pitch-black color covering the sword blade. A long sword was wielded by Weiss, creating an impenetrable defense, and those raindrop-like light points could not approach him at all. Crack, crack, crack. The light points struck the ground, penetrating it and disappearing into the lower layers. A tremendous force erupted from the light, like a volcanic eruption, lifting the ground and then exploding again. Powerful beings can destroy the heavens and the earth, and natural-type strong beings are even more outrageous. Jean was the same, just as he flew into the sky. He was struck by countless light rains and had no choice but to return to the ground, but he wasn't injured. This time, Kizaru just wanted to keep him. Hey, brother, how about you help me keep this person, and I'll reward you with a bounty later? After Kizaru finished his move, he descended from the sky. TCH, not interested, Weiss said, resting the sword on his shoulder, of course refusing. Oh, that could be a headache. Kizaru realized that this seemed like a good opportunity to get rid of Jean, as there were no members of the Beast Pirates around. Jean was all alone. If Weiss knew Kizaru's thoughts, he would surely find it unbelievable. Kizaru must have been swapped out. How could he think of actively eliminating a pirate? In the original story, Kizaru's attitude towards the supernovas in Sabaody was like letting out as much water as there is in the ocean. During the Marineford War, he was also just treading water. Now, he was actually thinking of keeping Jean. If he had to explain, it might be because if he just let the Straw Hats go, it would be obvious he was saving face for Garp. So he simply didn't T-capture any supernovas, ultimately catching hundreds of minions to report back. And during the Marineford War, didn't T-Garp almost go to punch a Kainu at the end after Sengoku held him back? Finally, releasing a big move on the ice. Whether he was saving Luffy or trying to kill him, only he knew. Jean stood up from the ground, seemingly aware of the seriousness of the situation. Even if Weiss didn't T-intervene today, escaping would come at heavy cost. Comparing speed with Kizaru on the sea was truly seeking death. He was a pteranodon, but he wasn't the rumble fruit. He couldn't compare. You two continue. I'm leaving, Weiss said upon seeing the two about to fight, and immediately made a run for it. It wasn't his fight. Why get involved? Kizaru, the admiral, couldn't let this person leave. The injury to Charlos had something to do with him. A man wearing a mask suddenly walked over from the edge of the battlefield. Weiss had a puzzled expression. Why should I care about that pig's injury? If it had to be related, it might be because the masked man was taken advantage of when dealing with Weiss and shot at the celestial dragons. What does that have to do with me? Facing Weiss, the masked man felt fear, but someone had to take the blame for this. If it was said that he was injured by a dying pirate, he would end up like those people, dead for sure. Didn't you see that Ratleys had already been shot dead by the enraged celestial dragon? And Weiss was the best candidate to take the blame. After all, he was the strongest person present at that time. Such an explanation would be believed by the celestial dragons. Now that the celestial dragons weren't leaving, they had docked the ship on the shore and insisted on seeing all the pirates from that street dead. If it weren't for the orders from the Gorosei, this celestial dragon would want to kill everyone on the entire Crown Island. So they sent a group of CP agents to the island to catch pirates. It didn't matter who was on the street back then. What mattered was catching enough pirates to appease their anger. By the way, to seize that so-called devil fruit plunder technology. Hey, brother, if you help me catch this pirate, I'll pretend I didn't hear this. Kizaru looked at Weiss with a strange gaze. It seems I become your scapegoat, right? Weiss's dark pupils suddenly lit up with a red glow, staring intently at the masked man. As long as there was a little bit of trouble, he would immediately kill him. ISNT at you who injured the celestial dragon? The masked man, under immense pressure, turned pale beneath the mask. You see, you just said my injury was related to the celestial dragon, and now you're saying it was me who did it. And you claim to be the strongest intelligence agency. Is this your mental quality? Trash. Say whatever you want. I say it's unrelated, so it's unrelated. But now I want to kill this masked man. Kizaru, you want to stop me, will you? Also, after this incident, if you attribute this matter to me, I want to mind actually killing a celestial dragon. I mean what I say. Upon seeing Weiss's figure, the CP agents immediately vanished, feeling an overwhelming fear. They knew they couldn't beat Weiss. Previously, they could fight back only because Weiss was holding back. Hey, I can't let you hurt him, Kizaru said. Although the Navy disdained that group of CP rats, they couldn't just watch them get killed right in front of them without intervening. That was a major taboo. Kizaru, you stay where you are. The three of them moved almost simultaneously. Kizaru wanted to stop Weiss from killing, and Jean wanted to stop Kizaru from saving him. As long as Weiss killed the masked man, the chances of escaping today would greatly increase. A flash of light passed, and a blood-red slash pierced through, blood gushing out. A long wound appeared on the masked man's chest, penetrating his entire body, and he fell to the ground, dead beyond revival. Weiss turned around, pointing his sword at Kizaru, ready to fight first before discussing anything else. Having been slandered twice in one day, even a clay figurine would be angry. Weiss didn't want to say anything more. Jean's eyes brightened. It seemed he didn't have to worry about escaping now, thanks to CP's divine assistance. Amatsuki Yumi. Light particles gathered in his hand, slowly being pulled by Kizaru into a sword made entirely of light. The golden sword struck towards the incoming blade. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords continuously collided in the air, producing crisp and pleasant sounds. There were no flashy sword energies clashing, just a pure swordsmanship duel. If someone witnessing such a duel thought that the Admiral was nothing special, then they would realize with just one collision that person would be dead without a burial place. Sparks flew as Weiss gripped his sword tightly. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered since setting sail. He had thought he would only fight such people in the New World, but today was too frustrating. He had to fight to feel comfortable. Jean was surrounded by flames. Waiting for the right moment to strike, he did not run. Don't be fooled into thinking that the two were currently engaged in a fierce battle. Once he had the thought of escaping, Kizaru would immediately catch up. It seemed reckless, but they had room to maneuver. Weiss blocked Kizaru's sword strike, twisting his arm, the sword moving lightly and slanting towards the sky, piercing directly at Kizaru's face. The sword was covered with armed color hockey, and as long as it hit, Kizaru would either die or be severely injured. At this moment, Jean also seized the opportunity, darting up, his sharp claws carrying the power of shattered stone and blazing gold, descending towards Kizaru's head. Generally, in such a situation, a person could only die with resentment. But was Kizaru an ordinary person? He was an admiral of a navy who had roamed the seas for over a decade, a natural-type light fruit user. Could anyone move faster than light? In an instant, Kizaru elementalized, transforming into a beam of yellow light to evade both attacks. And in that moment, both of their attacks could not be retracted. Smash right into it. Boom! The ground shattered, and the place where Weiss stood erupted once again, smoke and dust rising up, obscuring the view. Ha! Spitting out the dust clinging to his lips. He slowly walked out of the smoke. If you get involved, I don't mind taking you out first. After all, isn't fighting just fighting? What a scary little guy. But if that's the case, it's acceptable. Kizaru didn't mind teaming up with Weiss to deal with Ash. Ash didn't say a word. He was a smart man, not a reckless one. At this moment, Weiss's emotions were obviously off, the kind that would explode at the slightest provocation. Yet he was very rational, keeping a portion of his strength in reserve to guard against others while fighting against a general. Rather than a battle, it felt more like a spar. Kizaru had stopped attacking Weiss and turned his attention to Ash. 3 people fighting seemed much better than just 2. In an instant, The three were entangled in a chaotic battle. At one moment, Weiss was facing Kizuru, and at another, Kizuru was confronting Ash. Sometimes the two would team up against the remaining one. However, Kizuru's approach to Ash was clearly different from when he was dealing with Weiss. The clouds above were stirred by the momentum of the three's battle, rolling and churning, with flashes of lightning flickering within, as if the dancing lightning was waiting for a chance to strike at the three. This area had completely turned into a wasteland. The ground cleared away as if it had been plowed by their battle. If viewed from the sky, that area was significantly lower than the surrounding land. Look over there. What is that? People by the sea gazed towards the island, where the sky had changed. Even from a distance, they could feel the destructive power erupting within, as if stepping in would instantly lead to annihilation. What kind of powerful beings are fighting? Why do I feel like the island is shaking? The voices of those on the ship trembled. Look over there. What is that black thing coming out? The island has split apart. Cracks spread from the center of the battlefield, seemingly threatening to split the island. The ravines formed by the battle surged up to the sea, and seawater poured in through the cracks. As time passed, the battlefield had transformed into a small lake. Both of them were devil fruit users, and seawater would weaken them. During the formation of a lake, the two flew up into the sky to fight. Weiss could only rely on moonwalk, but he was starting to struggle. He jumped to the shore. Both of those two had flying abilities, while Weiss was purely a swordsman, making aerial combat a disadvantage for him. Did you think this would leave me helpless? Weiss stood his sword upright before him, his aura condensing to its peak, strands of sword energy rising without wind, surrounding him, slowly forming a scarlet storm. This scarlet storm seemed to open the gates of hell, the aura of death sweeping across the entire battlefield like mist. The killing intent continuously releasing, making one shiver. Weiss, standing within, was like a demon walking out of hell, a grim reaper walking among the living, reaping the lives of the living. The two battling in the sky felt the momentum of this strike. The combatants instinctively shifted away. At this moment, one sword to rule them all. With Weiss's furious shout, the surrounding sword energy seemed to gain intelligence, the previously swirling sword energy converging into the sea like a river. Strands of sword energy gathered on the blade, and as the sword energy concealed itself, the world seemed to fall into silence, with no sound reaching the ears. With a swing of the sword, a thunderous sword energy erupted from the blade. Two massive sword energies obscured the horizon, impossible to avoid. It also seemed to condense into a thread. With just a slight sidestep, one could easily evade this seemingly powerless sword energy. Two entirely different sensations. How is this possible? Ash lost his composure for the first time. He had fought against many great swordsmen at sea, and many had died at his hands. But he had never encountered a swordsman like Weiss. What appeared to be a single sword energy actually contained 7 distinct slashes, unpredictable. If you blocked one, the others would scatter and strike you. If you try to block them all, you could only take it head on. This was completely different from someone coming at you with a few knife strikes. There are always gaps when using a knife, but this was a simultaneous onslaught. Fire Dragon King. Ash did not dare to hesitate for a moment and instantly unleashed his technique. A massive dragon, engulfed in raging flames, appeared behind Ash, its face fierce. Roar! The dragon charged out, flames blazing and incinerating everything in its path. The air distorted, half the sky engulfed in flames, turning red. Kizaru was even more direct, recklessly wielding the Yata no Kagami against the slashes. In front of him, yellow light rain filled the space, preventing the sword energy from advancing at all. The battlefield was divided into 3 parts. One part was sword energy crisscrossing, cutting through the air. Another was flames raging, scorching the air. And the last had transformed into a realm of light. The three's techniques clashed fiercely in the air. Those by the sea had long distanced themselves from the shore, sitting on their ships and gazing at the island, which seemed to have formed a tripartite standoff in the sky. Is this the world of the strong? Some pirates fortunate enough to escape stared blankly at the scene above. How could such powerful beings exist here? It shouldn't be possible. A pirate couldn't comprehend it. One was Marine Admiral Kizuru. One was Ash, one of the 3 calamities, and the last one? Whoever could stand toe-to-toe with these two must be someone incredibly famous. Gru sat on the ship, staring blankly at the island. He had already left the island after sending out the note. This was no longer his concern. All that was left was to wait for the outcome on the island. He knew Weiss was strong. After all, he was suspected to be the disciple of the Golden Lion and a great swordsman, so he wouldn't be weak. He just didn't expect him to be this strong. If Zo Island still existed after this battle, it must be because the three hadn't gone all out. Yet even so, half of the island had already turned into an archipelago after their battle. If this continued, disappearing into the sea wouldn't be impossible. Due to the fierce clashes among the three, a special magnetic field had formed in that area. From a distance, the clouds above the battle had formed a vortex. "Look, what is that?" a pirate exclaimed. Everyone's gaze turned again as a sword energy sliced through the sky, striking the clouds above. The scarlet slash seemed to provoke the power contained within the clouds, bolts of lightning crashing down towards the island like a torrential rain. This storm of lightning didn't last long. A brilliant flash erupted from the clouds, splitting them apart. "Is this splitting the sky?" Sophie said, trembling. At this moment, they were on the Chris ship, not following Weiss's orders to set sail immediately, but waiting here instead. This was a unanimous decision. Because there were too many ships on the sea, they were also afraid that Weiss would exhaust too much energy during the battle. This was panting, standing on the dilapidated island, with the sea continuously crashing against the shore. The recent explosion had consumed too much of his energy. Jean was not feeling well either. He had not transformed into a pterosaur flying in the sky, and like Vis, had also exhausted himself. At this moment, they needed to conserve their strength because, strictly speaking, he was the only pirate here. Aside from looking a bit disheveled, Kizaru was otherwise fine. A Marine Admiral is still a Marine Admiral, especially a Logia-type Admiral. Moreover, the three of them had not gone all out, so while it seemed they had caused great destruction, in reality, none of them were injured, just significantly drained of energy. Kizaru just needed an explanation, Jean needed to leave, and Vis needed to vent his anger. If it were a life-and-death battle, Vis would not hesitate to team up with Jean to take down Kizaru first. It wouldn't be the way it was now, switching opponents every few moments. What a terrifying little brother, Kizaru sincerely thought at this moment. Vis was so young, yet had such combat power. Jean was already over 40, and Kizaru was in his 50s. The fact that Vis could fight against them at their peak for so long, without getting injured, was already abnormal. What else more? Vis's strength would reach its peak at 30. Thinking of this made both of them feel a bit scared. Who could stop Vis when that time came? No. How could you compare to Kizaru, Admiral? Vis was not speaking falsely. Although he now had the strength of a vice admiral, there was still a gap compared to an admiral. However, if an admiral wanted to deal with him, it would take some time. If it weren't for Kizaru's pursuit, he could have completely escaped. So what should they do about this battle? The flames on Jin's body were flickering, seemingly indicating to the two that he had reached his limit, and with a bit more effort, they could take him down. Not enough, oh no. If it were just like this, I couldn't report to the higher-ups, Kizaru said with his hands in his pockets. The island was destroyed, but what about the pirates? What about the pirates who harmed the celestial dragons? Kizaru wouldn't let the two leave until he received news about whether the Navy had caught some small pirates to fill in. Then let us continue. Anyway, it's still early, and it's just right to finish fighting and go home for dinner. Vis planted his sword into the ground in front of him, resting his hands on the hilt, his sword aura flickering. Calm and unafraid. Jean was already hesitating. In his observation, the number of warships outside the island was increasing. If it didn't leave, if two vice admirals came, he really wouldn't be able to escape. He immediately made a decision. The flames on his body erupted, and the towering flames once again obscured everyone's vision, with two fire dragons roaring out. It just felt a bit like a bluff. Sure enough, when the flames disappeared, Jean had transformed into a pterosaur flying into the sky. Just as Kizaru was about to pursue, the transponder snail in his bag suddenly rang. "Old man, we caught a few pirates with bounties of tens of millions." The voice of Warpeach Maru came from inside. "Hey, Warpeach Maru, when did you become so powerful?" This time Kizaru didn't dial the wrong transponder snail. "I've always been this powerful. I'm the strongest navy on the sea." Click. Kizaru hung up the transponder snail. "See you, little brother." After saying that, he transformed into a beam of yellow light and disappeared. Seeing that the two had left, Vis also headed towards the port. Grand Line. The Chris. Karina had been haggling with the newsbird. Perhaps in terms of character, she wasn't as greedy as Nami, but she was still thrifty, making sure every penny was spent wisely. She wouldn't waste a single cent, especially when buying clothes. Oh my God. The three were attracted by Karina's scream. Seeing her holding a newspaper with her mouth covered, looking shocked, they all became very curious. Sophie and Willis disembarked after paying the necessary fees. Cardon was the first to pop his head out, getting close to Karina, his eyes searching the newspaper for what surprised her. "Damn it," Cardon cursed. Jack leaned over, rolling his eyes at Cardon. "Calm down. Isn't this the treatment a captain should have?" Jack's tone was very calm, but the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. "Bring it here, let me see." Vis was lying on a chair, not wanting to move. After leaving the island yesterday, he had set sail, leaving the Navy to clean up the remaining pirates on the island. Regarding the devil fruit extraction technology, the note had been torn into pieces by 3 forces, and by the time the Navy arrived on the island, it had vanished without a trace. Vis held the newspaper, and, on the front page, it boldly stated, "The might of the strong, threatening an admiral declaration of might." The following text clearly quoted what Vis had said to Kizaru: "If you slander me, I will really kill a celestial dragon." It could be confirmed that only 3 people were present at the time, and during the process of using observation hockey, Vis had not detected the presence of a 4th person. However, the photo tinted in red and that sentence had indeed appeared in the newspaper. If paparazzi in the past had such abilities, certain circles would surely be peaceful. The entire newspaper was filled with reports about Vis, fighting against the Navy admiral and one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, the unparalleled powerhouse. What kind of change would the appearance of this mysterious powerhouse bring to the surging sea? Shalt, the newly emerged powerhouse, is actually his disciple. Vis was speechless when he saw this headline, and even more speechless when he saw the content that followed. Even the Navy was still just suspicious. Yet you directly confirmed it. Aren't you afraid the Navy will come knocking? 18-year-old great swordsman, Hawkeye, are you ready? Vis spat out the coconut juice in his mouth. Thinking, what kind of talent is this? When did I say I wanted to challenge Hawkeye? Are you crazy? He didn't know how strong Hawkeye was. But from the subsequent actions, Zoro needed a big move to cut a meteor in half, while Hawkeye could do it with just a basic attack, which meant he was definitely strong. Vis definitely couldn't beat him now. He was still a bit short on feeling. The back and forth against Kizaru was simply because the 3 of them had not taken it seriously. A grand operation to destroy the island, and the fact that none of them were injured could be seen. If Akainu had come today, with his extreme personality, he would probably have to cooperate with Jean to escape. There's still a gap between being 1 step away from an admiral. Don't look at how little Marco kicked Kizaru away. It's well known. Captain, can you beat an admiral? Cardun leaned over. An admiral? There's still some gap. Then, Captain, how strong are you now? Jack asked. Well, how strong is a very abstract concept. If I put it another way, if I were a pirate, I'd probably be around 1.3 billion now. After hesitating for a moment, Vis finally said a number that was very close to Jin's bounty. Although the Navy defines bounties based on wrongdoing, they mostly represent strength. Jin's bounty in the original work was 1.36 billion berries. Wow, Captain, you're worth that much? Why don't you go to the Navy headquarters with me? Karina's eyes became dreamy when she heard the amount. Hey Karina, I was just using a metaphor, you know? A metaphor. I could never actually have a bounty, got it? So disappointing. What kind of expression is that? In the holy land of Mariewa on the Red Soil continent, within the Panga Hall, 5 old men were either sitting, standing, or polishing their swords, each in different postures, discussing certain matters. What do you think of this person? To say such things must mean he's a troublemaker, right? The old man with white hair placed a newspaper on the table. These are trivial matters. The key is whether he is the heir of the Golden Lion. A notorious pirate who has been missing for nearly 20 years suddenly has a lead. What does that represent? The old man with the long beard gazed toward the window. I don't have much of an opinion about this person. Just a strong man who has been slandered. It's understandable for him to say such things. Just because he uses a double-edged sword doesn't mean he is the apprentice of the Golden Lion. It could just be his personal preference. The sword-wielding elder looked at the newspaper on the table and the detailed photographs of Weiss that were laid out. Furthermore, the information shows that this person seems to not want to be a pirate, only wishing to be a free man. I think we should not interfere with him for now, the sword-wielding elder continued. The other 4 fell silent for a moment, then agreed. New world. Whitebeard pirates. Old man, look, this is the good friend I told you about that I met at sea. During my time in the East Blue, he was the one who carried me most of the time. Ace squinted his eyes and grinned. His friend making a name for himself made it obvious that he was very happy. At this moment, he had already been accepted by the Whitebeard pirates for challenging Whitebeard. Yo, Ace, you been on someone else's ship? A pirate teased. Yeah, Weiss is a strong guy. The devil fruit I ate was encountered while sailing with him. Ace then began to recount his experiences sailing with Weiss in the East Blue. Don't mention the debt. Whitebeard, with his massive physique, held the newspaper and upon seeing that line, seemed to recall something, a strange expression appearing on his face as he muttered, "Interesting kid. Guru-ruru-ruru." Since Ace's friend made a name for himself at sea, let us celebrate Ace having such a friend. Let us hold a feast. Old man, are you wanting to drink? Marco spread his hands and said, "Marco, this is a celebration," Whitebeard said with a commanding presence, though he seemed a bit guilty. If the people of the sea saw the infamous Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, displaying such an expression, they would surely be shocked. The strongest man, Whitebeard, actually feeling guilty. This scene was likely only seen by Whitebeard's sons, whom he considered family. On Onigashima, "Captain, look at the newspaper." Someone fought with Lord Jin and Kizaru. A pirate cautiously brought the newspaper to Kaido, who was drinking in a cave. Who knew Kaido would throw the newspaper away in a fit of rage? Just a brat. Did Jin get the devil fruits or not? Those 5 Zoan-type devil fruits. The pirate broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. "Captain Kaido, Lord Jin has already obtained 4, but there is still one in Weiss's hands. That brat." "What did you say?" "Damn brat." With Kaido's furious roar, the cave shook, sending the pirate flying. On Cake Island, Katakuri, "Make that brat my son-in-law." Big Mom made her decision while eating cake after reviewing Weiss's information. Shanks merely glanced at the newspaper before getting swept up in the waves of the feast. Mihawk saw the newspaper, and with his indifferent expression, one could only wonder what he was thinking as he walked out of the eerie castle, carrying his black sword Yuru. More and more people at sea were becoming aware of Weiss's existence, and coupled with that photo that seemed stained with blood, he gained another title, Sword Demon. Initially, Weiss rejected this title. After all, it sounded like he had killed many people. However, from the time he began training until now, Weiss had killed fewer than 10 people from ships, and those were all small pirate crews from the East Blue, and he had mostly had help. They were quite skilled at disposing of corpses, compared to the extraordinary powers at sea that could easily destroy an island. Weiss had killed very few, so few that since setting sail, the number of people he personally killed should be less than 10. So, why did the captain's killing intent seem so terrifying? How many people has he actually killed? Karina had witnessed Weiss unleash his killing intent, but had never seen him fully unleash his power. She never expected it would be this terrifying. Just from looking at the photo, she could feel a chill running down her spine. In reality, it was really not much. This wasn't tea caused by murder. You know, I practice swordsmanship. The targets for sword practice are usually beasts. There was a time when I realized all the beasts on our island had been wiped out, so my teacher threw me into the sea to kill sea kings. You all know that on Twin Swallows Island, because it's near the doldrums, many sea kings come out. For a period, the residents of Twin Swallows Island ate so much sea king meat that they would want to vomit at the sight of meat. As for this killing intent, it completely stemmed from a time when I got overly bloodthirsty after encountering a swarm of small sea kings underwater. Perhaps the accumulated killing intent was enough that it finally erupted. So it's not as you imagine. After saying this, Weiss spread his hands, likely fearing that if he didn't clarify, he would be deemed a killing machine. That wouldn't be good. After hearing this, Karina patted her chest, leaving Calden in a daze. She was afraid her captain was a killing machine. That would be too dangerous. After all, she was just a petty thief who occasionally thought about stealing a ship. Originally, on Twin Swallows Island, Karina had thought about secretly taking a ship, but in the end, she hesitated, reasoning that Twin Swallows Island was too dangerous. Maybe next time. Jack, how much longer until we reach the next island? Weiss asked, reclining in his chair with his legs crossed. Captain, about that, I really don't know. We don't have a specific map of the Grand Line. We can only rely on this record pointer. Calden's face looked quite grim. A navigator unable to solve the route issue felt like a failure. Don't be sad. Even a navy doesn't have a complete map of the world. But there should be maps of the main routes to the paradise. We can get one later, Weiss said, resting his head on his hand, comforting Calden. After hearing this, Calden sighed in relief, secretly deciding to draw a map of each island they passed, marking the distances between 2 islands. Weiss did not scold him, but that didn't mean he wasn't upset. Meanwhile, not far from the front of the Chris ship, a merchant ship was facing a calamity. A group of pirates boarded this merchant ship, demanding the captain hand over the treasures and berries, directly looting the ship and taking all the treasures. At that moment, the merchant ship's captain was kneeling on the deck, watching as the pirates killed his customers one by one, feeling immense grief, knowing that he would be next. He had resisted, but he was powerless against a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. What puzzled him was that such a person shouldn't be in the New World. Why were they lurking in this place of paradise? Now, he could only hope to escape and report to the Navy to capture this arrogant pirate. On this vast sea, the merchant ships being robbed by pirates every day are simply too many, and even hiring many guards is of no use. The captain couldn't help but cry out to the sky in despair, wondering when this damned era of pirates would end. Roger, I hate you. The captain blamed all his misfortunes on the pirate king Roger, believing that the current situation was a result of the great pirate era he had initiated. Ha! Hate all you want. Soon you'll be able to find him. When you see him, tell him that I, Rocto, am very grateful to him. Rocto, the pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries, a loser of the New World, had retreated from Fishman Island. In the New World, he was akin to a small fry, but in paradise, he was an absolute overlord. He reveled in the wails of those in despair. At that moment, he dominated everything. Seeing Rocto's arrogant expression and the desperate screams of his clients, the captain shouted to the heavens, "Oh God, save me. I am willing to offer all the treasures on my ship." This feeling, listening to the captain's wails, Rocto ecstatically spread his arms wide, embracing everything in front of him. At this moment, he reached his climax. Ha ha, scream all you want, even if you scream until, "Captain, there's a ship coming behind us. No markings. It doesn't look like a pirate ship." Rocto, who was about to explode with anger, changed his gloomy face to one of joy upon hearing it wasn't a pirate ship. Double the pleasure was about to come. Ha ha, cut down the mast of that ship, then sail over, and let us continue our plunder. Understood, Captain. Aye, Captain. The Chris. Captain, there's a pirate ship in front robbing a merchant ship. The pirates have cut the mast and are coming towards us. Jack reported the situation to Viz from the lookout. Sail over. No problem. Moments later, the two ships passed each other, and Jack and Cardon jumped onto the pirate ship first. They inherited Viz's fine tradition of not fighting on their own ship. Rocto looked at the two who jumped onto his ship, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his yellowed teeth. Kill them. So direct, so straightforward. Crushing the opponent with the strongest power. The beautiful sound formed by the wails of the weak was like melodious notes. Ah, what a delightful scream. Rocto thought to himself. Ah, help. Another wail, what a wonderful sound. I'm so miserable. Huh, weren't there only two people? Why is there an extra voice? Realizing something was wrong, Rocto opened his eyes and saw his crew being slaughtered by two people. A one-sided massacre. His subordinates had no resistance whatsoever. Rocto shouted in anger and charged at the two. These were his crew members. If he didn't have them, would he have to fight enemies himself in the future? Bang! Jack, watching Rocto approach, quickly created distance and fired shot, but it was blocked by a subordinate that Rocto pulled in front of him at the last moment. Seeing his fallen subordinate, Rocto's eyes turned red, shouting something that Jack never expected. You kill my subordinate. I've never seen someone so shameless. This was Jack's first reaction. How could he say that so self-righteously when it was you who used your subordinate to block the bullet? Rocto didn't care about that, and those around him had long since gotten used to it. If one day he didn't do that, then there would truly be a problem. This is why there were no officers on this ship. They were all pulled over to block the blades. In that moment of distraction, Jack approached rapidly. What happens when a sniper gets close? One could understand just by thinking with their toes. Rocto's face was filled with a cruel smile, as if victory was right in front of him. But everything that happened did not develop according to his plan. Bang! The sound of a face hitting a gun stock. Rocto's face was deformed by the blow, several of his teeth knocked out. What just happened? How did the captain hit his face against the gun stock? Is this a new technique? It could be using a powerful impact to knock out teeth, then spitting them out to cause immense humiliation to the enemy, inciting rage, and then being defeated by the captain. Yes, the captain has added another method of torment. Truly worthy of being the captain, to think of such a meticulous plan. A born genius. You're not wrong. This is exactly what this captain wants to do. Only by humiliating the enemy to the extreme can one represent great power. This captain is about to start counterattacking. Cheer for me. Rocto stood up, as if cheering himself on. In his observation, Jack heard all the conversations of the crew. He thought to himself, what kind of weirdos are these? How could they have such wild imaginations? Can't they see their captain covering his mouth, squatting over there? Are they all blind? Can't they see his painful face has become deformed? Jack also didn't dare to be careless. The only reason he could knock out Rocto's teeth just now was due to his own 6 months of strength improvement, but it was also because of coincidence. After predicting the attack route, he had directly placed a gun stock in front of him. Normally, a pirate with such a high bounty should be able to dodge. But who would have thought? Kid, you can enjoy the process of dying now. Rocto picked up a giant cleaver from the ground, its length close to 20 meters. Hey, brooding man, do you want some help? Cardon skillfully maneuvered among the small fry, kicking one pirate in the process. You don't need to worry about that. Just clean up the small fry. Jack's face was serious. This was his first time facing such a powerful enemy directly, and he needed to be cautious. If he wanted to become a top sniper in the world, he needed to continuously face all kinds of enemies. This time, he had to rely on himself. Since your companions won't help you, then you can die. I'm going to sever your waist. Rakdo lifted the 20-meter-long knife, holding it tightly with both hands, a wild grin on his face. The massive blade whistled as it swung, some pirates hurriedly ducking to avoid being grazed. That would be unfair. As long as my knife is long enough, the enemy can't hit me. A whirlwind erupted from the ground, and Jack jumped up. That level of speed couldn't hit him at all. Instead, due to the distance, he was able to better exert himself. He pointed his gun at Rakdo, firing several times. Each shot aimed at his head, bound to take him down. The bullets left spiraling trails in the air before quickly disappearing. Ding, ding, ding. This time, Rakdo blocked the bullets with his sword held in front of his head. The wide sword body blocked 3 bullets that would have been fatal to ordinary pirates. This is the sorrow of a marksman. Once the bullets are gone, one can only passively endure the beating. Rakdo smiled as he charged forward with the great sword. He could already see the enemy lying on the deck, wailing. You're not wrong, but who told you I ran out of bullets? Jack calmly watched as Rakdo approached, without the panic that a marksman usually feels when an enemy gets close. Looking at the approaching figure, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. It's you I've been waiting for, explosive bullet. Jack threw 2 black projectiles from his pocket and quickly retreated. He was very clear about the power of these things he had made himself. When he was training earlier, he had already constructed the idea, and after several trials, he was close to success. After buying materials yesterday, he had made a few. What is this thing, bullets? A big man like you laying eggs? Ha ha. Rakdo picked up the black projectiles from the ground. For him, bullets were far less threatening than knives. He didn't care that Jack dodged his attack. After all, the more the prey resisted, the more it would stimulate the hunter's competitive spirit, making it challenging. Do you think a hunter is happier catching a rabbit or a tiger? Boom! Black smoke mixed with fiery flames erupted from the deck, enveloping Rakdo, who stood at the center, in smoke and flames. From the outside, only a pitch-black shadow could be seen. That shadow made no movements, as if it had been killed by the exploding ammunition. Jack didn't dare to be careless. In his observation, the pirate's vitality fluctuated, but the injuries were not fatal. For strong individuals, explosives were still somewhat lacking in damage. Even the explosive bullets modified for buggies were not enough. From this point on, Jack became even more passionate about armament hockey. Ah, little brat, you made me hurt. Rakdo jumped out of the flames, his face showing some not-so-obvious burn marks, and his long hair had curled up against his scalp. His clothes had been burned and deformed, clinging to his body, and the smell of roasted meat filled the air. Rakdo's comically large sword was thrown onto the deck, and he now held a small dagger in his hand, which glinted with a cold light, even amidst the flames. Let us get serious, little rabbit. Let us see if you can hold on. Injured, Rakdo became serious, wanting to toy with his prey instead of being toyed with. If it weren't for using armament hockey to block at the last moment, the marks on his face wouldn't be so trivial. A residual shadow was left on the deck. Jack's expression changed as he sensed Rakdo's shadow with observation hockey, and his body reacted accordingly. Swish! The dagger grazed Jack's face, and blood flowed from his cheek. Rakdo licked the blood off the dagger with his tongue and suddenly clutched his throat, saying with a pained expression, "This blood is poison." Looking at the pirate collapsed on the deck, Jack was confused, wondering, my blood is poison? How would I know? Is it really that magical? Suddenly, ha ha, I was just joking, little brat, didn't he expect that? Huh? Rakdo jumped up from the deck with a flip, clutching his belly and laughing. Several black lines appeared on Jack's face. Are you crazy? Crazy? No, that's just my personality. Isn't it very cool to maintain your unique behavior on this chaotic sea? Rakdo seemed to be talking about something commonplace. In this world, some people bang their heads against bells, some like to pick their noses, and some love to eat noodles. Isn't it normal to have a neurotic pirate? Cardon shook off all the minions and approached Jack. How about the opponent's strength? The gap isn't that big. It's just that his speed is too slow. That should be easy to solve. It's my speed that's too slow. Jack added. The realization from observation hockey hit him. His consciousness reacted, and even his body had already reacted, yet in the end, he was still a bit off. It was simply that his speed was too slow. Speed was a shortcoming for both of them. Facing someone who surpassed him in speed was like attacking the enemy's strength with his own weakness. What now? Cardon asked. Simple. You go in for close combat, and I'll shoot from distance. Okay. Huh? Realizing something was off, Cardon felt that his speed seemed to be inferior to Jack's. He should be lacking in every aspect except for navigation skills. What do you mean? How about I lure him in, and you find a way to deal with him? Forget it. I estimate I can only last 5 minutes. You do your best. Cardan shrugged, planning to give it his all to last those 5 minutes. Hey, have you two finished discussing? Hurry up if you're done. Rocto licked his lips and ordered his crew to scatter and go rob the Chris ship, leaving himself to deal with these two little brats. These two had the guts to take the initiative. They should be the strongest on the ship. Here I come. Cardan repeatedly stomped on the ground, and his fist was already in front of Rocto's face. Just as he was about to unleash all his strength, his punch fell empty. Looking again, Rocto's body had slowly disappeared. What was left behind was only his residual shadow. Little brat, to die under my signature move is quite a stroke of luck. Hearing this voice, Cardan's face changed dramatically. He wanted to use shave again, but suddenly felt a pain in his back, clearly sensing a long wound on his back. The shadow of death loomed over Cardan. Rocto chose to toy with his prey, relishing the perfect melody. The despair and fear was so delightful. Bang! Just as Rocto was about to strike a second time, a gunshot rang out, and with a clang, a bullet struck the dagger, the powerful force almost sending the dagger flying. Seizing this opportunity, Cardan successfully escaped, and the two surrounded Rocto. 2 against 1? No problem, it doesn't matter. Even a group of ants combined is still ants. Rocto was confident in this situation and would not become afraid or timid due to the change in numbers. Numbers are useless to me. What responded to him were 5 gunshots, each bullet hitting a different spot. Each one was a fatal blow. Each one was a place he must save. At this moment, Cardan also took the opportunity to charge in, leaping with a metal rod he had found from who knows where, aiming a heavy blow at Rocto's head. The situation seemed to be improving. With 6 directions of attack, hitting just once would be enough to seriously injure him. Seeing such dense attacks, Rocto's expression became even more reckless. He discerned the trajectories of the 5 bullets and simply fell backwards, easily dodging the bullets. The armament hockey covering his head directly withstood the iron rod in Cardan's hand. Bang! A violent sound reverberated throughout the ship, and Cardan looked at the iron rod in his hand, which had bent from the collision. How is this so abnormal? How could his head be so hard? Cardan stared in shock at the bent iron rod in his hand. This was a solid object, and it bent just like that? Rocto rubbed his head after removing armament hockey, feeling quite comfortable with the impact. It's just that the force was a bit small. Kid, you should be the weakest. So let us start with you, my delightful melody. Hearing this, Jack's face changed dramatically. Cardan, be careful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! With a loud explosive crash, Cardan's body was sent flying, leaving a long scratch on the deck, his back slamming against the mast. The mast, unable to bear the weight, creaked and fell onto the deck. Cadden stood up from the wood shavings, if it weren't for half a year's training. A single blow like that might have cost him half his life. Fortunately, he was no longer the person he used to be. It hurt a bit. The damned pirate Cadden clutched his chest, but that wasn't enough. In an instant, Cadden disappeared from his spot and reappeared beside Roctor. Do you think I only have this much? He said, attacking like a pirate without honor. With that, a fist the size of a sandbag smashed into Roctor's face. His face contorted and deformed in an instant. This time, it wasn't him who took the initiative. He was struck by Cadden. With a successful hit, Cadden hesitated no longer. Jack, hurry up. I can't maintain this state for long. Roctor was the one who ambushed, but wasn't Cadden also ambushing? Bang, bang, bang. Jack, no longer hesitating, fired 3 shots in quick succession. This time, Roctor didn't have the quick reflexes he once did. All 3 shots hit their target, but none struck a vital area. Blood trickled from the bullet holes, instantly soaking the already burned and curled clothing. Struggling, Roctor crawled up, dipped his fingers in the blood at the bullet holes, and brought them to his lips to taste. I never expected my own blood would taste like this. It's quite nostalgic. Since returning from the New World, he hadn't bled like this. Today, he was actually hurt by these 2 little brats. They were truly powerful. However, it's a pity that you 2 will die here today. Stop boasting. The fact that you haven't taken us down after all this time proves you can't kill us. Jack's calm tone seemed to stab deeply at this pirate who once roamed the New World. Roctor exploded in rage. I may not be able to beat those monsters, but can I deal with you damn brats? I'll kill you. In a fit of rage, Roctor was like a wounded lion, desperately threatening the hunting dogs waiting around him, but the injured him was only putting on front. At this moment, the 2 joined forces, and it would only take a little time to subdue him. A quarter of an hour later, Roctor lay on the deck, gasping for breath, staring blankly at the sky, lost in thought. So you guys are dealing with this guy? Weiss squatted at the bow of the ship, looking at Roctor lying on the ground. Hearing that voice, Roctor turned his head, and upon seeing Weiss, his pupils contracted. You, the sword demon. That was enough to understand. A strength that should have been rampant in the new world was instead bullying here in paradise. You must be a loser as well. Weiss was quite curious about what the disheveled guy lying on the deck was saying. Weiss glanced at Jack, puzzled, and Jack returned a determined look, confirming that he was right. This guy was indeed a lunatic. TSK, Weiss said, let's go, kill him, and throw him into the sea, a pitiful loser. We don't need to pity him. Weiss shook his head and turned to head back to the Chris. A person who thinks everyone else is like himself. What did you say? I'm a loser? I need pity? Rockter exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, clumsily getting up from the deck. Blood flowing from the bullet holes in his body. Isn't it? What's the difference between a pirate who fled back from the New World and one who fled from the Grand Line back to the Four Seas? They're both just running away. A person who doesn't even dare to face failure is nothing more than that. Who do you think you are? Just a greenhorn who has just entered the scene, who doesn't know the horrors of a new world. Rockter's grip on the dagger turned white. The veins on his arms bulging like worms, his expression somewhat fearful, as if recalling bad memories from the new world. Oh, I dare to face the Admiral head-on. You don't know that pirates are all monsters, capable of destroying everything at a whim. Oh, I dare to face the Admiral head-on. The strong in the new world possess everything, while the weak are like ants. Oh, I dare to face the Admiral head-on. You. Rockter was at a loss for words. Admirals are figures at the pinnacle of the pyramid in this world. Although he didn't know exactly how strong Weiss was, he was certainly considered a second-tier figure in the world. For many, he was an undeniable monster. Kill him. Jack raised his gun at the right moment, aiming at Rockter. At that moment, Weiss felt like a villain. Wait, don't kill me yet. I can tell you some information about a devil fruit. Rockter felt a chill from Weiss's murderous intent, involuntarily shivering. Begging for mercy was routine for him. As long as he could live, what did face matter? Otherwise, he wouldn't have so shamelessly fled back from the New World. Moreover, he was facing the famous sword demon of the entire sea. Begging for mercy was only natural. Devil fruit? Sorry, I have one. On Crown Island, he obtained an animal-type devil fruit from Jean, one of the 5 missing animal-type users. Though he wasn't clear on the specifics. But all 5 devil fruits were subpar, and Cadden didn't consume them. Of course, he knew the newspapers had spread the news that the sword demon had snatched an animal-type devil fruit from Jean. But what he knew was that it was a paramecia-type fruit. Seeing Jack not firing, Rockter secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't dead. As long as he could talk, he could survive. What ability? Kill him. Weiss mocked. You want to use something you don't even know about to trade for your life. That's quite bold. Wait, don't have such a strong, murderous intent. Let me finish talking. Rockter panicked. All right, then kill him after I finish. No, you have to guarantee you won't kill me and let me go. Rockter thought it over and decided he needed assurance. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a place to argue after dying. As long as the value of the information is sufficient. I can spare your life, Weiss said indifferently. And your companions can't kill me either. Having just received assurance, Rockter saw Jack still holding the gun and added another sentence. Many have been taken down by this kind of trick in the new world. You really have that intention? Seeing Weiss hesitate, Rockter grew anxious. Sure. After confirming several times that no one would kill him, he finally felt at ease. Strong people would not easily go back on their word. Rockter felt he wouldn't die now and relaxed. On Bird Island, there will soon be an auction, including a paramecia-type devil fruit. But the specific ability has not been announced yet. Bird Island? Where is that? Cadden asked. It's the next inhabited island. It was named because a powerful user of a devil fruit appeared there, and his ability was flight-related, hence the name. As long as we get to the island, we can gather relevant information, and in the end, we can verify whether what I said is correct. I can also come aboard your ship. Seemingly afraid that Weiss wouldn't believe his words, Rockter quickly added. This way, he would also have been on the sword demon-esque ship, which might become a form of leverage in the future. So you used a well-known piece of news at sea, one that we would eventually find out, to buy your own life? The sea breeze was gentle, and it seemed like a crow flew over Locke's head. He probably didn't expect this. Can I still survive? Locke weakly raised his hand. What responded to him was the expressionless gaze of 3 pairs of eyes. No, you're a strong person. You promised that as long as I revealed the news, you would let me go, and your crew couldn't intervene. Locke was anxious. Was he really going to die here today? Weiss pinched his chin, and the small sword danced quickly at his fingertips. Think carefully about what I said. Locke pondered for a moment. His face changed drastically, and his body suddenly disappeared. He realized what Weiss meant and knew he wouldn't survive today. Preparing to launch a sneak attack, He thought he might be able to kill this rising swordsman in one blow. At that time, his name might echo across the seas. Ding! Locke's dagger struck Weiss's sword, making a crisp sound. Since you gave me a piece of news I would eventually know, let me personally send you on your way. In Locke's horrified gaze, Weiss vanished before his eyes, and then he heard footsteps tapping on the deck. Struggling to turn around, he saw a pair of hands slowly inserting the sword into its sheath. At this moment, a sharp pain struck his neck, and with a puff, a stream of blood gushed out like a fountain. Why so fast? Is this the gap between me and the monster? He fell to the ground, unable to rise. Back on the ship, the deck was littered with pirates. They had no wounds, all seemingly asleep. Captain, have you awakened the Conqueror's Haki? Seeing this, Cardin looked excited, as if he had awakened himself. Regarding Haki, Weiss had taught them relevant knowledge over the past 6 months. No, this is just the use of sword intent. This was also a sudden inspiration of Weiss, spreading the sword intent like observation Haki, forming an area covered by sword intent. However, the range was still not very wide. If it continued to be developed, even if he didn't awaken Conqueror's Haki later, it would still be quite handy for clearing small fry. Under the crushing pressure of sword intent, those who couldn't bear it would faint. If the concept of a domain truly formed, one glance could probably kill a person. After this little episode, the clearing of the pirates on the deck of the Chris continued as they sailed forward. After half a month's journey, the Chris slowly approached a certain sea area. The number of ships on the sea visibly increased. 3 or 5 vessels sailed on the surface, with countless seagulls following them. Here, pirates and merchants coexisted peacefully. Pirates and the Navy, they didn't cross paths. Flying Bird Island's commerce was very prosperous, unlike the previous Crown Island, which relied on a single industry for survival. Various industries flourished here. This also led to the underground world thriving in secret. At the port, the Chris slowly approached, and after entrusting the ship to the port workers, they successively went ashore. The port was bustling. Laborers were carrying goods like ants, bosses were haggling, and a throng of tourists disembarked from the tour boats. But more were private vessels like Weiss's. The 4 walked towards the shore, and, among a group of people chatting, a sharp-eyed person spotted them and hurried over, leaving his companions behind. Hello, tourists. I am Bert, the tour guide of Flying Bird Island. I am very familiar with the entire island. How can I help you? Bert introduced himself enthusiastically. They knew there was an auction on the island recently, featuring the appearance of a devil fruit. With many people arriving, some must be unfamiliar with the situation on Flying Bird Island, providing an opportunity to earn some money. Weiss thought for a moment. No matter what, locals were at an advantage, sure. Great, sir. While you are on Flying Bird Island, I will accompany you the whole time. You can ask me anything you don't understand, the young man said, somewhat excited, as each job could earn him quite a bit. He just didn't know why this young man in front of him looked a bit familiar. Could he be a previous client? First, take us to the best restaurant. After sailing for so long, it's time to change the flavor. What do you think? Weiss asked the 3. I don't mind, the aloof Jack replied, returning to his cool demeanor in front of outsiders. Changing flavors is fine, Cardin said, glancing sneakily at Karina, since she had prepared all the food on the ship. If he misunderstood, he might end up getting hit. Karina disinterestedly said, it's up to you. Seeing this, Weiss found it a bit strange, but thought that women had those days when they were in a bad mood. So he didn't ask further. Take us to the best restaurant here. All right, esteemed guests. However, the best restaurant is at the center of Flying Bird Island, where half of the customers are pirates. I wonder if you mind. Bert had to be cautious. He had encountered a peculiar customer before who clearly told him there were mostly pirates inside, yet later claimed he hadn't been informed, earning him no fees and even getting beaten. No problem. Weiss waved his hand, after confirming several times, just as Cardin was about to lose patience. Bert finally led the 4 toward the center of the island. The town on Flying Bird Island was quite unique, overall circular. Surrounding a statue in the central square, there were 8 pathways leading directly to the center. It was like a spiral incense coil divided by 8 lines. Perhaps the designer had some obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The central statue represented the strong man of Flying Bird Island, who protected it from pirate harm. People renamed it in his honor. Cardin glanced at Weiss, then casually put his hand on Bert's shoulder. Do you know where they auction the devil fruits? Bert didn't mind Cardin's gesture. He'd seen worse. Yes. It's in the auction house on the left side of the central square. Because of the appearance of the devil fruit this time, the auction house's owner has been heavily promoting it, and many outsiders have come in recent days. They're all here for that devil fruit. After speaking, he glanced at Weiss. Years of training had taught him that this group was led by this person. Do you know what ability it is? Weiss had his hands in his pockets, observing the surroundings. There were indeed many pirates inside. Bert showed a troubled expression. I don't know that. As even the auction house owner hasn't seen this devil fruit. They dare to promote it without having seen it? Don't they fear being taken down by those who come for it if they can't produce it in the end? Or does the devil fruit's owner have an identity and credibility that makes it unchallengeable? This was the only situation Weiss could think of. Since they hadn't even seen the auction item yet, the auction house dared to promote it like this, indicating that the other party's reputation was very good and their fame was substantial. You're truly clever. Guest, Bert suddenly leaned closer to Weiss and whispered. It is said that this devil fruit is prepared by an underground king named Joker. The auctioneer added this during the promotion. I don't know how capable this so-called Joker really is. Just a name can attract so many people without fear of being deceived. Bert shook his head, saying that these underground affairs were too far removed from him, and knowing that such a person existed was already quite good. The underground world is a realm that normal people on the surface cannot access. When Weiss heard this name, he knew that the value of this superhuman-type devil fruit was not high. If it were really a powerful ability, it would only be placed in the new world to create a huge sensation and generate profits, and would not be brought to paradise. The plan for the flame fruit was also for his own people to obtain it, but it was intercepted by Sabo, resulting in severe losses. However, since he was already here, there was no harm in taking a look. Perhaps he might see something special. After all, the protagonists in novels often have unexpected encounters at auctions, so there was no reason for Weiss's luck to be so bad. When does the auction start? 3 days later. As a group hurried towards the central square, a passing man in black saw Weiss and hurried away. Weiss took a glance and recognized him as an informant for CP, so he ignored him. The man quickly crossed a small alley and arrived in front of a door that even during the day emanated a pink light. Sounds were coming from inside, and he knocked rhythmically on the door. After a moment, a woman dressed provocatively came out, glanced disdainfully at the man in black, and went back inside. The man seemed used to the scrutiny of women and didn't care. Upon entering a room and reaching a hidden chamber, after passing through several doors, it finally became bright. A woman wearing glasses sat on a large sofa, looking for something in a booklet. The man hurriedly approached her, saying, "The sword demon has landed on the island. His target is probably a devil fruit." The woman looked up. The light reflected off her glasses, and she raised her finger to adjust them, indicating that there should be no disturbances before this event starts, as it was a recent order from above. Understood. After receiving the woman's response, he slowly exited the hidden chamber. Passing through the hall, he heard a commotion. He felt very dissatisfied. The noise, the chaos, the dense crowd of pirates. This was Weiss's impression of the best restaurant on Bird Island. It was completely opposite to the elegance, nobility, and surround sound he had imagined. This restaurant hadn't always been like this. It seemed that their clan leader had died about half a month ago, and they didn't dare to take revenge. The family members were too busy fighting for power and wealth to manage the place, which led to its current state. It was quite good just half a month ago. Weiss didn't want to talk and waved his hand. Karina, reluctantly, handed Bert 100,000 berries as a reward. She only earned 200,000 berries a month. Yet someone just leading the way got 100,000. She felt extremely unbalanced. Her already poor mood instantly worsened. Carden and Jack silently distanced themselves, moving further away for fear of being implicated. Plus, Karina was now a chef and dared not offend anyone. A waiter came out and, upon seeing the four at the door, hurried over, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guests." "Welcome." It seemed he recognized Weiss and stuttered a bit. "Sword, sword, 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 demon, demon, demon," the waiter shouted, drawing the attention of the pirates inside the restaurant. After hearing his words, some pirates picked up newspapers from the table to compare, quickly ate a few bites, and left. Wherever there are strong people, there will always be conflict. There are always a few reckless youths wanting to make a name for themselves. Weiss is such a great target. The waiter timidly approached, with a mournful expression, "Sword demon. Please this way." The waiters here are all professionally trained, and must remember the appearances of famous figures from a sea. Otherwise, if they offend someone they shouldn't, they might not even know how they died. And the sword demon is a rising star with a recent reputation. His past achievements are unclear, but he confronted the admirals and calamities without being injured, which is already terrifying enough. Plus, with that overwhelming killing intent, one could guess his past must involve being a merciless killer. So how could the waiter not be afraid? Though trained, when faced with such a figure, one must still be cautious. What if? Just as the waiter was trembling, a manager-like person approached. "Mr. Sword Demon, I apologize. My subordinates are too timid and have never seen such a big shot like you." Please this way, please this way. We have a private room. Saying this, he led Weiss away from the center of the hall towards the private room. Weiss followed silently. Timid subordinates? If it weren't for his keen eyes noticing the sweat on the manager's hands, he might have almost believed it. Also, that killing intent isn't from killing people. It's from Sea Kings. Sea Kings. I'm not a maniac. Am I really that terrifying? Helplessly, Weiss remained silent, knowing that speaking now might completely scare the trembling manager. He was quite dedicated. Along the way, it was quiet with not a sound. All the pirates in the restaurant were watching Weiss and his group, following the four with an attentive gaze like a salute. The four walked towards the private room, silent and with cold expressions. The moment they disappeared, the hall was filled with the sound of people swallowing. Was this the aura of a strong person? It made the pirates too afraid to speak. Yes, yes. It's too terrifying. Hey, are you swallowing because Lord Weiss is too fierce? I thought you were. Before he finished, someone covered his mouth. Damn it. If you want to die, don't drag us down. How dare you look at Lord Weiss's woman? How did you know I was talking about that? You wouldn't he? Cough, cough, I'll treat for this meal. In the private room, the manager calmly walked out with the menu. During their previous conversation, he discovered that Weiss was quite easygoing and not as frightening as the newspapers claimed. Once the manager left, Carden, Jack, and Karina all breathed a sigh of relief. Being watched by hundreds of pirates was indeed too terrifying. Those who had never experienced it couldn't understand. It wasn't that they didn't want to talk, but rather they were too afraid to speak under that gaze, which was a completely different concept from fighting 500 people. So the tense atmosphere gave off a cold impression. You're afraid of me, and I'm afraid of you too. Weiss, aren't you afraid of being watched by so many people? Karina asked, taking a sip of water, while Carden and Jack also looked over. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? I feel fine. You might feel fear because you're not used to it, and the oppressive feeling from hundreds of pirates is too strong. Once you have strength like mine, you'll realize that numbers are just a joke. In the new world, a conqueror's haki can stun 100,000 of these people. 100,000? How is that possible? Carden exclaimed in surprise. Are these people monsters? Nothing is impossible. At that level, only people of the same caliber can exert a certain level of pressure. By the way, you'll also find that the world gradually shrinks under the footsteps of the strong. Weiss recalled how in the original story, Red-haired could influence the tangible conqueror's haki, which was likely possible. It's really terrifying, Jack muttered. I didn't know the world was so big. Following the captain was indeed the right choice. How could I experience such grandeur alone? The meals started to arrive one after another with the waiter's arrival. For the strong, service must be provided at the fastest speed. Everything else had to make way. Everyone, take your time. If the sword demon needs anything, please feel free to ask. I will do my utmost to satisfy you, the manager said with a smile as he walked out. After closing the door, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and quickly picked up a phone bug to make a call. As the auction approached, more and more strong individuals arrived on the island. It was no longer something he could manage alone, and he had to send someone over. It's just one person dead. Why argue every day and not dare to seek revenge? He thought, it's better to change the taste on land. Eating the same thing every day is making me sick. Enjoying the delicious food, Carden opened his mouth, while Visjak quietly moved to the side. Not wanting to get splattered with blood later. Why are you standing so far away? Carden, confused, noticed the two distancing themselves and suddenly remembered something, seeing Karina's darkened face. And in a daze, he could see a ball of black flame burning behind her. Sister Karina, I was wrong. I didn't mean to say your cooking was bad. I just wanted a change of taste. I'm really sorry. Not there. Don't hit my face. The two were bickering while the other two were enjoying the scene. Karina's eyes were wide, and her nose flared. Oh, I missed. Hit his kidney, missed again. At that moment, bang, the door to the private room was violently kicked open, and a young man maintained a kicking posture, wearing flip-flops and shorts so short that they revealed his leg hair with a bare upper body. The people in the room seemed frozen. Karina's fist was close to Carden's eye, and Visjak was in a daze, staring at this painfully eye-catching young man in oversized shorts. Is the sword demon Chris West here? I want to challenge you. Seeing everyone frozen, the young man seemed satisfied with the effect and lowered his leg. With his arms crossed, nostrils flared, and looking down, his muscular bare torso was evenly distributed across his abdomen. His golden curly hair was tucked behind his ears. He looked somewhat handsome, but still not as good as the officials. The pirates in the hall were stunned by this scene. They stopped eating, drinking, and talking, just watching this little brat who was about to kick the bucket perform. This brat is doomed. Why challenge the sword demon? Does he think that murderous intent comes from killing sea kings? A passerby pirate commented. Exactly, what a reckless fool. Eating here is like watching a show. It's truly appetizing. Continue. The four in the private room exchanged glances, and finally, Cardun shouted, "Boss, are you still going to do business? Someone is disturbing the customers." Showing off like that, it's too painful to look at, Cardun continued. Here he comes. The manager shot the young man a resentful glance, realizing he was someone they couldn't provoke. What is this? If you want to challenge, go outside. Do you know who you're challenging? If he really gets angry, this bird island won't be able to withstand his destruction. Sword Demon, I'm just a small shop here. I can't afford to offend either of you, the manager said, wiping the sweat off his face. I've sweated more today than all of last year. The young man looked at him with a knowing gaze. You leave. This is none of your business. If there's any trouble, it's on my ship. According to your family's nature, you should know where my ship is. Sword Demon, you see, you can leave now. It seemed this young man had some backing. Otherwise, the manager wouldn't have that expression. Vis didn't want to put him in a difficult position either. Being stuck in the middle wasn't easy. The manager lowered his head and smiled as he left. Question: what to do when caught between a tiger and a wolf? Answer: be humble. Let the tiger deal with the wolf. Specifically, you can first feed the tiger well. How to feed? Cough cough, let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore, a pirate with a bounty of 90 million. I heard you're quite famous, so I came to challenge you. Theodore unceremoniously pulled up a chair and sat across from Vis. Why should I accept your challenge? We have no relation. And you interrupted my meal. Vis put down his fork and picked up a glass of red wine. The other three looked at Vis's actions, casting a sympathetic glance at Theodore. They all knew Vis would drink a glass of red wine for inspiration before and after a fight. That's fine. I'll treat you to this meal. Count on my tab. Theodore waved his hand grandly, making a promise. Suddenly, Vis's eyes lit up, and he leaned close to Karina's ear to whisper something, while Karina looked at him as if she had seen a ghost, but inside she was very excited. Patting her chest, "Leave it to me, Captain." Then Karina left her seat and ran out excitedly. What is she going to do? Theodore suddenly had a bad premonition. Oh, nothing. She asked my ship's financial manager. I asked her to buy some supplies for the ship. Is that okay? This were a friendly smile. No problem. Then let us start. Theodore excitedly stood up from his chair, his fists cracking, eager to fight. Hold on, you like to challenge. So, tell me how many strong opponents you've challenged? Vis was stalling for time for Karina. If it really came to a fight, he could defeat him in one move. A lot. I've fought pirates with bounties ranging from 50 million to 100 million, and I've challenged no less than 10 of them. I previously encountered the Navy Admiral Akiji and failed the challenge. My crew saved me, Theodore said darkly, seemingly embarrassed by being caught by an admiral. Vis became interested. Being able to bring someone out from an admiral's ship seemed to indicate some ability, but he couldn't ask now. It might be more likely to come out during the fight. After all, this was a saving grace. And then, Vis pretended to be indifferent and asked, "Oh, half a year ago, I encountered Hawkeye. I heard he was looking for someone, so I went to challenge him. What happened? He ignored me and smashed my ship. You think Hawkeye ignored you, and I would pay attention to you?" Vis continued, "Forget it, since you're treating. Let us have a fight." As soon as Vis finished speaking, Jack and Cardun felt a hint of danger from Theodore, and then saw a blur rushing towards Vis. Too slow, your punch is too slow. To others, his speed was just a blur, but to Vis, it was as slow as a snail. Vis formed his hand into a palm shape, grasping Theodore's fist, then kicked into the air, splitting the dining table in half, and without losing momentum, kicked him in the abs, which had 8-pack muscles. Bang! Theodore felt a sharp pain, with sensations in his stomach and arm, and was sent flying. Crack, crack, crack. The area of over 10 meters in the hall was cleared. The dining table shattered on the ground, and Theodore instantly became drenched like a wet chicken. He felt something was off. How could there be no pirates in the hall? In the blink of an eye, he saw a group of pirates had already cleared out half of the hall, crowded in the other half. It seemed like they were placing bets. Big brother, is this really okay? What if Lord Sword Demon gets angry? Pirate A said with concern. What are you afraid of? Just offer up the winnings, and it should be fine. Besides, we never said Lord Sword Demon would lose. We're betting on how long that fool Theodore can last. 1 second or 2 seconds. Look, everyone is betting on 1 second. Lord Sword Demon's strength is truly monstrous. This is absolute support for Lord Sword Demon, Pirate B said confidently. But big brother, Theodore was knocked away in just 1 second. They won the bet. We're going to lose money, Pirate A said with a mournful face. Pirate B shivered, realizing the situation, and looked at the surrounding pirates, whose eyes were like wolves ready to tear him apart. Wait, Theodore still has the strength to fight back. Don't panic. Go, Theodore. Go, Theodore! Go, Theodore! Get up quickly! You can do it! Theodore, who was trying to alleviate the pain in his arm and abdomen, felt confused upon hearing those words. Yet he was somewhat touched that someone believed he could defeat a powerful opponent who could go toe-to-toe with an admiral. He must not let them down. Struggling to stand up, he shouted, "Sword demon, I'm coming again." Seeing Theodore stand up, Weiss let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that he had been holding back his strength. He was truly afraid of kicking his opponent so hard that he couldn't get back up. If that happened, Karina wouldn't have time to buy supplies. Come. To maintain the demeanor of a strong person, Weiss only said one word indifferently. Theodore rotated his arms, feeling the pain slightly lessen. He wiped the soup and vegetable residue off his upper body and took a stance to charge forward. Here I come. The pirates in the hall saw Theodore disappear and silently counted, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. The betting pirates silently urged, hold on for a few more seconds. Hold on for a few more seconds. Bang! This time, Weiss threw a punch, and their fists collided, producing a dull sound like a muffled drum, resonating with the surrounding gambling pirates. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Boom! Theodore was sent flying again, and the betting pirates jumped up in joy. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. They didn't notice that the surrounding pirates had turned red-eyed. By the time they reacted, they were already overwhelmed by the enraged pirates, and his little brothers had already run off with the money. Weiss watched Theodore fly out again, feeling somewhat regretful. Why couldn't he control his strength this time? But it didn't matter. He thought Karina must have already bought everything she needed, and as long as he helped move it, it would count as his belongings. All right, you've seen it. You can't beat me, so just give up, Weiss kindly reminded him, feeling a bit embarrassed to go easy on him. Although he had been holding back, his opponent kept coming at him. It didn't matter. He had already known the outcome before they started fighting. It was just that he felt a bit unwilling in his heart. It turned out there was such a huge gap between him and the world's top powerhouses. Although Theodore spoke despairingly, his expression showed he was not disappointed at all. Clearly, he was aware of his own strength and knew exactly how capable he was. Why are you so determined to challenge the strong? Weiss walked over and helped him up. This world is one of the strong. I senti it. The strong have everything, while the weak can only live in the corners, struggling to survive. Becoming strong is my only goal. How did your crew manage to rescue you from the Admiral's ship? We just let them go. Weiss could never have imagined such a result. As he spoke, Theodore waved his hand to leave, casually telling the manager who had rushed over with Karina, put all our expenses on my tab. You know where my ship is. See, I told you it would be fine, and you didn't believe me, Karina said to the manager naturally. The manager smiled and said, Yes, I understand now. Those supplies are already on their way. In fact, if no one had paid, the manager wouldn't have dared to say anything. Both sides were not people he could offend. One was a reasoning fool, and the other was an unknown killing demon. In such a situation, he would obviously choose to deal with someone easier to bully. As long as he didn't incur a loss, that was the best outcome. Wait, I want to ask you something, Weiss said to the manager. The manager dared not refuse and could only ask with a professional smile, Sword demon, what would you like to inquire about? What was that person just now? Although Weiss hadn't interacted with Theodore for long, he could sense that while the person was a bit flashy, his nature wasn't that bad. Being able to offer a bounty of 90 million must be due to his strength. Hearing the question, the manager breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was something particularly difficult, but this matter was simple. That Theodore is the heir of the Carmeline family. His real name is Carmeline Theodore. Their family primarily deals in medicinal materials, and about 30 of the medicinal materials in the entire Grand Line go through their family. They even sell to the Holy Land and the New World. They also have other industries, but not many. However, their family is currently facing a significant problem. They have no top-tier powerhouses, and he is already considered the strongest in the family. Such strength cannot maintain the entire family business. And over the years, the Carmeline family's business has gradually been taken over by others. During the recent incident on Crown Island, their family also sent people over, but they didn't even get a hair before being killed. So he is eager to increase his strength. Not to mention bringing the family back to its peak, he just wants to protect their current industries. Hearing this, Weiss felt that this situation was quite similar to the Groove family on Crown Island. Or rather, the situation at sea was similar. Without strength, everyone would decline. The Groove family used devil fruits as bait to attract ambitious people to eliminate their opponents and clear out industry competitors. Even if they successfully took over the vacated industries later, what strength would they have to protect them? In the end, wouldn't they just be giving away the spoils and getting harvested? What Weiss couldn't understand the most was why Gru himself didn't eat a devil fruit. And neither did Matt. In contrast, Theodore chose to enhance his own strength, fundamentally solving the problem, but seemed he had gone off track. It seemed that the sea was not only about the Navy and pirates, but also various elusive families and the rulers of the underworld. Their top combat power was simply not as strong as the Navy and pirates, which is why pirates became the main theme in this world. It appeared that the era of great pirates was not just lacking fresh blood in the Navy. Even these families that had been established for decades, or even hundreds of years, didn't have strong individuals joining them. Those with vision were all striving to enhance their own strength, and the landscape of the sea would not be maintained for long. Ultimately, one must be powerful. In this vast sea, the strong cannot escape the 3 mountains of the Navy, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords. And Weiss was confident that the 7 warlords could take on 5. The 7 warlords of the sea only have 6. It's common knowledge. Have you eaten well? If you have, let's split up and explore this island properly. This is a bustling commercial island with everything you could want. When he said this, Weiss focused intently on Cardin, the older young man. Captain, what kind of look is that? Cardin said, his face turning red. I have nothing. It's just that your face is red. Weiss walked towards the door. Weakling. Disgusting. I didn't do anything. What are you thinking? Cardin followed them out, planning to stick with Jack to avoid misunderstandings. At this moment, at the port. What? What did you say? How can it be so expensive? There are only 4 of them. How do they spend so much money? Am I some rich handsome guy? Theodore said with a darkened face, flipping through the bill in his hand, which was filled with various goods and food. However, he only saw a few words throughout. Big spender. 1 million berries? How can you spend so much on a meal? But the words had already been spoken, and seeing the smiling manager beside him, he decided not to make things difficult. With the strength of the Carmelin family, even if they were weakened, they wouldn't think a million was a lot, but being treated like a big spender felt really bad. Then Theodore seemed to think of something, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Don't think that this million is easy to get. On the bustling street, a few people split up. Cardin followed Jack. Karina shopped for her necessities alone, while Weiss wandered aimlessly, admiring the scenery unique to this island. In a certain alley, a group of people were watching secretly, observing Weiss, who was eating skewers. Is this the sword demon? He looks quite young. A sleazy-looking pirate held a serrated knife, his tongue hanging out like a death's head. 3 groups of people stood clearly in the alley, belonging to 3 different pirate crews. They gathered here because they shared a common goal, the sword demon Weiss. Originally, the 3 captains wanted to enjoy the honor of defeating the sword demon on their own, but upon accidentally learning that the other 2 had the same idea, they stopped each other. The 3 of them came together, planning to ambush Weiss together. Who could obtain this supreme honor would depend on their own abilities. If they weren't strong enough and died in the ambush, they couldn't complain. Long tongue. Don't let your guard down just because he is young. That'll only get you killed, said a pirate with a head wrapped in a scarf, muscular like a demon, holding an exaggeratedly large hammer. TCH, this little brat is just taking advantage of the fact that the admirals and the 3 calamities can't fight at full strength. Otherwise, how could he be on par with anyone? If you say he has strength close to an admiral, would you believe it? What were you doing at his age? Probably just setting sail. Long tongue said dismissively. This is how some people at sea viewed Weiss, thinking he was just lucky and didn't he really have that much strength. There was no particular reason for this belief. He was just too young. If he were supernova at this age, it would be understandable. But to challenge an admiral is too exaggerated. Thus, the 3 of them developed the idea of killing Weiss to make a name for themselves, proving that the sword demon was just a name without substance. Enough talk, are we going or not? Even if he is not that strong, he definitely has some power. A pirate leaning against the wall puffed out smoke rings, looking quite relaxed. Smokey, are you anxious? Why don't you go first? Long Tongue said, rolling his eyes. That might work to provoke that simple-minded guy, but one work on me, he added, casting a glance at the hammer-wielding pirate. The 3 of them were the leaders of their respective pirate crews. If it were just one person, they would have gone already. But with 3, if one person went in and got severely injured, it would just benefit someone else, so they remained in a stalemate. They were just waiting to see who would take the lead. The alley was silent, with each of them lost in their thoughts, unwilling to step forward. Weiss was unaware of what was happening in the alley. Suddenly, he instinctively felt someone aiming at him. His observation hockey quickly spread out, and in an unknown dark alley, 2 pirates were raising their guns, ready to shoot. This scene felt inexplicably familiar. Was the treatment of an admiral already appearing on Weiss? Sensing the weak auras of the 2, Weiss continued to enjoy his food. He couldn't let two crabs waving their pincers next to him affect his mood. Bang! Bang! The sound of two gunshots made the people on the street feel as if time had stopped. But it didn't last even a second before screams filled the entire street. People scattered in all directions, covering their heads as they dove into buildings, praying not to be caught in the crossfire. Seeing these people act so skillfully, Weiss felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. This island must not be peaceful. Daily gunfire had turned them into conditioned reflexes. What's going on? They were clearly aiming. How did they miss? A surprised pirate glanced at Weiss, unable to comprehend how a strong person could be so abnormal. I'm surprised too, but how is that possible? The pirate interrupted his own thoughts as he witnessed a scene beyond his imagination. Two bullets were being weighed in Weiss's hand. Weiss, feeling playful, held a skewer in one hand and two round bullets in the other, aiming at the two pirates. Whoosh! The two bullets were mercilessly thrown by Weiss. With his current strength, throwing the bullets barehanded would only make them more powerful than if fired from a gun. The two pirates fell to the ground, shot in the forehead. Don't think Weiss is cruel. For those who want his life, he can only retaliate with thunderous means. He couldn't let them go just because he wasn't injured. This scene happened to be witnessed by the three pirates hiding in the shadows. Can you do it? Long Tongue asked. We can, but it won't be that easy. Smokey replied. Then shall we go together? Said the hammer-wielding pirate. Even at this moment, they still believed they had the strength to take down Weiss, thinking that they just needed to exert a little less effort when cooperating to land the final blow. The three pirates each had their own thoughts as they moved. They surrounded Weiss from three directions, and at the moment they were in position, they launched their attack together. If he could block one person, could he simultaneously stop three? Weiss walked up to a fruit stand, facing away from the street. He found the fruits here looked especially delicious. He had felt that way at the restaurant too. Now that's the moment. Long Tongue shouted, rushing out from the hidden rooftop first, a serrated knife coming down hard towards Weiss's head in a crushing manner. Seeing the other two appear at the same time, he slightly reduced his strength. He was the first to act, but he was a step slower. The hammer, the big knife, and the fist appeared one after another at Weiss's back. The boss's terrified face opened its mouth, seemingly wanting to warn him. But Weiss acted as if he didn't see any of it, remaining motionless. Hey, little thief, how dare you offend my big brother? A sudden sound came from the side, and all that could be seen on the street was a gust of wind. The pirate with the hammer flew backward, smashing into a building and disappearing without a trace. The young man was very pleased with his masterpiece and retracted his raised thigh. The remaining two, seeing this, wanted to escape, but it was too late to retract their attacks. They could only grit their teeth and increase their strength, hoping for a successful sneak attack. The knife and fist drew closer and closer, almost touching Weiss's head. The long-tongued smoker saw that Weiss still had no reaction and secretly rejoiced. Even if you were indeed the top master in the world, at such a close distance, being hit would leave you heavily injured if not dead. The two seemed to already see the scene of a shattered head and blood flowing everywhere, imagining their fame spread across the seas and newspapers. However, they failed to notice the young man's mocking gaze, as if he were looking at a corpse. The imminent victory had already clouded their minds. The knife and fist were about to reach Weiss's head. Suddenly, a wave of crimson killing intent burst forth, engulfing the entire street. Under the shroud of killing intent, the colors of the street changed, and all that could be seen was red, maddening red. The closer it got to Weiss's position, the more vivid the red became, as if blood were flowing, clinging to the walls and the street. Under this killing intent, the two pirates rolled their eyes back and eventually fainted. Meanwhile, the surrounding people seemed oblivious, which was the result of Weiss's control. As the pirates fainted, the red receded like a tide, and it seemed as if nothing had happened here. Boss, how much is this? Dear guest, this bag of fruit is on the house. The boss, hiding behind the stall, dared not ask for money. The two pirates had fainted before even seeing his face. One can only imagine how terrifying the person in front of them was. Seeing the boss's expression, Weiss knew he would definitely not take the money. He tossed down 1,000 berries and left with the bag, and the young man hurriedly followed. How did you end up here? Looking at the flamboyant Theodore, Weiss couldn't help but ask, hadn't he gone back to the ship? Big brother, wherever you are. I am. Don't. I can't afford a little brother like you. Do you have to challenge strong opponents everywhere? Are you that bored? No, big brother. Didn't you already accept the tribute I gave you? You wouldn't deny it, would you? Theodore displayed an exaggerated expression. Wait, when did I accept your tribute? I don't remember. Weiss thought for a moment, and indeed had not received any money from Theodore. Moreover, Karina and the others wouldn't have taken it without his permission, so collecting tribute was nonsense. That batch of goods worth 10 million. What? 10 million berries? How could it be that much? Weiss was completely astonished. He had thought Karina might take advantage of him a lot, but he didn't expect it to be this much. With so many supplies, whether they could consume it was one issue. The key point was whether they could store it. I've asked the hotel manager in detail, since you were served the best ingredients. Your meal came to 1,000,000 berries without the decimal, but I ended up giving you 1,100,000 berries. I'm not a stingy person. 10 million is just a cost of boarding for me. How about we each take a step back? I won't refund your money, and you won't board my ship. How about that? Weiss suggested. No way. Things I've given away can't be taken back. Besides, do you have that much money? Theodore crossed his arms, sporting that flamboyant look again. He had long inquired in detail and knew that Weiss and his crew were not pirates and never engaged in robbing merchants. Therefore, they probably didn't have much money. Repay? Do you have that much? This wave, Theodore was certain he had secured his position. He was determined to board the ship, and no one could stop him. Captain, actually Theodore turned around, wanted to say something more, only to find the spot where Weiss had just stood was empty. His hand, raised, couldn't pull back nor put down, leaving him awkwardly standing there, not knowing how much time had passed. Mom, is this a new statue? It's so lifelike. A passing girl innocently pointed at the stiff Theodore, wanting to reach out and touch it. The woman quickly pulled the girl back. Sweetheart, that's a pervert. Don't pay attention to him. That day, as the sun set, the wind rustled the leaves, and the afterglow of the sunset fell on Theodore's proud figure. It was the first time in his life he was called a pervert. TSK, trying to pin this on me? As long as I'm fast enough not to hear what you say, nothing counts. Regarding Theodore, Weiss found him somewhat respectable. Willing to go to sea as a pirate for his family, challenging various strong opponents to enhance his strength, even if it meant dying outside. Such a person was worthy of admiration, but allowing him to board the ship? That would stir up a lot of trouble. With family ties, he would first consider the family's interests, not the safety of his companions. Keep him at a distance. Unless, as night fell, Weiss walked into a bar, something he made sure to do every time he arrived on a new island, enjoying local delicacies and fine wines. In reality, the best wines wouldn't appear in bars. Most were private collections, but unfortunately, Weiss didn't know anyone like that and could only try his luck at the bar. Due to the auction, all sorts of people gathered on Bird Island, and lawless pirates were everywhere. The bar was filled with the sounds of noise and chatter. Weiss ordered a drink and sat alone at the bar, leisurely savoring it. The dim lighting made it difficult for anyone to see his appearance, preventing unnecessary panic. Hey, Captain. The best drink in this bar isn't the one in your hand. Upon hearing this voice, Weiss paused his hand that was shaking the glass and saw Theodore sitting in front of the bar. He felt somewhat annoyed, as if encountering someone like Matt, and Weiss dared to curse at anyone he had a disagreement with. But with someone like Theodore, he fell at a loss on how to respond. Get lost. He's both delivering supplies and treating me to a meal. Are you embarrassed? For the first time in his life, he felt the feeling of being indebted. Who is really taking advantage of whom here? Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Fine. I'll have Karina send the money to your ship later, and I'll pay you an additional 10 million in interest. That's the only solution Weiss could think of. If you insist on boarding, that's fine. You must leave your family and become strong enough to return, rather than relying on your family name and challenging strong opponents on the sea every day. Thinking back, the reason he could be rescued from Akainu before was likely due to the face of the Carmeline family and not having done anything evil. Otherwise, how could that be possible? To rescue someone from a marine admiral, do you think you're one of the four emperors? Seeing Weiss's expression, Theodore felt somewhat helpless. Captain, although my family has fallen a lot now, we're really not short of that 10 or 20 million berries. Sometimes, our family spends several million berries for a meal, and hosting a banquet can cost several 100 million berries. If you want to board the ship, you must abandon everything related to your family and run around the world with me. Are you still willing to come? You should know that your family is relying on you right now. If you leave, the Carmeline family will really have no strong members left. Can I still use the name Carmeline? Theodore hesitated for a moment and weakly asked. It should be fine. Then I agree. No problem at all. Hearing that he could continue using the name, Theodore agreed without hesitation, as if afraid that Weiss would go back on his word. Weiss was baffled. What happened to the family ties? What happened to the family honor above all else? What happened to fighting for the rise of the family? Why did you agree so readily? You're not following the script. After thinking for a while, Weiss still couldn't figure it out, leaving behind a let me think about it before disappearing. Theodore watched Weiss's departing figure, his eyes flickering with a strange light, drinking alone in silence. A butler-like person walked over from behind the bar, heading straight for Theodore. "Young master, is it really worth it to do this?" Theodore was able to find Weiss so quickly because this bar belonged to his family. "Butler eyes, our Carmeline family can't wait that long. A pack of hyenas has already caught the scent of blood. We need a lion to intimidate them now." The title of Sword Demon is more intimidating than Theodore's name. If pirates can plant their flags on islands, then the Sword Demon can plant the flag among the family. What we sacrifice is just one person. The night was deep. Weiss returned to the Chris ship, pondering all night why Theodore would give up so much to sail at sea. For so-called freedom and the great treasure? Nonsense. Is Weiss too stupid? If he were that dumb, he wouldn't have become a great swordsman at such a young age. It's just that he wasn't in that circle and didn't understand the relevant situation, so he had no clue. If you asked Weiss about swordsmanship, he could talk for days and nights without stopping. Outside the ship, Cardun boarded with a mountain of books, and Jack carried a huge package. From a distance, one could smell the gunpowder. On the ship's side, Weiss looked at the two. "Where's Karina? Why isn't she with you?" "I haven't seen her all day, except for meals. She might be having fun on the island." Shopping is a woman's nature. She might have lost track of time, Cardun said without looking up. "Oh." Weiss returned to his designated spot, lying down on a deck chair next to a coconut juice container. It didn't matter that he hadn't eaten dinner. After all, he hadn't stopped talking all afternoon. Cardun was reading in the helm room, and Jack was cleaning gunpowder in the lookout tower, calm and sufficient. Weiss, come help me with something." Karina's voice came from the port, startling the drowsy Weiss. He walked slowly to the side of the ship and saw 4 or 5 people at the port, each carrying packages twice their size, with Karina waving her hand over there. "Oh my God, this is what women are like. Thank goodness I don't have a girlfriend. Buying so many things. How long would that take?" Weiss slapped his forehead, and thinking of a day-long shopping spree gave him goosebumps. "Hurry up, Weiss, I can see you." Karina's voice rang out again. Weiss had no choice but to flip over and jump off the ship. When he was almost at the shore, he saw Karina waving her hand, signaling those people to carry the packages onto the ship. "So, why did you call me here?" "Those people have been looking at me with ill intent all the way. Do they think I don't know? If they wanted to rob me, the shore would be the best place. The flow of people is less now, making it easier to dispose of bodies near the sea, and I would relax my guard here. But they didn't expect me to shout for my companions on the ship." Karina looked disdainfully at the people carrying the packages. "Then let's go." Weiss never thought there would be a day when he would be treated like a tiger in a fox's skin. "Wait until we get on the ship. I'll show you something good." Karina leaned close to Weiss with a mysterious look, whispering as she hugged his arm back onto the ship. Weiss watched those people delivering the packages. They took their respective rewards and hurriedly left the ship. There was no way. Those looks were too scary. Like a tiger. After they left, Karina called Cardun and Jack out, taking out a roll of white paper from her second dimension pocket. "What is this? Is it something so grand? It wouldn't be a treasure map, would it?" Cardun guessed first. If it were really a treasure map, do you think she would show it? Jack glanced at Cardun. Everyone on the ship knew Karina's character. What S yours is yours, what S mine is mine, and what belongs to the public is public. They can't be confused. Do you think I'm a money grubber? What could attract my interest? Karina seemed to have a big objection to Jack saying this about her. "This is a stack of information about the auction. It records some of the items for this auction and the people who receive invitations. But strangely enough, we didn't receive one, yet our names are on it." Weiss took the paper that Karina handed over. It listed auction items in their order, such as famous swords, crowns, treasure maps, etc. There was also a strange note, and on one page of the roster, he saw his name prominently, along with the familiar Groove family. "Where did you get this?" Weiss asked. Such detailed information was not something Karina, a newcomer to the island, could obtain. Well, it was a coincidence. Karina smiled proudly. "When I was buying things, I noticed a certain man in black sneaking around behind me, looking suspicious. So I went up to him and unexpectedly got this. All right, that is somewhat useful." Seeing the devil fruit listed without any ability marked, not even a picture, just a big joker written with a smiley face, he lost interest. At that moment, on Bird Island, in a softly lit alley, a figure was jumping continuously on the rooftops, heading in a certain direction. At night, he didn't dare to walk in the alleys below. There were too many people here at night, even more than during the day. If he were exposed because of this, it would be over. The shadow stopped at a room, dressed in a standard black suit, peeking through the slightly ajar door. Inside, the light was dim, and several small rooms had their doors tightly shut. After confirming that no one was present, he pushed the door open and entered. Walking through several dark doors, the lights gradually came on. A woman with glasses was angrily scolding someone. Damn it. You can't even handle such a small matter. What use are you? You might as well just die. The higher-ups train you just to ruin plans? When I ask you to inquire about something, all I get are 3 words. What good are you? 5 men in black kept their heads down, not daring to look the woman in the eye or retort. Let her scold. As long as they didn't lose their lives, it was fine to be scolded. The woman with glasses saw the newly arrived man in black and waved her hand. Driving the 5 out. Get out of here, a bunch of useless fools. The 5 left without daring to raise their heads. How did it go? The woman with glasses sat back down on the sofa and picked up a document to look at. It's already done. That file has been handed over to Karina without raising any suspicion, the man in black replied. If Karina were here, she would definitely recognize that this man in black was the one she felt had ill intentions, and that piece of information was deliberately sent to her. That's good. As long as we can lure that person to the auction house, the pirates will have one more enemy. There are too many people this time. We must ensure everything goes perfectly. Isn't that redundant? With such a grand event, the sword demon would naturally participate, the man in black said, feeling that the sword demon would not miss such a gathering and that there was no need to send information ahead. Redundant? We need to ensure everything goes perfectly. What if he just doesn't show up? Now that he saw the information above, if he knew anything, he would definitely go. After all, that matter was too significant. Enough to change the world's dynamics. That thing cannot be obtained by anyone outside the world government, the woman said. Hasn't it already been divided into 3 parts? The information that appears at the auction is just one part. There's no need to do this. The man in black continued to ask. And isn't it said that it's fake? Who do you think would care most about this piece of information? Of course, the other 2 owners. All right, you don't need to worry about these matters. Just go out for now, the woman said, lowering her head as if she had been looking at the booklet in her hands. The man in black didn't dare to ask further and prepare to leave. Just as he turned around, a gunshot rang out. The gun held by the woman with glasses was still smoking. The next day, Vis was awakened by a noisy sound. The Chris was already docked in a very secluded place at the edge of the port. Normally, sound shouldn't reach this far. What are you talking about? Quickly move that ship out of the way. I want to dock, don't block me. I am a family of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. Vis walked onto the deck and saw a familiar ship not far away, flying a pirate flag with a smiling face. Standing on it was a woman in a maid outfit, smoking a cigarette. A fat man with hair like a propeller, wrapped in iron chains, was yelling at the port staff, demanding to dock here, saying that even changing ships was not acceptable. This person was Buffalo, a cadre of the Don Quixote family. It was understandable for them to appear here for the items prepared by Joker for this auction. Joker is the direct name for Doflamingo in the underground. However, Buffalo's loud appearance seemed a bit off. The Paradise knew that this name belonged to Doflamingo, but there were really not many who knew it. On the surface, he was still the good king of Dressrosa, a good example under the world government. The port manager could only feel anxious. Who knew why this auction could attract a warlord from the New World? If they had known this, they would never have taken this position. Warlords are not easy to deal with. Are those already docked easy to deal with? Reports came that 2 reckless pirates had already died on the island, with bounties of at least 80 million. Lord Buffalo, please don't make it difficult for me. That ship over there belongs to the sword demon, and we dare not drive it away. The manager pleaded earnestly. What sword demon? Just someone who happened to encounter an admiral and the calamities in battle. How could he have such strong power? Buffalo said dismissively. As a subordinate of a warlord, he had the confidence to say such things. Which warlord is not arrogant? Their subordinates are certainly not easy to get along with. Lady, why don't you try to see if you can get the sword demon to move? Are you asking me to do your job? Sure, I'm needed again. The manager watched Baby Five's actions a bit confused. He didn't know the other party had such habits. He simply thought that women might be easier to talk to than men, and with a tried-out mentality, he unexpectedly succeeded. Buffalo, take me over. Baby Five knocked on Buffalo's head, urging him to use his fruit ability to take her over. No, hurry up. Buffalo had no choice but to reluctantly take her onto the Chris. Viz quietly watched the 2 in front of him, boredly yawning, having been woken up early and wanted to go back to sleep. Hey, I've requisitioned this spot. Move the ship out. Buffalo wasn't that polite, directly ordering Vis as if he were commanding his subordinate. What did you say? Vis rubbed his eyes, still not fully awake. I said move the ship out. I'm a combatant of the Don Quixote family, a warlord. Do you think I look like someone who is afraid of trouble? Vis turned to ask Karina, who had just come out upon hearing the news. No. What? Upon receiving the answer, Vis immediately exploded with curses. What did you say? Buffalo seemed not to have heard, as warlord members are usually accustomed to being arrogant and have never encountered such rough treatment before. Watch my lips get lost. Vis faute d'anglais. Thinking what a joke it was for someone to casually ask others to give up their spot. Hearing that word again, Buffalo's anger made him tremble, his face turning very ugly. You've angered me. His hair spun rapidly like a jet engine, and a strong gust of wind suddenly appeared, slowly forming a tornado. This was his fruit ability, the superhuman type spin fruit. He could lift himself into the air and generate tremendous wind force. In his hands, it's basically a super powerful electric fan. I'm going to kill you. What a joke. A big man is so disgusting. This couldn't stand it anymore and directly vanished from the spot, kicking out. A figure formed a parabolic arc in the air without anyone noticing. Just as fast as he came, he left even faster. That fat body was now like a cannonball, smashing into the pirate ship, flying the smiling flag, causing a deep dent. Buffalo wanted to stop, but a huge force continued to act on him, making it impossible to control his body. After crashing through the entire pirate ship, the force finally dissipated, and he fell into the sea. The pirates on the ship hurriedly jumped into the water to rescue him. An ability user falling into the sea. Everyone knew what would happen. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Baby 5 wanted to help, but was already too late. Even when Buffalo fell into the sea, the wind he created had not yet stopped. This shows just how fast this was. The wind gradually died down, scattering over the sea. Baby 5 looked at the pierced hull, stiffly turning her neck. At that moment, she realized that the person in front of her might really have the strength to confront a general head-on. With just one kick, he had taken out a cadre of the Don Quixote family. If Vis knew what she was thinking, he would definitely laugh heartily. Were the cadres really that strong? Wasn't he their certain flag monster who had Robin and the others unable to fight back, only to be taken down in one move? The 7 warlords are only powerful because of themselves. Their cadres aren't that impressive. So, may I ask, esteemed cadre of the 7 warlords, do I still need to give you a position? Vis slowly walked in front of Baby 5, looking down at her. Baby 5 didn't speak. After realizing the situation, she lifted her long leg and instantly transformed into a gun, aiming at Vis. Damn it. You hurt Buffalo? Jack's eyes lit up at this scene. This fruit seemed quite interesting. Beautiful miss. I wonder if you could put your leg down? This isn't a good influence, Vis said calmly. If there's any pirate in the pirate world that's easiest to deal with and most likely to survive encounters with, it must be the Baby 5 in front of him. Due to her childhood experiences, she particularly longs to be needed, which leads her to find it hard to refuse others' requests. Given her maid outfit, he decided not to take action. Are you asking me to do something? I'm needed. Sure enough, Baby 5 excitedly covered her flushed cheeks with both hands, lowered her raised leg, and returned to her normal form. Then could you please go back to ship now? Vis continued. Okay. Hey, don't. At Vis's exclamation, Baby 5 turned and jumped into the sea. As she couldn't fly, Jack jumped into the water to fish Baby 5 out, his eyes shining with a different light. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I've fallen for this little maid, but I'm greedy for her weapon-transforming body. Huh. I seem to have become even more of a scumbag. Ugh, I'm after that weapon fruit. For a sniper, eating the weapon fruit means no need to change bullets anymore. Every consumption is just their own stamina. The difference between quickly changing bullets and saving time on changing bullets cannot be underestimated. The wet Baby 5 was placed on the deck, panting heavily. Once she regained her strength, she stood up and glared at everyone. You bastard, how dare you almost kill me like this? Hey, you can eat your meals however you like, but you shouldn't talk carelessly. I just asked you to come back to the ship. I didn't expect you to be so foolish as to jump into the sea. Don't you know that ability users are afraid of seawater? Vis raised his leg and continued. How about I take you back? No need. Baby 5 quickly shook her head like a rattle drum. Would she want to be sent back like Buffalo? She might lose half her life. Jack, row the boat and take her over, Vis instructed. This wasn't out of fear of Doflamingo, but because the current conflict wasn't significant. With that kick, Buffalo wouldn't die. If he was fished out, he would at least be unconscious for 10 days. Vis was very merciful. If they really ended up facing off later, Vis wouldn't hold back. No, I can walk myself. Baby 5 didn't dare let Jack take her. While she was unconscious, she felt an evil gaze, as if someone wanted to swallow her whole. She also didn't dare to speak harshly. The person in front of her didn't care about the title of the 7 warlords. He wasn't like that fool Buffalo, who couldn't see the situation clearly. Jack shrugged, indicating it was up to him. He was drooling over the devil fruit, but wasn't he the kind of madman who would kill for a fruit? Moreover, killing someone wouldn't necessarily guarantee getting that fruit. It was too random. Seeing the maid leave, Vis casually lay back in the chair. Karina, we've gotten into big trouble now. and it's trouble you caused. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Jack and Cardun gathered around to understand what trouble it was. If there was trouble, they would face it together. Captain, what is the trouble? Do you need me to take action? Cardun, the weakling, was just there to cheer from the back. The captain mentioned trouble. So Cardun probably couldn't handle it. You shy guy, what are you saying? Do you think I'm weak? No, you're not weak, really. Jack was very sincere. But the tone. Ziz. Sparks erupted between the two. Karina was even more furious, wondering what trouble it could be. Could it be that her previous employer had come to find her, wanting Vis to hand her over? No way. Previously, to be safe, she had stolen from pirates. What would she do if East Blue pirates came asking for people? Could it be because of the forced discount from yesterday? What is the trouble? Don't scare me. Karina pretended to be pitiful, her eyes shining with stars. It's just a pampered young master who realized he was the fool. Now wants to come aboard the ship under the pretext of paying the price. What do you think? Vis magically pulled out a coconut from behind the chair. Hey, you were the one who asked me to do this. Don't deny it. What kind of captain pushes trouble onto their subordinates? As a thief who roamed the seas. He quickly understood the key here. And for Vis, was this really a trouble? Jack and Cardun quietly left to do their own things. They still had to stay on this island for at least 2 days, and there might be battles, so they had to prepare well. Who knew you would fleece so hard? A full 10 million in resources. By the way, why didn't I see much yesterday? You still have the face to say that? As a captain, do you know how much the Chris has lost after sailing for so long? Repairs don't require materials, right? Jack reached out to ask you for them. Can you provide them? These don't cost money. All the kitchen utensils have been replaced with new ones. All the spoiled food has been cleaned out, and replenishing doesn't require money. Didn't you notice that the ship has many more decorations and training equipment? Has the cannon at the bow gotten larger? Is Cardun's bookshelf filled with books again? And didn't you notice that the lounge chair under your but has been replaced with a brand new one? Even that damn coconut has been fully replenished. No wonder it feels a bit uncomfortable lying down today. Turns out it's new. Vi suddenly realised. Don't be so calm. Hey, you actually said I fleeced too hard. It's rare to have such a fool. If I don't fleece him a bit, it's looking down on him. No. Actually, if you don't treat me like a fool and go easy on me, that is also respecting me. At this moment, a voice came from below the ship. A figure jumped up from the shore and squatted on the ship's railing, with a bare upper body and oversized shorts. Looking flashy, who else could it be but Theodore? Vis and Karina covered their faces simultaneously. After all, talking behind someone's back and having the person here, it was the most embarrassing thing ever. Oh, why are you here? Vis appeared somewhat awkward, while Karina stood behind him like a good girl. Even her thick-skinned face was a bit flushed at this moment. I just caught some news. I brought it over for you to see if it's useful. Theodore walked up to Weiss and found that there seemed to be only one chair here, so he could only stand there. I don't think I need these things. I'm just attending an auction to take a look and leave, not causing any trouble. Seeing Weiss's sincere expression, Theodore's mouth twitched slightly. Not causing trouble? If I didn't know you and those 2 monsters turned half of Canopy Island into the Canopy Archipelago, I might almost believe you. Really, trust me. Weiss could tell from Theodore's expression that he didn't believe him, and continued. I never intended to cause trouble when I went out to sea. I just forged a sword, found some people, and that's all. Trouble just came to me. I was forced to fight back. This auction had already caused a stir in the first half of the Grand Line due to the presence of devil fruits. After all, things that enhance strength were usually digested by the finders themselves. Now, it was known that 7 pirates with bounties exceeding 80 million were participating, 2 of whom exceeded 100 million. They were all seasoned pirates who dared not enter the New World. Originally, there were only this many, but later a mysterious person appeared, entrusting a note that recorded part of the method for extracting devil fruits. So now not only pirates, but even CP agents were appearing, and there were countless hidden figures lurking in the shadows. According to reliable information, because of your last battle, you smashed Canopy Island, and that leaked secret method has already been obtained by 3 families. But it is still unclear who those people are. Despite extensive investigations, they couldn't find anything, as if they had never appeared on the seas at all. Theodore didn't mention how their people were beaten up without even touching a hair. It was likely that someone wanted to fish for the other 2 parties, and it would depend on who eventually got the secret method. Weiss was completely dumbfounded. A method for extracting devil fruits? Does such a thing exist? ISNT, that the ability of the dark fruit, which can extract the devil fruit from a person's body. But I've never heard of these secret methods. Could it be that someone got the dark fruit, didn't dare to make it public, and ultimately died for some reason, allowing Blackbeard to get it? Now, With the appearance of this auction item, almost all the forces that learned about it were in an uproar, all doing their utmost to find out who was auctioning this information. Then just control the people at the auction house. Isn't that enough? Why bother looking for them? Theodore continued. Since it appeared on the auction list, then he must have seen the client, right? It's not that simple. The CP agents have already done that. They thought they were being discreet, but they didn't know that the vast majority of people already knew. The person in charge of the auction house had gone missing for half an hour the day before, and after that, the auction items appeared, along with that note detailing 1/3 of the technology. But the person in charge didn't even see the shadow of the other party. It was said that during the missing half hour, he was in a coma. When he woke up, there were 2 notes beside him, one detailing the technology and the other containing threatening words. The person in charge, seeing what was written, couldn't understand it all and, unable to obtain important information, simply discussed it with the major backer and added the note. But then he went missing again, having disappeared 4 times in just 2 days. How unlucky. By the way, how do you know all this so clearly? Weiss suddenly asked curiously. Such news shouldn't be accessible to ordinary people. Theodore had a face full of question marks. Your focus seems different. Shouldn't a normal person be concerned about what was written? Since the person in charge must know the content after seeing the note, shouldn't you be asking about that? Why ask how I know so clearly? Oh, it's nothing. It seems to have nothing to do with me. I'm not interested in that, Weiss said lightly, seemingly seeing through Theodore's question. This is the strength that comes from having no desires. No matter how turbulent the flood, I remain unmoved. All right. Theodore suddenly felt bored. It seemed that what others were straining to obtain didn't matter much to Weiss. Getting such information is easy for my Carmeline family. It's not a problem at all. Theodore puffed out his chest, showing off his family's capabilities. Oh. Stunned, utterly stunned. Could this sword demon not know how terrifying it is to control various information on the seas? Shouldn't he be more anxious? If it weren't for the auction house being owned by the Carmeline family and the person in charge being Theodore's brother, he wouldn't know this matter so clearly. Damn it. There were only 3 words on the entire note. How the hell was anyone supposed to guess how to deal with it? The threats were written in 2 pieces. Few people were likely aware of this matter. At least 5 parties now knew the content of that note. The mysterious person, the Carmeline family, CP, and the remaining 2 who had kidnapped Theodore's brother. Now these 5 parties were all waiting for the day of the auction to see who would go to great lengths to obtain that note. Of course, the most likely outcome was that it would end up unsold, with no one wanting it. Seeing Weiss's calm demeanor, Theodore suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. If he knew the rumors circulating in the underground world, I wonder if he could still remain calm. Weiss, lying down, suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. Opening his eyes, he saw Theodore's mischievous face. What are you laughing at? Why do I have a bad premonition? I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. That's impossible. Is that so? Then it's good. Since you sincerely asked, I, as a crew member, will tell you this piece of news. Theodore said earnestly. Did I ask? No, right? Why are you so excited? And you're not even my crew member yet. Don't get too close. Of course, that's what he thought in his heart. Weiss also wanted to know what kind of news was circulating in the underground world. Now it was rumored that the sword demon knew the complete method for extracting devil fruits. Oh, what did you say? Weiss sat up straight in shock. How did they know I knew about this? Who leaked the information? Not only do I know about devil fruits, but I also know about the king of the underworld. The Sea Kings rocks the void throne above the 5 elders, and I know many secrets that most people don't. The secret of the traveler has been exposed? Theodore was very pleased with Weiss's reaction. His news had shocked the sword demon. He thought he could maintain that calm demeanor, but it turned out he was just being indifferent. Finally surprised by my words, huh? Theodore felt a little smug. But you don't have to worry. These are just speculations, and coupled with your strength, no one is likely to cause you trouble now. Thinking of the reasons for those speculations, Theodore couldn't help but laugh. On Canopy Island, before Jean and the Admiral arrived, Weiss's strength was the strongest. And he had also participated in the struggle for devil fruits, almost getting involved in the incident where the celestial dragons were injured. So the person on the sea has reason to believe that Weiss completely saw that note. Otherwise, how can we explain his subsequent indifference to the matter? Initially, he was also convinced when he first received the news. But after coming into contact with Weiss, he realized it was simply impossible. This person is lazily indifferent and has no interest in anything outside of himself. Oh, just a guess, then forget it. To be honest, Weiss truly didn't know about this matter. By the time Gru passed the note out, Weiss was already heading towards the outer island, eventually encountering Jean and Kizuru in a fight. Weiss casually lay back down. Seeing Weiss's expression and actions, Theodore couldn't help but doubt. You really don't know, do you? Don't talk nonsense, I don't. How could I know? If I did, I would have already killed you. Weiss rolled his eyes. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? Okay, you're strong. You should be afraid of those who want to trouble you, not the other way around. It seemed a strong sense of jealousy wafted from Theodore's mouth. How he wished he had such strength. That way, others wouldn't dare to encroach on his family or boldly kidnap his brother, threatening the entire Carmelin family. Strength. Everything is about strength. But now, thinking about the current situation, Theodore felt a wave of discouragement. He was already 23 years old, an older youth, and he didn't know if he could raise his strength to Weiss's level before turning 30. If he could obtain that technology, the family's strength would increase significantly. But it was a pity. Seafloor stone? What can those 3 words do? Nothing at all. He just hoped that everything he was doing now wasn't completely meaningless. While Theodore was lost in thought, a voice broke the silence on the ship. Sword Demon, hand over the devil fruit extraction technology. Above the Chris, a majestic eagle's sword in the sky, blocking the sunlight, its claws gleaming like metal, ready to tear apart enemies at any moment. That previous sentence came from the beak of this eagle. Weiss, who had been feigning sleep, opened his eyes, revealing an emotionless gaze. He would not show mercy to the provocateurs that came knocking, except for Theodore, of course. This is what you call no one daring to trouble me? Weiss shot a sidelong glance at Theodore, who was looking up at the sky, whistling. Call all of you out. Ambushes 1T work on me. Under the covering of observation hockey, at least 5 auras were hidden in the surroundings. Sure enough, with a cry of the eagle, people began to jump out from the ship, the shore, and the sea one after another. There were quite a few visitors. A hint of mockery flashed in Weiss's eyes. Did they really think that having more people would be useful? The eagle above kept flapping its wings, saying, Sword Demon, I respect you as a strong individual. Let us make a deal. As long as you hand over that technology, we will retreat and offer 1 billion berries as a reward. What do you think of this condition? A deal? You, flying high in the sky and looking down on others, call that a deal? Is that how you make deals? The eagle fell silent. These people were hidden strongmen from the underground world. Their backers could no longer wait for the auction to start. Who knows how many people would come then? With their strength, they weren't enough to handle it. They just happened to receive news that the Sword Demon had seen the complete technology, so they impatiently jumped out. Initially, they didn't believe Weiss would have this thing. However, this morning, when the Shichibukai boarded the ship and were thrown out, it deepened their suspicions. In their intelligence, there was no intersection between the Shichibukai and the Sword Demon. Besides this technology, there was nothing else that could attract someone so far away in the New World. Didn't others know that Tion Yacha is Joker? Didn't they realize? This was someone who wouldn't get up early without profit. The person himself must have already hidden somewhere. Now that the strongest member of the Carmelin family had also boarded, it was likely true. Others may not know that the kidnapped person was Theodore's brother, but they were deeply aware of Weiss's formidable strength, knowing that no one family could handle him. After a quick and brief discussion, they decided to cooperate and finally share this technology together. In the end, how many devil fruits they could obtain would depend on how many ability users they could hunt down. Each family sent 1 person, and now there were a total of 6 people. Under their successive attacks, they didn't believe they couldn't deal with the Sword Demon. At that time, they had plenty of means to force him to divulge the information they wanted. What? Are you too scared to speak? Why say so much to him? Did he really think he was a general? A woman seemed eager to take down Weiss first, launching the attack. Some people are like this, always thinking that other strengths are all just bragging. The woman extended her arm, removing the black gloves from her hands, revealing a pair of fair hands that were about to strike the deck of the Chris. Seeing this, Weiss frowned. He instantly vanished from his reclining chair, and a small sword was about to slice the exposed neck of the woman. What do you want to do to my ship? Hearing the voice, the woman was greatly startled, and she slid away at an unbelievable speed, causing Weiss's sword to miss. This was also because Weiss had gone all out. This ship had just been repaired by Karina, and it would cost a lot of money if damaged. If it weren't for the fact that the other side wanted to do something to the ship, Weiss wouldn't even want to move. Let them attack. Are you all dead? Still not making a move? Waiting for the meal? After just 1 exchange, the woman realized that she was no match for Weiss in a one-on-one fight. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, knowing that today wouldn't end well, and they all charged at Weiss together. Wait! Weiss raised his hand to stop them. What? Mr. Sword Demon wants to cooperate with us. The eagle in the sky asked. No, go to the shore to fight. If you break my ship, you'll pay for it. Weiss's Chris was very precious. Even though Weiss could kill them in an instant, cleaning up the corpses would be troublesome, right? You gone too far. The 5 people, along with the eagle in the sky, were furious. We're here to kill you, and you still think about not damaging the ship? Weiss jumped onto the shore first. Although the remaining 6 were furious, they followed him. There was no point in venting their anger on the ship if the person wasn't there. Weiss didn't call Jack and the others for help. He wanted to stretch his muscles. If calculated by bounty, that woman just now had at least the strength of a supernova. Just because those with strong strength became pirates, doesn't mean there aren't strong people in the underground world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to participate in Big Mom's tea party. Upon reaching the shore, Weiss stretched lazily. He had fought for more than half a month and felt like every bone in his body was about to rust. You are too much, the woman shouted angrily as she stepped onto the shore, seeing Weiss's actions. Is there anyone who looks down on others like this? Sliding domain. With both hands slapping hard on the beach, a clear palm print was left in the sand, and a visible halo spread across the beach like water soaking a dry riverbed. Smooth fruit? Upon hearing the name of this technique, Weiss's eyebrows twitched. No wonder it looked so beautiful. Unfortunately, this woman was doomed. No one could save her. After the water like ripples swept over his shoes, Weiss felt a slight slickness beneath his feet, but it didn't affect him much. He could still stand firm. However, the others, the people behind him, unaware that the woman had activated her ability, jumped onto the shore with a thud and fell to the ground. They quickly stabbed their large sword into the sand to stand up. So slippery. Damn it. Bailey May, you've made it so slippery. How are we supposed to fight? Sorry. My mistake. I got too excited and made it too slippery. With a wave of her hand, the scene at the shore, which was slicker than ice, was instantly resolved. The 5 of them quickly surrounded Weiss in the middle, and a hawk hovered above, flapping its wings, stirring up sand and dust on the beach. It's hard to tell how such wet sand was flying around. Sword Demon, now that we've spoken about that technique, our conditions remain unchanged, and we can offer an additional 300 million belly as a show of our sincerity. The hawk in the sky spoke again. Let's fight first, and then we'll discuss these matters. 1. 3 billion is a hefty sum. After all, the bounty on Jean is only slightly higher than that. Why suddenly thought about capturing these 6 people alive? Would the ones behind them be willing to pay the 3 billion ransom? The twin-bladed sword at Weiss's waist was already drawn, and a surge of sword intent gathered on the blade. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson slash shot straight toward the hawk high above. For some reason, Weiss now inexplicably hated hawks. Seeing one always reminded him of a guy who owed him money and never paid it back. The hawk in the sky, noticing the sudden slash coming at it, sidestepped and narrowly dodged it, dropping a few feathers from the sky. The hawk was ignited with anger by this slash. Even a mud figure would have some anger left. Moreover, this was a person accustomed to the underground world. It continuously flapped its massive wings in the air, and the winds it generated did not disperse, but instead accumulated in front of its chest, slowly forming a massive vortex. This was a technique he had developed. Anyone hit by this vortex would not die, but would at least be severely injured. In the past, to test this technique, he had turned a 5-meter-tall beast into minced meat. Go! The wind inside the vortex wrapped around like knives, and even from a distance, one could feel its destructive power. The 5 people dragging Weiss on the ground were extremely frustrated. Weiss was just too fast. He was so quick that if he wanted to fight you, he could only hit his blade by luck. It was as if he felt pity for you, drawing his sword just for a brief clash to give you some comfort. Seeing that seemingly small storm in the sky rapidly descending, the 5 quickly retreated. They had seen how terrifying this move was. Weiss also felt the power contained within it. This kind of storm seemed familiar, flashy and extravagant. Drawing a sword, the blade stirred, and the sand on the ground seemed to resonate, causing grains of sand to bounce up, forming a special low-lying sand cloud around Weiss's feet. What was he trying to do? Was he preparing to take it head-on at such a close distance? Bailey May asked incredulously, with the surrounding companion silent, clearly shocked by Weiss's actions. Just a regular slash. He said, it seemed a bit lacking in momentum without a shout. A sword slashed out, and a beam of light filled with sword intent sliced from the tip, forming an invisible crimson line that looked like a floating red thread in the sky, slashing toward the wind vortex, crashing down from above. Whoosh! The howling wind vortex, upon encountering that red slash, stopped abruptly like a machine running out of oil, visibly splitting in two. At the moment the wind vortex split, it lost its balance, and a strong gust exploded in the air. The fierce wind scattered, and blades of wind sliced through the surrounding coconut trees. causing cracks to appear all over the trunks before they ultimately crashed down. Not one to be outdone, Weiss stepped lightly and instantly reached the hawk's side. Holding his sword lightly, he let the hilt slip out. "What are you doing?" The hawk, realizing what was happening, asked in panic. Thud! Weiss demonstrated with action, wrapping both hands around the hilt and delivering a heavy punch to the hawk's head, producing a dull sound. The hawk, struck hard, felt like its head was splitting. It became dizzy and could no longer maintain its transformed state, falling from the sky and reverting to human form. Boom! The person crashed onto the coastline, creating a deep pit, and water gushed up visibly from the bottom of the pit. If that person hadn't woken up in time and jumped out, they would have likely drowned in the seawater. "Aren't you a great swordsman? Why are you using your fists?" The man shouted angrily, ignoring his bleeding head. Then a wave of dizziness hit him, and he staggered, almost losing his balance. He had been prepared to evade a slash, but he certainly hadn't expected this move. "Nonsense, I used the sword hilt. If you don't believe me, check if there's a bump the same size on the back of your head." Weiss sighed in relief. If he killed him, he wouldn't get the ransom. He then landed on the beach, feeling quite tired from using moonwalk. "Look, standing on the ground is just fine. I didn't even bother to raise my hand to wave at you." Suddenly, a slash attacked from behind, and Weiss's expression changed. It was no longer casual but sharp, like a long sword freshly forged in the furnace, radiating cold light. He turned around and swung his sword. The clash of sword energies undoubtedly transformed into a sky full of stars, disappearing into the air. A chill glinted in Weiss's eyes as he sheathed his long sword. Revealing a small sword in his hand, his gaze fixed intensely on the person who had attacked from behind. That person maintained the posture of swinging his sword, having seen Weiss with his back turned while speaking to that ability user, and had the thought of launching a sneak attack without hesitation. He just didn't expect to fail, and seemed to anger this swordsman. He realized he had committed a major taboo against a swordsman. Fully focused and alert, he watched the small sword in Weiss's hand. He had seen this kind of small sword this style before. Once, in his youthful arrogance, he challenged the world's greatest swordsman and lost. In the end, he was told, "You are not worthy of being a swordsman." Weiss remained silent, the sword intent concentrated to the utmost in that small sword. Facing someone like this, he felt no need for great respect. Regardless of whether or not they were a swordsman, attacking from behind was an act of dishonor. The air by the sea was oppressively heavy, making everyone struggle to breathe. And Bailey May clutched his chest as if that would make him feel better. The sun in the sky seemed to also fear such an atmosphere, hiding behind the clouds. "Be careful. We can't let the sword demon kill Coster, or we won't be able to leave today." The eagle's expression was serious, ready to intervene at any moment to save that swordsman. It wasn't because they had a deep bond, they were just a temporary team, but if one person died, the rest would be even less able to contend with Weiss. "Save him. Can you save him?" The swordsman's face changed drastically, and he almost instinctively raised his sword, positioning it across his neck. He didn't think he could be faster than Weiss's sword. He was betting that Weiss's sword was aimed at his neck. As long as he protected his neck, he wouldn't die this time, and the rescuers would arrive soon. In a moment, he brushed past Weiss, who stood behind him, while the remaining 5 people trying to rescue him seemed to have hit the pause button, frozen in place. At that moment, he felt no pain and thought he had survived. "You don't deserve to be a swordsman." Weiss's voice came from behind him, and at the same time, a sharp pain shot through his chest and into his mind. Looking down, he saw blood flowing from a stab wound near his heart. The same words. The same short sword, but this time he couldn't survive. With the swordsman's death, the remaining 5 gathered together. Knowing that splitting up for a wheel battle would only lead to losing more heads, they had to unite. The 5 of them attacked different positions simultaneously. They had to be able to hurt the sword demon. This was the only plan they could come up with, as the opponent was too strong. Their assessment of strength had been severely mistaken. "You 5 are surrounded by me. Surrender." Weiss turned and pointed his sword at the 5, smiling. Surrounded by one person? In normal circumstances, this would be a joke, but the 5 surrounded now didn't find it funny at all. Because the opponent was known as the sword demon. How could they be scared like this? Where did that earlier imposing aura go? You only like to deal with those weaker than you, right? Weiss continued to speak with a smile. "Attack." The eagle gritted his teeth and forced them to stand, fearing that if they waited any longer, their fighting spirit would completely vanish. As the eagle finished speaking, the 5 left 5 after images in the air and all charged towards Weiss. This time, they didn't fight individually. They all attacked the vital points of their enemy. The battle continued, with the 4 on the Chris watching as Weiss stood still, surrounded by several shadows that kept attacking. It was like satellites orbiting the Earth, continuously circling around Weiss. To them, Weiss's movements looked slow, each time perfectly countering the incoming killing intent. The opponent's movements seemed fast, yet not once did they manage to inflict damage. This feeling made the already severely injured eagle spit out a mouthful of blood. The longer the battle went on, the more anxious the five became. They noticed a very unfavorable phenomenon. No matter how hard they tried, Weiss seemed completely unfazed. Good ideas met with harsh reality. The five simultaneous attack not only failed to get past Weiss's defenses, but he seemed to handle it with ease, as if he wasn't even trying. The eagle's heart sank, knowing that the mission would not be completed today, and whether they could survive was a huge question. Moreover, they had completely offended a top-tier powerhouse, the Sword Demon. Those kings of the underworld would probably have a restless sleep in the coming time. Damn it, which fool made the decision to be the one to stick their neck out? The eagle silently cursed. Oh, you're distracted. Weiss noticed the eagle's lack of focus and, very humanely, increased the power and speed of his strikes. Almost simultaneously, a sword scar appeared on the eagle's arm. Blood flowed from the wound. He was the one who had taken the most damage. Who told him to be so arrogant? That swordsman didn't count. He was dead. Due to the eagle's injury, the attack rhythm became somewhat disordered, and Weiss wouldn't let this opportunity slip away, even though he could take out these five at any time. Puffed, 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 puffed. Unintentionally executing a curved slash, Weiss smoothly left wounds on the chests of the four. When passing by Bailey May, he even took care to add some armed color hockey. The five pressed their wounds, gasping for breath. The sustained battle had left their breathing in disarray, now feeling somewhat unregulated. In contrast, Weiss appeared completely unharmed. Why don't we negotiate? I won't make it difficult for you. Weiss deliberately paused, noticing that the expressions on their faces didn't change, and found it boring. I can let you go, but you have to pay me a ransom of 1 billion berries. How about that? Weiss smiled, as if this deal was quite beneficial. After all, weren't they initially planning to pay 3 billion? Losing one would mean a little less was also acceptable. If the mission failed, these few wouldn't survive anyway. Didn't the novels say that the villain usually redeems their people to win hearts? Failure should come with punishment, and that punishment is death. It's a win-win situation, earning money without lifting a finger. Hearing Weiss's words, the already grim faces of the five turned even uglier. Their strength was strong against ordinary people, but in the hands of those people, they were not the strongest. They might not agree. If 1 billion berries is really needed as ransom, who knows if those people will agree? Considering their ruthless nature, they probably wouldn't be willing. They probably wouldn't agree, the eagle said. Then you could go die. Saying this, Weiss prepared to draw the long sword from his waist. Don't be fooled by the fact that there were 5 people. At this level, it was just a matter of 1 sword. Wait, Bailey May suddenly shouted. She didn't want to die here like this. She had to at least try. Let me make a phone call. Bailey May pulled out a din mushy from her chest and dialed a number. BRR click. Hello, is this Bailey May? Did the sword demon agree? Then bring back the technology. A man's voice came from the other end, thinking that calling at this moment meant success. Weiss waved his hand, and Bailey May threw the din mushy over. Hello, why aren't you talking? Probably because they don't dare to speak, Weiss paused. There was silence on the other end. After a long while, a voice came through the din mushy again. Lord Sword Demon, I don't know what your opinion is on our transaction. Opinion? I don't know where you got your confidence from. Do you think I would say I don't have any? Weiss planted his sword into the beach, leaning on it. If it's confirmed that there's nothing, we can pay as compensation for disturbing Lord Sword Demon. Let us not talk about money for now. Why did you dare to contact me with just a suspicion, and even brought these few shrimp here to deal with me? The response to Weiss was still silence. A minute later, Lord Sword Demon, perhaps you don't know the current situation in the world. Except for pirates, every force is doing everything possible to enhance their strength. Otherwise, they will eventually perish in the tides of the times. We are also forced by circumstances. Never miss a single opportunity to improve one's strength. The truth is, he's afraid that the Sword Demon won't play fair and will send out strong fighters. And what if he gets killed? All right, 5 people for 1 billion berries. Deliver them to my ship and take the people away. Otherwise, after hearing this, Weiss understood that besides pirates and celestial dragons, there probably isn't any force that doesn't want to enhance itself. Pirates are a group, not a specific pirate crew. They have gradually participated because of Roger's words, and there is no shortage of candidates. Just think of those supernovas. Their talent and strength are incredibly abnormal. If these people were distributed among various forces, it would create a new kind of balance. But right now, they all belong to the pirates. The celestial dragons don't care about these things. As long as they get hurt, a marine admiral will come to help. For them, it doesn't matter whether they have strength or not. The man did not speak immediately. A faint noise came from the transponder snail, as if they were discussing something. After a moment, the other side fell silent. Sword Demon, we agree to your request. The money will be delivered to your ship this afternoon. So please make sure to release these people then. I'm also a person of my word. Once the money is in place, everything can be negotiated. There's no loss, and we can make a profit, so why not? The 5 eagles were also overjoyed. They initially had no hope and did not expect to survive. However, just thinking about the punishment they would face for failing the mission made them feel a sense of loss. But Weiss was mistaken about this. On a small island somewhere in the Grand Line, in a resplendent palace, 5 seats surrounded a large round table, each with a transponder snail. A man hung up the transponder snail and said into it, "Let us just let this slide for now. We can't afford to provoke this person at the moment. What can one do with unwillingness? Strength is not on their side." On this day, Weiss stayed on the Chris ship and did not go anywhere. With 10 small targets about to come in, even if the 5 elders came, they would have to give way for this. Unless he offers more. You don't understand how much those surrounded by fortune love money. While Weiss was waiting, events happening by the sea had already caused a huge uproar on Bird Island. Newspaper after newspaper spread quickly with the local newspaper industry, with free copies for those who could not afford to buy. A certain unknown pirate held a newspaper in his hand, with a huge headline stating that the Sword Demon had killed 6 strong fighters comparable to supernovas in an instant. The newspaper was filled with numerous photos, particularly highlighting 2 images, Weiss killing the swordsman and the 5 strong fighters injured. The fatal dagger strike, the blood-soaked chest, and the 5 men with fading breath clutching their wounds all showcased Weiss's power. In the photos, Weiss appeared as relaxed as if he had just done some morning exercises. A certain pirate looked at the newspaper in shock. Among those 6 people, he recognized one, who was a prominent figure in the underground world of paradise. In Weiss and the others' eyes, he was a minor character, but to ordinary people, he was an unattainable powerhouse. Especially for those who had long been in contact with the underground world, they were even more aware of the identities of these 6 individuals. Now that all these people had been defeated by Weiss, it only added to the Sword Demon's reputation. In a small tavern, look, the dead man is one of the king of Usuryfeld subordinates. He was actually taken down so easily by the Sword Demon. "It's terrifying," Pirate excitedly said, not even knowing what he was excited about. "That person who looks like an eagle is a subordinate of Yumit. It seems the Sword Demon doesn't even regard these so-called underground kings. Such a fierce attack is truly merciless," Pirate sighed. "You're wrong. He still showed mercy. Look, there's still 5 people safely alive. It seems the Sword Demon is also wary of the kings of the underground world." Pirate C seemed somewhat unconvinced by the Sword Demon's rising fame. "You're talking nonsense. It's clearly that the Sword Demon showed mercy." Pirate A's face turned red. "Do you have any evidence?" Pirate C asked expressionlessly. "TCH, you're mistaken. I have a little insider information. The reason these 5 people were able to survive is that the Sword Demon had enough fun and didn't want to continue fighting. And those people spent a lot of money to spare the lives of these 5. This person said mysteriously, looking neither like a pirate nor an underground world figure. "Then tell me what price was paid. I don't believe those people would compromise." Pirate C still refused to accept. "Ahem. As for today, as bar tab, I'll treat." Pirate A said generously. He was now a loyal fan of the Sword Demon. The mysterious person took a sip of his drink to clear his throat and said softly, "The son of my aunt's 6th uncle's daughter's husband works in this new newspaper. And he told me that the reason these 5 could survive is that a ransom was paid. If you don't believe it, you can go to shore now. Those 5 are still waiting for the ransom." The mysterious person emphasized that they could check right away. Upon hearing this, some pirates' eyes flickered. They lingered for a moment before leaving the tavern. Such a scene of a strong fighter being bested is extremely rare, and those familiar with their forces knew just how difficult this was. What they didn't notice was that a man in a suit wearing a doghead hat quietly left the tavern. If someone were observant, they would notice that this person hadn't drunk but had been eating something, leaving a mess of crumbs behind. This scene was common in the taverns of Bird Island. Their purpose was to support Weiss's reputation, finding various reasons to amplify the topic's impact. All of this was, of course, Theodore's masterpiece. Both the people and the newspapers were arranged by him. To spread this news, he specifically opened a new newspaper, but for now, its business scope only existed on Bird Island. However, all of these actions were done with Weiss's permission. Without his consent, Theodore wouldn't dare to do this. After careful consideration, He also hoped for his own reputation to grow, so that some people would be deterred by his fame and wouldn't dare to challenge him, thus making things easier. Look at Hawkeye. He usually finds people he is interested in, and no one dares to challenge him. It's precisely because the reputation of the world's #1 swordsman is too great. Everything Theodore did also aligned with the interests of the Carmeline family. The stronger the sword demon's reputation, the more advantageous it was for the entire family. Young master, this is the news from various family industries that came in today. All parties have currently stopped their movements. Only some remote areas have not reported back. A 30-year-old man wearing glasses and a suit, looking gentle, handed a document to Theodore. Brother, please don't call me that. The person was Theodore's older brother, Carmeline Slanka, who had been kidnapped multiple times in a short period. Now is a critical time for the Carmeline family. We cannot have discrepancies. The family can only have one voice. Originally, I wanted you to take the position of patriarch, but you refused, Slanka said earnestly, knowing exactly how much burden his brother, who seemed so aimless every day, actually bore. Sometimes, Slanka regretted not having the talent for cultivation. These people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Theodore looked at the document, his tone filled with sarcasm. Although Theodore has not been officially announced as the Sword Demon, and the Sword Demon has not said he will protect the Carmeline family during this short period, those who previously eyed the Carmeline family's assets have silently stopped in their tracks. If Theodore does not get involved with the Sword Demon, he can slowly consume everything without hurry. It will only take a few days. If he really boards the Chris ship, then he has already made a good deal. This is the ocean that respects power. On the Chris ship, far from the shore, Weiss has been lying down for a whole morning, a noon, and half an afternoon. Except for eating, he hasn't changed his position at all. Many people have appeared in the shadows by the seaside, hiding in the bushes and observing quietly, making the 5 people on the shore feel very awkward. However, they cannot leave and do not dare to, because a woman is watching them. Although this woman seems weak in their eyes, she stands behind a powerful deity. Even if no one is watching, they still do not dare to leave. Finally, the old eagle could not bear it any longer and stood up suddenly. What do you want to do? Karina asked warily. Nothing. The old eagle took a deep breath and then turned around to shout at the bushes. I've already seen you. If you don't leave now, I will take the time to take you down. The bushes, which seemed to have a groundhog running around, fell silent for a moment, and then with a roar, they fled desperately, as if driven away by a tiger. In fact, the old eagle saw nothing. Seeing the old eagle sit down again, Karina breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, this task was assigned to Jack, but after hearing about the billion berries, Karina burst out with great enthusiasm. However, after a moment, the rustling sound came from the bushes again, and the old eagle was completely enraged. What I said was, what do you want to say? A deep voice came. Nothing. I wasn't talking about you. I was just rambling. The old eagle said tremblingly, sweat pouring from his face like a spring. Oh, that's good. The person didn't even look at him and walked towards the Chris ship. The sun was shining. Weiss suddenly opened his eyes on the deck chair, and a sword intent burst forth from his eyes, the killing intent sweeping across the entire Chris ship. With lightning speed, he drew the sword that was beside him. At the moment of drawing, the armed color hockey covered the sword body. In a flash, he was already on the deck, blocking a roaring black fist with a single sword. Clang! The entire Chris ship was filled with a scarlet color mixed with black air currents, and tiny cracks spread from the deck to the ship's railing. At this moment, Jack and Cardin finally realized that someone was attacking Weiss. Kapu! Weiss narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth, spitting out 2 words. The person coming was indeed Kapu. After hearing the pirates' conversation in the tavern, he strolled over and, seeing Weiss so relaxed, couldn't help but want to punch him. Ha ha! Weiss, your strength has grown quickly. Kapu laughed heartily, pulling back his fist, looking very familiar. Weiss glanced at the cracked deck and pointed his sword at Kapu. 2 choices. Either we fight and I fix the ship myself, or you fix the ship for me immediately. If I could beat you, I wouldn't even ask, Do you know how much Weiss aches? Since the ship set sail, apart from possibly encountering some damage during the voyage, it has never been damaged in battle. Now, because of Kapu's punch, the entire deck needs to be replaced. Fortunately, he had a bit of conscience and didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, that punch could have smashed the ship like buffalo. If it were someone else, facing Weiss's questioning, they might really have fought first, but Kapu... Ha ha! Don't be so angry, I'll fix it for you. Kapu scratched his head a bit awkwardly. The two were not in a hostile relationship yet, so it was a bit inappropriate to damage someone else's ship right away. Then you fix it, and we can talk about business afterward. I don't believe you're here just to see me. Jack went to get the materials for repairing the ship, and Cardin went to explain the situation to Karina so she wouldn't be scared. Indeed, the kind of destructive aura just now had frightened the 6 people on shore. The old eagle suspected Kapu was here to capture Weiss, but this thought was deeply suppressed by reason, restraining his desire to escape. The sword demon is not a pirate. There is no reason to flee until the outcome is clear. Sure enough, that kind of momentum existed for a moment before disappearing. They would not think that the sword demon could be taken down by a single blow from Kapu. When they saw Cardin coming down from the ship, their thoughts of fleeing were completely extinguished. They would wait for the ransom in peace. Karina also breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to worry anymore. Just now, she was genuinely scared, as there were 5 dangerous figures covered in blood beside her. On the ship, Kapu picked up a hammer, with an iron nail in his mouth, and began to repair the damaged deck, hammering it down one by one. For him, this was no big deal. Face. For him, it was optional. If he truly wanted face, who would dare not give it to him? Hey, Weiss, is this how you treat an elder? You don't know to come help. This is also your credit, Kapu said, looking at the lying Weiss, feeling a bit unconvinced. Who was the one who greeted me with a punch when we first met? If you hadn't done that, would I have drawn my sword? We're not that familiar yet. Although he said that, Weiss still moved his body to help. Why? Because Kapu is a respected and powerful figure in the pirate world. Picking up the hammer and pressing the nail down, he started hammering away. By the way, why did you suddenly come to find me? We've only met once, right? At first, Weiss thought Kapu had come to pay back the money Ace owed him. But Kapu probably didn't know that Ace was on the ship back then. And Ace wouldn't take the initiative to contact Kapu. Moreover, is Kapu the kind of person who would help others pay back money? I originally wanted to go back to the East Sea to see my grandson, but someone called me over, saying I had to keep an eye on you and not let you cause trouble on Bird Island, Kapu said. It couldn't be those 5 old geezers, right? I'm not causing trouble. Why are they watching me? Weiss thought, has my threat level become so high that the Navy needs to be this cautious? Also, do they really need a naval hero to watch me? No, it was Sengoku who called me. He said that last time the information was transmitted too quickly, and by the time the Navy arrived, it was already over. This time, we need to prepare well. As for why I came, it's because I'm the most free right now. Akainu and Akiji went to the New World, and Kizu is in Mariehua. Weiss, do you really know that kind of technique? Kapu suddenly leaned over, looking mysterious. This was one of Kapu's purposes, getting too close. How could there be such a thing? If there were, the world government would have controlled it long ago. Would they let it run wild at sea? Weiss had a face of disdain, wondering why this family was all like this. Really not? Kapu looked puzzled, expressing his doubts. Okay, I have it. Do you want me to tell you? One touch, one certainty. Really trust me. Weiss said firmly. All right. Kapu clearly didn't believe him and continued to repair the Chris ship. Now that you've asked, can I leave? Weiss felt that keeping Carp on the ship was a dangerous move. Who knows when he might throw a punch? Weiss kid, don't be in such a hurry. It's not every day we meet. We can catch up properly. Why rush to kick me, an old man, off the ship? Carp picked his nose and continued hammering. We're not familiar. We've only met once, and that was when I fought your lieutenant. There's no old story to tell. Get that straight. Weiss was going crazy. He saw Carp nail the booger in. Once Carp left, Weiss would definitely have Jack fix this deck. Absolutely. Ha. Don't mind these details. It's not uncommon for strangers to become good friends after just one meeting. Seeing Carp play dumb, Weiss thought if I could beat him, I'd kick him off right now. Wait, I can't beat you now, but you owe me money. Let's double that. A grandson who hasn't even set sail yet. And when he does, Weiss felt Carp was thinking something rude. Noticing Weiss's silence, Carp sensed something was off. No, stop talking nonsense. How could that be? I'm an upright person. Weiss quickly turned his head to avoid Carp, seeing his expression. I'm not just idling around. I'll tell you some news. Someone is looking for you all over the sea. Carp, seeming tired from the repairs, took out a bag of donuts. Halfway through the repairs already. As expected of a strong man's speed. What news? Who is looking for me? Hawkeye. Carp didn't mention that someone else might also be looking for Weiss. But there was no evidence. Weiss paused with the hammer in hand, thinking for a moment, then asked, how long are you planning to stay? Carp thought for a moment, seemingly recalling Sengoku's instructions. Oh, Sengoku said that as long as it's confirmed you really don't have that technique, just don't cause trouble at the auction. After all, your destructive power on Tree Crown Island is quite strong. You are currently the strongest on this island. Sengoku is worried you might obstruct the Navy's work. Carp continued to ramble. I'm not. Stop talking nonsense. Weiss shot a glance at Carp. Am I really the strongest? Besides, I really have it. Don't doubt me. Weiss said seriously, as for the auction, I can skip it and set sail right now. No trouble will exist. Carp was dumbfounded. You're really going to leave? You're not even going to take that 1 billion berry ransom? Carp hurriedly asked. If Weiss really left, whatever had disappeared and seemed to be heading toward him might not come anymore. Of course I want it. Why wouldn't I? That's what I earned through hard work. If I don't take it, am I giving it to you? Weiss rolled his eyes at the anxious Carp. If you leave, you want to get it, right? Carp realized something was off, right? Didn't you say you'd leave if I don't cause trouble at the auction? I'm not participating in the auction now. I'm leaving directly. Let us go. Let us go. I need to set sail. Weiss waved his hand in disdain, seemingly urging Carp to leave the ship. He said, just let me finish the auction and not cause trouble, right? Fine. I can't beat you. I'll want to participate, so there is no trouble, right? But if I leave and come back when the auction starts, want to that work? You can still find me? Weiss wanted to see who the bastard was spreading the rumors. If no one was secretly stirring the pot, then the news wouldn't be so rampant in the underground world. Now, he felt quite passive. That pack of hyenas was searching, and now the Navy had arrived. Would the CP group come asking too? Who knows what kind of cats and dogs would show up next? It was annoying. What Weiss didn't know was that the CP group had already contacted people close to him. They just used their own methods and didn't dare to say it outright like others. So you're not participating in the auction? Carp asked stubbornly. Why participate? I already know that technique. Why would I pay for it? Am I crazy? To cause trouble? It's not that boring. Carp had already believed Weiss didn't have it, but he looked at the half-repaired deck filled with cracks and said, that's not a problem. But can your ship still move? It's fine, as long as the keel isn't broken. Jack can slowly repair it during the voyage. As long as it can hold up, you don't have to worry, old man, Weiss said firmly. Carp was uncomfortable on the ship. Sengoku must have sent Carp to ask him if he had that technique. Now that he admitted it, Carp didn't believe it and still lingered on his ship. Ha! Weiss kid, you're really interesting. Carp held a donut in one hand, pointed at Weiss with the other, and laughed heartily. Crumbs from the donut still visible at the corners of his mouth. Sengoku isn't that boring to specifically send me to monitor you. You just asked me to come and inquire. Coincidentally, I heard about your deeds on the island and came over. Saying this, Carp popped a donut into his mouth. Really? Why didn't he think he had such great abilities? Of course it's true. Now that I'm sure you don't have that technique, I'll leave, Carp said, leaving without a trace. Watching Carp's departing figure, Weiss frowned, unsure of what this old man was really thinking. Is Carp really that foolish? Those who think like that have already perished at sea. The saying the wise appear foolish fits such people. But what is the real reason? Is it just to ask about that technique? Captain, are we still leaving? Jack came over, as he had time to notify Karina and the others earlier. Of course we're leaving, but not immediately. First, we need to fix the ship and collect the ransom before we go. Because of that dubious technique, all sorts of monsters have appeared on this island. Even the Navy heroes are out. Who knows what kind of characters will show up next? Are we coming back? Jack asked again. Of course we will. I want to see who the bastard is spreading my information everywhere. Weiss gritted his teeth. Moreover, Weiss secretly made a decision. You're afraid I'll cause trouble, right? If this vortex isn't big enough, then let us make it even more chaotic. Let us make a name for myself all at once, so those scum don't dare to move. Right now, even in paradise, 6 people dared to attack. What about when we get to the new world? Wouldn't it be even more troublesome? Weiss would definitely participate in the auction. If that thing is fake, Weiss wouldn't mind revealing the truth. But is the real situation really as Weiss anticipated? CP gave him information because they thought he had some, while Sengoku suspected he had complete information. Haha, Sengoku, you didn't see Weiss kid's expression, that initial desperate denial, and then under my questioning he actually admitted it. It's too funny. Carp walked on a secluded path, laughing into the transponder snail. Carp, I asked you to gather information, and this is how you do it? You went straight to ask the person involved. Is that information accurate? Sengoku's roaring voice came from the other end of the transponder snail. It turned out Sengoku had sent Carp to secretly gather information on Bird Island. Once the news is confirmed, there are plans to contact Weiss. And such technology must not leak outside. Don't mind these details. After all, it's just about gathering information. Isn't it clearer to ask him directly? Carp said nonchalantly. Are you saying he vehemently denied knowing about that technology and then admitted it under your pressure? Sengoku suddenly calmed down, seriously doubting that Weiss said that because he was impatient with the questioning. Yes, Carp replied while eating a donut. All right then, you wait for Peach Rabbit and T-Pig over there and let them handle this matter. When the time comes, just look after the 2 of them over there. If he really shows up in the first half and you can't control the situation, then take action. Hey, Sengoku, what did you say? The signal here is bad. I'm almost at East Blue. Oh no, lost signal, hanging up. Carp ended the call and strolled leisurely on Bird Island. Carp didn't believe that there was anything Peach Rabbit and Pig couldn't handle in this place. Control the situation? Let us talk about it when that person shows up. Far away at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku looked at the disconnected snail phone, rubbing his sore head. How could he have let Carp gather information in the first place? He should have just assigned him one task. Why did he believe he had the talent for intelligence gathering? In the evening, many people in black appeared on the shore, all dressed in suits. 20 people each carrying a box followed behind a middle-aged man. The man glanced at the 5 people on the shore, said nothing, and directly led the 20 people toward the Chris ship. The old eagle and his group felt sweat drop from their foreheads as they realized they wouldn't be returning with good news this time. Although they belonged to different factions, they had heard enough about this person's ruthlessness. Jack, standing on the lookout tower, saw those people arrive at the bottom of the Chris ship and jumped down. These matters didn't require Weiss to intervene. I, Fist under the Queen of Joy Street, am here to redeem someone. Fist politely bowed and addressed Jack. Our captain is resting. You can leave the money below and take the person away. Jack replied. Fist looked at Jack, the fiery clouds in the sky reflecting behind him, making it hard to see his face clearly for a moment. All right, we'll leave now. Fist left promptly. A day later, under the bright full moon, moonlight poured over Bird Island, as if draping the island in a thin veil. The statue in the central square appeared particularly mysterious under the moonlight. After wandering the sea for a day, Master Weiss returned to the island. At this moment, the central square was bustling. The night here was a paradise for children, with toys being the only items for sale. Children ran around the statue, holding sparkling toys, looking very happy. Gru, accompanied by Matt, walked through the crowd, watching the running children with some regret, wishing he had brought his daughter today, because he knew that tonight, this place was very dangerous, and most people here would die in the chaos without help. As they approached the auction house, they paused for a moment, staring at the plum blossom emblem of the auction house, lost in thought. Sir, as people rushed into the auction house, Gru stood out, prompting Matt to remind him. Gru was jolted awake by Matt's voice and then followed the crowd into the auction house. Outside the auction house, Weiss approached the building, which was only slightly shorter than the statue. He looked at the plum blossom emblem, took a deep breath, and glanced at Theodore beside him. He knew that the person clamoring to board the ship was a second-generation rich kid, but he hadn't expected him to be this wealthy. Upon learning that he had specifically established a newspaper to spread information, Weiss could only deeply lament the wealth of the elite. So, this auction house is also your family's property? Weiss raised an eyebrow and asked. Of course. Our Carmelin family is a well-known family throughout the Grand Line. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been so easily rescued back then. Theodore said proudly about his family. Everything he had now could be said to be given by the family. Weiss looked deeply at Theodore. Was it really the family that made him? Over the past day, Weiss had gathered all information about the Carmelin family and Theodore on the market. If Theodore were not burdened by his family, his strength would definitely be far beyond this. Climbing up the high steps, bright lights shone through the 7-meter-high entrance, and 10 welcoming young ladies in Qipao stood outside to greet the arriving guests. This was not just an auction house. It was also a hotel. Slanka, who had been waiting there, saw Theodore approaching and just glanced at him from the corner of his eye before respectfully saying to Weiss, Lord Sword Demon, you're here. This way, please. The auction starts at 9 tonight. You can rest in the VIP lounge for now. You must be Theodore's brother. No need to be so formal. Just call me Weiss. He said, feeling a bit sorry for this person who had been kidnapped multiple times in a short period. Compared to Cardun, it seemed like he hadn't heard Cardun complain about his bad luck in a long time. Was it because he was following him? Lord Weiss, this way, please. Slanka led the way in front, with Theodore following behind, and Weiss stood in the middle. People in the hall were chatting among themselves. There were those who were not qualified to enter the VIP room, as well as servants waiting outside. They all watched this exceptionally young person, who needed the presence of the 2 main figures of the Carmelin family, wondering what his identity was. These people were not staring like pirates nor gasping loudly. Some recognized Weiss's identity and silently retreated to the back of the crowd, quietly heading up the stairs, seemingly to inform the boss. Some were whispering about what measures would be taken now that such a figure was associated with the Carmelin family. They needed to know that over the years, they had lost more than a few properties. It seemed that the Carmelin family was about to reconnect with the Sword Demon and regain their peak. Would the plum blossom emblem once again spread across the Grand Line? Theodore, walking behind, heard some people talking and was very pleased with the effect. letting these people spread the news. Before the relationship with Weiss was clarified, they would at least dare not act rashly. As for the further developments, Weiss had not yet revealed any information allowing Theodore to board the ship. Whether he could board or not, let us wait and see. After taking the elevator, Weiss and his party arrived at the top floor of the hotel, which was a completely open space, encompassing the entire top floor. The moment they entered, Weiss felt that Gru's palace was nothing but a rural chicken compared to this place. 8 magnificent lights illuminated the entire top floor, bright yet not glaring, and large sofas were orderly arranged in the middle of the hall. In the northwest corner, a rockery with flowing water bubbled gently, surrounded by mist. The surrounding walls were adorned with the painstaking works of artists, and some precious porcelain was placed on exquisitely carved wooden tables. Weiss couldn't name any of these items because he simply didn't understand them. The whole room exuded one word: luxury. Sitting on the sofa, Salonika had a glass of red wine brought to him, personally serving it in front of Weiss, who remained unmoved. Come on. Ever since I said I was coming to the auction, you've been all mysterious, and now this grand setup. I feel somewhat unworthy. Theodore knew that if he didn't clarify soon, there would be no chance left, so he glanced at Salonika and said, I want to board a ship and plant the Sword Demon's banner over the Carmeline family, which is under the Sword Demon's protection. Is that even possible? Weiss was genuinely surprised. In the New World, pirates planted their flags on islands, using their names to protect the islands from other pirates' invasions. However, the people on the islands had to pay a certain amount of wealth annually, essentially a protection fee. The biggest example was the 4 emperors ruling over the New World. He had never heard of a family submitting to a powerful figure in the ocean. Firstly, people's personalities are unpredictable. Becoming a subordinate could mean total subjugation, leading to a loss rather than gain. Secondly, families like the Carmeline have businesses spread across the Grand Line. Frankly speaking, they might earn more in a year than the commoners of an entire island. How would the profits be divided? The stakes are too high, and it's inevitable that the powerful would become envious. No one dislikes having too much money, not even the great pirates of the New World, who are constantly searching for great treasures. Are they really only after that throne? Haven't you heard the questions posed by the one who initiated the era of great pirates? Even the Golden Emperor, who controls 20% of the world's currency, Wu Ti, refuse more money. A family and an island are entirely different. When the time comes, all one has to do is eliminate the ruling family and all resistance, select some suitable people, and they could easily take over decades or even centuries of accumulation. Who would be willing to do that? Today, Weiss encountered such a situation. Haven't you thought about the consequences? Weiss asked in surprise. Of course I have thought about it. What is the difference? If I can't step into the circle of the strong, the Carmeline family being swallowed is just a matter of time. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, I might as well take a risk. This thought had initially flashed through his mind when he saw the bill. It was after interacting with Weiss that he truly made up his mind. He felt that Weiss was different from the strong he had encountered before, but he couldn't quite pinpoint how. This might not be the best path for the Carmeline family, but it was certainly the most suitable one for now. Moreover, Theodore would also board the ship and have a way to grow stronger. Weiss would gain immense wealth, the Carmeline family would receive protection, and Theodore could become stronger. It's beneficial for both sides. Weiss looked up at the ceiling, feeling that accepting Theodore was like gaining another pair of eyes on the sea. Money isn't everything. Ugh. Money isn't important. The 2 brothers from the Carmeline family watched Weiss anxiously. After all, Weiss's decision would determine the speed of their family's decline. You need to help me with one thing first. Inside the spacious auction hall, bright lights illuminated it as if it were daytime. Soft carpets covered the ground, and rows of seats surrounded the central auction stage in the hall. The second floor was divided into 12 private rooms, each able to clearly see everyone below. This was something only the strong and the wealthy could enjoy. To put it bluntly, one of these private rooms could withstand all the people below. The crowd was bustling as people entered the auction hall one after another, finding their seats and waiting for the auction to begin. They chatted about the items in the catalog, commenting on treasures they admired, giving the illusion that they were determined to win them at the auction. But more was being discussed about the note, speculating what it would say and whether the Carmeline family would use it as the final piece to auction, even placing it ahead of the devil fruits. They belonged to the crowd that had no right to know such news. Those who were informed were all seated in the private rooms, and everyone in those rooms was there for the last 2 auction items. Weiss sat in the private room while the Theodore brothers went to do something, leaving him alone. He initially thought of using observation hockey to sense who was in the private rooms, but decided against it, thinking it might be rude. Through the glass of the private room, Weiss looked down at the nearly full seats and suddenly spotted two familiar faces in the corner. Brother, do we really have to stay in here? What if something happens? A ponytail girl dressed as a waitress whispered cautiously to a young man beside her. No way. Everyone here is a big shot. What kind of danger could there be? This is a grand auction. We'll have plenty to brag about when we get back. The young man, self-aware, didn't see the people here as prey. If there were real danger, who would end up being the prey was uncertain. These two were the siblings who had scammed Weiss back in Road Town. Just as the siblings were whispering to each other, the lights in the auction hall suddenly dimmed, and a bright spotlight illuminated the central auction stage. A middle-aged man stepped up to the auction stage, casually scanning the crowd, who were all formidable sea pirates and wealthy merchants. Even though he had hosted over 100 auctions, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Merchants were one thing, but those pirates could be troublesome. After glancing at the private room where Weiss was, knowing that the infamous sword demon was there, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man spoke loudly into the light. First, I would like to welcome everyone to the auction hosted by the Carmeline family. I am Tokfi, the auctioneer for this event, and I greet you all here. Firstly, I want to thank Lord Joker for providing a precious devil fruit for this auction. After all, this item is quite rare across the seas. Secondly, I thank Lord Lotus, the pirate with a bounty of 150 million in Box 8, and Lord Pika, the pirate with a bounty of 149 million in Box 9. I hope you find what you desire here. I also want to thank the Gru family in Box 4, the Alista family in Box 5, the Pierre family in Box 6, and the Daubin family in Box 7 for their presence. I hope you all have a great time here. Finally, I want to express my gratitude to the sword demon Weiss in Box 1 for his strong support for the Carmeline family. After saying that, Tokfi bowed deeply in Weiss's direction, knowing that whether he could survive the night depended on this person as support. Normally, if Tokfi introduced in this manner, the pirates below would have already begun to cause a ruckus, but now, due to Weiss's presence, they could only silently listen until he finished. What Tokfi didn't know was that in Box 5, the so-called member of the Alista family was already unconscious on the ground, bruised and battered. Inside the private room, there was now a man with red hair wrapped in a scarf, followed by a woman. What he hadn't mentioned was that in Box 2, there were also two powerful Navy officers, one with a spider tattoo on his thigh and a scruffy-looking man. There was also a group of people in black observing everyone present in Box number 3 with keen interest. Tokfi, have you finished the introductions? When are we going to start the auction? How long do you intend to bow? A somewhat exaggerated voice came from the box where Lotus was seated. All right, Lord Lotus, let's begin the auction, Tokfi announced. Now, please welcome our first auction item, a crown from 300 years ago. This crown has a long history, and here you can experience the rich culture of that country and the craftsmanship of the time. Perhaps you might even catch a glimpse of the king's dandruff. Some people couldn't help but laugh at Tokfi's half-joking remark. At this moment, the hostess brought up a tray covered with red cloth. Tokfi didn't waste any time. He lifted the cloth, revealing a crown with a gold base and red silk. 300 years old crown, starting bid 3 million berry. The response was a silence that felt like an elegant stillness. It is said that this crown hides treasures from that country that have been concealed for 300 years. If you get it, you might become wealthy overnight. Still, no one spoke. Every day, there are countless rumors about treasures at sea, but 99 of them are fake, and the rest have already been snatched up. So, such items are hardly needed except by collectors. Tokfi wasn't disappointed. The Carmeline family had already prepared for all items except the devil fruit to go unsold at this auction. That note was meant for snatching, not for bidding. Just as Tokfi was about to declare the item unsold, a weak voice came from below. 3,100,000 berry? I was going to say 3,000,001 berry, but I was afraid it would be misunderstood as causing trouble, so I didn't dare to say it. Deal. Tokfi didn't even confirm it a third time and directly made the decision. As expected, for the following items, hardly anyone participated in the bidding. Everyone kept their money for the upcoming devil fruit auction. Now, we are starting the bidding for the third to last item, a good quality sword made of deep sea cold iron, with a blade that exudes a chilling aura and is bloodless. Starting bid 10 million berry, 12 million berry. As soon as the words fell, a small pirate with a bounty of several tens of millions spoke up, believing that given the current situation, he wouldn't have a chance to bid on the devil fruit. 14 million. It wasn't just him who had this thought. 18 million, 20 million, 22 million, 25 million, 25 million. First time. This sword is as sharp as a hair. Having a good weapon is equivalent to having a second life. Second time. Third time sold. Congratulations to this pirate for successfully acquiring the abyss. The pirate immediately completed the transaction at the back and left the auction without looking back, only to find that there were considerably fewer people outside. Both the auction house and the square outside were like this. Now we come to the product everyone is eagerly awaiting, the paramecia-type devil fruit. It is the paramecia-type devil fruit, the soft fruit. Eating it can make the items touched by the user incredibly soft, even flowing like a puddle on the ground. This is a very powerful fruit for enhancing strength. Starting bid 100 million berry. As Takfi's voice fell, the entire auction hall first fell silent, then erupted into a wave of noisy discussions, clearly debating the practicality of this fruit. Sitting in the box, Weiss swirled his wine glass, contemplating this fruit. The Carmeline family had shown it to him long ago when they obtained it, but he was a pure swordsman and would not eat a devil fruit. Even if he weren't, he wouldn't eat this fruit. The soft fruit, just by its name, one can tell what kind of ability it has. Anything touched by the user can be softened instantly. Whether it's a sword, a ship, a person, or various weapons, everything can be. Is this fruit powerful? Yes, very powerful. Even if it requires touching the enemy to activate, it doesn't change the fact that it's very abnormal. Those who know you have this ability will always devote part of their attention to avoid being touched by you, while you can attack with all your might. For those who don't know, it's even easier. Just one strike can achieve a guaranteed kill. Is it weak? Yes, it is weak because you need to touch the opponent. If you encounter someone with a sword or a gun and you're not strong enough, you'll still be finished. Moreover, just think about it. Even the swamp fruit can be developed into such a form. Who knows what bizarre techniques could be developed from this fruit? That man wouldn't like this fruit, especially when it affects him. What if something indescribable comes out? What if 150 million? A businessman sitting below immediately followed up with the price, raising it by 50 million, tried to intimidate his opponent with this momentum. Just raised 50 million. Are you thinking of eating shit? 200 million. The price continued to climb. The price of devil fruits in the underground world is 100 million berry each, but remember, that's just a low price. Some very weak fruits might have such a price, like the zoan-type alpaca fruit. However, some fruits can sell for tens of billions, like the surgery fruit. So the price of devil fruits still depends on what value their abilities hold. And at the auction house, almost all items will sell for a premium. The atmosphere was right. People were infected by the lively and frenzied atmosphere, feeling that spending a little more money was no big deal. The key point was that there were competitors. The devil fruit didn't even need Takfi to explain. The price had now soared over 300 million berry, and the shouting from below had gradually faded. Some pirates had already regretted not choosing a suitable item to enhance their strength among the previously auctioned items. At this moment, they had been eliminated from this situation. 400 million berry. A businessman shouted loudly, seemingly using all his strength, and after shouting, he sat back down in his chair. This was all his wealth. If he didn't succeed, he would perish. The people downstairs were completely stunned by this 400 million. This price had far exceeded their capacity to bear. They just knew that this businessman was destined not to get this devil fruit, because the families and pirates above hadn't opened their mouths at all. The families? Needless to say, which one hasn't been wandering the seas for over 100 years? Even the two big pirates had been in the Grand Line for over 5 years, and didn't lack this little money at all. As expected, 500 million berry. Lotus spoke up, directly raising it by 100 million, completely plunging the hopeful businessman into despair. As Lotus's voice fell, some pirates below gasped in surprise. Is that the notorious pirate, the blaster Lotus, with a bounty of 150 million? Sure enough, a strong person is a strong person, throwing out 500 million berries without batting an eye. This is unbelievable. Is this the aura of a strong person? 500 million berries, just like that. When will I be able to become such a figure? Of course it's simple. As long as you don't go to the new world, you'll eventually become such a person in paradise. Really? Can I really be like this? Of course, I'm telling you. Rodaz was quite satisfied with this effect, indicating that his reputation could still intimidate these people. But why did the conversation change so suddenly? What do you mean I don't dare to go to the new world, that I only dare to stay in paradise and wield power, that I'm timid? This is called strategically holding the base to improve oneself. You know nothing. If it weren't for. Forget it. Thinking about this, Rodaz glanced at the private room, where Weiss was, and could only let the pirates below discuss freely. Fortunately, Torquefi seemed to realize that this was going a bit wrong, and loudly said, Lord Rodaz bids 500 million berries. Is there anyone who can bid higher? Ha ha, Rodaz. Look at how your reputation has shrunk to the point that even a few juniors are no longer intimidated by it. That's quite embarrassing. Since you bid 500 million, then I'll bid 500 million and one berries. Anyone with eyes can see that this pirate is going to go against Rhodas. But the pirates and merchants below didn't dare to speak. The only ones who could stand against a bounty of 150 million were those of the same level. The weak don't dare, and the strong look down on them. Pika, do you want to die? Anyone could hear the murderous intent in Rhodas's words. Do you dare to make a move? Pika said mockingly. 510 million berries. 510 million and two berries. 530 million. 530 million and four berries. 550 million. Weiss silently watched the two pirates competing with each other over the price. Glancing at the red wine and tea on the coffee table, the water seemed to be overflowing. 600 million berries. At this moment, the Daubin family seemed unable to watch the two play around and directly announced a price. They had to secure this devil fruit. 650 million. The Pierre family also announced a price, as they had come specifically for this and would definitely not concede. 700 million. The Daubin family simply would not back down. Pika's face darkened, not daring to explode. He thought that with 700 million berries prepared, victory was in the bag. But these few families directly raised the price to this level, and it seemed they wouldn't stop. The money, apart from what had been saved over the years, also came from killing a few pirates and letting the non-bounty lackeys claim the rewards, but in the end, it was all for nothing. Lakta felt the same way. If it weren't for Weiss being here, he would have gone up to snatch it already, still listening to you babble. The price was finally raised by the Daubin family to 900 million berries, and those competing with him in the private room fell silent, seemingly accepting this as theirs. Daubin family bids 900 million. Is there a higher bid? 900 million once, twice, 3 times sold. Congratulations to the Daubin family for obtaining this precious devil fruit. Now we will proceed to the final. Wait. Torquefai's speech was interrupted by the Daubin family. Daubin family patriarch, do you have any questions? I want to settle the devil fruit first. Although the Daubin family knew that the people in these private rooms couldn't see them, they still felt an inexplicable pressure. This matter, give it to him. Why spoke at this moment? If it didn't settle now, it could become difficult later, and it was uncertain who would snatch the devil fruit. As for the money, Torquefai would take care of it anyway. All right, Mr. Weiss. Please, everyone, wait 15 minutes. Soon, to save time, Torquefai called in 50 people and 100 machines to count the funds, and that pair of siblings was among them. This was also the last 50 people left by the Camellan family at the auction house. After everything was settled, the patriarch of the Daubin family had his son eat the devil fruit on the spot. Now, we will auction the last item of this session. That is the technology to extract devil fruits. The people below even thought there was something wrong with their ears. How could such technology exist in this world? Even if it did, it wouldn't appear in this auction house. 1/3 of it. After Torquefai finished speaking, the crowd clearly let out a sigh of relief. Even a part of it was terrifying. Some people, upon hearing this, looked up at the private room above, their expressions changing as they slowly stood up and gradually exited the auction house. There were quite a few people doing this. A woman in glasses in the private room glanced at the departing pirates and merchants, ignoring them. Their target was only the people in the private room or a certain individual. Who knows how much effort CP expended to lock onto their targets. Almost combing through the family powers in the early part of the Grand Line, Torquefai took out a box from his pocket, afraid to open it. Fearing he might see something he didn't want to see, he still wanted to live a few more days. Then he placed the box on the auction stage for an auction without a bottom price. Afterward, he quickly led the 50 employees carrying the settled berries away, leaving the subsequent matters to Weiss. After all, one of Weiss's purposes for coming here was to root out the brat who was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Taking a sip of wine, he hung his sword at his waist and directly smashed the glass to jump out. This startled the pirates and merchants still present below, thinking someone was coming to snatch something. When they saw it was Weiss, they breathed a sigh of relief. At least there wouldn't be a fight for now. Weighing the box in his hand, everyone's gaze followed the box up and down, hoping it would fall to the ground and spill out its contents. Make your bid. Weiss leaned against the auction stage, seemingly more comfortable in this posture. No one spoke. The people below were watching the show, and those above were contemplating whether to bid. After all, CP's movements could not be hidden from everyone. Lord Sword Demon, the underground world says you know the complete technology. I wonder if this is true? Rhodas suddenly spoke up. What do you think? Weiss glanced at the private room he was in. Rhodas felt as if thousands of swords were slashing towards him with Weiss's gaze, immediately scaring him into a cold sweat, collapsing onto the sofa. 100 million berries. Suddenly, A man's voice came from the private room of the Alista family, announcing a price. Upon hearing this voice, the others were not surprised. Only the remaining families frowned in unison. They recognized that this was not the voice of anyone from the Alista family. Suddenly, hey, I really didn't expect someone like you to appear here. It's truly surprising. A boastful voice suddenly came down from the top of the auction house. As everyone looked up, some pirates exclaimed, "How could he be here? Isn't he in the New World?" Who informed him? A person with golden hair, wearing sunglasses, shirtless, in sharp leather shoes, and draped in a pink feather coat, was sitting above, looking down at everyone. The newcomer was Don Quixote Doflamingo. The people in the hall hadn't activated their observation hockey, and Doflamingo hadn't even looked inside the VIP room, so no one noticed his arrival. Oh, if someone unexpected appears here, then who could the people in that VIP room be? Weiss looked at the VIP room, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw. But the glass in front of the VIP room shattered, revealing two standing figures and several people lying on the ground. It was the sweet Commander Katakuri and his sister Bruli. With the perception of observation hockey just moments ago, Weiss slashed the glass in front of him and decided to step out himself. How is this possible? What day is it today? Originally, he was in the New World, and his sister was here notifying some people to attend the tea party. Out of boredom, he came through the mirror world after hearing some news. Katakuri glanced at Doflamingo high above. While others might not be familiar with his voice, he certainly was. He initially planned to obtain this uncertain item through relatively civilized means. But now it seemed impossible. Then let S confront them. Shouldn't the remaining 2 VIP rooms also step out? Crack, crack, Peach Rabbit, T-Pig, and the CP agents revealed their faces in succession. For such an elusive thing, you monstrous beings actually appeared in the paradise. How exciting. In fact, those who came here still held doubts about that technology. Even with so-called evidence, unless they saw a devil fruit being extracted with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Regardless, they all appeared here with their respective goals. The pirates and merchants below were stunned by the sudden appearance of figures that only existed in newspapers or legends. And once they regained their senses, they fled in droves. Everyone knew they couldn't stay here any longer. Gulu quietly walked out of the VIP room. He initially didn't want to participate in this matter. He knew that CP had been investigating who caused the unrest on Crown Island and who spread such news. After all, it involved the Celestial Dragons. So he had been acting low-key, even hesitating to accept the Celestial Dragon's butler's assets, instead accepting those of other families that suffered losses. This matter should have ended, as the assets that became available were enough for the Gulu family to digest for a while. However, when he was invited to the auction and saw the list of participants, he realized he was a key suspect, and he didn't mind dragging some top families down with him. As he walked, Gulu reminisced about how he obtained those 5 devil fruits. Technology? How could such a thing exist? If it weren't for the ancient iron training passed down through the family and the lessons learned from past experiences, that fruit would indeed be a very good choice. What a pity, what a pity. So, the rumors about the sword demon were spread by him. The note was also placed by him after he ordered Mart to kidnap Slanka. The night demon had already notified him before he released the note. After all, with the strength of the Gulu family, all they could do was use others to do their dirty work. What ill intentions could a squinty-eyed person have? He simply wanted his business rival dead. But Katakuri's arrival was somewhat unexpected. At this moment, the CP agents whispered something to the glasses-wearing woman. Then all the CP agents retreated together, clearly not intending to participate in the scramble for this information. Why waste effort on something they already knew? As for the Navy, if you want to fight for it, go ahead. It has nothing to do with me. Did the Gulu family really leave? Yes, Dalbin and Pierre were still here. As expected, our suspicions were correct. The remaining people were the Night Demon, Kakuri, 2 Vice Admirals, and 4. Weiss didn't know how to describe these families. Were they unaware of their own limits? Or did they think they could pick up scraps? I remember you just bid 100 million berries. Weiss said to Katakuri. Katakuri used his observation hockey to sense that Weiss was just standing there and replied, yes. Hearing the answer, Weiss took out the note from the box in front of everyone, and with a swift movement of a small knife, the note was instantly shredded. He then placed a new note inside and closed the box. So it's a deal. This item belongs to you. By the way, the information you know in the underground world is all true. That note just now contained complete information as Weiss tossed the box to Katakuri. Almost simultaneously, a transparent thread rapidly extended towards the box. As for how to avoid Katakuri's observation hockey, just think of Luffy's actions on Sky Island. Ding! The thread was severed with a crisp sound, and the box was obstructed by the slash, failing to reach Katakuri's hands. Navy, what do you mean? Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, clearly very angry at that moment. Regardless of whether it was real or not, as long as he got it, he could manipulate it for profit. It's nothing. This item is currently better off in the Navy's hands, Peach Rabbit said calmly. Although the 7 warlords and the Navy are publicly non-interfering, privately, no Navy officer likes this system. It seems like you're having an internal conflict. Katakuri had already foreseen everything, so he couldn't even be bothered to lend a hand. The box quietly lay on the ground, and the remaining 2 families and 2 small pirates dared not make a move. The reason they were still here was to see if they could get lucky. Now that Weiss had placed the complete technology inside, their greed had increased. They certainly didn't believe such a powerful person would deceive them. Oh, you don't want it? I really know about that kind of thing. But it's not formed by technology. It exists in another way. Up to now, there should be no more than 3 people in the sea who know this secret. Perhaps that's how those 5 devil fruits came about. Weiss was uncertain whether those 5 old men knew. Vice Admiral Garp seemed to have asked Weiss this question before, and Weiss admitted it. But Vice Admiral Garp didn't believe it. Now it seemed that it might be true. T-Pig whispered to Peach Rabbit. However, everyone present was among the top experts in the 2nd tier of the sea. With their observation hockey fully activated, how could they not hear it? Weiss's current goal was to start a fight. After the fight, no one would dare to challenge him casually, and it would also be considered a pit dug for Blackbeard. Although he wouldn't interact too much with the Straw Hat crew, there were still some people he could set up. For example, Blackbeard or a certain annoying little brat. Well, let's not say more. If we continue, you can check it out. After all, this is just a matter of a thin layer of paper. Weiss's hesitance seemed to deepen the credibility of his words. After Weiss finished speaking, he could clearly feel a change in the atmosphere on site. The information he had heard before was only part of the whole, and now Weiss had presented the complete picture. The significance was entirely different. Regardless of whether it was true or false, it was best to seize it first. Brother Ming spread his fingers like a beast's claw, and 5 transparent threads swirled at his fingertips like a snake flicking its tongue. The golden reflection of the Kinjur in Peach Rabbit's hand mirrored the cold light, as though everyone's faces were imprinted upon it. Katakuri also raised his trident, warily watching everyone, while Bruley hid in the mirror space. After all, strictly speaking, he was the only one alone here. In the standoff, Brother Ming seemed a bit displeased as he looked at the box. He raised his arm, extended his index finger, and a thread flashed with a gleam, shooting toward the box lying on the ground at bullet speed. Katakuri, not to be outdone, summoned a rice cake that wriggled on his finger, coalescing into a bullet-sized rice cake ball, which he shot toward the thread that Brother Ming had fired. With a bang, the thread and the rice cake collided in the air, creating a wave that instantly knocked the box on the ground over. This scene seemed to signal everyone present, and the 5 people moved at the same time. Weiss aimed at Brother Ming, knowing that without a doubt, the Navy would attack Katakuri, and Weiss's target was undoubtedly Brother Ming. As expected, Weiss engaged in battle with Brother Ming, and the Navy also attacked Katakuri. As for whether Brother Ming would die at Weiss's hands, that was no longer the Navy's concern. Originally, the Navy had prepared for Weiss not to cause trouble at this auction and to auction the information directly at a high price. But now, with 2 more pirates involved and the information being complete and 80 credible, it could only be obtained by the Navy. Super Whip, Brother Ming, high above, revealed a mad smile, extending his arm backward as dozens of transparent threads shimmered coldly, wildly swaying like seaweed. These threads intertwined like snakes, visibly forming a massive super whip. With a swing of his arm, the whip sliced through the air with a crack, sweeping toward Weiss below, and the whip continued to wriggle in the air, constantly lengthening. Weiss gently turned his right hand, slashing upward at an angle, and a blade of light shot forth from the tip of his sword, slicing toward the massive serpentine line. Swish! The strike hit the pillar-like threads like a red-hot knife touching snowflakes, and it directly split them in 2, heading toward Brother Ming's arm. Seeing this, Brother Ming quickly turned in the air, separating the threads connected to his palm. The severed pillar of threads in the air collapsed, vanishing into thin air. The sword energy remained undiminished, cutting straight through the floor. I remember you hurt my family. Buffalo is still lying in bed recovering. Brother Ming remained airborne, but his rage was evident to all. Family? You still care about family? Weiss looked up, sarcastically saying, "You're seeking death." Weiss's words reminded him of very unpleasant things. Brother Ming spread his fingers, and 5 threads surged wildly. Once they reached a certain length, his palm swiped downward. 5 threads as strong as steel, arranged neatly, directly enveloping Weiss like a musical score. You might as well come down. You've given me a sore neck. Weiss unleashed 3 slashes in succession, the crimson strikes slicing through the air, one cutting through the oncoming multicolored threads, which shattered in midair. The remaining 2 slashes headed straight for Brother Ming's head. Spiderweb wall. Hundreds of threads danced in the air, constantly intertwining, forming a massive spiderweb in front of Brother Ming. The 2 strikes arrived just in time, clashing against the spiderweb. And as the lines on the web began to break, Brother Ming's expression remained unchanged, a wild smile flashing across his face. At that moment, Weiss used shave, almost instantly appearing in front of Brother Ming. Brother Ming's face did not change as he quickly retreated. In the instant the spiderweb and sword energy disappeared, his fingers formed a gun shape, and the thread shot toward Weiss. By UBU, a few threads shot out like bullets toward Weiss. Weiss horizontally positioned his sword, and all the threads forming bullets struck against it. Brother Ming also descended from the sky. At this moment, bang! Nearby, Katakuri faced the combined attack of 2 admiral candidates. Even with his foresight from observation hockey, he was kicked away by Tsuru. Boom! The auction house's wall was directly smashed through by Katakuri, his figure disappearing into the dust. At this moment, Pika seized the opportunity amidst the battle of several strong fighters and rushed toward the box. Just as he was about to touch the coveted box, a red light flashed, and a transparent thread shot by, freezing him in place, collapsing to the ground. From a distance, Weiss twirled his sword, glanced at Brother Ming, and continued the battle. Having just made a quick strike, Pika died with his eyes wide open, while Rodaz felt heartbroken, having thought he could take advantage of the chaos between the powerful fighters, only to see such a result. The remaining 2 families felt the same way. The Debon family thought that with their devil fruit powers, they could compete with these people, but when they saw Pika's fate, that thought was extinguished instantly. Now, they only wanted to leave the building as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, it was too late. Descent of the rogue line. Brother Ming stood on the ground, extending one hand upward as 5 threads surged out again, breaking through the sky and forming a forked line in the air. Weiss stood on the ground, looking at the rapidly descending threads aimed at piercing his body, his sword held horizontally across his chest, his eyes fixed intently on Brother Ming, seemingly unaware of the deadly lines above him. Who? A simple sword slash. The sword body spun. A thread of crimson sword energy emitted from it, vibrating in circles through the air, creating a sound of contention. These sword energies suddenly expanded, forming a massive tornado made of sword blades. Boom! The crimson tornado ascended from below, directly tearing the 5 threads to shreds, the gusts of wind rustling clothes. While the members of the 2 families and Rodaz covered their eyes, fearing the terrifying tornado would injure them, the floor collapsed, a massive void piercing through the entire building. Large stones falling from above with a whoosh, crashing to the ground and sending up dust. Now, it was clear to see the round moon in the sky. Hee hee hee. What monster? Monster? If your strength is just this little, you'll die here today. Weiss twirled his sword, the tip angled toward the ground, dust covering half his body, his gaze like a sword staring directly at Brother Ming. If given the chance, he really wanted to take down Ten Yasha. He and Blackbeard were true tyrants in every sense. At this moment, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig have already followed Katakuri out to battle, leaving just the 2 of them. How arrogant! Let's see if you have what it takes. As soon as Brother Ming's words fell, Weiss had already disappeared from the spot. At that moment, an earth-shattering aura erupted for Brother Ming. The red ripples surged like a tsunami, continuously eroding the surrounding environment. Aside from Rodaz, who was struggling to hold on, the others fainted under this overwhelming pressure. Clang! The pitch-black blade struck against the spiderweb wall that Brother Ming had long prepared, producing the sound of steel clashing, revealing just how hard those nearly transparent threads were. Conqueror's Haki? There's no need to bring out something so trivial for clearing small fry. The power within Weiss surged continuously, gathering on the blade. You don't have it. Hee hee, even the famous sword demon in the New World lacks Conqueror's Haki. You're nothing special. Brother Ming laughed wildly, even though his arm holding the spiderweb wall had a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. Ha ha, I may lack Conqueror's Haki, but I have this. With that, it was as if he had opened the gates of hell, and a murderous intent erupted violently from Weiss. The scarlet killing intent, carrying the power to destroy the human spirit, swept through the entire building like autumn winds sweeping away leaves. Under the dual pressure of killing intent and Haki, Rodaz fainted immediately, How could someone who didn't even have the courage to face the new world withstand such a crushing will? Boom! Crack! In an instant, the clouds above changed, the bright moon was covered by dark clouds, and red-black lightning struck down from the sky, while a violent wind swept through the entire building. Weiss's killing intent and the power within him surged continuously, while veins bulged on Brother Ming's face as he strained to resist the dual pressure on his body and spirit. The Navy outside couldn't see the scene inside the building, but the changes happening in the sky were clearly visible. Is this the collision of conquerors' hockey? It's truly terrifying. Even from a distance, one could feel that unmatched pressure. A large number of civilians stared blankly at the direction of the building, their eyes wide open, unable to speak, seemingly understanding why the Navy had ordered their evacuation. Crack, crack, crack. The ground couldn't withstand the collision of the two's immense power, producing a gruesome sound as it collapsed, with cracks spreading out in all directions centered on the two of them, resembling climbing vines crawling up the entire wall. Boom, boom. Wall after wall finally couldn't bear such power and collapsed with a thunderous sound. You can't hold on. Weiss exerted force, and Brother Ming's spider web shattered. Puffed. A sword mark appeared diagonally on Brother Ming's chest, causing him to retreat, using the sky path to lift himself up and fly out, as the area had already collapsed. Weiss was more direct, swinging his blade to clear away the debris above him like rays of light, but that couldn't stop the entire building from collapsing into ruins. Weiss stood on the ruins, looking up at Brother Ming in the sky, who was stitching up his wound with threads. The wound, due to the defense of armament hockey, wasn't deep, and hardly any blood had flowed out. At this moment, a large wave of Navy personnel was evacuating civilians in the distance, with two figures assisting them, Jack and Cardon, since they couldn't contribute to a battle of this level. It was better to help evacuate civilians. And what Weiss had requested from the Kamelion family was also this, as he knew a great battle would break out here. Vice Admiral Karp. There are currently two battlefields on Bird Island. One is where Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and Vice Admiral T-Pig are dealing with Katakuri, and the other is where the Sword Demon is facing the Night Demon. The Navy colonel in his mind was still recalling that terrifying clash of hockey. According to reports, more than half of the town to the north of Bird Island had disappeared, turning into ruins, and this battlefield had only destroyed one building so far. But ha, are Peach Rabbit and the others fighting so fiercely? That 3-star general isn't even thinking about escaping. That's really rare. Over here, you all hurry up and evacuate the civilians, or it will soon become like that too. Karp casually said while eating a donut, completely unconcerned. As long as the civilians aren't harmed, what's the big deal about destroying half a town? Yes, the Kamelion family's 2 crew members have been helping us. The Navy continued to evacuate civilians. I underestimated you. It seems I can't take you down without using some tricks. Brother Ming lightly floated down from the sky, his feather coat billowing behind him, in a half-squatting posture, touching the ruins beneath him with one hand. Tricks? You fight me without even covering your spider web with armament hockey, and only realize you need to use it when you're about to get hurt. Is that too much self-confidence? Or are you afraid you won't die quickly enough? Holding his sword, Weiss didn't use it either. Looking at Brother Ming opposite him, analyzing by the time frame, he should have awakened his fruit ability by now. To deal with him, it would still require some trouble. He couldn't yet accomplish what Akiji did to instantly kill Brother Ming. In the original work, Brother Ming tried to take down Smoker, but was frozen by Akiji. That should count as an instant kill, right? Let you be arrogant for a while, you little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Raging wave, white line. In an instant, the entire ruins transformed into a world made of lines. The huge rocks in the ruins changed into countless dense threads as Brother Ming's fruit ability activated. These threads all spiraled together, forming massive pillars, soaring into the sky like a dragon emerging from the sea. The gigantic white thread pillars twisted in the air like a twisted donut, seemingly intending to strangle Weiss beneath this move. Weiss stood under the twisted pillars, watching the shrinking space above him, as a sword-like killing intent surged wildly. The sword aura around him making the blade even more ferocious. With a slight crouch, scarlet sword intent gathered around him. Weiss turned his body, and the sword energy adhered to the blade, then suddenly pointed upwards. Those sword energies, resembling divine dragons, shot out from the tip of the sword as if they had received guidance. Waves of sword light transformed into the shape of swords, trailing long tails as they pierced towards the white lines descending from the sky. Boom! Several sword-formed circles spun like drill bits, crazily rotating within the pillar made of white lines, severing threads that fell from the sky. just as it seemed they would drill through the pillar. The sword energy erupted with a bang. A burst of red sword light exploded from within the pillar, completely shattering the white line pillar. And the waves dispersed the clouds in the sky, revealing the moon once again. What comes around goes around. Basic attack. After saying that, Weiss vanished from sight. Sensing with observation haki, he noticed Brother Ming's expression change as white lines began to emerge from the ground like earthworms after rain. Several massive white lines immediately wrapped around Brother Ming, leaving no space whatsoever. Do you think this can stop me? Under the moonlight, Vis's figure was unclear, with only streaks of red sword light slashing like lightning at the massive white pillars. With each strike, countless white threads were severed, falling to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. As Vis's frenzied slashes continued, the enormous white pillars seemed unable to withstand the pressure, reaching a critical point, with cracks appearing on their surfaces. Accompanied by countless sword strikes, they shattered with a loud bang. Giant wave, white threads. At the moment the shield line was shattered, Mingo immediately activated his awakened skill again. He was not one to passively take hits. At this moment, columns made of threads surged up from the ground again, no longer entangling or defending, but all striking towards Vis simultaneously. It was akin to Ilro's ultimate move. The red sword light vanished, and these tentacle-like columns frantically pounded a single spot, producing a sonic boom in the air, quickly creating a massive pit accompanied by the collapse of numerous buildings. Emerging from the shield line, Mingo looked at the large pit before him, his observation haki sweeping out without restraint. There was no sign of Vis in the pit. He saw Vis crouching atop the statue in the central square. TSK, the warlord Tenyacha is actually hiding in a turtle shell? What a curious sight. Vis shook his head, seemingly having seen something astonishing. Hee, don't get too proud too soon. Mingo's smile had vanished, replaced by caution, facing an equally ranked opponent. Proud? I'm not proud at all. After all, I haven't taken you down yet. Vis stood up from the statue, his aura of sword energy radiating sharply, his piercing gaze making it hard to look directly at him. Armament haki enveloped his sword, and Vis slowly closed his eyes, positioning the sword in front of him, the sword energy vibrating and gradually expanding outward. Meanwhile, thick threads around Mingo slowly stood up, quickly numbering in the thousands. He dared not be careless against Vis, waiting until the enemy's attack was imminent before preparing his own moves. The tips of the thousands of white threads turned into sharp weapons, each covered with armament haki, making the lines appear so menacing and lethal. 1,000 arrows piercing heart feather strike line. Mingo spread his arms, his hands resembling flamingos spreading their wings. The dense lines behind him mirrored the same movement. Mingo swung his arms forward, those wing-like threads with thousands of spearheads directly lunging at Vis, who stood atop the statue. The wind howled. At this moment, Vis still kept his eyes closed, seemingly unaware of the overwhelming lines attacking him. Faced with this scenario, Mingo did not feel joy. Instead, he increased his output of power. Those spikes, covered with armament haki, pierced through the air. Just as they approached Vis, an incomprehensible scene unfolded. These spikes halted 10 meters away from Vis. No matter how hard Mingo tried, they could not break through. It was as if there was an invisible wall blocking his advance. Mingo's expression suddenly changed, controlling the line fruit. He found that his armament haki-covered spikes were being worn down by something, even visibly decreasing in number. Basic attack, one sword. As Vis's voice fell, those invisible walls seemed to vanish, quickly converging onto the sword blade, and the spikes found their outlet for release. But at that moment, a sword energy sliced through the air, cutting a 10-meter-long arc. The thrust was directly severed, and the intense shockwaves from both sides sent Mingo hurtling back, smashing through several buildings. The statue shattered under the impact, and during his backward flight, Vis unleashed another sword energy, heading straight for the vanished Mingo. Crack, crack, crack. Buildings crumbled under the destruction of the sword energy, and after Mingo's landing point was shattered into pieces, he vanished into the air. This time, Vis, holding his sword, slowly walked atop the ruins, glancing at his left arm, where a spike had just pierced his arm. Fortunately, his armament haki was strong enough to prevent injury. His observation haki soon located Mingo. The recent sword energy had struck his arm, revealing a deep scar to the bone, and he was using threads to stitch the wound. Just as Vis was about to finish him off, a sudden sound of a bullet slicing through the air reached his ears. He quickly raised his sword, slicing the bullet in half, only to find it was not a bullet, but a rice cake coated with armament haki. From a distance, Katakuri appeared in the air after a few flashes, but his front was covered in wounds. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig followed closely behind. "Where's Tenyacha?" T-Pig suddenly asked with a frown. "You, a Navy soldier, come to the brawl scene and don't first ask if the civilians are okay, but instead care about a pirate?" Vis retorted. T-Pig frowned deeper, his already unpleasant face becoming even more distorted. It wasn't that he cared for Mingo, but the defeat of a warlord would have significant repercussions. "Why are you saving him?" Katakuri remained silent. He had initially planned to leave, but returned thinking he had forgotten something. Just in time, he saw Vis raise his sword, and through the foresight of his observation haki, he realized that Vis's sword strike almost killed Tenyacha. Indeed, if Katakuri hadn't intervened, that sword strike from Vis might have truly taken Mingo down. In a sense, Mingo had already been defeated. The four people present remained silently on guard. Katakuri was keeping watch over the three, and it seemed that Vis's relationship with the Navy was still quite good at the moment. If he were invited to deal with himself, he would probably agree. He only returned to get that box. What if it was real? It couldn't fall into the hands of the Navy. Bang, bang, bang. A loud sound of boulders rolling down came from the side, and Doflamingo emerged from the ruins, but his arm clearly showed signs of being stitched. He glared at Vis with a sullen expression, completely ignoring the Navy and Katakuri. It had been many years since he suffered such serious injuries. Since becoming a Shichibukai, he had hardly been hurt at all. But now, Sword Demon, where's that box? Seeing that Doflamingo was fine, Chibuta suddenly asked. Vis glanced at Chibuta, too lazy to respond. "Who are you to think I have to answer you, just because you asked?" It was just as well to fear the sudden silence, especially when strong opponents surrounded them. Once that happened, it indicated that the next battle was about to erupt. At this moment, a slight movement caught everyone's attention, and all eyes turned to the nearby ruins, where the stones seemed to have collapsed like water. A hand emerged from within. He was holding the box. Following that, a bloodied young man joyfully crawled out from the soft ruins, but when he felt the gaze of 5 people all on him, his expression visibly darkened at a rapid pace. He seemed about to cry. The young man was the one who had obtained the soft fruit. He had fainted under Doflamingo's haki and was buried beneath the stones. After waking up, he took advantage of a small opening and activated his fruit ability, inadvertently finding that box. He had simply remained under the ruins, and with the soft fruit, he was not afraid of secondary injuries. After waiting for a long time, the noise above had diminished, and he thought those strong ones had left, so he decided to come out. But little did he expect to find such a big surprise left behind. None of those monsters had left, and not a single one had died. "So what were you all doing fighting for so long? Playing house? Do you not know the psychological damage this causes to someone as weak as me? You all chat? I have something to do first. My mom is calling me home for dinner." The young man sensibly placed the box on a nearby stone, greeted them, and turned to leave gracefully. After all, being able to leave so openly under the gaze of so many strong individuals was no easy feat. "Didn't you see that Lotus hasn't woken up yet?" However, behind that graceful demeanor, there was an unknown amount of regret. The young man continuously regretted not checking first before coming out. The 5 did not pay attention to the young man. After he placed the box down, they did not trouble him. After all, would you step on ant by the roadside? No one dared to act recklessly, even with the box so close by. Vis restrained Doflamingo, not allowing him to move, but as for the Navy, "I'll go restrain Katakuri. Momotaro, you go get that box. Destroy it immediately after." Chibuta said directly. He had no issue dealing with Katakuri alone. The Navy had one more powerful person, and here they had absolute authority. Chibuta's lewd face had a dangerous glint as he stared at Katakuri. As long as he moved, he would be struck down with a thunderous blow. So there was no need to think about the box. Vis kept his eyes on Doflamingo, who was also on guard against Vis. Although he wanted to awaken his fruit and swallow the box directly, with so many strong individuals around, he did not dare. Momotaro walked over. The situation was already clear. That box belonged to the Navy. However, just as Momotaro was about to bend down to grab the box, suddenly a hand touched the box faster than her. Even if Momotaro accelerated her speed at that moment, it was too late. As the box disappeared, Momotaro saw a lens reflecting light sitting amidst the ruins, and in her anger, she stomped down hard, shattering half of the ruins. The lens was crushed under her foot. What a shocking turn of events. Something you thought was within reach was actually snatched away by someone else. So, as one of the 3 sweet generals, can you survive against the enraged Navy? Right now, he was the least afraid here, for the sake of the world government's face. The Navy would not allow anyone to kill a Shichibukai in front of them. In the original work, Fujitora watched as Doflamingo was defeated by Luffy. Apart from his own beliefs, it was not without reason that Shichibukai were being defeated one after another, causing the world government to lose face. Really, Tenyasha, are you so sure I will be killed here? Katakuri said calmly. As a great pirate who had dominated the New World for so many years, he would truly believe he had not prepared an escape route. After obtaining the box, Katakuri could completely find an opportunity to slip away. But now they were too close, making it difficult to succeed. Brew brew. Suddenly, the voice of a transponder snail rang out from Chibuta's pocket. With a gloomy face, Chibuta answered the call. Moshi Moshi, this is Chibuta. We too have no problem at all. There is no need to issue such an order. Chibuta seemed very agitated. Okay, understood, no problem. After finishing, Chibuta hung up the phone and said to Tenyasha, the world government has issued a mandatory mobilization order. Tenyasha is to assist Momotaro and Chibuta in capturing one of Big Mom Pirate Suite generals, Katakuri. How could this be? Vis's first reaction upon hearing this order was disbelief. Would the world government issue such an order? Haven't they always maintained the balance over the seas? It seems this time you really are going to die here. Doflamingo's eyes flickered with an ambiguous meaning, not knowing what he was thinking. The three surrounded Katakuri, and Vis watched like an outsider, not wanting to get involved. Continuing to fight Doflamingo now would be opposing the world government, which was not a wise choice at this stage. Flowing glutinous rice cake. Nine-headed rice cake. Katakuri did not sit idly by and wait for the three to attack simultaneously. Instead, he took the initiative, launching two major awakened skills while unleashing his stamina without reservation. The entire ground turned into a sticky rice cake state, with globs of rice cake bubbling up from the ground, aiming to entangle the three opponents. At the same time, 9 donut-shaped rice cakes appeared on the ground, all covered with armament hockey, with 9 arms derived from the glutinous rice cakes appearing on each, simultaneously attacking the three. Katakuri did not exert much effort against Doflamingo. In his observation hockey's foresight, he didn't have to exert himself at all. During the battle among the three, suddenly the clouds in the sky darkened, and a black dot appeared on the high-hanging full moon. The wind became violent, and lightning flashed. Bolts of lightning recklessly darted through the clouds, and a massive shadow fell from the clouds, directly smashing into the center of the four's battle, creating a bottomless giant pit. Vis looked at the giant pit that had been smashed out and cursed inwardly. Damn it! Dust and smoke rose, obscuring their vision. The four's observation hockey freely probed down, all on guard, waiting for the creature to emerge from the pit. Taking advantage of the gap, Katakuri reached into his pocket and took out a small mirror, then dove into it and disappeared. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig had already noticed Katakuri's actions, but there was no time to stop him, because the creature inside the hole had already emerged. A towering figure with long black hair, dragon-like horns, and a bare upper body, resembling a demon with dragon scale tattoos, slowly crawled out of the pit. It hurts so much, how am I still alive? Kaido! Peach Rabbit shouted loudly. Weiss could never have imagined that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, would appear in this part of the paradise. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, he could go to the Navy headquarters or rush to the Holy Land. How'd he suddenly fall here? Weiss's first thought upon seeing him was to run away. He couldn't afford to provoke him at this stage. Cap's appearance here was also due to the suspicion that Kaido would come here. After learning that Jin's devil fruit had been stolen, he drunkenly left the New World. Navy, where's this place? Kaido covered his head, clearly waking up, and took a big gulp from the large gourd at his waist. He remembered getting drunk, being informed by his subordinates that Jin's devil fruit had been stolen, and then angrily leaving Onigashima. What happened after that, he had forgotten. Oh, a kid named Weiss, known as the Sword Demon, stole the devil fruit. Kaido suddenly recalled. Navy, where's that kid Weiss? Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were not interested in responding to him, especially since Vice Admiral Carp was on the island. They even thought they could capture Kaido this time. They just didn't know how long they could keep him imprisoned. Kaido, Weiss is right behind you. Doflamingo, who was enjoying the spectacle, directly pointed out Weiss's location. Kaido slowly turned his massive body, a wisp of black gas leaking from him, as the alcohol flowed down his throat and into his chest. His demon-like eyes fixed intently on Weiss. So is he who stole my devil fruit? Kaido suddenly said with tears streaming down his face, continuously pouring alcohol from the gourd into his mouth. Weiss remained on high alert, his armament hockey covering the blade of his sword, ready to respond to Kaido's attack at any moment. Don't be fooled by how Kaido looked like a crying child right now. He was ruthless in battle. This was just his drunken state, and even in this state, he could instill fear. I didn't steal yours. I stole Jin's. Jin's doesn't count as yours. Weiss blurted out. The three people around him twitched their mouths slightly upon hearing this. What does that mean? A vassal's vassal isn't my vassal? Kaido, who was drunk, seemed to have a momentary lapse, not understanding what Weiss was saying. Forget it. He couldn't be bothered to think. Thunderbagua. Damn. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically. As he looked at the 8 trigrams intertwined with lightning, coming at him with incredible speed, Weiss cursed inwardly. Using this move, I'm not even a king. Covering his long sword with all his armament haki, the red killing intent intertwined with the haki added a touch of power. Bang! With just one strike, Weiss was hammered into the ground like a nail, cracks spreading out, and red-black lightning ravaging the earth, causing huge stones to suddenly fly up. He managed to block it. He didn't get sent flying like the 5 emperors. Blocking it proved that he had the qualifications to fight at the 4 emperors level, but winning. Not bad. At this moment, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were watching from the side. Of course, Kaido would want to fight, but first, they wanted to see how strong Weiss really was. After a single strike, Weiss suddenly jumped up, twisting his wrist as he recklessly covered the blade with armament haki. The sword trembled, and the surrounding air seemed to distort. A powerful sword aura brewing. Basic attack is justice. Weiss's body twisted, driving the explosion of the sword blade as he swung his right hand, unleashing a strong sword aura that slashed toward the towering Kaido. Kaido swung his kanabo again, seemingly deforming the sword aura upon impact, exploding in the air with blinding light, and houses were melting away. When one strike failed, Weiss did not leave any openings. His figure appeared on Kaido's shoulder, slashing down, a wound appearing on Kaido's chest, producing a cloud of blood mist. But almost the moment Weiss's sword hit the ground, it healed again. The recovery ability of a Zoan type is indeed absurd. Who was it that left a scar on him? Weiss had forgotten, even how it was left behind. Are you just tickling me? A great swordsman? Jean is so useless. He actually let you steal the devil fruit. Kaido said with a haughty tone. A candidate for admiral is ultimately not an admiral. A great swordsman is ultimately not the world's strongest swordsman. Just a hair's breadth difference. The peak of the 2nd tier has not yet entered the 1st tier. It's like scoring 98 is easy, but getting 100 always feels like a little bit short. Now, facing a 4 Emperors level powerhouse, being able to fight back and survive is already quite impressive. However, even though he thought so, Kaido seemed to want to end the fight quickly. He didn't maintain his human form for long and directly transformed into a blue dragon. A massive blue dragon spread across the sky, the wind swirling around it, bathed in thunder, its gigantic body standing out against the dark clouds. In dragon form, Kaido's throat rumbled, and a powerful, heated breath surged from his enormous dragon mouth. Weiss, standing directly in front, remained silent, gathering all his spirit to prepare to withstand this blow. Weiss's haki wrapped around the sword blade, the red killing intent shadowing him, and the air around him trembled from the sword aura's impact. Blue dragon breath. A violent flame erupted from Kaido's mouth like a volcanic eruption, creating a pillar of fire that burned at an extremely high temperature. Along the way, the ruins on the ground were eroded by the flames, leaving long pits. The soil vaporized and melted away by the fire. Basic attack, one sword. Weiss's expression hardened as the sword aura gathered on the blade. Strands of sword intent converging into several fierce slashes. Seeing the incoming flames, Weiss did not hesitate to slash out. 7 unmatched sword auras, empowered by sword intent and killing intent, instantly split the intense flames into 8 parts, with a roaring fire missing Weiss and melting the surrounding ruins. A burnt smell spreading through the air. Now, the ground was left with some liquid resembling molten lava flowing on the surface, burning fiery paths. Surrounding them were raging flames. Walls of fire blocking the line of sight between the people, and the Navy did not make a move. Weiss looked up at the towering dragon like a god, understanding that this battle could only rely on himself. All momentum was intensely reined in, and his aura was frantically contained. Facing such an opponent, he dared not waste any of his energy. With a gentle exhale, Weiss's figure holding the sword disappeared again. Faced with a powerful opponent, he could only take the initiative. Weiss used a moonwalk to continuously approach Kaido, who was high in the sky, tightly gripping the blade. A slash was unleashed from the long sword, with black-armed color haki mixed with red killing intent. Kaido, high in the sky, merely exhaled a hot breath, blocking the sword energy and evaporating it. At this moment, the raging winds and lightning around Kaido became increasingly chaotic, with deep rumbling thunder accompanying flashes of lightning that echoed throughout the sky. Kaido extended his enormous dragon claw, wanting to crush this ant who dared to seize his devil fruit. Seeing the claw tearing through the air, bringing with it a violent airflow, Weiss countered with a sword strike, directly cleaving down onto the claw. Boom! The immense force sent Weiss flying back like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a massive crater. Kaido seemed unwilling to let Weiss go. The clouds in the sky changed, with dense dark clouds rumbling with thunder, and a bolt of lightning streaked down from the sky. In the cave, a burst of red sword light erupted, and the lightning was obliterated. Rain began to pour down heavily from the sky. Dragons can control the weather. The wind intensified, causing the onlookers to retreat far away, while two Navy officers wanted to see Weiss's limits. It was good enough that Doflamingo didn't add insult to injury. Cough, cough. That was really terrifying. Weiss's cough echoed in the cave as he spat out a mouthful of blood. That last hit was no joke. It seemed he could only rely on slashes now. Weiss dared not fly up into the sky again. If he took a few more hits like that, no one could withstand it. With a twist of his wrist, he summoned a fierce wind, stirring up the debris on the ground. A world-destroying tornado formed from below, carrying sharp sword energy directly towards Kaido, who was flying high in the sky. The tornado, composed of sword blades, crashed into his dragon body, with the sharp blades acting like drill-like teeth, continuously slicing through Kaido's flesh. Blood spurted out, and this sword energy did not stop, quickly creating a blood hole in Kaido's body. Kaido in the sky seemed not to notice this wound at all and directly charged down from above, a dragon claw like a meteor falling, his entire body crashing down along with the claw. This grab was meant to take Weiss's life. Seeing this, Weiss stood his long sword before him, unleashing a burst of sword intent that ravaged the area within a 10-meter radius around his body. As the claw touched this realm, it involuntarily slowed down, with endless storm-like sword energy continuously slashing at Kaido's claw, instantly melting away a large portion of it. Roar! Kaido let out a skyward roar, a ball of energy continuously gathering in his mouth, and he opened it to spit out a hot breath towards Weiss. Weiss did not retract his movements. The hot breath collided directly with the sword energy area he had created. Boom! Weiss's sword energy shattered in an instant, and he was thrown back by the powerful shockwave created in the air. He rolled in the air several times before crashing to the ground, his feet carving nearly 100 meters of distance before the force was finally dissipated. At this moment, Kaido suddenly released his dragon form, wielding a massive kanabo, purple lightning swirling around him. In an instant, he charged forward at a speed of 100 meters, swinging the enormous kanabo towards Weiss. Little brat, use that move from before. Kaido's arrogant voice rang out again. The kanabo, accompanied by the sound of wind, came crashing down on Weiss, who had just steadied himself. Weiss could only receive the blow head-on, slashing diagonally with his long sword, resulting in a massive explosion. A huge crack formed beneath their feet, continuously swallowing the surrounding walls, extending for several kilometers before finally ending. At such a close distance, Kaido transformed his dragon head and unleashed a dragon breath. Weiss, not daring to be careless at such proximity, could only use the sword domain again. The dragon breath was just expelled from Kaido's mouth when it was shattered into countless pieces by the endless sword energy in the air. But Kaido was also not feeling well. He was also within the sword domain. Countless fine wounds appeared all over his body, and under the relentless cutting of sword energy, blood mist erupted around him, enveloping him completely. This is it, little brat. Put in more effort and kill me. Kaido seemed to have gone mad. The black-armed color haki coating the kanabo, with purple-black lightning following closely behind, and the Conqueror's haki constantly intimidating Weiss's spirit. Seeing Kaido, now frenzied, Weiss could only grit his teeth, and, after blocking a blow, swiftly retreated to 100 meters away. Huff, you're hitting pretty well, but I'm not happy at all. What is the sword domain? Initially developed to clear out small fry, in its incomplete state, against a strong opponent. It felt like mere tickling, though it had melted away half of Kaido's claw. Did you not see that it has already regrown? A basic attack, one sword after another. An unparalleled strike. The sword domain shook, whipping up countless fierce winds, and countless sword energies danced in the air, forming a massive sword over 20 meters long behind Weiss. Watching the colossal sword energy hurtling towards him, Kaido, with the dragon head, narrowed his pupils, staring at the blade formed by the strike, and fearlessly charged forward. Weiss pointed his sword. The sword energy resonated. The 20-meter sword almost instantly closed the distance of 100 meters. With the crimson sword energy coated in black-armed color hockey colliding with the charging Kaido, falling into the abyss of 3 worlds. The rampaging Kaido, dragging the Kanabo, saw the sword blade, made of sword energy piercing towards him, leaped high into the air, spinning his iron rod at high speed, infusing it with Conqueror's Haki. Boom! Accompanied by the fall of the iron rod, a bolt of black lightning also descended from the sky, crashing onto Weiss's sword blade, the sword energy howling. Crack, crack, crack. The skyward ripples shook the ground, and cracks spread for several kilometers under the explosion of the sword energy and iron rod. Whoosh! At that moment, Weiss made a sudden advance, sidestepping to Kaido's side, unleashing a flurry of strikes in an instant. The slashes infused with armed color hockey hitting Kaido, leaving behind trails of crimson light that surrounded Kaido's form. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Wounds tore across Kaido's body, blood gushing, but Weiss knew this was all in vain. Unless he learned that technique which could leave scars on him, or ultimately manage to kill him, any amount of damage Weiss inflicted at this stage would be useless. Ding! Kaido's haki gathered at his head, dodging Weiss's killing blow, and his entire body was once again enveloped in black lightning. Kaido swung the Kanabo towards Weiss. Weiss took this hit head-on, retreating in response. After such a long period of high-intensity battle, Weiss had exhausted most of his stamina. Any minor injuries were due to his instinct for self-preservation. Now, he needed to find a way to escape. He couldn't rely on the Navy. What's wrong, old brat? Out of energy? Kaido had transformed into his half-beast form, hoisting the Kanabo, with lightning flashing behind him, standing amidst the ruins where not a single building remained intact. There is indeed strength, but can you withstand it? Losing to a person is one thing, but losing momentum is another. Then let's see if you can kill me. Kaido launched the first attack, his massive body charging forward, closing the 100 meters in an instant. Weiss was already prepared, his killing intent and haki intertwined on the blade, delivering a magnificent slash. Unexpectedly, Kaido completely covered himself in haki, not even looking at the slash, and smashed through the attack that could have killed over 100 million pirates with his body. Seeing this, Weiss did not retreat, but charged forward, continuously cursing in his heart. You have high-level haki. You're so impressive. The crimson killing intent erupted recklessly at this moment, countering the Conqueror's haki that Kaido emitted at all times. Only in this way could he feel a bit better. Boom! The blade clashed with the Kanabo, a shockwave rippling from the point of impact, causing the surrounding ruins to shatter into pieces. Clearly, grappling was not Weiss's strong suit. Under this powerful force, he was sent flying again. In midair, Weiss squinted, pondering what kind of technique could inflict damage on Kaido, so he could have a chance to leave the battlefield. The sword domain was not yet fully developed, which was obviously not suitable for this moment. After a backflip, Weiss dug a trench several dozen meters long in the ground, stabilizing his stance as Kaido charged at him again, bathed in lightning. After multiple battles and retreats, Weiss bore several more wounds, while Kaido appeared completely unscathed. Originally, he had more wounds than Weiss, but he had recovered afterward. This was the consequence of competing endurance against a Zoan type. Weiss thought to himself, realizing he was still too weak. If he wanted to become someone like his teacher, he still had a long way to go. With a slash, Weiss cut into Kaido's arm. Kaido howled and transformed back into his dragon form, swinging his massive tail to strike Weiss. A large human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Weiss hurriedly jumped out of the pit, clutching his chest. If he hadn't covered himself in haki, he would have been seriously injured. In this world, if you can't cover your whole body with haki, you wouldn't dare claim to be strong. The towering Kaido opened his mouth, gathering a massive amount of wind inside. When he saw Weiss jump out of the pit, he unleashed a gust of wind. Blade-like winds formed tornadoes in the air, and lightning accompanied the hurricane, tearing through the air, with white mist swirling around the tornado. Seeing this, Weiss's eyes gleamed with fierce light. Don't think you can just bully me. Normal attack. Several slashes erupted wildly from the blade. This natural disaster-level attack left Weiss no time to strike one by one. The slashes directly tore through the tornado, and Weiss's figure vanished again. Facing Kaido's claws coming at him once more, he swiftly dodged and landed on Kaido's arm. In a few moments, he jumped onto Kaido's back. On the dragon's body, Weiss angrily swung his blade, unleashing sword energy recklessly, leaving numerous fine sword marks on Kaido's dragon form. So you can blow wind. So you can breathe fire. So you can control lightning. So you like playing with the kanabo. What kind of big man plays with a kanabo? Do you think having the dragon fruit makes you special? The more he spoke, the angrier Weiss became, and the power of the sword in his hand grew even greater. In an instant, Kaido's body was covered in wounds, but Kaido couldn't do anything about Weiss because he couldn't hit him. Roar! Dambrat! Kaido shouted furiously, bolts of lightning striking down on him, tearing his skin, but he couldn't hit Weiss at all. Stop roaring. Don't you want to die? Why not just let me kill you? Why resist? If you want to die, just jump into the sea with sea stone handcuffs. If you want to die, just eat 2 devil fruits. Weiss, feeling fierce, concentrated all his momentum onto the blade. Whether it was haki or that overwhelming killing intent at this moment, Weiss jumped rapidly towards the tail of the dragon, looking just like an ordinary person. Even his sword-like gaze seemed to vanish. You think you can hit me with your tail? You're not a fish. Normal attack, tail cut. The repressed sword intent erupted like a volcano. A torrent of crimson sword light with a hint of black marks, black lightning dancing on the slash. Crack! The slash cut through the air and struck the ground, disappearing as easily as cutting tofu, leaving only sword marks on the earth. Boom! The sword light exploded underground, shaking the entire ground like an earthquake. With massive stones rising from the ground accompanied by red light, Kaido looked gravely at the destroyed ground. Just now, he felt a hint of crisis. As if he didn't T-dodge, his tail would really be severed by that sword. Weiss landed on the ground, panting heavily. That one sword strike had exhausted all of his energy. But Kaido had shrunk, so he didn't hit him where it mattered. The sword demon should be nearing his limit. Where do we go? T-Pig saw that it seemed to be coming to an end and immediately asked Peach Rabbit who would go up with him. It really is quite terrifying. Being able to fight Kaido for so long, he almost severed Kaido's tail. Peach Rabbit didn't speak, but Doflamingo started to talk. Now Doflamingo was considering how to deal with Weiss. Someone like him was very dangerous. Brat, as long as you follow me, I won't hold anything against you. Kaido looked down at the wound on his foot, which flowed like spring water. Did he really not get cut? Moreover, although that wound was healing, the speed of recovery was no longer what it used to be. It wasn't that Kaido was out of stamina, but there was an inexplicable force constantly blocking the wound's healing. He now saw Weiss's potential. He had always cherished talent. As long as Weiss followed him, he could even give him the position of vice captain. Strong talent, young age. Marrying his daughter would also be fine. Haha, Weiss kid. Don't promise this scum of the sea. At this moment, Garp was walking over from a distance, enjoying a donut. As dawn broke, the sun slowly rose on the horizon. Seagulls soared with the red clouds over the sea, searching for early risers. 1 hour. With 2 candidate admirals plus Garp's hardhammer, Kaido was down in just 1 hour. Now his massive body lay on the ground, his chest rising and falling with each breath. It didn't seem like he had failed. It looked more like he had fallen asleep after a tiring fight. Weiss notified Jack to bring the devil fruits from the ship. Since Kaido wanted them so badly, he might as well give them to him. Weiss usually thought of himself as an understanding good person. In the end, he found that he couldn't pry open Kaido's mouth, which had fallen into a deep sleep, so he just gave up. It was better to keep the devil fruits for himself. They were worth at least 100 million. Old man Garp, I'm leaving now. Weiss greeted Garp and walked towards his ship, dragging his already cracked sword. Ha, good job, Weiss kid. Garp said as he enjoyed the donuts he had prepared after defeating Kaido. The aftermath was naturally handled by other Navy colonels, and there was no need for Peach Rabbit and T-Pig to step in. What do you think of the Weiss kid? Garp suddenly asked the two as he watched Weiss's departing figure. Very strong. In a life-and-death battle. It could easily be me who dies if I'm not careful. T-Pig pondered for a moment and arrived at a conclusion he himself found hard to believe. Dirty. To think of feeding Kaido a devil fruit. This was Peach Rabbit's conclusion. She never expected Weiss to pull off such a move. Ha! No matter what that kid does. As long as he doesn't do evil in the future, he's a kid with a sense of justice, Garp said as he walked towards the warship. Having completed his purpose for coming here. Back on the ship, Weiss looked at Karina and Kadun, who were welcoming him, and said directly, Kadun, you and Jack go catch some fish from the sea, and Karina, prepare me some food. I need to take a nap now. I'll eat when I wake up. After saying that, Weiss returned to the cabin and collapsed into sleep. The battle with Kaido had been quite exhausting. The remaining 3 looked at each other. With Karina holding a note she wanted to give to Weiss, but it was too late. They could only watch Weiss disappear. What are you standing there for? Get moving. The town on Flying Bird Island has been almost completely destroyed, and we can't buy anything now. Jack glared at the still-dazed Kadun. Oh, okay. Kadun quickly responded. then took off his jacket and jumped into the sea, with Jack following suit. Karina hurriedly ran into the cabin to prepare some materials they would need later. Fortunately, they had already stocked up on over 10 million worth of supplies beforehand, so the ship had everything they needed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to prepare anything. At noon, the events that occurred on Flying Bird Island had been widely reported, with newspapers being delivered by newsbirds across the sea. Extra, extra, ugh, no extra. Ha ha, look, that's a newsbird. What big event has happened? On a pirate ship. A pirate looked at the sky in the distance where flocks of newsbirds were flying. It was uncommon to see so many at once. One newsbird seemed to have spotted this pirate ship, deviated from its course, and flew directly over. What's going on? We didn't call for it. Why did that newsbird come over? They saw that the newsbird had no intention of stopping and flew right over their ship, dropping a rolled-up newspaper. This time, it was free, no charge. That's quite unusual, that old Morgans actually gave out free newspapers. Is it news from the world government? The pirate picked up the newspaper that had fallen on the deck. How is this possible? The pirate was so shocked he couldn't speak. And a group of his comrades thought something big had happened as they leaned over to look, instantly shocked. What does it say? I can't read. Then why are you shocked? We have to be in sync. The newspaper boldly stated, Warlord of the Sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, defeated by the sword demon, Chris Weiss. The sword demon holds his ground against the four emperors, Kaido. It was filled with numerous photos of the two battles, each photo serving as proof of the event's authenticity. And the name of the sword demon echoed once more across the sea. If the earlier battle with the yellow monkey had any room for clever tricks, then these two victories were solid, with no one aiding him. In fact, after defeating the warlord, the sword demon immediately fought Kaido. This record shocked the entire sea. Haha. Doflamingo, who had already distanced himself from Flying Bird Island, held the newspaper in his hand, looking at the headline, with the wounds on his arm faintly throbbing. And his eyes hidden behind sunglasses revealed no thoughts. Far away in Alabastus rain, Crocodile dropped the newspaper he was holding and walked to the window. Watching the gamblers below, foolish warlord. In the calm belt at 9 Snake Island, the Empress looked at the newspaper brought by Granny Jia and disdainfully tossed it aside. What is this newspaper? It has nothing to do with me. Hancock, as the Empress of 9 Snake Island, you should be aware of the emerging powers in the sea. You can't be so willful. Granny Jia said earnestly. Are you lecturing me? Right now, 9 Snake Island is under my control, and anything I do will be forgiven because I am just too beautiful. Hancock made her signature reclining gesture. Hancock, you. Throw it away. He doesn't receive newspapers. In the New World, Big Mom was enjoying desserts and glanced at the newspaper, saying, Damn it, has Kaido weakened to this extent? A little brat hasn't been taken down for so long. Katakuri, weren't you supposed to bring him over to be my son-in-law? What's going on? Mom, I haven't made contact with him. Katakuri looked at the newspaper with a frown, holding a note that only had the words devil fruit written on it. He secretly recalled Weiss's earlier words. It's just a matter of breaking through a layer of paper. Once it's broken, everyone will know. So the devil fruit was that layer of paper. Once he figured this out, he would know how to obtain the devil fruit from others. Did he really think Weiss would just write down the dark fruit on it? Whitebeard Pirates. Ace, your friend is too strong. He can actually hold his own against Kaido. Let's see if there's a chance to bring him into the Whitebeard Pirates. That shouldn't be possible. He directly refused when I invited him back then. Ace held the newspaper, his face beaming with a smile, genuinely happy for Weiss. Of course, back then, you were too weak. Now it's the Whitebeard Pirates invitation. Huh, ha. Maybe it will actually work. Ace suddenly burst into laughter. Whitebeard, while everyone was gathered around Ace, secretly took a sip of alcohol, looking at the newspaper, specifically at the sword techniques Weiss used, which seemed somewhat familiar. Old man, you secretly drank again. Take care of your health. Marco took out the hidden bottle of alcohol from Whitebeard. Marco, it's just a drink. In a certain sea area, red-haired Shanks stared at the newspaper in a daze, thinking that a certain person no longer needed to look for him to fight. He casually tossed the newspaper on the ground and continued to party with his crew. A hangover was his norm. In another sea area, a small wooden boat floated, with a ship sunk behind him. After reading the newspaper, someone paddled the small boat and changed direction. The next morning, news about Weiss continued to brew across the sea, with newspapers being thrown into the ocean as if they were free. This was, of course, thanks to the Carmeline family, who tirelessly helped Weiss gain fame. And Morgans was grinning from ear to ear, as such a generous fool was rare. The Grand Line New World across the seas. Almost everyone who could see the newspaper knew that an exceptionally young, yet incredibly powerful swordsman had emerged in the ocean. One of the four emperors fought head-on and defeated the seven warlords of the sea. There was also a battle with a marine admiral and one of the three calamities. Jin. Some felt that Weiss's power was exaggerated, giving off a vibe of I could do that too. However, after seeing this newspaper, that urge to challenge was completely extinguished. Just judging by the newspaper, the aura they emitted alone was something he couldn't withstand. On Bird Island, Theodore strode with a swagger similar to Doflamingo. A lewd smile on his face as he extended his hands, showing a smile he considered to be friendly, and said to a fallen little girl, "Let me help you up." The little girl was taken aback at first. "Mommy, there's a pervert." After saying that, she cried loudly and ran away. Theodore didn't mind and continued to stroll around, looking very happy. Bird Island was currently clearing the ruins, needing to find suitable locations for reconstruction. Since the Navy and the Carmeline family had first evacuated the civilians, there were no casualties. Now, Bird Island had turned into an archipelago, more suitable for wooden boats to sail around. As for why Theodore was so happy, it was because Weiss couldn't stand it anymore. As soon as he woke up, he saw a handsome blonde guy sitting at the foot of his bed, staring at him intensely. He kicked him out. If it had been a beautiful girl, Weiss wouldn't have reacted so strongly. He wasn't gay. In the end, he agreed to Theodore's request to board the ship. Free labor shouldn't be wasted. Weiss had originally wanted to hire a few people to operate the ship. As for the title, if you want to put up a flag, go ahead, it won't cost me anything. After receiving the exact news, Theodore seemed to have lost his mind, transforming into this kind of multi-person hybrid. If it weren't for the belief that he would return to normal, he would definitely have been used as a sacrifice. On the ship, after a day and night of rest, Weiss had already woken up, and the hunger in his belly drove him to roll and crawl onto the deck. Karina had prepared a mountain of food over there, and she was constantly preparing more food. Looking at the food, Weiss began to gulp it down, like a starving ghost reincarnated. After a bout of wolfing down the food, the hunger in his belly finally diminished significantly. Weiss's eating slowed down, but at this moment, there wasn't much food left that Karina had prepared. "I'm exhausted." Vice Admiral Karp said that strong people eat a lot after a battle. "So I prepared a bit too much. I was worried it wouldn't be enough for you." Karina patted her chest, relieved to see that there was still some food left. After all, she had cooked all of it by herself. Jack and the two big men had already rested after catching enough fish. "Thanks for your hard work, Karina. Considering how hard you've worked, I'll raise your salary to 500,000 berries," Weiss said leisurely as he ate the remaining food. "Really?" Karina crossed her arms and quickly ran in front of Weiss, her eyes turning to dollar signs. "Really? Oh yeah, but because you stayed on the ship for a day, you owe over 1,000,000 berries. So, over the past few months, you probably owe me about 500 million. In fact, Weiss didn't even know how much it was. That number was made up. What did you say? How can you be so ungrateful? I've worked so hard for you, and you dare to mention money?" The excited Karina instantly turned to stone, her bouncing demeanor seeming like it was about to crack, and she finally roared at Weiss. In that moment, Weiss experienced what it meant to turn on someone quicker than flipping a page. "Don't I pay you back every month? How could I owe so much? You heartless merchant." Karina seemed to be stepped on the tail, immediately getting anxious. "Are you sure?" Weiss raised an eyebrow and said jokingly. Hearing this, Karina felt embarrassed to respond. All her salary had been spent when they arrived at Bird Island, or else how did she get those piles of things? Weiss didn't necessarily want Karina to pay that money back. After sailing together for so long, there would be some feelings of camaraderie in it. He was just trying to scare her. Seeing Karina's dejected look, Weiss smiled and said, "All right, I was just kidding. You don't have to pay that money back. After all, you already paid for the accommodation with treasure, and the rest was for hiring you on the ship." "Really? Really? Thank you so much, Weiss." Karina rushed forward and hugged Weiss, who was still eating, planting a kiss on his cheek. Weiss was bewildered. After realizing it, he thought, my first kiss is gone. If he had known, he wouldn't have let her off. Damn, what a loss. What kind of expression is that? Karina shouted, her demeanor now back to her true self after shedding the burden of debt. "No, I'm just showing a normal expression." Why was this woman starting to resemble Nami? Weiss regretted it. "You eat slowly. I'm going to check if the barbecue over there is ready." Seeing that Weiss indeed didn't have a bad expression, Karina appropriately stepped back. "By the way, this is a note that the CP people sent that night. I didn't read it." Karina handed a note to Weiss. Weiss, with his greasy hands, opened the note and was somewhat surprised by what he saw. About you knowing the devil fruit technology, that information was leaked by the Gru family. It wasn't surprising that this information was leaked by the Gru family. What was surprising was that CP would actually pass on the message to him. The previous incident on the Crown Island had not been very pleasant for either side. They had lost countless people to quell the anger of the celestial dragons. Then it continued to write that all the members of the Gru family had been captured and would be sentenced to death for planning an attack on the celestial dragons. Upon seeing this, Weiss directly threw the note away. After all, it no longer concerned him. This matter should come to an end here, and there would be no further connection in the future. In the future, Weiss might not encounter such ambitious people on the sea again. After all, after this battle, the top families in the first half of the Grand Line had almost been completely wiped out by Gru. This is what happens when you jump too high without strength. If you aren't caught, it's fine, but once you are, you can only be slaughtered. This also shows the wisdom of the Carmeline family. The sun was high in the sky when Theodore swaggered over. After Weiss had eaten and drunk enough, he called for the ship to set sail when he saw everyone was ready. The weather is beautiful, another sunny day. The waves on the sea rolled, creating layers of spray. The Chris had been sailing on the sea for half a month, and flocks of seagulls followed the ship. Every time they dove into the sea, they could catch a dazed fish in their beaks. Thank you for the gift, humans. Theodore posed flamboyantly at the bow behind the two large cannons. After boarding the ship, since everyone was quite familiar with each other, Vis did not introduce them much. However, during the half-month of interaction, it seemed that Jack and Theodore could not see eye to eye and had been competing with each other for no reason. Jack could not stand Theodore's flamboyant demeanor, while Theodore found Jack's aloofness off-putting. Karina, who is more handsome, me or Theodore? You are. Jack walked away satisfied. Karina, who is more handsome, me or Jack? You are. Theodore left, feeling pleased. Such conversations occurred almost daily on the Chris. Cardon wanted to join in, but ended up beaten black and blue by Karina. Originally, they were supposed to let Cardon be the judge, but he was naturally biased towards Jack, never calling Theodore by name, always referring to him as Little Sparrow. As for the reason? If Vis were to judge, actually, everyone had their own advantages. Jack had that aloof kind of handsome, while Theodore had that sunny, big boy kind of charm. And Cardon, well, let's not talk about that. His sailing skills are quite good. It seems there is something ahead. On the ship, 5 kilometers to the left, there was a person, seemingly a castaway, sitting on a small wooden board, loudly shouting as if trying to scare away the sharks around. Jack shouted from the lookout, Cardon, turn the wheel and head over. Save him. For heaven's sake. Since the Chris had been labeled as a rescuer, the number of people saved was truly few and far between. Aside from Ace and Karina, both of whom were rescued from the island and brought onto the ship. If they saved this person, it would be the 4th person. Captain, how about I go save him first? Otherwise, in this vast sea, those sharks could attack that castaway at any moment. Theodore, seeing that there finally seemed to be something to do, quickly volunteered. Do you know how I spent the past half-month? Eating, competing in handsomeness, and sleeping. Theodore roared in his heart. Because of the incident on Bird Island, along with the help of the Carmelin family, very few people out at sea did not know of Vis's fame. Moreover, since they had spread Vis's flag, pirates on the Grand Line would see the ship and run away in advance, not provoking it at all. This half-month was even easier than sailing in the East Blue. Go! Vis glanced at Theodore, knowing he had been pent up for too long, and letting him release some energy was fine. After receiving permission, Theodore proudly glanced at Jack, didn't even take off his pants, and jumped directly into the sea. He splashed a wave of water, leaving a trail of white foam in the ocean, swimming in that direction like a runaway husky. 5 kilometers ISNT far. And soon the Chris followed along. With Theodore clearing out a few sharks, he paddled the small wooden board towards the Chris as well. But something seemed off. Only Theodore was rowing the boat, and the person was a girl, seemingly fainted on the small board. Did Theodore approach the Chris, with Cardon's help, and with a splash, brought the person onto the ship, laying her flat on the deck? It was a girl, around 16 or 17 years old, with a bit of baby fat on her face and wearing glasses, a typical pirate physique. Hey, Little Sparrow, what happened to this person? How did she faint? She was just driving away sharks. Cardon asked in confusion. Don't talk nonsense. When I got closer, this girl fainted upon seeing me. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Too excited. Theodore shook the water from his hair, fully convinced of his own thoughts at that moment. Karina, unable to bear it any longer, recalled when she fell into the water and the two were watching, one thinking of pulling her up. She thought Theodore would be more reliable, but thinking of this, Karina helped the girl up who had just been shouting for help, clearly not choked by water. Through her breaths, the girl's breathing was weak, her face pale, with dry lips. Touching her stomach, it was empty. Clearly, She had been adrift at sea for a long time, and upon seeing Theodore, she finally relaxed and fainted. Cardun, go prepare some water, add a very small amount of salt, and get some liquid food ready. Karina immediately instructed. Vis had no objections. Clearly, Karina was the expert in this matter. After Karina's careful care, the girl slowly woke up. Licking her lips, her hazy gaze seemed unable to see clearly, and when she saw Vis, she evidently froze for a moment. Then, at an extremely fast speed, she retreated to the edge of the ship, curling up beneath the railing. What are you looking at me for? I didn't do anything, Vis said upon seeing the gazes from everyone. Karina, you handle it. Sword demon, no, please don't kill me. The girl, upon hearing Vis's words, thought he was referring to the cute sister in front of him, begging for her life. Little did she know that Vis completely ignored her and walked straight to the chair and lay down. While Cardun continued to steer, Jack jumped onto the lookout, and Theodore, flamboyantly brushing his hair, stood at the bow of the ship. Sister, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The girl looked terrified at Karina, who was getting closer, pleading earnestly. Karina squatted down, reached out to touch the girl's somewhat dry hair, and looking at her fearful eyes, said, "We want to kill you. Look at our flag. We are not pirates." At this moment, the girl seemed to recall the information circulating at sea, that the sword demon was not a pirate, but a rescuer traversing the sea, helping those who fell overboard. However, due to just waking up, all she could remember were the images of Vis fighting alongside Kaido and the Night Demon, thinking he was also an undeniable great pirate. But I have no money, the girl said, her voice choked with tears. Although Vis had hardly saved anyone since setting sail, the conditions for being rescued by the Chris had long been spread across the sea. Among them, one phrase had even been revered as a classic by many merchants. It's okay, if you don't have money, you can owe it first, working to pay it back later is also fine. Karina patted the girl's head, squinting her eyes, seemingly recalling her own past experiences. But I'm just a chef. I can't do anything else, the girl said weakly. Little did she know that upon hearing this, the eyes of the 5 people on the ship lit up. Karina was delighted. Finally, she would have to prepare meals for 5 people anymore. Each meal was so much, sometimes even more. God knows how tiring it was. She was almost at her limit. Then, seeing your surprised expressions, my cooking must be terrible. Karina clenched her fists, her eyes glinting mischievously at the 4. No, don't say that. You cook very well. We are very satisfied. Hearing the 4 respond in unison, Karina's expression softened a bit. Little sister, what is your name? Theodore walked over with a brilliant smile. Facing the future chef, he had to be polite. Pervert. Pervert, who would call someone that? And yet, Theodore's face turned green as he walked away, wanting to find a quiet place. If one person called him that, it could be someone else's reason. If 3 people called him that, it must be the world's fault. I'm not wrong. At this moment, Jack saw Theodore's embarrassment and immediately jumped down from the observation deck, feeling as refreshing as eating ice cream on a hot summer day. After adjusting his attire, Jack approached the girl. Little, silly boy. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Jack, you finally have your day? Jack maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, but his awkward toes almost damaged the deck, and realizing the consequences, he quickly stopped. Just as Jack had felt so good, now Theodore felt just as good. Watching the 2 of them suffer, Cardin, who was ready to take action, casually whistled and returned to the helm. Oh, today's nautical books seem particularly attractive. Hey, little sister, don't be afraid. What is your name? Karina asked with a smile, but her eyes flashed with an inexplicable sparkle, as if warning of a slight danger. My name is Joanna, sister. Seemingly understanding the dangerous glint in Karina's eyes, Joanna wisely refrained from mentioning a word that suddenly popped into her mind. Thief. This was a kind of ability she had possessed since birth, but Joanna had never told anyone, including her parents. How old are you? 16. Almost 17. Captain, about the information you wanted, it's your turn to make an appearance. After Karina got the information she wanted and calmed Joanna's emotions, she left the rest to Weiss. Who stays on the ship can only be determined by the captain. And on the Chris, only Weiss could decide. Weiss slowly stood up from his chair, scratching his head as he walked over. Joanna kept staring at Weiss, but no words came to her mind. It was as if a red mist was obscuring her thoughts. The ability that had never failed before was ineffective against Weiss. Unwilling to accept this, she looked at Cardin in the helm, even more surprised. Creepy guy, lucky fool. Why is this so complicated? Are you a chef? Facing the famous sword demon. Joanna nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice, scared. Then what dishes can you make? Weiss asked. While sailing on the sea, Eating only one type of flavor can lead to problems. Karina's cooking wasn't bad, but the flavors were too monotonous. I can make any dish from the 4 Cs that I've seen. Perhaps afraid Weiss wouldn't believe her, she added, my master said I am a once-in-a-millennium genius at cooking. Who is your master? Not allowed to say. Weiss didn't press the issue. After all, a chef's claims can be grandiose. But it's the actual cooking that reveals the truth. How about this? Once you've rested, prepare a lunch. Karina will tell you where the ingredients are. If it turns out well, we'll hire you as a form of relief on the ship. After saying this, Weiss returned to his chair, waiting for the delicious meal. Seeing this, Joanna immediately got up, dragging Karina's arm and leaving, but ultimately got lost and was led to the kitchen by Karina. In the kitchen, Joanna took out all the ingredients and tasted each seasoning with her fingers. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, mustard. Seeing the neatly arranged ingredients and seasonings, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, fearing there would be nothing or incomplete materials. Fortunately, Joanna skillfully picked up the knife and focused on preparing the food laid out in the kitchen. The way she handled the knife, if it were in the culinary world, she would definitely be a great swordmaster. Each movement flowed smoothly. The ingredients were sliced so thinly that one could see through the pieces to the person on the other side. Thankfully, Karina was a beautiful woman. Otherwise, she would have been captivated by the performance. After a quarter of an hour, even Weiss, who was far on the deck, smelled the aroma coming from the kitchen. Cardin, who was reading, had his mind wander to the kitchen, while Jack, on the lookout, absent-mindedly cleaned his gun, and Theodore on the cannon twitched his nose. Before long, Joanna emerged with a covered tray and placed it on Weiss's table, glancing at the red wine on the table. Without hesitation, she picked it up and took a sip, wrinkling her brow. Although it would affect the taste, it was about right. Then she lifted the lid. What did Weiss see? A plate of golden fried rice. Something he thought could only be seen in animations now appeared before him. There couldn't be any fluorescent powder in it, right? Weiss maliciously thought. Sniffing, a fragrant aroma rushed to his head. Weiss scooped a spoonful and put in his mouth, raising his eyebrows. It seemed to be much tastier than what Karina made. Captain, how is it? Cardin, smelling the aroma, swallowed hard and asked. Joanna, with her big, expressive eyes, loved having others appreciate her cooking, but she quietly moved a step away from Cardin. After trying a few bites to maintain the captain's face, she held back the urge to swallow the entire plate. Not bad. From now on, you'll be the chef on our ship with a monthly salary of 200,000 berries. You owe 1.6 million for the time you stay on the ship. Figure out how many months you need to work. Nonsense. I haven't even stayed on the ship for half a day, Joanna said, puffing up her cheeks in anger. Ultimately, the final say rested with Weiss. After saying this, he closed his eyes to rest. You. Seemingly angered by Weiss's words, Joanna seemed to recall that the person before her was the renowned sword demon. Or perhaps she was curious as to why she couldn't see through Weiss. Joanna swallowed the words that were about to leave her lips, tacitly agreeing with Weiss's words. Staying on the ship for 8 months before disembarking. Right now, she was repaying a debt, not a formal crew member. What about us? Cardin finally couldn't hold back and asked. Such delicious food couldn't be given up. Go get it yourself in the kitchen. Karina slapped her forehead, seemingly feeling a bit ashamed, but when she turned around, the three had already disappeared. Thinking of their appetites, her expression changed. You all wait for me. She didn't want to be hungry in the afternoon. At sea, 2 ships were engaged in a chase. One was a pirate ship, the other a merchant ship, and the merchant ship was clearly slower than the pirate ship. Being caught was only a matter of time. The merchant ship had fired a few cannonballs, but was now completely out of ammunition, clearly unprepared with enough supplies. A scar-faced pirate on the pirate ship excitedly looked at the merchant ship that was now out of ammo. Kids, the cannons in front have been fired. Now it's our turn. Roar. Can we witness the captain's soul-piercing shot again? I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know how many ships have been sunk by the captain's move in the sea. The pirates excitedly watched as the captain rushed to the cannon, adjusting its aim, seemingly ready to take down the merchant ship with a single shot. Meanwhile, on the merchant ship, the captain was instructing the crew to quickly maneuver the vessel. It was specially made, not only relying on sails for power. Externally calm, he was in a state of panic inside. He never expected that just a day's journey would lead them to encounter pirates. And these pirates were incredibly fast. If it weren't for the fact that the cargo heading to Forging Star Island was crucial for his family, the captain would have already abandoned the cargo and fled. Fortunately, the distress signal had been sent out, and the rescue team was on its way. They just needed to hold on a little longer. Bayou. A cannonball flew through the air, There were no more cannonballs left on the ship, and all the gunners were staring at the captain. The captain did not disappoint, leaping and kicking the cannonball away. Although he wasn't a master, handling one cannonball was no problem. Cheers erupted from the merchant ship. As long as they could dodge the cannonball, they could maintain a balance in speed with the pirate ship, buying time until the rescue ship arrived. Beck, when will the rescue ship arrive? The captain shouted. Captain Jick, it has already set sail. I'm currently calling to see if there are any nearby ships that can come for assistance, replied the crew member. On the Chris, Karina was playing volleyball with Joanna. This was something that had always been on a ship, but no one had ever used it. Weiss squinted at the ball, feeling a bit dazzled. Suddenly, the transponder snail on the table screamed, and Karina and the others stopped playing. Weiss felt disappointed. After all, volleyball was a rare sight. This is the punk. We are under attack by pirates. Is there anyone nearby? Requesting assistance. I repeat, this is the punk. Is there anyone nearby? We are under pirate attack. Requesting assistance. Direction. Crack. After stating the direction, the transponder snail fell silent again. This type of distress call was known to almost everyone sailing the seas. Some pirates even disguised themselves as victims, specifically targeting ships that came to rescue them. Carden, did you hear that? Weiss shouted toward the helm. I heard it, Captain. Should we head in that direction? Carden, who was far in the helm, could clearly hear the loud voice. Go. Receiving the clear command, Carden steered the ship to change course. No one on board felt that this was a dangerous journey. Meanwhile, the merchant ship was already in crisis. Everyone has their limits. Even with the enemy firing cannonballs one after another, Jick was starting to struggle. The rowers below deck were also weakening, and the ship's speed began to decrease. Finally, Captain Jick was unable to defend against one cannonball, which struck a mast, causing it to crack and break. Get away, the mast is down. The ship's speed continued to decline, and the people on the deck fled in panic. Jick glared at the approaching pirates. While still no sign of the rescue ship was in sight, the pirate captain leaped onto the merchant ship first. Ha ha, you damn rat. Why aren't you running? Weren't you just moving fast? The pirate captain, with a scarred face, laughed recklessly. Despite the failed cannon shot, the crew didn't mock him but felt embarrassed. So, he decided to torment the captain in front of him. Jick remained silent. Facing a bounty of 90 million, the pirate was a dominant figure in these waters. There was no point in begging for mercy, and begging wouldn't help. Bang! Jick was kicked away by the pirate, crashing into the already weakened mast, which broke again with a loud bang. Beck hurried over to help Jick up. Just from that one kick, Jick was seriously injured, and the crew couldn't bear to see their wounded captain, but didn't dare to speak up, lacking even the courage to look directly at the pirates. Ha ha! Look at this group of weak ants, too afraid to speak, only able to submit to my authority, Maurice. The pirate laughed wildly, seeing that the crew dared not resist at all. Indeed, the captain's authority is something even the Navy wouldn't dare provoke, only able to deal with it by raising bounties. How could these ants face it? Exactly, the captain is formidable. I feel the same. At this moment, Morris's crew also rushed over from the pirate ship, echoing Morris's words, flattering him while also controlling the sailors still standing on the deck. As the sailors were subdued, Jick's face turned ashen as he thought to himself, it's over. If only I had thrown away that cargo, I might have lived longer. Now I can only be a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Bang! Beck! It turned out Beck had been staring at the pirate, seemingly provoking him, and was kicked away, crashing against the back of the ship's cabin, splintering wood everywhere. Jick, struggling against the pain in his chest, ran over to help him up. Beck coughed up blood, his eyes fixed on the pirate. Oh, I like people with guts like you, still daring to look at me with that kind of gaze. You really don't know what's good for you. But it's useless, kid. If a glare could kill, I don't know how many times I would have died already. The more you resist, the more excited I get. The pirate extended his long tongue, his leopard-like eyes glinting with excitement as he approached the two. The sailors on the ship turned their heads away, seemingly unwilling to witness what would happen next. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing Beck's stubborn gaze, the pirate raised his foot and stomped down hard, crushing it several times before finally stepping back. Oh, what a deep friendship. I like you guys. This is what makes it interesting. It turned out the pirate saw Jick throw himself over Beck, taking all the damage. Jick, what's wrong? Are you okay? Talk to me. Beck shook Jick, who was lying on him, shouting loudly. Do I look like I'm okay? If you keep shaking me, I'm really going to die. Jick weakly replied, covered in blood. You evil demon will eventually face judgment. I'll be waiting for you in hell. After saying this, Jick stared hard at the pirate, as if trying to remember him deeply. Ha ha ha, judgment? Who dares to judge me? The Navy? Or the ship you just called for help? The pirate laughed arrogantly. He had heard such words countless times, yet he was still alive and well. So, Gordy, when you reach hell, remember it was me, Maurice, who killed you. Beck and Jick closed their eyes in despair, realizing that the rescue ship had yet to arrive and there was no hope left. After waiting for a long time, without feeling the pain, they suddenly heard a heavy thud of something falling to the ground. When they opened their eyes again, the pirate was lying headless on the deck. All the pirates looked in shock at the ship not far away. That ship flying the rescue flag. VES jumped directly from the Chris onto the deck, with Jack and Theodore following behind. As soon as he landed, VES looked at the lifeless head and mockingly said, "This is the strangest request I've ever heard. Since you need a trial, I'll take care of it." Then Theodore quickly stepped forward and placed the head into a box to exchange for a bounty at the naval base. The pirates on the ship were already confused. They had originally controlled everyone on board and were about to enjoy a pleasant robbery in some company, but now everything had changed. The anticipated double pleasure turned into fear, and it became a question of whether they could survive. Looking at the dazed pirates, VS squinted and laughed. "You can leave now. I'm not going to kill you. You're too weak." The pirates thought they had misheard and stood frozen in place, unable to move. "If you don't leave, are you waiting to be killed?" Theodore shouted. The frightened pirates scrambled to run away, not daring to make a sound. Jick, lying on the ground, wanted to say something, but when he saw Visa's playful gaze directed at the pirates, he immediately held his tongue. All the pirates returned to their ship, shouting on the deck, eager to leave this place and escape from this demon. They had recognized who he was, the infamous sword demon. Suddenly, it seemed like the sound of swords singing filled the air, and blood mist erupted from the pirates on the deck, one by one collapsing onto the ship. No longer moving, VES retracted the sword domain. After the battle on Bird Road, he had made significant progress, but he still couldn't reach the level of distinguishing between friend and foe, so he decided to let the pirates go. "Thanks for the help, Sword Demon." Jick and Beck were helped up, but due to his severe injuries, Beck was directly carried to the cabin to rest, while Jick, having trained before, managed to hold on. "It's just a small favor. No need to thank me." This group of pirates had affected his viewing of the game, so he could only send them back to the sea. "Thank you for your assistance, Sword Demon. Later, I will have someone bring the payment to the Chris," Jick said earnestly, looking at the blood on him. Anyone who didn't know would think VES was robbing them. "No need. You haven't stayed on my ship before, so you don't need to pay. Anyway, I'm just bored." "It's absolutely not, because you disturbed my game. No. This matter isn't about whether you've stayed on the Sword Demon's ship or not. It's my small token of appreciation. Please accept it." Jick shook his head firmly. Thus, VES found it hard to refuse. Who would turn down someone eager to give you money? "Where's your ship headed?" "To Forged Star Island." Coincidentally, the island VES intended to land on this time was also Forged Star Island. The sword that Gung Shiro had given him last time had developed cracks after continuous battles with Doflamingo and Kaido, even though VES had wrapped it with armament hockey. He had to forge a new long sword. Because of this, he didn't even land on an uninhabited island he encountered halfway. He just saved the record pointer and continued his search. "Do you know where Forged Star Island is?" Gung Shiro only told me the name and who to look for, but didn't mention the specific location. He only said it was along a route close to the South Sea and very near the doldrums. VS hadn't inquired much before, but now he encountered a ship that was headed to Forged Star Island, which could be considered fate. "I know. I'm a local of Forged Star Island. This time, I'm just going to another island to purchase an important material. I didn't expect to run into pirates." "That's perfect. You don't need to pay me. Just consider it the cost of leading me to Forged Star Island. That's a different matter. If the Sword Demon wants to go to Forged Star Island, you just need to follow our ship, but the necessary etiquette cannot be neglected." Seeing Jick's insistence, VES shrugged his shoulders, tacitly agreeing. After saying goodbye to VES, Jick retreated to the cabin. He still had injuries that needed to be bandaged. The sailors awkwardly bandaged their wounds, their eyes somewhat evasive. Jick didn't blame them. After all, in that situation, only someone like Beck, who had grown up with him, would rush out. Now, he just wanted these people to finish bandaging quickly. Once they were done, he would board the Chris under the pretext of paying for their services. VES brought the two of them back onto the Chris. But there was no game to watch now. Perhaps Karina and the others knew someone would come aboard, so they had put away the volleyball. Lying on a chair, soaking up the sunlight through the parasol, a slightly tipsy light fell on Visa's face. Joanne placed 2 cups of special drinks on the table. Ever since Joanne had modified Visa's coconut juice, he hadn't touched it again. Moments later, Jick approached with a box. "Sword Demon, here is 500,000 berries. It may be a bit low for the lives on the entire ship, so please don't mind." Saying that, he placed the box on the deck, and Theodore came over and picked it up to leave. Jick said nothing. He knew this was the head of the Carmelin family, and if he feared the sudden silence. Is the sword demon also going to the Forge Star Island forging competition? Jick, having been in the business world for so long, knew how to break the silence. Forging competition? I haven't heard of it. Are there many master blacksmiths participating? VS immediately became interested. The reason he came to Forge Star Island was to forge a good, handy sword. Although Gung Shiro had told him the name of the person, who knew if they were still alive. If there was such a competition, it wouldn't be impossible to directly find the champion to forge a sword. Money was no object. There will be many master blacksmiths coming from all over, whether from the Four Seas or the Grand Line. After all, this competition is held only once every 10 years. Each time, only one spot is awarded. This competition has only one champion. The rewards and the reputation it brings are tremendous. So many people come to participate. Perhaps saying it this way, the sword demon doesn't have a clear concept in mind. In other words, the weapons forged by each champion are at least to the great knife level. Great knife? VS was somewhat surprised. How many famous great knives are there in this world? But the weapons forged by the champions of this competition are at least of that level, which is somewhat terrifying. Just thinking about this competition only happening once every 10 years, if only the great knife level was produced, then there would be no need to hold it. The organizers couldn't afford to lose face. Then why are there so few great knives? Note that this only refers to weapons at the great knife level. Weapons are not specifically limited to swords and knives. There are certainly other types of weapons. VS didn't need too much. Just one will be enough. So what do we set sail? Are you ready? VS was somewhat impatient. Anytime. Good. Let's go. The two ships set sail towards Forge Star Island, and then a sword light split the pirate ship in half, sinking it to the seafloor. After half a day's journey, VS and his party finally arrived at Forge Star Island. One could say that it truly lived up to being an island in the pirate world. It always felt strange. The Forging Star Island is not very large, roughly the size of the two capitals of the Pickle Country. At the center of the island stands an active volcano, constantly emitting thick smoke with a bare summit. However, this volcano has never erupted, yet it is always in a state of eruption. 3 river-like streams of lava flow continuously from the crater to the sea, which has led to the island's ongoing expansion. The lava rolls on special riverbeds, emitting a wisp of blue smoke. There are no residential areas near the lava. Only workshops stand beside it. Even so, each workshop is located at least 100 meters away from the lava. The closer one gets to the fan-shaped center formed by the 2 lava rivers, the more people there are living there. Thanks to the guidance of the punk, the Chris ship hardly needs to queue, even though Weiss himself doesn't require it. He appreciates the kindness of Jick. Moreover, Jick instructed someone to guard Chris, allowing everyone to disembark and rest. Despite being an island made of lava, the fan-shaped center is still lush and green. Unlike Tree Canopy Island, where one can freely chop down trees, here, laws have been put in place to severely punish those who cut down trees without permission. Weiss and his companions disembarked and stretched lazily. Joanne spotted a red flower nearby that she had never seen before and immediately walked over to pick it, wanting to taste it. This was her little quirk. No matter what unfamiliar edible-looking thing she encountered, she wanted to try it. Weiss had stopped her numerous times on the ship, but it had no effect. But now that they were on land, hey, Karina grabbed that silly girl. How can she dare to try everything? What if she gets poisoned? Weiss slapped his forehead. He was now afraid that one day Joanne would bring a plate of strange food to the table. I just want to taste it, just a little. Joanne protested, adjusting her glasses. But her strength was no match for Karina's, and she was quickly pulled back, her baby-faced expression full of grievance. Karina, you are the only one watching over Joanne on the island. If there's any news, we'll meet back on the ship later. The 3 of you are the same. Weiss had already told the 3 of them on the ship that they would split up to gather information on the island. This was their first clear mission since entering the Grand Line to search for people on the island. With that, they left in batches. Soon, the sky darkened. They had met the punk ship at noon, and after sailing for an afternoon, they landed in the evening. Weiss walked the streets, but found no useful information. He saw a woman sending a burly man out from an alley, and she even threw Weiss a flirtatious glance. Frightened, Weiss quickly ran away. He soon returned to the ship, where everyone had already arrived, and, after gathering information, found that there was no useful news. It seemed that the people on the island were unaware of a blacksmith named Fader. Among the well-known blacksmiths on the island, there was no one named Fader. Anyone recommended by Gung Siren should have some reputation on an island famous for forging. Those capable of crafting weapons recognized by the Great Knife family could at least make a great knife. It's like lions don't associate with sheep. It's the same principle. Although they didn't get any relevant news today, They did hear information circulating on the island that the most likely candidate for the championship had already arrived. Upon hearing this news, Weiss breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he couldn't find Fader, he could still seek out that champion for help at crafting. After all, there was no rush, and Weiss called everyone to go back and rest. Late at night, there wasn't much to do on an island known for forging. Were they supposed to work out? After dinner, Joanne reluctantly returned to the ship cabin, glancing back at Forging Star Island. There were still many things she hadn't tried. The next morning, Weiss lazily got up around 9, while Joanne had already prepared breakfast. Jack and the others were practicing on the deck, following their daily routine. Seeing the lazy Weiss, Theodore took a deep breath. Can he really get stronger like this? The captain said that doing 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups every day would eventually make one the strongest in the world. But he had never heard of anyone like that. Oh, good morning, Weiss said, then turned and headed to the kitchen for breakfast. I don't need to train, so why wait here? After Weiss finished his meal, their plans for the day would begin. After eating, Weiss was the first to step onto the island, and Joanne immediately followed. Why are you following me? Let Karina take you shopping. Weiss asked. I think following you will let me see more different ingredients. Joanne replied after a moment. Not wanting to admit it was because the island was full of iron shops. When it comes to unexpected culinary matters, this girl seems to be somewhat slow-witted. She always takes a moment to respond when asked something. Karina had previously asked her why she responded so quickly on the ship. The answer was baffling. Because she was scared and focused, she answered quickly. You see, the silly act is just a facade. She just doesn't want to deal with you and feels embarrassed not to. That's why she takes her time. In the future, don't randomly try those things. What if they're poisonous? You and T know how to detox, and you die without knowing why. Weiss spoke with a stern tone, warning Joanne. He certainly didn't want a chef to one day perish from trying unknown things. You're just a chef. After waiting a long time without hearing a response, Weiss turned around and slapped his forehead. What kind of bizarre situation is this? Joanne was at a stall, picking up a stone, running her fingers over it, and then putting it in her mouth to taste, leaving the stall owner dumbfounded. Aren't you just tasting things that look edible? That SA stone. A stone. He quickly pulled her back. Joanne seemed to have already known the taste of that stone and did not resist. From that moment on, Weiss's observation hockey kept a watchful eye on her, fearing she would cause some trouble. Perhaps due to the 3 streams of lava, the air felt a bit dry. However, the greenery provided some coolness, akin to an oasis in a desert. On the streets, everyone was shouting about their products. They didn't sell to locals. They only sold to outsiders like Weiss. After all, which local wouldn't be able to forge? They would surely be laughed at. This led to the inhabitants of Forging Star Island being mostly burly individuals. The woman Weiss encountered in the alley yesterday was quite attractive. He inquired about some information in several larger weapon forging shops, but still came up empty-handed, as it seemed there really was no blacksmith named Fader on the island. They thought Weiss was looking to have a custom weapon made and kept recommending their own blacksmiths to him. Suddenly, Weiss heard some words, and with a thought, he shook off the enthusiastic clerk and left. Dear customer, we have the best blacksmiths on the island. We'll give you a 10 discount if that doesn't work. How about 20? If that's not possible, we can do 30. Don't go. Weiss pulled Joanne along without looking back and disappeared into the crowd. Weiss realized that searching like this wasn't a solution. Finding one person among 6 on an island comparable to a county was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. This place wasn't like other islands where there was only one town. It was divided into 3 parts by lava, and each part had its own town. Weiss arrived at the entrance of a chamber of commerce, a 2-story building that served as a place for outsiders to undertake tasks on Forging Star Island. Many people came here without knowing the specifics and were easily deceived by the locals, sold inferior goods instead. Eventually, knowledgeable people on the island thought this would harm the island's image, so they established this chamber of commerce, which does not cater to locals. It specifically handles pre-sales and after-sales issues for outsiders and also publishes special requests from them. Generally, large orders that can't be fulfilled by one restaurant are handled here by multiple foundries on the island, such as standard weapons for certain branches of the Navy. This place practically encompasses all the information on the island. Every town has such a chamber of commerce. This was also why Weiss left the shop without looking back after hearing others' conversation. Upon entering the chamber of commerce, he found a super large hall with hundreds of counters, each attended by outsiders consulting about business. After all, guests are guests. It wouldn't be right to keep them waiting outside. The moment Weiss stepped through the door, a supervisor-like attendant stiffened upon seeing Weiss, his eyes filled with disbelief. He uncertainly glanced at a picture posted under the counter, quickly pulled someone over, whispered something in their ear, and hurried towards Weiss. Sword Demon, I wonder what wind has blown you here? The supervisor smiled as he approached Weiss. Weiss was taken aback for a moment and then remembered the nature of these powerful organizations, so he didn't say much. I'm here to find someone and hope you can help me. Money is not an issue, Weiss said confidently. With 1 billion berries from the underworld, plus the money he had taken from pirates earlier, Weiss could be said to be well off. All right, Sword Demon, please follow me. The president will personally receive you upstairs. The supervisor respectfully led Weiss to the 2nd floor. Weiss pulled Joanne along. If they didn't leave soon, she might pick a flower from the pot at the door and taste it. On the 2nd floor, the president had already received the news and was about to come down to greet them when he found Weiss had already ascended. He hurriedly walked over. Sword Demon, your presence truly brings brilliance to our humble abode. I am the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Spike, please this way. The president seemed to know that this wasn't a good place to talk, so he led Weiss into his office. The office was somewhat simple, with only a desk and a tea table with a sofa opposite. The office is a bit basic. I hope Mr. Sword Demon can bear with it. After all, this Chamber of Commerce looks quite good from the outside. It's nothing. Such a simple chamber must be a good one for the people. Weiss didn't mind the environment much since he wasn't going to stay there long. Spike seemed to be a capable person. After the staff brought up the tea, he didn't engage in small talk and directly asked Weiss what he needed. I'm here to find a person, introduced by a friend. His name is Fred. I wonder if President Spike has heard of this name? Weiss got straight to the point since everyone was pressed for time. Spike didn't reply, his eyes flickering as he frowned in thought. Seeing that the president didn't speak, Weiss continued. According to my friend, he should currently be on Forging Star Island, a master blacksmith with exceptional skills. But I've inquired all morning and found no one who knows of such a person. I wonder what Mr. Sword Demon is looking for him for? Spike hesitated for a moment before asking this question. After all, the person opposite was the renowned Sword Demon of the Sea. He didn't dare to be careless. However, some things had to be clarified. Weiss didn't hesitate, drawing his sword, the blade flashing dangerously, nearly frightening Spike into hiding under the desk. He thought Weiss was going to kill him. Wait, the Sword Demon is known for his destructive tendencies. If his request isn't met, will Forging Star Island be destroyed? He thought this in his heart, but as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, he managed to suppress his embarrassment. The cold light flashed, and the sword, which could reflect a person's shadow, already had several cracks. If Weiss hadn't used armament hockey to protect it, it would have broken long ago. Spike, seeing the cracked sword, couldn't fathom that the famous swordmaster Sword Demon actually wielded such a broken weapon. Indeed, Spike was also a blacksmith, and in his eyes that sword was just junk. But just based on this sword being able to hold its own against the 4 emperors, the Sword Demon's strength was even more admirable. Sword Demon, I understand what you're looking for this person for, but I have another question. Spike looked directly into Weiss's eyes without flinching. What question? Who told you this person is on this island? Gung Shirlang from the East Sea. Upon hearing the name, Gung Shirlang, Spike seemed to suddenly understand everything. The Sword Demon also appeared from the East Sea. He should have thought of that. This person indeed was on Forging Star Island and could definitely forge a suitable sword for the Sword Demon. But what? Why do all these people have such a habit of stopping mid-sentence? It's like they're about to say something important and then suddenly change the topic. It's so frustrating. But Master Fred has already stopped forging weapons and is enjoying his retirement, Spike continued. But his apprentice has already surpassed him and is ready to forge. At this point, Spike puffed out his chest, seeming quite proud. Weiss didn't understand why he wanted to strike down those who like to leave sentences unfinished. Doesn't that drive people crazy? For example, I know a secret of yours. But never mind. Your apprentice ISNTU, is it? Weiss hesitated. If it really was this person in front of him, should he let him forge a sword? After all, the 7-star sword, even if it wasn't cultivated by himself, could still work. It would just take a long journey. As for the curse, no. Spike said decisively. Then why are you so proud? If it's not you, what do you have to be proud of? This was the first time Weiss truly lost his cool since setting sail. He is my junior apprentice. Speaking of which, my junior apprentice has a bit of a connection with Lord Sword Demon. At this moment, Spike looked at Weiss with deep gratitude in his eyes. It's not what you think. No way. Is your junior apprentice. Yes, you guessed it right, it's Jik, who was rescued by Lord Sword Demon on the sea yesterday. He is the teacher's most cherished disciple, and has almost inherited all of the teacher's skills, evolving into a new stage. I am very grateful to Mr. Sword Demon. If it weren't for your rescue yesterday, Jik would have perished in the sea. As the teacher's favorite disciple, if something happened to him, the teacher would surely be heartbroken. At this point, Spike stepped out from behind the desk and deeply bowed to Weiss as a sign of respect. As for why he asked so many questions before revealing these matters, It's because in recent years, too many people have sought out Fedre. Most of them had ulterior motives. Since Fedre changed his previous name and has a trading guild president as his apprentice, no one could find him at all. If it weren't for Weiss's great reputation and the introduction by Gung Shirlang, Spike wouldn't have revealed this. Gung Shirlang's introduction is the most important. It's truly a wonderful fate. Weiss muttered to himself, but that small frame of his didn't seem to be on the same level as those blacksmiths on the island. Could he really forge those rare metals? I wonder when Lord Sword Demon will need to forge weapons? Spike continued to ask. The sooner, the better. The fact that Hawkeye is searching for Weiss's whereabouts all over the Grand Line is no longer a secret. Those with intent already know. Weiss needs to forge his sword before Hawkeye finds him, and then have a peak showdown. Recognizing his shortcomings is the only way to create room for improvement. All right, please wait a moment. I'll make a phone call. As the president of a trading guild, Spike can't just leave. He needs to settle some matters before taking Weiss with him. Given Weiss's status, it seems a bit disrespectful to have someone else lead the way. For the strong, every detail must be handled properly. What if someone takes a dislike to you because you know too much? After arranging the necessary matters, Spike took Weiss out of the guild, with Joanne following closely behind. Fedre's house is hidden in a certain alley of the town. Staying in the town is the best way to avoid the prying eyes of those with ulterior motives. His house is at the end of the alley. One must say it's worthy of a master blacksmith's residence. Upon entering, a house with a metallic feel greets the eye, exuding a rugged and bold aura. With the surrounding walls made of cast iron, Starforge Island has never lacked iron. Spike didn't knock, but directly pushed open the heavy iron door and led Weiss inside. A row of 7 single-story houses. From far away, one can feel a wave of heat coming from the leftmost house. One can even hear the sound of clanging and hammering. Although the teacher no longer forges weapons for others, he still takes the time to create some tools for his own use, to keep his skills sharp, out of habit. Spike seemed to notice Weiss's confusion and quickly explained. Even though Lord Sword Demon was introduced by Gung Shirlang, the sword he needs is still being crafted by Jik. Spike continued, fearing that Weiss might want the teacher to forge a weapon personally. Weiss nodded upon hearing this. It doesn't matter who forges it, since Jik has surpassed his master. He just wants the best. Teacher, we have a distinguished guest. Spike didn't enter the house, but shouted loudly after he heard the hammering stop. Fedre has a habit. Once he starts forging, he must finish it before moving on to the next task. Who is it? A rough voice came from inside. It's Gung Shirlang. That brat hasn't been seen for years. Why would he suddenly think to introduce someone to me? Bang! Accompanied by the sound of mechanisms operating, the door was opened. Goodness, it was only then that Weiss realized this so-called door was a steel plate 20 centimeters thick, instead of the burly old man he had imagined. A fit old man appeared, with bronze-colored skin and well-defined muscles. If it weren't for his white beard and hunched back, one would think he was a middle-aged man. Sir, this is Teacher Fedre. Fedre looked at Weiss. This brat was introduced by Gung Shirlang. Teacher, this is the Sword Demon Weiss, who saved Jik and his crew at sea yesterday. Initially indifferent, Fedre's face lit up upon hearing that Weiss was the Sword Demon who saved his disciple, and he quickly stepped forward to grasp Weiss's hand. Thank you so much for saving my disciple yesterday. If he had died, I would know where to find another heir to my legacy. After all, Jik is the most talented on Starforge Island. Feeling the warmth in his hand, Weiss looked at Spike. Is this what you meant? If he knew his beloved disciple had died, would he not be able to bear it? It's clear he only cares about whether his legacy has an heir. It seems if there was someone with even greater talent than Jik, he probably wouldn't care if he lived or died. Since you were introduced by Gung Shirlang and saved Jik's life, what weapon do you need forged? Just tell Jik. If he disagrees, I'll break his legs. Fedre waved his hand and decisively settled the matter. Teacher, even without Mr. Gung Shirlang's introduction, if Lord Sword Demon needs it, I will help him forge a weapon. At that moment, Jik's voice came from outside. The door opened, and Jik walked in, looking somewhat resentful. He didn't think Fedre was joking. After all, he had really had his legs broken for certain reasons before, and it happened 3 times a month. Seeing Jik now, one could hardly tell he was injured yesterday. Well, he had trained and was only in his 30s, so his recovery ability was indeed strong. You don't need to worry about his forging skills under my guidance. He has now greatly surpassed me. Whatever it is, just give him a blueprint, and he can forge it. Seeing Jik, Fedre was filled with pride. Being able to teach a disciple who surpasses oneself is such a fulfilling accomplishment. If I had known Lord Weiss was here to find the teacher, I should have brought you along yesterday. I truly apologize. Jik said apologetically. This made Weiss feel embarrassed. Why is this family so polite? You didn't even know my purpose. How could you help? I don't know what kind of weapon Lord Sword Demon needs, but I will do my best to forge it for you. In terms of forging skills, Jik confidently claimed that there is no one stronger than him across the entire sea. A double-edged sword? What materials do you need? I'll go prepare. No need. We have plenty of materials here that you want to find in the market, so you don't need to search extra for them, Lord Sword Demon. How much belly does it require? I'll pay. Weiss didn't want to look for materials at all. He was completely unfamiliar with it. No need this time. Thanks to the rescue from the Sword Demon, I'll forge a weapon for you, for free. No, that's not how it works. The two then discussed some details regarding the double-edged sword, and after confirming everything, the sky was already darkening. Since they needed to prepare materials, they set the forging date for 3 days later, which also happened to be the day the forging competition began. Jik also wanted to win the championship with this sword. Weiss left and happened to run into Cardon on the way, who was followed by a woman. Captain, today I saw a man in the alley robbing a woman's money. It's simply despicable. I saved her, Cardon hurriedly said as he noticed Weiss looking at the woman beside him. So, Cardon, did you ask her how much was stolen? 998 berry. What did he use to rob her? According to this woman, it was with a stick. Let me tell you, Captain, because of this incident, this woman invited me to her house tonight. Cardon looked at Joni and leaned in closer to Weiss, speaking cautiously yet proudly. Weiss glanced at Cardon and took a deep breath. Cardon, listen to me. What is it, Captain? Don't say that the early bird catches the worm. There are still those who catch the worm early. After saying this, Weiss walked away without looking back. As long as it was not about playing with feelings, and both were willing, Weiss didn't stop Cardon. Joni, what does the captain mean? Cardon didn't understand. 3 days later, an unprecedented feast arrived on Forging Star Island, the decennial forging competition. Today, it was unknown how many high-quality weapons would be produced here. As long as they were participating works, they would be reserved in an extremely short time. Some weapons were even taken as soon as their names were announced. Cool me. Take a look at the weapons participating in the 12th forging competition and those that have been reserved. 100 berry, fair and square. These bastards, not coming to buy weapons themselves, want me to do it for them. A naval rear admiral, draped in a cloak of justice, mingled among the crowd with a booklet in hand. Haha, Rear Admiral Furtick. Who told you your base is here on Forging Star Island? They can't leave the waters they're stationed in. So who else can they find if not you? If I weren't on vacation, I would have troubled you. Another Navy officer in civilian clothes laughed heartily beside him. Forging Star Island already had a naval base, and there were very few pirates here. After all, it also undertakes Navy orders, so it must be well protected. Just thinking about the weapons those bastards need gives Furtick a headache. Big swords, hammers. Those are easy to say, but what the hell is with the pheasant sword? Is anyone forging that thing this time? Holding the competition's forging list, almost all the participating weapons were listed. Half of the common weapons had already been reserved. The rules of the forging competition stated that once confirmed, no modifications were allowed midway. Otherwise, you would be directly disqualified and kicked out of the competition. Moreover, the price was set at the time, and you agreed to it. After the forging was completed, it had to be transacted at that price, even if your quality had reached that of a great sword. Someone once bought a weapon of great sword quality for the price of a good sword, and the champion of that year regretted it deeply. So those who have reserve now are all clear about themselves, knowing what quality their weapons should be and what price they should be. Today, the people selling weapons in the streets were hardly doing business. They all rushed to the central area of the island, at the foot of the active volcano. The bare ground, dark rocks, and the strong smell of sulfur filled the air. A place where usually not a single ghost could be seen was now packed with people. At the foot of the mountain stood 100 forging platforms, each with a bellows ready, and 3 burly men stood nearby to assist the forgers. Ice cream. Cool ice cream, come buy it. If you're late, there won't be any left. A vendor pushed a white handcart, which stood out against the black background. A pirate ran to the ice cream cart, fanning himself with a hand fan to drive away the heat. It was already hot at the foot of the mountain, and now, with so many people, it was even hotter. Boss, give me a portion of ice cream. The pirate said, all right, that LLB 1,000 berry. What? Why don't you go rob it? The pirate shouted loudly, drawing attention from the crowd. Oh, how do you know? In this situation, I am robbing it. Take it or leave it, the vendor said, flaunting the ice cream in front of the pirate before putting it back into the cart. The pirate was stimulated by the cold air and couldn't stand the heat any longer, pulling out 1,000 berry. The vendor happily handed over the ice cream. Here you go, this is cool ice cream. The pirate took the ice cream and happily licked it, only to find it melting very quickly. Boss, why does your ice cream melt so fast? The vendor rolled his eyes at the pirate. Because it's cool. Clear out. Clear out, don't block my business. The pirate walked away helplessly. Did you think that with such an attitude and quality, no one would buy it? Wrong. Within an hour of the cart being pushed out, the ice cream was sold out. The locals hardly ate these ice creams. They could withstand the heat. Mostly, it was outsiders who couldn't handle it that would eat such things. And the merchant associations wouldn't bother with these matters since it was all consensual. Buying ice cream at the foot of the volcano, if you don't cheat, you'd be letting them down. Among these unwitting suckers was Weiss. But he didn't tea just by one. He bought the whole cart. Weiss, there's no more ice cream. Joni took the last ice cream from the cart and ate it in front of Carden's envious eyes. Jack, see if there are any carts nearby. Who knew that after Weiss shouted this, a white cart that had previously been nowhere to be seen suddenly darted out from the crowd like a ghost. Sword demon. By mine I have plenty. Eating ice cream at the foot of the volcano, no problem. Sword demon, my mine I have plenty of water. It's too hot at the foot of the volcano. Drinking more water, no problem. Sword demon, my mine I have plenty of ice. Eating ice at the foot of the volcano, also no problem. Weiss glanced at Karina, who understood and walked to the vendor, lifting the lids one by one to see whose ice cream was more. It's you. After checking each one, Karina tossed down 100,000 berry, and the snack cart belonged to Weiss. The other two vendors weren't disappointed either. At this speed, it would soon be their turn. Theodore, bare-chested and wearing only beach shorts, pushed the cart away, while Jack provocatively took two out from inside to eat. Slurp, slurp. Realize so much water, it really quenches thirst. Unlike some people who can only eat one ice cream at a time. You can only eat one at a time. Seeing Theodore's face turn red with anger and veins bulging, he was left helpless, because just a moment ago, he had treated Jack the same way. Carden, knowing when to step back, silently enjoyed two ice creams, as it would be his turn to push forward later. Karina, witnessing this scene, didn't know what to say and could only sigh helplessly, taking out two ice creams from inside and eating one in each hand. Seeing their actions, Theodore was even more speechless. Weiss ignored the antics of the people behind him, treating it as a way to enhance team camaraderie. Despite being a pervert and a reserved man who couldn't stand each other, they occasionally clashed. But ultimately, it was just to add some fun to the monotonous voyage. At that moment, the prepared speakers began to sound. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 12th smithing competition. Now, let's invite the contestants to the stage to prepare for the competition. The host took the microphone to liven up the atmosphere. Oh my God, look who it is. Is that the hot favorite to win? Phoenix? I heard his weapon has already reached a price of 50 million berries. With the host's introduction, the crowd below erupted. Phoenix, your weapon is the best, the most powerful. You're my idol. Phoenix, I want to have your babies. Originally enjoying the cheers, Phoenix wanted to see who was so perceptive, but upon seeing the woman, his expression froze. He quietly turned his head to look in another direction. You're even bulkier than I am. What are you thinking? Look, isn't that Jick? Isn't he the young master of the Peck family from Smithing Island? Why is he participating in this competition? Yeah, I haven't heard that Jick possesses any superb smithing skills. Did the competition make a mistake? Can anyone who can forge go up there now? Maybe I can too. Stop your nonsense. Have you forgotten the rules to get on one of those 100 smithing platforms? Those who were puzzled suddenly realized and stopped paying attention. To enter the competition, one must forge a qualified weapon that meets the competition's regulations under the gaze of all the judges. Jick stepped onto one of the smithing platforms amidst the cheers for others. It was his first time competing. Due to Fred's influence, apart from obtaining the qualification to compete, he had never publicly forged weapons for others. Every weapon he perfectly crafted was consumed by his family. Therefore, everyone on Smithing Island knew he was the young master of the Peck family, but they didn't know he was a smith that met the competition rules. The 100 contestants gradually took their places on the smithing platforms, and Jick's small stature was quite noticeable. The other smiths were all muscular and towering like big bears. When someone noticed him and saw that the manual stated he was using a double-edged sword, they secretly shook their heads, estimating he was just there to play and enjoy the atmosphere. How many people at sea used double-edged swords? Only Fildick looked a bit annoyed at the name of the double-edged sword. The sword demon landing on the island was no secret, and Weiss hadn't covered it up. If the Navy didn't know that such a person had landed on the island, they might as well be dead. According to what they knew, Weiss used a double-edged sword. Could this sword be forged for the sword demon? A mysterious thought suddenly lingered in Fildick's mind, refusing to go away. After pondering for a moment, he rummaged through his pocket, finding 100,000 berries, and walked towards a crowded area, which was the gambling area. They were betting on who would win the championship in this competition. Phoenix's odds were the lowest, almost reaching 1 to 0.3, but he had the most people betting on him. To these people, even 0.3 was a sure win. Fildic found Jik's odds, which were 1 to 12, and without thinking, he placed his bet. After all, it's all gambling. Why not bet that this sword was forged for the sword demon? And would the sword demon use a shabby weapon? Now, the contestants from all over the sea were ready. Who would ultimately win the championship of this smithing competition? Now, the competition begins. With the host's words, the smiths on the platforms began to move, gradually selecting the materials they had prepared and starting the competition. As long as they won the competition, honor would follow. With fame, money would follow too. The burly men assisted on the side, each blower stirring the airflow, and the specially made furnaces blazed with flames. It seemed to have changed color slightly. The smiths tossed their prepared materials into the furnace for smelting. Jik, unhurried, took out his materials, first organizing them by category, then pulling out a fist-sized stone that looked like a starry night, speckled with stars. "Young Master Jik, are we starting?" A few burly men asked, not looking down on him because of his small stature, as they all ate from the Peck family. "Let's start." Now that the contestants had thrown their prepared materials into the forging furnace, it meant the competition had officially begun. Let's wait and see how this competition unfolds. The smithing competition was only this one round, and the duration depended on how quickly these people could forge the weapons. The shortest time in history was 1 day. A devil fruit user was present, handling the materials with ease and finishing in a day. Then those who lost had to admit defeat convincingly. Because only one spot was determined, he became the champion. The longest lasted 10 days. Weiss moved freely through the crowd. In fact, watching these artistic competitions live was the most boring. It was a fighting match where one could watch the contestants brawl. This smithing competition only allowed one to hear the clinking sounds of hammers. Look, a contestant is already swinging the hammer in their hand, beating the materials. Are they trying to get ahead and secure the championship? With the host's explanation, the audience, unsure of which smithing platform to watch, rushed over to see the blacksmith. For the people of Smithing Island, this was a learning opportunity. But for outsiders, it was dull and sweaty. They couldn't help but wonder why they were watching this boring competition. Wouldn't it be better to wait outside for the results? But watching those sparks flying around seemed quite interesting. Thus, ice cream sold out. After taking a round, Weiss found there wasn't much to see and came to the place where Jik was. He stayed there to watch, noticing that Jik was still smelting iron materials and continually counting something in his mouth. Weiss wasn't in a hurry. This was the sword he was forging for himself. And good work takes time. Karina and Joanna couldn't take it anymore after watching for a while and wanted to return to the ship. "Jack, take them back and conveniently exchange that pirate's bounty." Theodore raised his nose, using his nostrils to point at Jack. "Why me?" Jack looked confused. He still wanted to watch because there was a revolver among those weapons, and the blacksmith was already making various parts. "You want me, a wanted criminal, to take a pirate's head to the naval base to exchange for a bounty?" Theodore suddenly raised his voice. Jack fell silent, and upon reflection, he realized this was indeed the case. It seemed that it wasn't entirely impossible. It would be just right for the Navy to catch him. No, they should only catch him when he has no money. Having thought it through, Jack contentedly followed Karina and Joanna. Theodore looked puzzled. Why wasn't Jack causing a ruckus today? He was usually not like this. Could it really be that he was afraid of being caught by the Navy? It seemed he would have to treat Jack a bit better from now on and not confront him at every turn. At that moment, Weiss was focused intently on Jik, who was already working on some materials. Red-hot iron blocks were being taken out from the furnace. Jik held a hammer, adjusted his stance, and struck down with concentration. At this moment, Weiss seemed to understand why Jik had surpassed Fedri. Some things couldn't be solved with mere strength. At this moment, Weiss knew his sword was stable. Clang, clang, clang. Jik continuously swung the large hammer in his hand, rhythmically pounding the already forged materials. The sounds at this moment were not only not jarring, but resembled dancing notes as the blacksmith strikes began. The spectators in the arena slowly stopped in front of the weapons they admired. Each forge had a large crowd gathered around it. Jik had only a few people, mostly women. After all, why would anyone want to watch those rough men when there was a handsome guy right in front of them? The key point was that he was wealthy and unmarried. Their focus was different from Weiss's. Weiss observed the sword, while they observed the man. Phoenix had the most people around him, not only because he was a popular contender in the competition, but also because many had placed bets on him. A small number of people were there for the weapon he was forging, a sword, a common single-edged sword in the pirate world. Phoenix also had his own ambitions. For this grand competition, he had brought out the best materials he had collected over the past 10 years, preparing thoroughly before forging. Last night, he had rolled in the sheets. He discovered that this could temporarily enhance his physical abilities. In this competition, he wanted to forge an unparalleled great knife. In the past 11 competitions, the best result for the champion was a great knife, and the worst result was also a great knife-level weapon. No one had ever surpassed it. He wanted to forge one, so that he could be the first in the history of the forging competition to create a weapon of unparalleled quality, which would be an unprecedented honor, even though he knew that part of the reason for the unparalleled great knife, like the black knife, was that its users continuously nurtured it with their own blood and aura. He still wanted to give it a try. Just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it's impossible. This was Phoenix's wish and attitude. The surrounding noise seemed to drift away at this moment, and he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the forging process. The people around him seemed to notice this as well, silently closing their mouths and stopping their chatter. A day passed. Some succeeded in forging their weapons and handed them over to the competition, receiving a judgment of good great knife level amidst the head shakes of half the judges, and left with the weapon. They immediately sold it to someone else. What else to do with the weapon if not sell it? Keeping it for oneself? Come on, I'm just a blacksmith. Sitting in a shabby tent, the judges observed the crowd of people forging. Only a day had passed, and 1/5 of the crowd had dwindled. There were 10 old men in total, each a former forging master. Some had even won championships in competitions, so they naturally had discerning eyes. Now their bodies were aging. Perhaps they lacked the stamina to forge good weapons, but their vision had become increasingly precise. Who do you think can win the championship this time? An old man with a white beard asked. Although he was unsure who it would be, he narrowed it down to those 2 people. A bald old man said, 2. An old man pondered silently, as he had detected 5. If he spoke out, wouldn't that imply his vision was lacking? He would never admit it. Yes, that little brat, named Erickson in the 3rd row, and Phoenix, just those 2. The bald man continued. I also see 2, but it's not that Erickson kid. Suddenly, an elderly man with silver hair spoke, and the others turned to him, curious about what he would say. This man was the champion from 30 years ago, Inley. At that time, his weapon was a pheasant knife, and it was said that when that knife was forged, the competing participants directly withdrew from the competition. That kid from the Peck family, haven't you noticed? Inley's eyes sparkled as he watched Jick forge, almost as if admiring a piece of art. Everyone's attention was drawn to Jick, and upon looking back at the one called Erickson, it seemed he indeed fell short. But there were still 2 or 3 who firmly believed in their judgment. Thus, the judges split into 2 groups. One group believed the champion would emerge from Erickson and Phoenix, while the other believed it would be between Jick and Phoenix. Each group consisted of 5 members. Seeing such a situation, if they weren't judges, they would have wanted to place bets themselves. The judges' seats fell silent as they watched the competitors. At night, the spectators gradually returned home, leaving behind those who were eager to learn the craft. The cool night breeze dispersed some of the heat radiating from the forge. Some people returned their materials to the furnace for reforging, closing their eyes to rest. Others continued to hammer away at their materials. Some submitted their forged weapons, which were graded and then immediately sold off. At this moment, Weiss noticed a person. He watched as the young man took his weapon up, and seeing that no one was bothering Jick, he approached. Judges, this is the weapon I prepared for this competition, said a very young man, probably in his mid-20s. A revolver? It's quite rare to see such a weapon in a competition. The bald, old man murmured, picking up the gun and, with astonishing speed, disassembled the revolver, carefully examining the various parts laid out on the table. The other judges were also unreserved, directly picking up the parts to inspect. The margin of error was very small, even smaller than those made by machines. To be able to create such precise parts just by feel is quite impressive, the elderly man with the white beard commented. But unfortunately, too much energy has been dispersed. What do you think? Probably about the good great knife quality level, an old man stated, and the others nodded in agreement, seeming to acknowledge this evaluation. Thank you for the judge's affirmation. The young man seemed very satisfied with this evaluation, quickly reassembling the gun and walking out of the tent. Wait. The young man turned around, seeing Weiss approaching him, instinctively taking a step back. He had seen the newspaper back then and naturally knew who this person was. I wonder if the sword demon has any instructions? The young man looked cautiously at the younger man. People can be so intimidating. Others' names had already echoed across the seas, while he was still here forging. I don't know if you plan to sell the gun in your hand. I would like to purchase it. Weiss said. Jack didn't mention this matter. It was Viz who noticed it himself. Okay, it was meant to be sold, and selling it to the sword demon is definitely the best outcome, the young man said. It's great to have a connection with the sword demon. In the end, the 2 reached a deal for 5 million berries. This was definitely a premium price. Guns are not as sought after as swords, and there were no competitors here. After a night passed, many people sold their weapons. Only 20 people remained in the arena. After another day and night, only 10 people were left. At this moment, Jik threw the starry stone into the arena. 3 days had passed since the competition began. Only 2 people were left in the arena, Jik and Phoenix. The one named Erickson had already forged his weapon, waiting for the final judgment. In the morning, Phoenix completed his weapon, a sword of great quality. But he wasn't happy because he didn't meet his expectations. However, he had no regrets because he had given it his all. In the afternoon, Jik's sword was also completed. There were no sword energies clashing to shake the heavens, nor were 1,000 swords flying to submit to the king. If it were written like that, it would be fantasy, not piracy. In the pirate world, the power of all knives and swords comes from the user themselves. If you're a 3-year-old child, even a supreme great knife might not be able to cut through steel. If you're strong enough, like Vis, even a broken sword can battle Kaido. Don't you see Vis naming the first 2 swords? One is a 1, 3-meter double-edged sword. The other is a 1, 5-meter single-edged sword. And the rest also a long whip. These are the last 3 weapons. Some people wanted to compare with these 3 weapons. But when they looked at the weapons in their hands, that thought was instantly extinguished. Once an expert takes action, you know the situation. Better not go out and embarrass yourself. You all say, who among these 3 weapons can ultimately become the champion piece? Today, it has become a scene of sparse crowds again. Everyone wants to know who will be the champion and what quality the weapon will be. I don't know. We haven't seen it. How can we know? Besides, if it's really in front of you, can you tell good from bad? One person disdainfully said, I can't tell. Can you? I can't tell. So we need the 10 judges above to determine it. Do you think they've been up there for a few days, just watching a show? The onlookers were discussing it, all talking about the same thing. Jack felt a bit lost because the gun he had his eye on seemed to be gone. He had guarded it a few times, but was delayed by various matters and thus didn't get it. At this moment, he still didn't know that Vis had already purchased that gun. He hadn't returned to the ship these past few days. Let's take a look at the whip. Inley took the lead to speak. Hearing this, Erickson knew his hope of winning was slim. They were starting from the inferior ones. Who would start from the good ones? The 10 people each took the whip, which was about 3 meters long. Unlike ropes, this whip was entirely forged from steel, feeling very heavy in hand, connected by movable segments, each about the length of a finger. After everyone had touched it, the whip was placed on the stage. How is it? How is this whip? Could it be the champion? A pirate thought with some worry. Since they dared to present such a strange weapon, they must be confident in winning. So he placed his bet. Win a championship? How is that possible? The champion will definitely be Phoenix. Were they supporting their idol? Or did they want to witness the birth of a legendary weapon? No, they were just betting money on it. Everyone hoped their bet would win the championship, so they could make a huge profit. The 10 judges were silent, but had already made their evaluations in their hearts. Then looked at the 2 sword blades. This time, they didn't look together. Instead, they picked up their favored weapons for observation. Some took Jik's sword, while others took Phoenix's sword. Jik's sword looked long and slender, but felt somewhat heavy, even heavier than the long whip. This was a special request from Vis. Matching his own strength, the sword had a dark color, and the blade retained the characteristics of that stone, resembling the starry sky at night, dotted with stars, making it look mystical and enchanting. The dark sword glimmered with a cold light. One judge accidentally touched the blade, and a drop of blood appeared on his finger, indicating its sharpness. Phoenix's sword was a common single-edged sword found on the sea, somewhat like a machete. Speaking of which, the swords of the island nation were originally created based on machetes. The back of the blade was thick, with a slight upward curve at the tip, and the blade's surface was like it had been hammered, covered with small, pitted arcs. However, when touched, it felt smooth, as if those pits did not exist. The 2 groups exchanged sword blades for observation. Inley's expression slightly changed after touching the sword made by Jik, but evidently, everyone around did not notice. What do you think of your sword? Vis asked Jik, who was standing beside him, clearly not worried about his technique. I was confident before finishing it, but after seeing the weapons they made lost confidence? No, I'm more confident. It seems this breathless speaking style runs in the family. That old man Fedre doesn't seem to have this habit. Could it be, regardless of whether this sword becomes the champion or not? Vis thought it was very good and quite suitable for him. This was the intuition of a strong person, and Vis usually trusts his intuition. Did those 10 old men have any skills? Just by looking, they could tell the weapon's quality. Why not test it out? Is this a piece of junk from Forgestar Island? But while this pirate was saying these words, he didn't notice that some people had quietly left his side, while others slowly gathered around. What did you say? I said they're not reliable. They don't even test it, just look with their eyes. After saying this, the pirate noticed something was off. It seemed the atmosphere around him had relaxed a bit. Before he could react, a fist landed on his eye. The people around were unfazed. Why did you have to criticize the 10 old men? Don't you know that almost 90% of the blacksmiths on this Forge Star Island came from under these 10 old men? Almost the entire island is their disciples. Saying this is strange if you don't get hit. This is also why the 10 elders could judge the quality just by touching and looking, and no one dared to refute them. Back on the stage, the 10 placed all 3 weapons on the table and began discussing among themselves. Enlil suddenly said, "It seems we all have our choices in mind, right?" The other 9 nodded, acknowledging what Enlil said. "Then let's write our judgments on our palms and reveal them together later." Enlil continued, "Sure." The scene quieted down, and everyone was waiting for the final result, fearing they would end up with nothing after losing their bets. A minute passed. Seeing everyone had clenched their fists, Enlil said, "Since everyone is ready, let's reveal it." The audience leaned forward, eager to see whose name would appear in the hands of the 10 judges. Everyone had written Jik. Phoenix was somewhat unconvinced, but said nothing, instead directly picking up the sword forged by Jik. Suddenly, he was taken aback and bitterly smiled as he put it down. "Phoenix, do you have any objections to this result?" Enlil asked after Phoenix's actions went unchallenged. "No objections, my weapons can't compare." Then I announced that the champion of this competition is Peak Jik. The weapon quality is a supreme great knife. The crowd waiting for the announcement widened their eyes upon hearing the sword's quality, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They thought their ears were malfunctioning and they had misheard. Boom! Ha ha ha! Spike, who had been in the audience, burst into laughter and ran out. He was going to spread the news. How is this possible? Jik actually forged the supreme great knife. This must be a joke. Hit me to see if I'm dreaming. Slap. Wow, you're really hitting me. How could someone forge the supreme great knife? Master Enlil, is this true? Someone forged the supreme great knife? Some still couldn't believe it and shouted. Enlil understood their feelings and affirmed. That's right. After the judgment of us 10 old men, Peak Jik indeed forged a weapon of supreme quality. After speaking, he left. A miracle like this should be celebrated with a fine drink. This sword was not forged by himself or his apprentice, but originated from Forging Star Island. After today, the reputation of Forging Star Island would rise even higher. The holy land of blacksmiths was unavoidable. The 10 elders left one after another, and everyone's gazes turned fervently towards Jik, especially the sword lying quietly on the stage. At this moment, it seemed somewhat dreamlike. "Master Jik, I offer 30 million berries. May I have this sword?" A pirate shouted loudly. 30 million berries? Isn't that just obvious robbery? Someone recognized who the person was. That was the bloodthirsty swordsman with an 80 million berry bounty, unexpectedly appearing here. Upon hearing this name, the crowd instantly parted, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. But this also caught the attention of Fildic, who glanced at the pirate and slowly retreated into the crowd, then approached his companions. "Sorry, my sword has already been reserved." Jik felt very confident now, with the sword demon by his side. A mere 80 million bounty scum dared to cause trouble. "Who is it? Let me see if he has the qualifications to buy this sword." The pirate had clearly regarded the sword as his own. Vis said nothing because he saw 2 individuals slowly approaching behind the pirate, one being a Navy officer, and the other also a Navy officer, just in plain clothes. "I seem to know who has reserved the sword." Fildic's voice sounded behind the pirate, causing the pirate's hairs to stand on end as he instinctively sensed a deadly danger. He wanted to turn around, but it was already too late. The 2 Navy majors quickly restrained his arms from both sides, and handcuffs were already locked on him. Was this pirate too weak? No. It was because the crowd's dispersal made him feel strong, and with all attention on the newly revealed supreme great knife, he was easily approached by the 2 majors. He was at a disadvantage to begin with, let alone being closed in. Even the 2 Navy majors found it incredibly easy. Despicable Navy, shameless sneak attack, no martial ethics. The pirate struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. "Stop struggling. I really know who reserved this sword. I'm even making money off it. To make you give up, take a look at the person standing next to Jik, familiar?" Fildic was very pleased, not only because he had captured a pirate, but also because he had made a good bet. The pirate saw Vis and his struggling body relaxed, his face stiffening. He had almost contended for the supreme great knife against such a figure. Thinking of Vis's terrifying killing intent, the pirate shivered. Forget it. It seems going with the Navy is also a good choice. Some people saw a pirate being taken away by the Navy and thought they could continue bidding. But Jik interrupted. "Thank you all for your support, but this sword already has an owner, and I apologize to everyone." Saying this, Jik no longer waited for questions and directly picked up the sword, handing it to Vis. "Sword demon, I have not let you down. this sword is yours. It has exceeded my expectations. I initially only thought it would be a great knife level. Vis was not polite and directly took the sword, twirled it, and the blade sang softly, as if it too appreciated its master. Good sword. Staying here was pointless. This was not a good place to test swords. So the two left the competition venue, with the crowd automatically parting to make way. One was the champion of the island's recent forging competition, having forged the supreme great knife, and the other was the renowned sword demon. Naturally, no one dared to block their path. No one would be foolish enough to try to snatch the sword from Vis's hands. Theodore and Jack followed them like sycophants. At Farade's residence, Spike was sharing the joy of Jick forging the supreme great knife with him, excitedly pulling out a bottle of wine to drink. As he drank, tears streamed down his face. His apprentice had truly grown, surpassing him, able to forge the supreme great knife. Only he knew how long Jick had prepared for this. Perhaps his lifetime, he could only forge such a sword. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Jick walked in from outside, kneeling directly before Farade. Teacher, I succeeded. Good, good. Farade helped Jick up, repeating the word good 3 times. Vis timely handed over the sword. Farade took the sword, examining it carefully, and with a gentle wave of his arm, a slash was instantly unleashed, leaving a sword mark on the wall. Clearly, Farade was also a swordsman. How could someone with ties to the Gung family only know how to forge iron? Good sword, good sword. After observing, Farade handed the sword back to Vis. Vis, this sword is entrusted to you. I hope you could take good care of it, and not like your 2 swords that easily broke. Although those 2 swords were indeed worthless. Don't worry, senior. I will take good care of this sword. After all, I am also growing. Vis immediately promised that if he could still use the sword to break it now, it would mean that his mastery of armament hockey was not yet sufficient. I wonder what kind of name Lord Sword Demon wants to give this sword, Spike suddenly asked. Vis pondered for a moment. Looking at the starry embellishments on the sword's body, the pitch-black color seemed capable of pulling a person into the abyss. Star Abyss, let's call it Star Abyss. Spike's eyes widened at the name Star Abyss. Is it going to pull Forging Star Island into the abyss? So he really wants to destroy Forging Star Island. How terrifying. Under the gloomy sky, dark clouds loomed overhead, making it seem as if the sky was about to collapse. The Chris was sailing slowly, and behind it, the sea had already cracked open, with chasms several miles long swallowing the seawater. Countless fish and shrimp were thrown into confusion by this sudden rupture, drifting along with the current. A certain unfortunate pirate ship was sucked into the crack. Who would know that Vis did not do it on purpose? This was Vis's first test of the sword after leaving Forging Star Island, and he was very satisfied with the effect. He finally had a reliable weapon, and he would no longer be at a disadvantage in fights. After Gick finished crafting the sword sheath yesterday, Vis left the island on a boat amid Spike's joyful expression, not knowing what he was so happy about. As for this sword, Gick ultimately did not ask Vis for the berries he had paid. Vis did not insist either. He felt that a supreme great blade could not be measured by money. He simply told Gick that if anything happened in the future, the Peck family could claim his name. This made Theodore feel sour all day. Back then, he had done so much to hang Vis's name on his family, and he even boarded the ship. Captain, where are we going next? Cardon asked, holding the magnetic recording pointer. Directly to the Sabeti archipelago. There's basically nothing for me to do in the Grand Line. Rescue Vivi? Don't joke around. Let the Straw Hat Kid handle that. After finishing all the tasks, we can go play in the Sky Island. Vis is drooling over the gold up there. No one would complain about having too much money. A cold wind blew on the deck. The sunshade made a whistling sound in the wind. Karina and Joni were preparing lunch. Cardon adjusted the course, observing the airflow. And Jack cherished the revolver Vis had given him even more after retrieving it. Captain, does that method you mentioned for getting stronger really work? Theodore asked with a mournful face. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups. He did more than that every day. Why hadn't he seen any signs of getting stronger? What can Vis say? Is there really someone who can only find an equally powerful opponent in their dreams? Is that just a bug's existence? People's physical conditions can't be compared. Perhaps for him, it can unlock the body's limiter. But for you, it requires even more effort. Captain, are you saying my talent isn't good enough? If you really want to understand it that way, there's nothing I can do, Vis thought to himself. Do you know how Jack and the others underwent devil training back then? Vis felt that this couldn't go on. He couldn't always handle everything himself. I know. They said so. And did you do that? No. Vis shrugged. This was the root of the problem. Theodore always thought of challenging strong opponents to improve his strength. How could he possibly get stronger? With insufficient foundation, he could only passively take hits. It's like doing math problems. If you haven't memorized the formulas, how can you solve the problems? That makes no sense. Now, immediately swim around the Chris 100 laps in the sea. You can't come up until you finish. Seeing Theodore standing dazed at the side of the ship, seemingly reluctant to go down, Vis kicked him directly into the water. Captain, I don't want to go down. It's just that there's a sea king down there. A gigantic sea beast jumped out of the water and swallowed Theodore, who was flying in the air, thanks to nature's gift. Damn! Vis quickly swung out a sword. The bright slash pierced through, illuminating the dark sky. And the sea king that seemed to want to swallow the Chris was cut in half. Blood poured down like rain into the sea, instantly dyeing the ocean red. Jack! Cardun! Understood, Captain. The two jumped into the sea, continuously searching through the corpse of the Sea King. A quarter of an hour later, Theodore's somewhat resentful gaze made Vis feel a bit embarrassed. Captain, you don't need to use this method to get rid of me. Vis awkwardly scratched his head, surprised. This was an accident. I thought you were too timid to jump down, so I helped you. Saying this, Vis himself didn't believe it. Who would be timid enough to challenge an admiral? He purely thought Theodore didn't want to train and just wanted a challenge. Forget it. It looks like it's going to rain heavily. You don't have to train today. He thought that in such weather, going into the sea and getting bitten by a sea king would be a bit unlucky. Was Cardun's spirit possessing him? If something went wrong later, it would be troublesome. No, I have to go down. Theodore's eyes were determined. He rolled over from the deck, did some stretching exercises, carefully looked at the pitch-black deep sea, confirmed there were no sea kings, and dove in. Captain, is this really okay? Jack looked anxiously at the dark sky, seeing the rain was about to fall. If he couldn't overcome such weather, how could he talk about getting stronger? Vis, it seems like you two have also slacked off a lot in your training recently. Vis suddenly thought that he hadn't been supervising these two's training lately and didn't know if they had been slacking off. Captain, for heaven's sake. We were already training before you got up, and we were still training after you went to sleep. It's just that there haven't been any opportunities to fight recently. Cardun protested from his side. Really? Then next time we encounter pirates, lower the flag, and you two handle it without me intervening. How about that? Vis contemplated. These two guys were the extremes compared to Theodore. They were desperately memorizing formulas without practicing, which wouldn't work either. Sure, no problem, Captain. Next time, just watch us. Cardun said excitedly. Jack had a cold expression, his hand resting on the revolver stuck in his leg, his eyes blazing with fire, seemingly unable to wait any longer. Lunch is ready. At Karina's shout, the two spirited individuals immediately turned into huskies, drooling as they ran toward the kitchen. Training? Fighting? What could be more important than eating? Vis also shook his head and walked over. In such gloomy weather, having something warm to eat was a very good choice. In the kitchen, the five of them were enthusiastically enjoying the sumptuous lunch prepared by Joni, continuously serving more dishes. They were also marinating the most exquisite piece of meat from the Sea King for dinner. Isn't someone missing? Karina frowned as she ate. Then everyone stopped their actions and stopped chewing the food in their mouths. In unison, they shouted, Theodore. The sea breeze howled, whipping up waves, and the dark clouds hung low in the sky. Theodore was swimming underwater, feeling that swimming on the surface did not showcase his strength. Breaking through a wave, he leaped out of the water like a dolphin. But, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He did not see any trace of the Chris. On the turbulent sea, there was nothing but endless gales. The ocean was displaying its terror at will, with waves rising higher and higher. A wave crashed down on Theodore, knocking him into the depths of the sea. He was carried down with it. The surface was rolling with waves, while underwater it was relatively calm, only needing to surface for air. The Chris surged over the waves, rising and falling on the ocean, and rain was pouring down on the deck. Captain, haven't you found him yet? Jack asked from the side, while Cardun was controlling the helm. Weiss furrowed his brow, the life paper in his hand guiding his direction. It belonged to Theodore. Weiss had prepared life papers for everyone on the ship for emergencies. The observation hockey had already spread out with all its might, but within a 10-kilometer radius, there was no sign of Theodore. Nothing. It shouldn't be. Just how far could he have gone in such a short time? Jack whispered. This was also thanks to Theodore's love for diving. As soon as Weiss realized he was missing, he rushed out, but the observation hockey found no trace of him. However, there was simply no sign of him on the surface. Thus, Weiss continued to steer the ship back, perfectly missing him. If it weren't for the guidance of a life paper, they wouldn't even know which direction to head. Captain, the life paper is moving, Karina suddenly exclaimed, looking at the paper in Weiss's hand. Before Weiss could look, Cardun hurriedly said, Captain, our ship has been diverted by an undercurrent. We need to lower the sails immediately to prevent the mast from breaking. Captain, no need to lower it. We can fix the mast if it breaks. Weiss walked into the helm room, placing the life paper on the table, watching it drift in a direction. Right now, the priority was to keep the Chris stable on its course. They needed to wait for the storm to pass, so they could approach Theodore as quickly as possible. With this kind of storm, given Theodore's strength, it should be relatively easy for him to survive. As long as he doesn't suffer from cramps or encounter any sea beasts. There shouldn't be any problem, Cardon suddenly said. I hope nothing happens. You know that 4-Star Island is close to the doldrums. With a storm like this, if a Sea King appears, it wouldn't be impossible, Weiss replied. Not to mention that the Chris was constantly searching for Theodore's figure, while Theodore was currently facing a bit of danger. If he knew what Cardon had said, he would definitely strive to spray him dead. Absolutely. In front of him, there was no Sea King, but there was a sea snake over 20 meters long, with red and black patterns and sharp teeth, even in the pitch-black seabed. One could feel the chill emanating from it. Usually, even if Theodore saw such a long snake in the ocean, he wouldn't feel scared. But now he had been diving for over 10 minutes. Plus, this was a highly venomous sea snake. Just grazing against it would mean that the fierce snake venom would definitely leave him with no place to die. Damn it, how could this happen? What an unlucky day. First, he was kicked off the ship, then swallowed by a Sea King. Then he lost contact with the ship, and now he encountered such a long, poisonous snake. It felt like Cardon's bad luck had possessed him. He had heard that Cardon used to be quite unlucky, but he survived in the end. Hopefully, he could get some of that luck this time, Theodore thought to himself. He was just floating in the sea when the poisonous snake noticed him, twisting its massive body and slowly approaching Theodore. Theodore dared not move. Facing the snake, he only had one chance. Engaging in a prolonged battle with a sea beast at the bottom of the sea when he was exhausted was not a good idea. The sea snake slowly approached, its head almost near Theodore. He knew that these creatures were highly nearsighted. As long as he didn't move, there was a high probability they wouldn't attack first. Now, it was coming closer, likely having caught his scent. But the snake's movements left Theodore dumbfounded. Its massive body slowly coiled around him, seemingly trying to constrict him with its 20-meter length. He could not wait any longer. He had to take the initiative, although it wasn't the best opportunity. Theodore still launched his attack. One punch. The sea snake opened its large mouth, seawater flooded into its mouth, but did not flow into its stomach. Too sharp, needle-like fangs emerged. Without hesitation, Theodore seized the opportunity, grabbing one of the fangs with both hands, kicking the snake's head with all his might, trying to break the fang. The intense pain at the base of the fang made the snake roll around on the seabed. But Theodore remained like a nail, resolutely unmoving, exerting all his strength. Crack! A faint sound reached Theodore's ears. Cracks began to form on the tooth. Crack! With another effort, he broke the snake's fang, holding one in his hand. Theodore tightly closed his mouth, looking at the fang in his hand as a drop of venom dripped into the ocean. He kicked off the seabed like a torpedo, charging towards the now-reacting sea snake. The massive sea snake, with its crimson eyes, sensed the disturbance ahead, its anger surging, twisting its body and charging forward. Seeing the sea snake rushing towards him, Theodore stopped midway and went on high alert. As it was about to collide with him, he kicked off with his legs like a rabbit, sending up a spray of water and shot upwards. Whoosh! As the sea snake charged past, Theodore thrust the fang in his hand with all his might, directly piercing it into the snake's head, embedding it to the root. Then with one hand he slapped it, driving the entire fang in. Leaving behind a writhing sea snake, he surged upwards, and after struggling for a moment, the snake sank to the seabed. The venom eroded its brain without delay. Huff! Theodore burst through the surface of the sea, gasping for fresh air. Lifting his head, his whole body relaxed like a corpse, just floating on the ocean. At this moment, the storm had dissipated, the dark clouds had cleared, and the sun reclaimed the sky. Surviving a great disaster must bring good fortune, Theodore thought to himself. After resting for a quarter of an hour, he seemed to have regained some strength. But Theodore did not swim again. He knew that the Chris had his life paper and would definitely come looking for him. Floating leisurely in the ocean, Theodore spotted a wooden boat in front of him and hurriedly swam over to take a look. A small wooden boat resembling a coffin, with a huge sail that has been torn apart, has a person on it. That person seems to be. The wind has stopped, the waves have calmed, and the little boat, known as Eagle Eye, has had its mast blown off. At this moment, the sea surface is relatively calm, lacking any driving force for action. Therefore, Theodore naturally recognized who that person was, recalling what Weiss had once said, fearing being silenced. He quickly turned his head away, mumbling to himself, I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything. Eagle Eye has already spotted the body, floating in the distance, sensing strong vitality, not resembling a dead person. Hey, you over there? Eagle Eye's deep voice rang out. I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything. Eagle Eye glanced down at the black knife in his hand, contemplating whether to kill to silence him. At this moment, the Chris ship appeared in the distance on the sea, with Weiss standing on the deck, suddenly clenching his open palm, crumpling the piece of paper about life. He swore he would train Theodore well, for sure. In the perception of his senses, that kid seemed like a corpse, as if he had spotted the Chris ship and was desperately swimming in the sea. Captain, help! Captain, help! At this moment, Weiss also sensed a very powerful aura, sharp like a sword, seemingly wanting to tear apart the sky. Oh, have we finally met? Eagle Eye stopped in place, no longer suitable for controlling the small boat. Soon, the Chris ship pulled Theodore up, who was gasping for air on the deck, completely exhausted from overexertion and frightened by Eagle Eye, quickly swimming to the ship. Completely drained, Cardon maneuvered the Chris ship close to Eagle Eye, the large and small boats leaning against each other. Weiss leaned against the railing and said, Come up for a drink? We have fine red wine. Eagle Eye fell silent for a moment, but still jumped up from the small boat. Whoosh! He landed behind Weiss, who turned around to see the sharp gaze of Mihawk, as expected of the name Eagle Eye. What he also saw was the extraordinarily large black knife, Yoru, with a cross-like shape, jagged edges. It is said to be the world's strongest black knife. Svot Demon, Weiss. It's me. Eagle Eye displayed an unusual calmness. Even in battle, he wouldn't easily show emotional fluctuations. Once he confirmed that the person in front of him was the new great swordsman of the sea, he became interested. After all, since Shanks lost his arm, he rarely sought out sparring partners. Clearly, this kid in front of him was a good choice. Weiss felt a headache, not from whether to fight Eagle Eye, but from where to fight. He didn't have the Navy's ability to find a reef island just by looking at a map. Moreover, this pirate world, as pioneer of the plane A combat system, seemed to be overly strong. In the original work, the flying slash cut by the Navy headquarters almost sank the ship that came from impelled down. The sword energy blocked by Diamond Jozu directly tore the sky apart. Such a powerful figure. Weiss dared not compare with him on the ship. How about we drink a couple first? There's no place to spar around here. Weiss scratched his head, looking quite helpless. He never expected that finding Theodore would lead to meeting Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye was a